Global catastrophes strike frequently. Humanity faces extinction. Lu Zheng travels back in time 10 years and awakens a system. By procreating, he can obtain various black technologies to withstand natural disasters. Emergency nationwide broadcast. Attention all Longxia citizens. The national emergency system has collapsed. The final line of defense is completely lost. Survivors, please ensure your own safety, stay away from disaster zones, and do whatever it takes to survive. May the bloodline of Huaxia be passed down from generation to generation. Boom. Lu Zheng woke up with a start, his heart pounding wildly. He found that what lay before him was not a ferocious mutated beast, but his familiar university classroom. What is happening? Lu Zheng touched his body and found no injuries. Even the calluses forged over 10 years in the apocalypse had disappeared. At this moment, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion suddenly appeared. Wandai Chonglong system, binding successful. The core objective of this system, to continue the host's bloodline, ensuring eternal inheritance. Mission rules: the host can obtain rewards by passing on the lineage with a human female whose comprehensive score is 90. Reward pool: body enhancement potion, 10,000 skill specializations, high-tech blueprints, monster slaying, specialized weapons. Lu Zheng was slightly stunned. He quickly picked up his phone. He found himself reborn in a university classroom 10 years ago. But Lu Zheng was not happy. The future horrors flashed through his mind like a movie. Human cities destroyed by tsunamis and earthquakes. Hundreds of millions of lives taken by superviruses. The Doomsday fortresses breached by mutant monsters one after another. In the future, humanity struggles on the edge of death every day. Just surviving has become a luxury. Have children. Lu Zheng could not help but smile bitterly. Even if they are born, won't they just be sent to die? Lu Zheng felt that individual power was too insignificant. He could not fight against global disasters alone. To survive, he must cling to a powerful ally. And the strongest ally in this world was the nation. Only by leveraging the power of the nation and making preparations in advance could there be a chance for survival. Besides that, Lu Zheng glanced at the female students in the classroom. Even the recognized department beauty only scored 85. This showed that finding a 90 was nearly impossible. Moreover, Lu Zheng was just a male science major. In his previous life, he had never even held a girl's hand. Now he was supposed to win their hearts and have children. What a joke. But if he could get the nation's support, everything would be different. Lu Zheng's mind raced. He quickly pulled out paper and a pen from his backpack. He couldn't directly tell anyone he was reborn because no one would believe him. He would even be locked up as a lunatic. He must use facts to speak and attract official attention. Lu Zheng wrote 3 sealed letters. Unable to wait until the end of class, he rushed straight out of the classroom. Half an hour later, Linjiang City National Security Bureau. Lu Zheng pretended to be mysterious, pacing back and forth at the entrance of the security bureau. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, 2 men in black uniforms with sturdy builds walked over. Stop. What are you doing here? The other man with a stern expression showed his credentials. Please show your ID and cooperate with our investigation. Lu Zheng cooperatively took out his ID card and student card. Please let me see your leader. I have something very important to report. After confirming that Lu Zheng was a student at Linjiang University, the man asked warily, what is it? It's too important. It concerns the survival of Longxia. I must see your highest authority. Lu Zheng's attitude made them find it strange. But out of duty, they finally took Lu Zheng away. National Security Bureau interrogation room. A man in his 40s wearing a Zhongshan suit walked in. The man looked at Lu Zheng with sharp eyes. I am Qian Guodong, head of the Linjiang branch of the National Security Bureau. What is your purpose in loitering at the entrance of the Security Bureau? Lu Zheng raised his head and met the man's gaze. He responded word by word. I am from the future. A future 10 years from now. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the interrogation room immediately found it absurd. They thought Lu Zheng had discovered clues about a spy. And it turned out to be this. Then Lu Zheng placed the 3 sealed letters on the table. After reading these, you will naturally believe me. Qian Guodong opened one of the letters, and his brow instantly furrowed. The letter paper was drawn with a 3-view diagram of a highly futuristic fighter jet. Next to it were densely packed notes with various data parameters, even accurate to 3 decimal places. Where did you steal this intelligence? Qian Guodong recognized it. This was the Longxia 6th generation fighter that had not yet officially entered service. Lu Zheng explained, I told you I am from the future. These are classified now. But in a few years they will be public information. Qian Guodong's face turned grim, and he reached for the remaining 2 letters. But Lu Zheng took the letter back. Sorry, if you want to see the rest. I need to meet someone of a higher level. The interrogation room fell into dead silence. Qian Guodong had seen many spies, but he had never seen someone as calm as Lu Zheng. He sent someone to check Lu Zheng's phone and found no suspicious clues. The leak of the 6th generation fighter was a major matter. After much deliberation, Qian Guodong decided to report to a higher department. A few hours later, a man with a standard national square face entered the interrogation room. 2 elderly men followed beside the man. Hello, my name is Song Mingyuan, the highest authority here. Song Mingyuan took the initiative to extend his hand to Lu Zheng. These two are Professor Du of the Longxia Aerospace Agency and Professor Zhao of the National Academy of Sciences. I wonder if people at our level are qualified to see the remaining 2 letters. He placed the remaining letters on the table. Minister Song, 2 professors, what you are about to see will definitely shock you. But please believe me, I am not a spy. These are the best proof that I am from the future. Seeing Lu Zheng's serious demeanor, Song Mingyuan opened the second letter. Just after reading a few words, the 2 professors' pupils dilated instantly. Wang Qilan, chief designer of the Longxia space-based aircraft carrier project. Sun Sun, chief designer of the Longxia Earth-Moon laser weapon. Qin Kaiyang, chief designer of the Longxia space fold jump project. Professor Du whispered, the space-based aircraft carrier was just approved not long ago, and Wang Qilan was only appointed last week. How did he know? Professor Zhao adjusted his glasses, his expression equally serious. Could it be that this young man really comes from the future? Song Mingyuan frowned and asked, Professor Zhao, why do you say that? In response, Professor Zhao replied, I met with Lu Zheng yesterday. I discussed with him the feasibility of the Earth-Moon laser weapon to strengthen the space strategic deployment. If possible, I plan to let Lu Zheng serve as the chief designer. But this matter, only Lu Zheng and I knew about it. Their expressions grew increasingly solemn. They prepared to open Lu Zheng's third letter. The letter unfolded, revealing a string of precise latitude and longitude coordinates. A single line of text was inscribed in the lower right corner. Undiscovered rare metal mineral deposits with reserves of approximately 80 million tons. Notify the geological department. Dispatch personnel to verify immediately. Song Mingyuan turned his gaze toward Lu Zheng. Based on the intelligence you have provided, this is indeed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary spy. I shall provisionally accept that you truly hail from the future. Then what is your purpose in seeking us out? Lu Zheng met Song Mingyuan's gaze directly. I wish to cooperate with the nation. 10 years from now, the entire world shall be devastated by an apocalyptic catastrophe. I shall share with the nation the future intelligence I possess so that the country may lay its plans early and steer toward advantage while avoiding harm. Truthfully, Song Mingyuan genuinely suspected whether Lu Zheng might be afflicted with mental illness or perhaps a severe case of Chinibu. Otherwise, how could anyone speak of apocalyptic catastrophes and time-traveling salvation? Yet neither could he readily dismiss Lu Zheng's claims. After all, the 6th-generation fighter and those classified projects had all been laid bare by Lu Zheng with astonishing clarity. Minister Song, what should we do now? Qian Guodong inquired in a hushed voice. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Song Mingyuan replied, place him in protective isolation first. Conduct a thorough investigation of every electronic device he has used, his social circle, and all the places he has recently visited. Once the verification results on the mineral deposits come back, we shall determine our next course of action. Lu Zheng was escorted to a plainly appointed room. He had not disclosed the matter of the system to Song Mingyuan, for only by earning the nation's complete trust could he lay all his trump cards upon the table. Seated upon the edge of the bed, he sorted through the pivotal moments of the future again and again within his mind, each one an event of such magnitude that it could reshape the very architecture of the world. The following morning at dawn, the door was pushed open with quiet deliberation. 2 fully armed soldiers stood at the threshold. Mr. Lu, please come with us. With the National Security Bureau as the epicenter, the surrounding blocks had been placed under complete lockdown. Sentries stood at intervals of 5 paces and guard posts at every 10, while concealed positions held snipers awaiting their orders. 3 pitch-black MPVs idled before the entrance of the National Security Bureau. Their bodies had been reinforced with special armor, and they were fitted with the nation's most advanced bulletproof glass. Lu Zheng was ushered into one of the vehicles, after which the 3 cars departed in separate directions. Such an escort was a spectacle Lu Zheng had never before witnessed. Traversing rugged mountain roads, Lu Zheng entered a military-restricted zone. Under the soldiers' guidance, he finally came to stand before a conference room door. The instant the door swung open, Lu Zheng could not help but stiffen in astonishment. The round table within the conference room was fully occupied. The stellar radiance adorning the epaulets of those present was so dazzling, it left Lu Zheng utterly dazzled. Army generals, naval admirals, Air Force marshals. These were figures one rarely glimpsed even upon the evening news. Today they had all gathered beneath a single roof. Among them were also numerous professors and academicians with temples gone gray. Should one single individual among them be plucked forth? Each was a paragon of unparalleled national stature, bearing weight enough to move Longxia's destiny. Yet the most conspicuous figure within the conference room was none other than the man at the head of the table, bearing upon his shoulders a single stalk of 3 stars. Mr. Lu, how do you do? I am Wu Shanhe, Commander-in-Chief of Longxia's Eastern Theater Command. Wu Shanhe spoke first, extending his hand toward Lu Zheng in greeting. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, even Lu Zheng, who had endured the cataclysm of Doomsday, could not help but feel tempestuous waves surging within his heart. The paramount commander of the Eastern Theater. This was a titan perched upon the very apex of Longxia's pyramid of power. The nation's degree of concern far exceeded his expectations. Mr. Lu, the intelligence you provided concerning the northern domain mineral veins has already been verified. Even the reserve estimates of the rare mineral deposits align precisely with your account. Beyond this, the scientific research projects you described have likewise been confirmed by us one by one. Among them, several are projects only recently approved or still in the planning stage, classified at the highest level. Coupled with the 6th-generation fighter data you furnished, we are now convinced that you truly do hail from the future. Upon hearing Wu Shanha's declaration, Lu Zheng felt his eyes welling with the brink of tears. To have earned the nation's trust. In that moment, Lu Zheng's heart knew a profound and unshakable tranquility. However, there is a question we should like to consult with you about, Mr. Lu. Could it be that future Longxia developed a time machine, which is how you, Mr. Lu, managed to traverse back to the present? The professors and academicians seated throughout the room turned their gazes upon Lu Zheng. If the future had truly given rise to such a contrivance as a time machine, it would constitute a seismic shock to the foundations of established scientific theory. Yet Lu Zheng merely shook his head, much to my regret. Until the utter extinction of humankind, no time machine had ever been devised by any nation upon this earth. As for how I accomplished my crossing through time, truth be told, I remain uncertain myself. Mutant beasts breached the underground bastion in which I sheltered. I believed my end had come, yet when I opened my eyes once more I had crossed through to the present day. At these words, an instantaneous hush descended upon the entire conference room. Wu Shanha's countenance grew solemn. The extinction of humankind. Mutant beasts. Mr. Lu, might you tell us precisely what transpired in the future? Lu Zheng replied, a great many earth-shattering events shall unfold in the future. I shall first recount several that may serve as representative. 1 month hence, on the 15th day of the coming month, a meteorite with a diameter of roughly 500 meters shall collide with the land of Yingzi. Casualties shall exceed 10 million. These words fell upon the assembly like a cataclysmic bomb. In an instant, they detonated within the hearts of every soul present in the conference room. Wu Shanha signaled the aide beside him to record Lu Zheng's words. Lu Zheng continued, within half a year the 3 major seismic belts of the globe shall become collectively active, with small and moderate earthquakes occurring without cease. 1 year hence, a super hurricane shall sweep across the eastern coastline of the Liberty Nation, obliterating the majority of its coastal cities outright. 3 years hence, the magnetic field of Blue Star shall begin to falter, solar radiation shall reach the surface unfiltered, and the global climate shall spin wholly beyond control. Of course, these pale in comparison to the calamities that shall follow thereafter. Lu Zheng's expression grew solemn. 5 years hence, a super virus shall sweep across the globe, claiming the lives of over 100 million souls. Alongside the virus, various mutant monstrosities shall emerge. Nations across the world shall fight with desperate resolve, yet prove utterly incapable of withstanding wave upon wave of these creatures, ultimately descending into a living purgatory. Only Longxia, by virtue of its complete industrial system and geographical advantages, shall endure in grinding resistance. At this juncture, a note of sorrow had crept into Lu Zheng's voice. Alas! Yet even this shall not hold for long. Under such extreme conditions, the creature's mutation shall accelerate ever further, their forms growing ever more formidable. 10 years hence, the beast shall breach the last underground bastion of Longxia. The age of humankind shall come to its definitive end. Not a sound stirred within the conference room. They felt that Lu Zheng's words sounded as though lifted from the script of a science fiction film. Had it not already been proven that every piece of intelligence Lu Zheng had furnished was genuine, they would surely have deemed him mad. Commander Wu, if our Longxia is to endure through the great tribulation, preparations must commence from this very moment. Beyond those events I have just recounted, I am prepared to provide you with all manner of significant intelligence concerning the coming decade, including which cities shall be the first to fall, which coastlines require fortification, which nations shall harbor malicious intent when the virus shall proliferate, and what characteristics and weaknesses the creatures possess. Wu Shanha's brow furrowed deeply. Mr. Lu, we believe you. However, redirecting an entire nation toward preparation for an apocalyptic refuge shall require a measure of time. Moreover, in the construction of Doomsday defense infrastructure, there are numerous technical quandaries awaiting resolution. Lu Zheng raised his gaze to meet Wu Shanha's. The technical quandaries I can resolve. Wu Shanha's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Mr. Lu, could it be that you also possess advanced technologies from the future? At this, Lu Zheng replied with a smile, far more than that. What I possess are technologies 100-fold more advanced than even those of the future. Commander Wu, there is yet another matter I must announce to you all. Beneath the gaze of every soul assembled, Lu Zheng spoke. In truth, I also possess a system. System? Wu Shanha asked in astonishment. What is that? Lu Zheng explained, Commander Wu, let me put it this way. A system is essentially a cheat code. The moment I was reborn, a Wan Daichang Long system appeared in my consciousness. As long as I complete the system's tasks, I can receive rewards. The various cutting-edge technologies that Longxia currently lacks are among those rewards. The Minister of National Cybersecurity spoke up, the concept of a system, now that I happen to know a bit about. But isn't that all just fictional nonsense from online novels? How do you have one? Lu Zheng shook his head. It's like transmigration. I can't explain it either. Wu Shanhe continued questioning. Then what system tasks do you need to complete? Faced with this question, Lu Zheng felt somewhat embarrassed instead. The core objective of this Wan Daichang Long system is to continue my bloodline. So, Lu Zheng then provided a detailed explanation of his system's capabilities. Silence. More silence. For a moment, even Wu Shanhe didn't know what to say. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the end of the world, the extinction of humanity. How could they suddenly pivot to that kind of matter? Such an abrupt shift left everyone in the room unable to process it. A Navy admiral spoke up. Mr. Lu, are you serious? Lu Zheng nodded very seriously. Given the circumstances we're in now, I have no reason to joke about something like this. Everyone turned their gaze to Wu Shanhe, awaiting his decision. Wu Shanhe was seen patting Lu Zheng's shoulder. Mr. Lu, I trust you. Even setting that aside for a moment, even without any system tasks. Given the value of the intelligence you're providing, the state wouldn't have any issue assigning you a wife. Wu Shanhe waved his hand grandly. Notify the Population Information Department. Pull up all the files on eligible daughters of revolutionary families. They must be of impeccable background, proper in character and appearance. Let Mr. Lu take his pick. Lu Zheng interjected, Commander Wu, there's another piece of information. To ensure quality, the system requires these high-scoring women to have an affection level of at least 90% toward me. But in my past life, I was never married, nor did I ever date. Getting that affection level up might prove a bit difficult. At this point, Wu Shanhe suddenly showed a troubled expression. Finding these high-scoring women you mentioned wouldn't be hard. It's just a matter of selecting from the national database. But this affection level thing, that's essentially courting women, isn't it? However, the rest of us don't seem to know the first thing about courting women, do we? Wu Shanhe looked at the people around him. They were either battle-hardened soldiers or scientists burdened with affairs of state. When it came to courting women, their experience was practically zero. Commander Wu, I do have a candidate in mind. The staff officer beside him suddenly spoke up, Major Lu Ruashi from the Military Art and Cultural Troop. She's highly capable and familiar with what young people like. She might be able to help. Wu Shanhe's eyes lit up at this. Could summon her here at once. While waiting for Lu Ruashi, the various luminaries in the room took turns questioning Lu Zheng. Mr. Lu, you said that the island nation of Yingzi would be struck by a meteorite in a month. How would our country be affected? Fortunately, Longxia wouldn't suffer any impact. At most, the coastal regions would experience mild tremors. Mr. Lu, you mentioned a super virus emerging in the future. What are its characteristics? This virus defies our conventional understanding. Not only is its transmission efficiency extraordinarily high, but its mortality rate is also shockingly devastating. Mr. Lu, what do these future monsters look like? Logically speaking, with humanity's current weapons, no carbon-based creature should be a threat. If you're asking about the monsters, then I have quite a lot more to say. About half an hour later, the conference room door was pushed open. A woman clad in military uniform walked in. Her features were exquisite, and a commanding spirit radiated from her brow. The instant Lu Zheng laid eyes on her, Lu Ruashi's personal data instantly materialized in his mind. Name Lu Ruashi. Age, 25. Height, weight, 172 centimeters to 50 kilograms. Strength rating B. Personality, optimistic and proactive, humorous and clever. Appearance score, 92. Personality score, 94. Romantic history, 0 relationships. Comprehensive score, 89. Remarks, graduated from the Military Art Academy, proficient in dance and vocal performance. Skilled in interpersonal relations, no bad habits, no hereditary diseases in family. Lu Zheng now truly understood a saying. All the good-looking ones have been dedicated to the country. In terms of both figure and looks, Lu Ruashi was absolutely 100 times more striking than any class beauty or campus belle he had ever seen at school. Yet even a beauty of this caliber only scored 89 points. Lu Zheng pondered for a moment. He suspected she might have lost a few points on figure. Major Lu Ruashi reporting, as ordered. Seeing the room full of luminaries, Lu Ruashi couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Wu Shanhe waved his hand. I've called you here because I have a mission for you. He pointed at Lu Zheng. Help Mr. Lu find a woman with a comprehensive score of 90 or above and help him win her over. Lu Ruashi was stunned. For a moment, she even wondered if she had misheard. The commander-in-chief of Longxia's Eastern Theater Command had personally summoned her, and in front of all these military and scientific luminaries. It was merely to help someone court a woman. Lu Ruashi turned her astonished gaze toward Lu Zheng. She thought Lu Zheng looked utterly ordinary. At best, he seemed like an ordinary college student. How could such a person have caught the attention of so many luminaries? But for soldiers, obedience to orders is their sacred duty. Although hesitant, Lu Ruashi still responded, understood. Reporting to Commander Wu, may I ask what the scoring criteria are? Wu Shanha seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to Lu Zheng. Oh right, Mr. Lu, I forgot to ask. What are your scoring criteria based on? Lu Zheng found himself momentarily speechless. This. Because some topics were truly too embarrassing to voice. Mr. Lu, don't hold back. Just speak freely. Lu Zheng responded, the comprehensive score is mainly influenced by 4 indicators. They are appearance, personality, figure, and chastity. Beyond that, factors like no bad habits and no hereditary family diseases are also considered. Wu Shanha said, thoughtfully, appearance is subjective. Everyone's aesthetic differs. Personality and chastity wouldn't be recorded in big data either. The only things that can be comprehensively screened are figure and hereditary diseases. Wu Shanha looked at Lu Ruashi. Based on these criteria, for now, screen out a batch of candidate women for Mr. Lu. Understood. The conference room computer was granted top-level clearance and connected to the national database on the spot. Building on figure and hereditary disease as the foundation, Lu Ruashi added additional filters such as education, occupation, and family background. Because if they were selecting high-scoring women, they naturally had to be outstanding in every aspect. But even with these filters, the final selection still numbered in the tens of thousands. Wu Shanha suddenly realized that Lu Zheng also needed to build affection with these high-scoring women. So following their original approach, selecting from among the children of revolutionary families might not necessarily be the best idea. Although children from such families would unconditionally execute state orders. In matters of romance, however, their affection levels might not rise quickly. On the contrary, women from simpler families with simpler social circles might find it easier to develop affection. Thinking of this, Wu Shanha offered a reminder from the side. Remove the family background filter to narrow the scope. Start the search locally in Linjiang. Because Mr. Lu is a native of Linjiang, he'd be more familiar with the local area. The age difference with Mr. Lu shouldn't exceed 2 years. People of the same age have more topics in common, making it easier to connect. With these additional constraints, the final pool of candidates was reduced to just 40 or 50 individuals. Any one of them plucked at random would absolutely be the cream of the crop. A gem among gems, the pinnacle among beauties. As Lu Zheng's gaze lingered, the information of these women was presented one by one. Lu Renjia, 23 years old, 170 centimeters tall. Appearance score 95. Personality score 92. Number of former partners 108. Comprehensive score 59. Lu Zheng was momentarily speechless. Li Zhaodi, 22 years old, 168 centimeters tall. Appearance score 95. Personality score 94. Comprehensive score 50. Lu Zheng was astonished. This girl's data was flawless in every aspect. Why was her comprehensive score even lower than the previous one? The answer appeared in the remarks. Her father was a gambler, her mother was ill, and she had 7 hungry mouths to feed. All of them prioritized her younger brothers above everything else. Lu Zheng continued browsing through the profiles. Perfect looks, but terrible personalities, various other flaws galore. After flipping through more than half, the highest score he could find was only 85. Just as Lu Zheng was about to switch to another batch, a girl's profile caught his attention. Name Su Jinyao. Age 22. Identity junior student in the music department at Linjiang University. Height, weight 168 centimeters, 50 kilograms. Appearance score 95. Personality score 95. Comprehensive score 92. Remarks kind and timid, gentle and quiet, loves music, no bad habits, no hereditary diseases in the family. Wu Shanha noticed the change in Lu Zheng's expression. Does this girl meet your requirements? Lu Zheng nodded, and immediately Wu Shanha issued his orders. Lu Ruashi, you may mobilize all resource authorities at your disposal. The mission objective is singular help Mr. Lu win over Miss Su. Lu Ruashi grew increasingly curious about what made Lu Zheng so extraordinary that he could command Wu Shanha to give such orders. Returning to Linjiang University, it was already approaching dusk. From the outside, only Lu Zheng and Lu Ruashi stood at the campus gate. In truth, the security guard, taxi drivers along the roadside, and street cleaners everywhere had all been replaced by military personnel. Their mission was to safeguard Lu Zheng's personal security from every angle. Surveillance shows that Su Jinyao is currently practicing the piano in the music classroom. We have prepared 3 contact strategies. Begin with Plan A. Lu Ruashi handed Lu Zheng a miniature earpiece. Wear this so we can communicate at any time. Lu Zheng couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of having the entire nation backing him up was simply exhilarating. Standing at the door of the music classroom, Lu Zheng saw a girl in a white dress seated before the piano, playing gracefully. Her skin was fair and luminous, like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Target is in position. Proceeding with Plan A. Lu Ruashi spoke into Lu Zheng's ear. My people will pretend to cause trouble for Su Jinyao. You will step in and rescue her, completing your initial contact. Lu Zheng frowned slightly. Isn't this plot a bit cliched? Lu Ruashi explained patiently. When a person encounters danger, the accelerated heartbeat can be misattributed as affection towards someone nearby. This psychological phenomenon is called the suspension bridge effect. Since you and Su Jinyao have never met before, if you wish to rapidly close the distance between you two, this is the most efficient method. Lu Zheng sighed once more. The national team was truly different. This was what professionalism looked like. Hey, how much longer do you plan to play? It sounds awful. A boy walked up to Su Jinyao and aggressively threw her sheet music onto the floor. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'll leave right away. Su Jinyao hurriedly apologized, but the boy pressed on relentlessly. Sorry. What good is sorry? Don't tell me you're going to cry, eh? Damn it, I told you to stop pretending. The boy raised his hand about to grab Su Jinyao's wrist. Stop. Lu Zheng stepped in front of Su Jinyao protectively. Do you have any shame bullying a girl? To be honest, even after living 2 lifetimes. This was Lu Zheng's first time playing the hero, and he had to admit it was thrilling. The boy and Lu Zheng stared at each other, and the air grew instantly silent. Lu Ruashi quickly reminded him through the intercom. Don't just stand there. Say your lines. The boy finally snapped out of it. You've got guts, kid. Just wait until I deal with you. With those parting threats, the boy stormed out of the classroom in anger. Soon only Lu Zheng and Su Jinyao remained. Secure the corridor entrance. No one is to approach this classroom. Lu Zheng, from this point forward, no one will disturb you, and Su Jinyao. Proceed with your original plan. Find an opportunity to invite her to dinner. Lu Ruashi's voice came through the intercom. Lu Zheng looked at the delicate, fragrant girl before him and admitted to himself that he was indeed captivated. Thank you. Su Jinyao fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, her voice sweetness personified. Just as Lu Zheng was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the progress bar above Su Jinyao's head had changed. Affection level increased by 30%. Current affection level 30%. Lu Zheng knew he needed to raise the target girl's affection toward him, but he never expected it to appear in such an intuitive numerical form. Why are you frozen? Say your lines. Lu Ruashi prompted him through the earpiece. Lu Zheng spoke directly. As long as I'm here, no one will ever bully you again. Even Lu Zheng felt a flush of embarrassment saying something so cheesy. He didn't know where Lu Ruashi had found these domineering CEO lines. The cringe factor was off the charts. Yet somehow this tactic actually worked on Su Jinyao. Affection level increased by 5%. Current affection level 35%. Lu Zheng couldn't help but remark, women truly understand women best. He picked up the sheet music from the floor, and a piece of paper slipped out from within. Is this a song you wrote yourself? Lu Zheng asked, looking at the handwritten lyrics on the page. Su Jinyao quickly snatched the paper back, her face flushing crimson. I just wrote it casually. The way she looked now resembled a little kitten, utterly adorable and pitiful. Originally, only her face had been red. Now even the roots of her ears had turned crimson. From outside, Lu Ruashi heard Su Jinyao's response, and immediately spoke up. This is a great opportunity. Quick, use this song as a topic to draw the two of you closer together. Acting on Lu Ruashi's instruction, Lu Zheng said, these lyrics seem to be about your grandmother. Judging by that, you must have a very close relationship with her, don't you? Su Jinyao nodded. Yes. I was raised by my grandmother since childhood. Grandma said she likes listening to me sing, so I wanted to write a song for her. But I've been writing for so long, and it still doesn't sound right. Perhaps I truly lack talent. Lu Zheng immediately countered. Who said that? What you just played sounded wonderful. And if you'd like, I can help you polish it a bit. Su Jinyao was somewhat surprised. Really? But that would be too much trouble. She bit her lower lip and mustered her courage. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Lu Zheng placed the sheet music back on the stand. All right, then I won't refuse. Normally many people pursued Su Jinyao, but this was the first time she had ever chatted with a boy up close for so long. Before leaving, she sat back at the piano with flushed cheeks. Su Jinyao intended to play a piano piece for Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng stood quietly beside her, appreciating her as one would appreciate a work of art. At the same time, Lu Ruashi gave orders to the others. Immediately contact renowned domestic composers and lyricists. Adapt and refine this song right away. No delays. It was dinner time. Lu Zheng and Su Jinyao had just left the teaching building. At that moment, several figures in the distance were watching them intently. Who the hell is that little brat? How dare he hang around our Yao Yao? Doesn't he know that Yao Yao belongs to our young master Wang? Let's go see what kind of trash this guy is. But before the group had taken more than a few steps, two men, their bodies rippling with sinewy muscle, burst out from a grove of trees. They didn't even have time to cry out before being dragged away like dead dogs. Did you hear something just now? Su Jinyao couldn't help but turn her head. Maybe you misheard. Lu Zheng replied. The restaurant was bustling with people. Su Jinyao found a seat by the window and sat down. She sensed that the other patrons that evening seemed oddly strange, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what felt off. Despite the crowd, an unusual silence hung in the air. No sooner had the dishes been served than the two of them fell into silence. In his past life, Lu Zheng had been an impossibly dense man. He had never once dined with a girl. So much so that he now had absolutely no idea what to talk about. As for Su Jinyao, she kept her head bowed low, her face flushed a deep crimson. Perhaps it was the overwhelming nerves. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Lu Ruashi's voice promptly crackled through his earpiece. Don't just stand there frozen. Chat with her about everyday things. Only then did Lu Zheng speak up. Su Jinyao, where's your hometown? My family is from a county town near Linjiang City. It's not far. Where did you go to school? Were your elementary and middle school years both back in your hometown? I came to the city for high school after finishing middle school and later got into Linjiang University. How often do you get to see your grandmother? On the other end of the earpiece, Lu Ruashi rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared into her skull. She felt Lu Zheng was practically the nuclear warhead of dense men. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was conducting a household registration check. Su Jinyao swallowed hard. Grandma hasn't been well lately. I go to see her every day. Lu Zheng gave a non-committal hum and once again found himself at a loss for words. The moment of ease that had just settled between them dissolved into awkwardness once more. Lu Zheng, there's sauce on her lip. Hand her a napkin. Lu Zheng's hand trembled slightly as he picked up a napkin and glanced towards Su Jinyao. Caught off guard by his gaze, Su Jinyao instinctively pressed her lips together. What's wrong? In that moment, Lu Zheng panicked terribly. As if possessed by some unseen force, he actually reached out and gently wiped the corner of Su Jinyao's mouth for her. Su Jinyao froze entirely, her face flushing a scarlet so intense it seemed ready to bleed. Lu Zheng hastily withdrew his hand, feigning composure as he said, Why, you had something on your lip. Affection increased by 5. Current affection 40. Lu Zheng hadn't expected that his clumsy accident would coincidentally raise her affection. The meal was eaten in fits and starts full of stumbles. As they were nearing the end, Su Jinyao called over a server. Could you pack up an order of lotus leaf porridge and a stir-fried seasonal vegetable for me, please? Wasn't the food enough earlier? Lu Zheng couldn't help but ask. Su Jinyao's gaze suddenly dimmed. My grandmother is sick. She's still in the hospital. I'm bringing her something to eat. Lu Zheng said, nothing, waiting for the server to finish settling the bill. He then walked straight to the front desk and scanned the code to pay. I was supposed to treat you. How could you pay? Su Jinyao grew anxious and hurried over after him. It's just a meal, don't worry about it. If you feel bad about it, you can treat me next time, Lu Zheng said lightly. At the entrance of the restaurant, Su Jinyao dawdled hesitantly for quite a while, as though she wanted to say something. After wrestling with herself for a long moment, she finally spoke with visible difficulty. Lu Zheng, I need to go to the hospital to see my grandmother. I won't be able to walk you back to school. Lu Zheng casually pulled open the door of a taxi by the roadside. I'll come with you. It happens to be on the way. Su Jinyao blinked in surprise. Huh, that's on the way too. Then all right. On the road, Lu Zheng noticed the driver was a burly man, his muscles threatening to tear through his uniform. He couldn't help but marvel. The military had even arranged the taxi drivers. When the national team steps in, you can truly count on them. The moment they stepped into the hospital ward, the sharp scent of antiseptic washed over them. Su Jinyao's grandmother lay in bed, her complexion a sickly waxen yellow, her breathing labored with difficulty. Grandma, I've come to see you. I brought you some porridge too. The old woman forced her eyes open. Yeah. Don't worry, Grandma is fine. In truth, Su Jinyao knew in her heart that her grandmother's time was running short. She tried desperately to hold herself together, yet tears still fell unchecked down her cheeks. Seeing this, Lu Zheng gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Your grandmother's illness. I can cure it. Su Jinyao's head snapped up. Why, you're serious? But even the major hospitals aren't confident about this. And, you're not even a medical student, are you? Lu Zheng replied with a smile. Relax. If I dare to say it, I have the certainty to back it up. At that same moment, Lu Ruashi's voice came through the earpiece. Everything is already arranged. The country's top medical team is taking a military flight over, arriving through the night. They'll be here in half an hour. Lu Zheng acknowledged with a hum and said no more. He simply looked at Su Jinyao. Just wait. Your grandmother will be all right. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the ward. A group of people in military uniforms and white coats filed in, surrounding several elderly figures. The elderly man at the forefront was none other than the renowned national authority in cardiac and cranial medicine, Professor Huang. Trailing behind Professor Huang were the various leading officials of Linjiang Hospital. Even the hospital director himself jogged along behind them, his forehead beaded with sweat. Even the director was utterly dumbfounded by this spectacle. He had no idea what was happening, how the military had even been alarmed, and how they had even managed to bring Professor Huang here. And may I ask, what brings you all here? With so many people flooding into the ward at once, Su Jinyao's face was a portrait of bewilderment. Professor Huang spoke. Young lady, we have come to perform surgery on your grandmother. Su Jinyao instinctively turned her gaze to Lu Zheng. She could scarcely believe it. Were all these medical luminaries connections Lu Zheng had summoned? Under the combined efforts of these distinguished experts, the surgery was a resounding success. The old woman was also transferred to Linjiang Hospital's most prestigious VIP ward. Before departing, Professor Huang said to Lu Zheng and Su Jinyao, "The patient is out of danger. With proper rest and recuperation, she should be able to leave the hospital in 4 or 5 days." Everything that had just transpired felt like a dream to Su Jinyao. Her grandmother's illness had actually been cured, just like that. So much so that Su Jinyao couldn't help but wonder, what on earth was Lu Zheng's background? Well, did I lie to you? Just as Su Jinyao was still lost in a daze, Lu Zheng suddenly spoke up beside her. "Lu Zheng, thank you. I don't even know how I could ever repay you. If you don't know how to repay me, then how about you pledge yourself to me in marriage?" Su Jinyao's face instantly flushed crimson all the way to the tips of her ears. For a long moment, she was utterly speechless. She nervously twisted the hem of her little skirt between her fingers. Lu Zheng affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, don't overthink everything for now. Your grandmother just pulled through a serious illness. Spend the evening keeping her company. I'll come find you tomorrow." As he was leaving, Lu Zheng noticed the progress bar hovering above Su Jinyao's head shift. Affection increased by 40. Current affection 80. Night had fallen deep. Lu Zheng followed Lu Ruashi into a detached villa. "To ensure your safety, this is the temporary residence arranged for you by the military. Please don't take it amiss." Lu Zheng could not help but think to himself, this is a villa. How could anyone possibly complain? Through the window, he noticed numerous figures lurking both in plain sight and in the shadows. Every one of them had been deployed by the military to protect him. The projector in the villa's living room flickered to life, revealing the face of Wu Shana. "Lu Zheng, how is your operation progressing?" "Quite smoothly. Su Jinyao's favorability toward me has already reached 80%. Wu Shana's eyes lit up. "How much more is needed to meet the target?" "Just another 10%. Lu Zheng replied. To this, Wu Shana said, "Good. Give it some extra effort tomorrow. If the system rewards are real, the impact on Longxia will be immensely significant." Time swiftly rolled into the following morning. Lu Zheng stepped out of his bedroom and took in the sight. Lu Ruashi had her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her very bearing radiated a dashing, valiant spirit. Before her a table had already been laid with breakfast. Hearing Lu Zheng's footsteps, Lu Ruashi turned her head. "All these ingredients are specially supplied by the military, absolutely safe." Lu Zheng never expected the nation would even cover his breakfast. During the meal, he had intended to send a message to Su Jinyao. The moment he took out his phone, his wrist was seized by Lu Ruashi. "What are you doing?" "Sending Su Jinyao a good morning message to deepen our bond." "No." Lu Ruashi vetoed it without hesitation. She wore an enigmatic expression. "Do you know what it means to play hard to get? If you reach out now, you'll only cheapen yourself. Best to make her unable to resist coming to you." Lu Zheng was briefly taken aback, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration within his heart. Truly a master of the craft. That move is utterly profound. Before long, a message from Su Jinyao popped up. "Lu Zheng, thank you for yesterday." Lu Zheng's eyes lit up, but Lu Ruashi continued to block him. "No, you still can't reply. Let her stew a while longer. Wait until she's anxious. Then the effect will be optimal." Since his military strategist had spoken thus, Lu Zheng had no choice but to comply. He could not help muttering inwardly, "A woman's heart is indeed a needle at the bottom of the sea." Meanwhile, in the VIP ward of Linjiang Hospital, Su Jinyao gazed at her phone with eager anticipation. After waiting a considerable while, not a single message came from Lu Zheng. Could it be that he's grown tired of me? Su Jinyao bit her lip, her heart utterly unsteady. Or perhaps he was too exhausted yesterday and hasn't woken yet. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jinyao sent another message. "Lu Zheng, are you awake?" The instant her message went out, Lu Zheng's reply arrived. "I'm at the hospital entrance." Su Jinyao leapt to her feet in a flash. "Grandma, I'm stepping out for a bit." Watching Su Jinyao's whirlwind departure, the old lady on the hospital bed could not resist teasing. "You silly girl. Surely you haven't fallen in love, have you?" Su Jinyao's cheeks flushed crimson. "Grandma, what nonsense are you saying?" When Su Jinyao arrived at the hospital entrance, Lu Zheng said, "Come on, I'm taking you somewhere fun today." Once in the car, Su Jinyao could not help glancing at the driver. The driver was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted. The muscles on his arms bulged prominently. He looked impressively sturdy. "Sir, do you usually enjoy working out?" Su Jinyao asked curiously. The driver was momentarily stunned. His superiors had only told him to come serve as an undercover driver. They hadn't mentioned he would have lines. I guess so, just a bit of casual training." Su Jinyao nodded thoughtfully. She turned and whispered very softly to Lu Zheng. "The driver who took us to the hospital yesterday also looked quite muscular. Seems like fitness is really trending these days." Lu Zheng merely smiled and said nothing more. Upon arriving at the amusement park, Su Jinyao excitedly pointed ahead. "Lu Zheng, let's go ride the carousel." At that very moment, Lu Ruashi's voice came through his earpiece. "No, take her on the roller coaster instead." Lu Zheng quietly responded. "Wouldn't scaring her be a bit unfair?" Lu Ruashi explained. Have you forgotten the suspension bridge effect I mentioned to you last time? Trust me, it's the right call. Lu Zheng had no choice but to say to Su Jinyao, Yao, the roller coaster over there looks like fun. Shall we try that one instead? Upon hearing this, Su Jinyao's little face instantly turned pale. The young girl was clearly terrified. Oh, okay, whatever you say. Su Jinyao replied in a soft, milky voice. While waiting in line for the roller coaster, Su Jinyao's hands were trembling. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Zheng's heart truly could not bear it. But to quickly raise her favorability, he had no other recourse. Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng. Once strapped in, Su Jinyao clutched Lu Zheng's hand tightly, her palm drenched in sweat. She called out his name over and over again, as though grasping at a life-saving straw. In the past, Lu Zheng would certainly have been afraid of riding a roller coaster himself. But in his previous life, he had weathered countless life-and-death moments. Setting everything else aside, just the ejection escape mechanism in the underground fortress alone was more thrilling than any roller coaster by countless magnitudes. Several minutes later, the roller coaster gradually came to a halt. Su Jinyao had screamed throughout the entire ride and now lacked even the strength to move. Her legs gave way and she lost her footing in an instant. Like a soft, squishy little kitten, she simply nestled into Lu Zheng's embrace. In that fleeting instant, both their faces flushed scarlet. Are you alright? Lu Zheng held Su Jinyao in his arms and asked gently. Su Jinyao shook her head, her face glowing crimson. I am fine. At this moment, Su Jinyao's heart felt as though a little deer were bounding about in chaotic frenzy. She did not even dare to lift her head to meet Lu Zheng's gaze. After quite a while, Su Jinyao finally recovered. She tugged at Lu Zheng's arm and pointed toward a spot not far away. A crowd had gathered there, many clutching plush toys in their arms. Lu Zheng, there's a balloon shooting stall over there. I already went on the roller coaster with you. Will you come take a look with me now? Hearing Su Jinyao speak in such a tone, Lu Zheng's heart nearly melted. Upon arriving at the stall, Su Jinyao gazed at the largest plush toy and could barely drag herself away. Seems she really loves plush toys. We'll arrange for an actor in a moment to help you win the plush toy. The moment Lu Ruashi finished speaking, Lu Zheng responded, no need. This time I'll do it myself. Lu Ruashi on the other end of the earpiece. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Zheng picked up the toy gun at the stall. Boss, what's the deal to win that biggest plush toy? Young man, hit all 10 shots, and that big plush is yours to take. Su Jinyao tugged at the corner of Lu Zheng's shirt. Lu Zheng, that one looks too hard. If you could win me a small plush toy, I'd already be so happy. Lu Zheng said nothing, simply raising the toy gun. He took aim at the wall of balloons several meters away. This stall owner is a complete ripoff. Who in their right mind could hit a target from that far away? I just gave it a try. The bullets are so featherweight that even a light breeze will knock them off course. No one stands a chance. What do you know? This kid is definitely trying to show off in front of his girlfriend. Wait until he fails and loses face. Upon hearing the words, girlfriend, Su Jinyao's face instantly flushed all the way to her ears. She stole a quick glance at Lu Zheng. Bang! Just then a gunshot echoed through the air. Several meters away, a balloon burst on the wall. Bang! 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 Lu Zheng pulled the trigger in rapid succession without the slightest hesitation. The crowd's chatter fell dead silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared fixatedly at the balloon wall. An entire row of balloons exploded one after another, not a single one spared. The stall owner had been lounging with his legs crossed, humming a tune to himself. But at that sight, he bounced to his feet in disbelief. No way. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this crappy gun possibly hit every single time? The boss was beginning to question reality itself. The bystanders around him were equally dumbfounded, especially those who had been egging him on most enthusiastically just moments before. Now their faces were painted with pure astonishment. Huh. This has to be rigged, right? One shot, one balloon. What kind of godlike marksmanship is this? I always say the real masters hide among the common folk. Could this kid be a retired special forces operative? Su Jinyao was already somewhat shy by nature. Seeing this display, she was completely captivated by Lu Zheng. How is he so incredible? Su Jinyao couldn't help but wonder. She watched as Lu Zheng pointed to the largest plush toy and said, Boss, I'll take that one. The vendor's expression darkened noticeably. He dawdled and procrastinated for what felt like an eternity before finally dragging over that biggest plush toy. Meanwhile, Lu Ruashi's voice came through the earpiece. Well done, kid. I never expected your marksmanship to be this hidden. Lu Zheng simply smiled and said nothing more. Recalling his past life, mutated monsters frequently roamed near the shelter. All his shooting skills had been forged during those desperate times. Moreover, those creatures were extremely fast-moving targets. Against such stationary balloons, Lu Zheng found it utterly trivial. Let's go find something else to do. They spent the entire day enjoying attractions at the amusement park. As evening approached, they stood before the Ferris wheel. This would be the last ride Lu Zheng and Su Jinyao shared before parting. The cabin rose slowly. They sat facing each other, and an awkward silence settled between them. Su Jinyao clutched the plush toy to her chest. Her heart pounded relentlessly. Lu Zheng, everything is in place. It's all up to you now, Lu Ruashi said through the earpiece. As the cabin neared its highest point, the glittering nightscape of nearly all of Linjiang City sprawled beneath them. Yaya, did you have fun today? I had a wonderful time. Was it because I was with you, or because we came to the amusement park? Su Jinyao bit her lower lip, becoming even more delicately shy. It was because you were with me. Then do you hope every day from now on will be just as happy? Su Jinyao lifted her gaze and found herself locked in eye contact with Lu Zheng. Just as her eyes began to dart away, Lu Zheng firmly took her hand. Yaya, what I'm trying to say is, will you be my girlfriend? Boom. A firework blossomed in the distant sky. Immediately after, multicolored fireworks lit up the night. In that moment, Su Jinyao's mind went completely blank. The little deer inside her heart was now thrashing about wildly. Could all these fireworks have been prepared by him? Does he care about me this deeply? What should I do right now, eh? To be honest, Su Jinyao already harbored feelings for Lu Zheng. She had simply never expected him to move so quickly. Not in a place like this. And not in such a manner. In contrast, Lu Zheng did not rush her. He simply gazed at Su Jinyao with tenderness in his eyes. After a long silence, Su Jinyao looked up at him. I do. Hearing those 3 words, Lu Zheng remained composed. But on the other end of the earpiece, Lu Ruashi jumped up in excitement. Yes. We finally did it. In truth, Su Jinyao's affection level had already reached 90% earlier that day. At that point, if he had simply rushed her, he could have completed the system task as soon as possible. But Lu Zheng felt that this was his first genuine romance. And it was also Su Jinyao's first love. Certain rituals, after all, were worth observing. Late at night after the movie ended, Su Jinyao asked with some concern, Lu Zheng, do you think we can still catch the last bus? Lu Zheng glanced at the time. It's already midnight. Let me see if I can call a rideshare. He refreshed the app repeatedly, but no driver accepted their order. Su Jinyao tried as well with the same result. If it really comes down to it, we could just stay at a hotel tonight. Though these were pre-planned lines. Yet when Lu Zheng spoke them aloud, he still felt a touch embarrassed. This was his first time asking a girl to share a hotel room. Then all right. Su Jinyao replied, her face burning red. Now open the app and you'll see there's only one hotel with vacancies. Just head over there. To ensure that Lu Zheng and Su Jinyao could stay together naturally, Lu Ruashi had spared no effort. Upon arriving at the hotel, the front desk clerk immediately said, I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we only have 1 king bedroom remaining. Hearing this, Su Jinyao's face flushed crimson in an instant. Is there truly not a single room left? Even a smaller one would be fine, Lu Zheng asked. I apologize, sir, but that is truly all we have. Out on the street at this hour, neither of them could possibly sleep outdoors. They had no choice but to stay. But once they stepped into the room, the atmosphere grew even more awkward. Su Jinyao sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers nervously twisting. Lu Zheng leaned against the window, pretending to admire the night view. His peripheral vision, however, kept drifting towards Su Jinyao. When you execute your mission later, you can turn off the earpiece. After all, we should leave you a bit of privacy, Lu Ruashi said with a slightly mischievous smile. Lu Zheng was still pondering how to break the silence when Lu Ruashi continued. By the way, I figured you might feel embarrassed. So we'll cut the power to your room in a moment. Don't be nervous. Lu Zheng Sigma. Roll. Kalmodi. Inka. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Who even came up with something like this? Click. The lights in the room went out suddenly. Lu Zheng quickly walked over and pulled Su Jinyao into his arms. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Nighttime blackout. Every romantic buff had been stacked to the maximum. Bathed in the hazy moonlight, she could see Lu Zheng's face clearly. Those eyes were the most beautiful she had ever seen. And the most reassuring as well. Early the next morning, Lu Zheng was the first to wake. He too had slept in a dazed stupor. The moment he opened his eyes, a system panel materialized in the air before him. Congratulations to the host on successfully completing the quest. Rewards are now being distributed. Reward 1, Vigorous Vajra Kidneys Tireless in Battle. Reward 2, Super Wheat Seeds 200 kilograms. Reward 3, High Power Laser Defense Wristwatch 1 pair. Lu Zheng felt a warm surging power well up within his body. He touched his lower abdomen. It seems something really has changed, Lu Zheng muttered to himself. He gazed at Su Jinyao, who was still fast asleep beside him. Mission accomplished. I've already received the system rewards. Lu Zheng told Lu Ruashi everything the system had bestowed upon him, leaving nothing out. Lu Ruashi replied instantly, understood. I'll inform Commander Wu right away. You two rest at the hotel for now. Someone will come to pick you up shortly. Just then a soft whimper came from behind Lu Zheng. Su Jinyao rubbed her eyes, her voice tender and sweet. Lu Zheng, hug me. Lu Zheng turned around and pulled her into his embrace without hesitation. Su Jinyao was like a little kitten. She kept nuzzling against Lu Zheng's chest. She looked utterly adorable. Lu Zheng and Su Jinyao were having the breakfast specially provided by the hotel. During the meal, Su Jinyao kept stealing glances at Lu Zheng. Yet every time Lu Zheng turned his head, she would avert her gaze. "What's wrong?" Lu Zheng asked gently. Su Jinyao bit her lower lip, speaking with some hesitation. "Lu Zheng, you. What kind of person are you exactly? Last time when you saved Grandma, the doctors you brought in were no ordinary people." Just at that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Lu Zheng smiled and patted Su Jinyao's head. "Silly girl, you'll find out soon enough." When Lu Zheng opened the door, Su Jinyao was utterly stunned. For standing at the doorway were two soldiers clad in military uniforms. "It seems it's time for us to go," Lu Zheng said to Su Jinyao with a smile. Leaving the hotel, Su Jinyao discovered that the area outside had been placed under full lockdown. Not a single soul could be seen on the streets. Only a few military off-road vehicles waited at the hotel entrance. "Follow me, it's all right." Lu Zheng tightened his grip on Su Jinyao's hand and spoke in a gentle voice. Even after getting into the vehicle, Su Jinyao still hadn't recovered from her shock. She was becoming increasingly unable to fathom what background Lu Zheng truly had. He was clearly just a young man in his 20s. How could he have alarmed so many members of the military? About an hour later, the off-road vehicle drove deep into the mountains and arrived at a military compound. No sooner had the vehicle come to a stop than a woman bearing the insignia of a major on her shoulders strode briskly over. Lu Ruashi raised her hand in a salute and spoke. "Miss Su, hello. My name is Lu Ruashi. Please come with me to the resting area to settle in temporarily." Su Jinyao instinctively looked toward Lu Zheng, who replied, "I'll be back soon. Nothing will happen." Lu Ruashi added with a smile, "Please rest assured, Miss Su. I'm simply arranging a comfortable place for you to rest. Once Mr. Lu is finished, he'll come find you." Only after Su Jinyao's figure vanished from sight did Lu Zheng withdraw his gaze. He followed the other soldiers into the military conference room. The moment he pushed open the door, Lu Zheng was slightly taken aback. The vast conference room was packed with people. There were military officers in uniform, professors in white research coats, and officials in Zhongshan suits. Any single one of these people pulled out from this room was a towering figure in their respective field across Longxiao, whose very footsteps could shake the earth. Wu Shanhe spoke. "Xiao Lu, don't be nervous. Sit. The mission is complete." Lu Zheng straightened his back reflexively and replied with solemnity, "Report. The system has distributed the rewards." At these words, a slight ripple of commotion stirred through the conference room. After all, in the minds of these distinguished figures, this was simply too outrageous. Let alone anything called a system. Such a thing was utterly unheard of. "Now let me show you the system rewards." Lu Zheng raised his hand with a sweep, and a heavy sack of seeds materialized out of thin air. A full 200 kilograms of super wheat seeds. It slammed onto the floor with a heavy thud. The conference room fell instantly silent. Everyone stared at Lu Zheng with expressions of utter disbelief. When Lu Zheng had entered the conference room, they had seen with their own eyes that he carried nothing on him. Yet now such a massive sack of seeds had simply appeared out of nowhere. This was beyond the realm of magic tricks. This was sorcery. Wu Shanhe asked, "Lu Zheng, is this a sack of wheat seeds?" Lu Zheng nodded, scooped up a handful of seeds, and said, "These aren't ordinary seeds. They're super wheat seeds. Their maturation cycle is extremely short, and their yield is more than 10 times that of ordinary wheat." Hearing Lu Zheng's words, the agricultural experts present could no longer sit still. A silver-haired old man sprang to his feet abruptly and strode over to pick up a single seed. "Is everything you've said true? This seed has such a short maturation cycle, yet such a high yield." Lu Zheng nodded in response. "Every word is true. Furthermore, this wheat is extremely disease-resistant and can basically adapt to any soil environment. The system only rewarded 200 kilograms, but I'm willing to hand them all over to the nation. I hope the country can research the principles behind this wheat and achieve mass production." The old man's hands trembled as he cradled the seeds. The look in his eyes was as though he were gazing upon a treasure beyond compare. Wu Shanhe looked at the old professor. "Professor Zhang, can this be researched?" Professor Zhang replied without hesitation, "It can. It absolutely can. I'll go back and have the entire research institute work around the clock. Even if it kills me, I'll unearth the secret of this super wheat." Wu Shanhe nodded with a smile. "Good. I'll grant your research institute the highest authority. You must achieve mass production of this super wheat." Then Wu Shanhe spoke. "Lu Zheng, you mentioned earlier that the system also gave you a super weapon. Take it out and let everyone have a look now." Upon hearing there was a weapon, everyone in the conference room immediately became alert with interest. Lu Zheng understood the cue and swept his hand once more. An exquisitely crafted wristwatch suddenly appeared in his palm. Upon realizing this was merely a wristwatch, everyone was dumbfounded. This super weapon. It's actually just a wristwatch. This is no ordinary timepiece. It is a high-power laser wristwatch. However, the space here is too cramped for it to be fully utilized. Lu Zheng turned toward Wu Shanhe. Commander Wu let us head to the training ground and put it to the test. The entire entourage proceeded to the training ground in grand procession. Wu Shanha had long since arranged over a dozen steel plates. The plates were stacked layer upon layer, reaching a combined thickness of half a meter. Commander Wu, this may be a bit too thin. Get another set of these steel plates and stack them together for the test, Lu Zheng said. Wu Shanha could not help but ask, a full meter of steel. Are you certain? I am certain. Lu Zheng nodded. Since Lu Zheng had said so, Wu Shanha naturally ensured everything was arranged accordingly. Nearly a meter of stacked steel plate. Even an armor-piercing round might fail to penetrate it. Everyone present believed it impossible for a laser fired from merely a wristwatch to produce any meaningful effect. All those gathered donned protective goggles, and Lu Zheng pressed the button on his wristwatch. A blinding crimson beam shot forth instantly, sizzling, followed by a thunderous explosion. Everyone on site collectively gasped in shock. That impenetrable layer of thick steel plate had been instantaneously pierced through by the laser, leaving behind a perfectly smooth circular aperture. A ballistic weapons expert hurried forward. He stared at the round hole on the steel plate, his voice trembling as he said, This is impossible. Laser weapons require massive power supplies. Your wristwatch could not possibly contain that much electricity. Moreover, emitting such an intense laser beam would demand equipment capable of dissipating enormous heat. From every conceivable angle, this watch blatantly defies the laws of physics. Lu Zheng spoke calmly. I do not fully understand the specific principles either, but this was a reward granted by my system. I am also willing to hand over this laser wristwatch to the nation. I hope the nation can study and uncover the principles behind this timepiece. The officers and weapons experts present were instantly set ablaze with excitement. They could scarcely contain their eagerness to disassemble the wristwatch and study it on the spot. One officer exclaimed excitedly, This is wonderful. Once we master this technology, Dragon Summer's weaponry and equipment will undoubtedly leap to an entirely new level. Wu Shanha walked slowly and deliberately toward Lu Zheng. He meaningfully patted his shoulder. You have done splendidly. As expected, you have not disappointed us. Now you may tell us precisely what is going on with your system. Lu Zheng began to explain his system abilities in detail. After finishing his explanation, he added, This time, both the super wheat seeds and the laser wristwatch are rewards. The entire training ground fell into deathly silence. No matter who heard Lu Zheng's earlier explanation, they would surely find it absurd. Yet every person present had personally witnessed the devastating power of the laser wristwatch. As outrageous as it sounded, they had no choice but to believe it. Systems truly did exist. Take for instance the laser watch Lu Zheng had just demonstrated. That was simply technology capable of reshaping the entire global order. Wu Shanha spoke up. There are many things in this world that transcend our imagination. Humans from 1,000 years ago could never have envisioned the technology of today. Just as we cannot fathom the existence of systems, Wu Shanha continued, those young girls must be provided with comprehensive care. Including their families, we must grant them special consideration. We must resolve all their concerns. Others responded, no problem. We have already implemented this. The first girl who completed the task is named Su Jinyao. Although we provided some assistance in her romance with Lu Zheng, it was entirely mutual, with absolutely no coercion whatsoever. And regarding her grandmother's care, we have engaged the most top-tier nursing staff for round-the-clock attention. Absolutely no neglect. For Su Jinyao's future education, career, and livelihood, we will also ensure everything is properly arranged. Wu Shanha nodded with satisfaction, yet his expression grew increasingly somber. That said, since we have now confirmed that everything Lu Zheng has stated is true, we must take the coming apocalyptic catastrophes with the utmost seriousness. Regarding the apocalyptic catastrophes, these individuals already knew of them. Upon hearing that humanity's future would descend into such devastation, every expression turned gravely stern. Facing the apocalypse, we have no time to squander. We must immediately begin preparing in advance to seize the initiative. Wu Shanha commenced issuing orders. First, all departments under Dragon Summer's geological survey are to deploy immediately. Starting now, conduct geological surveys across the entire nation. Simultaneously initiate the underground city construction program. All blueprint designs, personnel arrangements, and material allocations must produce preliminary plans within 1 week. Second, immediately adjust import and export strategies. Curtail all heavy metal and mineral exports. Prioritize domestic resource needs through imports. Seal off all our own mineral reserves and preserve them for when the apocalypse arrives. Third, starting today across the entire nation, assist Lu Zheng in finding girls who meet the rating criteria. Where conditions permit, complete as many system missions as possible to obtain rewards. Only then will Dragon Summer possess sufficient strength to confront the apocalypse and rival nations in chaotic times. These 3 orders shall be regarded as highest-level operational directives. The entire plan is designated as the Yanhuang Project. symbolizing the continuation of the Yanhuang lineage, ensuring our Dragon Summer civilization endures for 10,000 generations. The assembly remained silent. The weight of the Yanhuang project was too immense, so heavy that they could not immediately come to terms with such a transformation. Lu Zheng stood where he was, his heart churned with overwhelming emotion. He could not help but marvel at how formidable the nation's backing truly was. This efficiency, this execution capability, it was simply more outrageous than his own system cheats. Regarding the underground city site selection, I possess considerable knowledge of future events. The Northwest region has stable geology, making it suitable for constructing large fortress-style underground cities. The southeastern coastal areas possess fragile geology and must have reinforced foundations, otherwise they cannot withstand tsunamis and earthquakes. As for the southwestern mountainous regions, there lie several undiscovered rare mineral deposits that can serve underground city construction. Lu Zheng spoke relentlessly. He even detailed the precautions necessary during underground city construction. The difficulty levels of unknown mineral development, he explained with complete clarity. Excellent, excellent. Quick record everything, Xiao Lu just said word for word. The geological department should survey according to the locations Xiao Lu mentioned. Advanced deployment will significantly boost efficiency. The Yanhuang project is divided into several sectors: underground city construction, customs, and trade, new weapons research, finding suitable girls, and so on. You may appoint the heads for each corresponding sector. I have only one requirement. Ensure that before the apocalypse arrives, Dragon Summer possesses the strength to withstand it. Wu Shanha immediately stood at attention and rendered a salute, his expression grim and resolute. Guaranteed to complete the mission. After the meeting, Wu Shanha led Lu Zheng to an operations room. The operations room was stripped of all unnecessary decoration. All four walls were lined with electronic screens. Dense streams of data flickered across the displays. This is a highly informatized operations command center. It integrates Dragon Summer's most cutting-edge technical resources, Wu Shanha introduced. Lu Ruashi had already been waiting in the operations room for some time. She spoke up, Commander Wu, the system here has been connected to the National Population Database. All high-scoring females who meet the system's rating requirements can be precisely filtered out. Wu Shanha nodded. Very well, then let us begin. Within mere seconds, tens of thousands of names and photographs appeared on the screen. I have applied numerous restrictive conditions, yet there remain a great many suitable candidates, Lu Ruashi said. Lu Zheng felt somewhat overwhelmed by the spectacle. He asked blankly, Commander Wu, what shall we do next? Wu Shanha swept his hand broadly, a knowing smile spreading across his face. What else is there to do? Hurry and attend to business. Otherwise, shall we begin with 10? Upon hearing Wu Shanha's words, Lu Zheng was instantly taken on a seat. Under Wu Shanha's arrangements, it wasn't long before the 10 goddesses were brought from their respective cities to the war room. The woman walking at the forefront wore gold-rimmed glasses, her bearing gentle and graceful, the very image of a refined lady from a distinguished family. The woman who followed closely behind wore her hair in a high ponytail, her brows and eyes radiating an air of valiant spirit. 10 goddesses, 10 distinct styles, each one extraordinary in her own right. Any one of them was enough to captivate a man's soul. Though Lu Zheng was hardly the sort to be swayed by mere beauty, even he couldn't help but stare, utterly transfixed by the spectacle before him. The national team truly lived up to its name. Where on earth had they assembled such a divine lineup? Ladies, you have all signed non-disclosure agreements before arriving here. So I shall speak plainly. This special mission is to enter into a romantic relationship with this gentleman, Mr. Lu Zheng. The moment these words left his lips, the room fell into absolute silence. The expressions on all 10 goddesses froze in unison. The composed female professor among them was so startled that the book in her hand slipped and fell to the floor. It took a full half-minute before one brave soul among them ventured a timid question. Sir, surely you must be joking. A female doctor added, her voice. We assumed it was some sort of research project, but falling in love. Yet a female designer chimed in cheerfully. Does this count as the state assigning me a partner? In that case, I'm quite willing to give it a try. The atmosphere instantly turned unbearably awkward. The goddesses stood in a row with Lu Zheng opposite, the very picture of a grand matchmaking interview. It was at this moment that Lu Zheng noticed something rather amiss. He observed that the affection meters above each goddess's head had all shifted to a gray inactive state. Beneath the affection indicator bar, a line of text appeared: affection cannot be increased. Lu Zheng walked back to Wu Shanha's side and said in a lowered voice, Commander Wu, a problem has just arisen. Wu Shanha caught on immediately and waved the 10 goddesses off. Ladies, please go back and rest for now. We'll notify you. Though consumed by curiosity, the women obediently took their leave. Once they were gone, Wu Shanha asked, What problem did you say has occurred? The system indicates that their affection levels are all locked. There's no way to raise them further. Locked? Wu Shanha looked thoroughly puzzled. Why would that happen? Could the system have detected some form of cheating on your part? Lu Zheng shook his head thoughtfully. I don't believe that's the case. If I'm only permitted to rely on myself and cannot cheat, then Su Jinyao's affection level wouldn't have risen either. I suspect it's because they knew in advance this was a mission, so they approached everything with a task completion mindset. This naturally breeds guardedness, a mentality entirely unlike genuine romance. The system therefore judges that they cannot be conquered and their affection cannot be raised any further. Lu Ruashi nodded. That makes sense. Although we helped Lu Zheng conquer Su Jinyao, as well Su Jinyao was kept in the fold throughout the entire process. Her feelings for Lu Zheng were entirely pure, not motivated by completing some assigned task. Wu Shanhe heaved a sigh. It seems the path of batch conquest simply won't work. We'll have to do it the way we did with Su Jinyao. Let the woman meet him, grow to know him, and fall in love all, while remaining completely unaware. As he spoke, the furrow between Wu Shanhe's brows deepened. But this efficiency is far too low. Our timeline won't wait for us. Lu Ruashi replied, Commander Wu, before a large-scale global catastrophe strikes we have at least half a year. Based on our experience with Su Jinyao, we can help Lu Zheng complete one mission every 2 to 3 days. This way, within half a year, we could conquer at least 60 to 90 goddesses. Compared to batch conquest, this is admittedly insignificant. But from an objective standpoint, this efficiency is already quite impressive. Lu Zheng swallowed unconsciously. Dozens of goddesses in half a year. He was truly going to be worked like a production team's donkey. Wu Shanhe mused. Very well, as you say, the efficiency is indeed considerable. Then let's scrap those 10 candidates from earlier. Just have them sign a fresh non-disclosure agreement, and let them go. The order was issued, and soon personnel were dispatched to handle the aftermath. Meanwhile, Wu Shanhe joined Lu Ruashi in searching anew for suitable goddesses for Lu Zheng. Records from the National Population Database unfurled across the large electronic screen. Lu Ruashi operated the console as she spoke. This time we need to add more screening criteria. Priority should be given to goddesses with relatively low conquest difficulty. Wu Shanhe reminded from the side. Choose those of upright character with clean backgrounds. Ideally someone living alone, so we can approach her more easily. Several minutes later, a photograph appeared on the electronic screen. Report, Commander Wu. We have identified a suitable target. Lu Zheng leaned in, and the information pertaining to this goddess instantly materialized before him. Name Deng Ziyuan, age 28, occupation antique restoration, and appraiser, height weight 170 centimeters to 60 kilograms, personality quiet and composed, intellectual and gentle. Appearance score 95, personality score 96, overall rating 96. After reviewing the string of data, Lu Zheng nodded in satisfaction. However, when Lu Zheng's eyes fell upon the note below, he was left somewhat dumbfounded. Note: master's degree in archaeology from Beihai University, widowed, no bad habits, no hereditary family medical history. This is a widow. The words slipped from Lu Zheng's mouth before he could stop them. Wu Shanhe was also taken aback. 28. Isn't she a bit old? The database is full of young women in their early 20s, every one of them a perfect goddess. And she was married before, widowed no less. How could she possibly be a suitable candidate? Wu Shanhe asked in bewilderment. Lu Ruashi explained, Commander Wu, Deng Ziyuan's husband died in a car accident on their wedding day. In essence, she's no different from someone who never married. Moreover, while women like her may be older, they are often the easiest to conquer. Lu Ruashi looked up at Wu Shanhe. Years of solitude combined with the trauma of losing her husband on their wedding night have left her genuinely starved for affection. Perhaps just a cup of hot water or a word of concern could be enough to move her heart. After all, there's that saying in youth, one knows not the value of an elder sister and mistakenly treasures a younger girl instead. All things considered, a mature and steady woman like Deng Ziyuan would be far easier to conquer than those young girls. Lu Ruashi then turned to Lu Zheng. Besides, you didn't object immediately just now, which means the data the system presented to you must be quite favorable as well. Lu Zheng nodded. Though slightly embarrassed, he admitted, the system shows she has no experience in that area, so she's indeed no different from someone unwed. Her overall rating is 96. Perhaps we really should give it a try. Since even Lu Zheng was in agreement, Wu Shanhe naturally had no objections. That makes sense. Having weathered great storms, she certainly wouldn't be as high maintenance as those young girls. Pull up her detailed file. Wu Shanhe instructed. Lu Ruashi located Deng Ziyuan's personal social media account, which featured photographs and videos uploaded by Deng Ziyuan herself. In one of the videos, Deng Ziyuan wore a plain-colored qipao and held an antique vase in her hands. Her features were gentle, her bearing serene and elegant. Lu Zheng couldn't help but sigh. Such a beauty, and yet she had remained alone for so long. Indeed, women understand women best. Wu Shanhe declared, excellent, she's the one. Time is short. Arrange for Lu Zheng to meet her tonight. A chartered plane was already on standby at the military airfield, ready to take off at a moment's notice. Lu Zheng did not rush to leave. Instead, he headed straight for the family quarters. This was a temporary residence arranged by the military for Su Jinyao. As soon as he reached the doorway, a figure lunged forward. Su Jinyao, like a frightened kitten, pressed herself entirely against Lu Zheng's chest. Lu Zheng, I miss you. Su Jinyao clung tightly to his waist, terrified he might slip away. Lu Zheng gently patted her back and murmured, I miss you too. Sensing her slight tremor, his heart tightened with concern. Yaya, there are things I can finally tell you now. She lifted her face to his and firmly shook her head. If it's something you'd rather not discuss, I won't press the matter. As long as you're by my side, that's all that matters to me. At that moment, Lu Zheng found himself at a loss for words. How could this woman be so understanding? Though doubt and worry clearly weighed upon her heart, she still prioritized his comfort. He took a moment to organize his thoughts before briefly explaining the calamity, his transmigration, and the system to Su Jinyao. With each word, Su Jinyao's eyes widened further. Her lips parted slightly, astonishment written across her face. Once Lu Zheng finished speaking, she threw herself into his embrace once more. And this time she held him even tighter. Lu Zheng, you're a hero. No matter what you do, I'll support you. Honestly, Lu Zheng had expected her to resist, perhaps tear up or refuse to believe him. But he never imagined she would respond with such unwavering devotion. He pressed a kiss to her forehead and spoke in a gentle tone. Yaya, wait for me. Night fell. Beihai City Museum. Deng Ziyuan had just finished her night shift and walked home with her bag slung over her shoulder. Her hair was tied back and she wore a plain white blouse. Yet the simple garment could hardly conceal the curves beneath it. Buzz! Buzz! The streetlights flickered erratically, sending shivers down Deng Ziyuan's spine. The tree-lined avenue was already dim, entirely dependent upon those streetlights. With the lights malfunctioning, Deng Ziyuan couldn't help but quicken her pace. Yet she swore she felt a chilling presence behind her, as though something were following her. She couldn't resist turning around. By the moonlight, she discovered someone standing in the distant shadows. Deng Ziyuan nearly screamed in terror and bolted forward. Zzz, the streetlights went out completely. The entire avenue plunged into darkness. Deng Ziyuan felt on the verge of collapse. Her legs turned to jelly, too frightened to move. Just then a pair of hands settled upon her shoulders. Don't be afraid. Follow me. Deng Ziyuan whipped her head around. She found a burly young man standing beside her. Though she could barely make out Lu Zheng's features, Deng Ziyuan felt considerably reassured. The broken streetlights and the shadowy figure in the distance were all orchestrated by Lu Ruashi in advance. Everything proceeded precisely according to plan. After walking a considerable distance, light finally appeared ahead. The two paused beneath a residential building. Thank you. If it weren't for you just now, I wouldn't have known what to do. Deng Ziyuan looked up, meeting Lu Zheng's gaze. He wore casual attire, a white t-shirt, sweatpants, and white sneakers. He looked every bit the picture of a sunny college student. Every piece of his outfit had been carefully coordinated by Lu Ruashi. After all, playing the mature act would never work on a woman like Deng Ziyuan. One had to take the opposite approach. A youthful, vigorous college student was precisely the remedy she needed. It's nothing. I was just out for a run and happened to pass by this area. Good. As long as you're alright, I'll head out then. At that moment, Lu Ruashi's voice came through his earpiece. Excellent. Everything is proceeding according to plan. We have 2 contingency plans ready. Option A, if Deng Ziyuan says nothing, you simply walk away. Tomorrow we'll bring the antique vase to the museum for restoration and engineer a chance encounter with her. Option B, if Deng Ziyuan out of gratitude asks for your contact information or invites you home. Before Lu Ruashi could finish, Deng Ziyuan spoke up. I really can't thank you enough. Why don't you come up for a glass of water before you go? The moment she said this, Lu Ruashi excitedly replied, execute option B. Go back to her place. Lu Zheng wondered, hadn't they just met? Going straight to her home already. Even if Deng Ziyuan was a widow, this seemed rather hasty. But since Lu Ruashi had given the order, he only needed to follow the plan. Very well then, I'll trouble you. Not at all, not at all. Please come in. Stepping inside, Lu Zheng's gaze swept the room. The apartment was modest in size, but immaculately tidy. Calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls, and antique curiosities were displayed on the table. I live alone and don't tidy up much. Sorry for the mess. Lu Zheng withdrew his gaze and replied with a smile, not at all. This is lovely, very peaceful. Make yourself comfortable. I'll get you some water. As Deng Ziyuan turned away, Lu Zheng noticed the progress bar hovering above her head. Current affection 50, he couldn't help but marvel at how effective Lu Ruashi's methods truly were. He had merely accompanied Deng Ziyuan along a dark path, and her affection had already risen so significantly. Soon Deng Ziyuan returned with a glass of hot water and a small plate of pastries. Sorry, I don't have much to offer you. These are all homemade. Please try them. As he accepted the glass, his fingers accidentally brushed against Deng Ziyuan's hand. Deng Ziyuan reacted as though electrocuted. She instinctively pulled her hand back, her cheeks flushing crimson. It had been so long since she'd had any physical contact with a man. The unfamiliarity made her visibly uncomfortable. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward until Deng Ziyuan finally spoke. Are you still in university? Yes, I attend Beihai University. Beihai University. Deng Ziyuan's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I attend Beihai University too. I'm majoring in archaeology. What about you? Chinese language and literature. Long before setting out, Lu Ruashi had already simulated every possible scenario for Lu Zheng. Including these lines, everything had been rehearsed in advance. Their goal was singular: to spark Lu Ruashi's interest in Lu Zheng and draw the two closer together. As expected, Lu Zheng watched his affection meters rise visibly. Affection increased by 5, current affection 55, it's getting late. I should head back. Before departing, Lu Zheng retrieved a compact flashlight from his pocket. By the way, this is for you. Take it with you when you walk at night. Then you won't have to be afraid anymore, sister. Lu Zheng smiled warmly, his expression as friendly as a neighborhood younger brother. Deng Ziyuan paused. Growing up, few people had ever addressed her so affectionately, especially from someone so bright-eyed and handsome, a genuine college student. All right. After several seconds of stunned silence, Deng Ziyuan managed a quiet reply. Unaware that her cheeks had already flushed pink, she murmured, "Then I'm going. Goodbye, sister." Standing at the doorway, Deng Ziyuan gazed blankly at Lu Zheng's retreating figure. She instinctively bit her lower lip, her eyes growing misty. Goodbye. Only after Lu Zheng had walked quite a distance did Deng Ziyuan finally regain her composure. Her cheeks burned with heat, and her heart was in utter disarray. What has come over me? Standing here dazed over a boy I just met. When she turned and closed the door, she noticed a mobile phone lying on the table. It was something Lu Zheng had left behind. Realizing this, Deng Ziyuan snatched up the phone and hurried after him. But by the time she reached downstairs, Lu Zheng had long since vanished into the distance. Now Deng Ziyuan was truly anxious. She accidentally brushed the phone screen. To her surprise, it unlocked immediately. No password. Just then a message notification popped up. Lu Zheng, where the hell did you run off to? Aren't you coming back to the dorm? If you're any later, we'll be locked out. Deng Ziyuan tapped open the chat and saw that this person's nickname was Lao Zhang. She guessed this person might be Lu Zheng's roommate. So she hurriedly typed a reply. Hello, Lu Zheng's phone was left at my place. Could you tell me which section of Beihai University he's in? I can bring the phone to him right now. Within seconds of sending the message, Lao Zhang replied, his phone was left with you. Alright, I'll ask him when he's back and contact you then. In truth, the account labeled Lao Zhang was being operated by Lu Ruashi. Even this phone had been carefully arranged by Lu Ruashi. The photo album, contacts, wallpaper. Every single detail served one purpose: to craft Lu Zheng's image as a sunny collegiate young man. Deng Ziyuan returned home feeling strangely relieved. This way she now had another chance to meet Lu Zheng. The moment this thought surfaced, Deng Ziyuan quickly shook her head. Deng Ziyuan, what are you thinking? It's just returning a phone, nothing more. She set the phone on the coffee table, her gaze drifting toward it every now and then, afraid of missing any message. As 11 o'clock approached, Deng Ziyuan had no choice but to freshen up first. Just then a vibration came from the phone at the door. Deng Ziyuan rushed out in her slippers. Lao Zhang. Hello, Lu Zheng says his phone really is at your place. But it's too late now. Lu Zheng says not to bother delivering it. He'll come pick it up himself tomorrow. Deng Ziyuan pressed her lips together as a little deer began to bound wildly within her heart. She would get to see Lu Zheng tomorrow. An inexpressible joy welled up in her chest, and Deng Ziyuan replied, all right. Tomorrow there's an offline antique appraisal event hosted by the museum at the antique market. I'll be around there anyway, so tell Lu Zheng to meet me there. Lying in bed that night, Deng Ziyuan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The moment she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with nothing but Lu Zheng's voice and smile. Especially the way he called her Jie. It made her heart itch unbearably. Lu Zheng's phone lay on her nightstand. Deng Ziyuan hadn't intended to snoop. After all, it was someone else's privacy. But in the end, curiosity won the upper hand. She was genuinely curious about what kind of person Lu Zheng really was. I'll just look at a few photos, nothing else. Reassuring herself, Deng Ziyuan unlocked the screen and found the photo album. The album was almost entirely filled with photos of Lu Zheng playing basketball. The boy, bathed in sunlight, was dashing and handsome. For some unknown reason, her throat suddenly felt parched. Besides these, the album also contained scenic shots taken by Lu Zheng and adorable pictures of cats and dogs. He actually has quite a kind heart. After viewing just a few photos, Deng Ziyuan's favorability rating rose from 55 to 60. Such an outstanding boy must already have a girlfriend, right? Deng Ziyuan couldn't help muttering to herself. After an internal struggle, she still tapped open the messaging app. Fortunately, there were no pinned chats with female profile pictures, nor any recent conversations with girls. No, Deng Ziyuan, what are you doing? Whether Lu Zheng has a girlfriend or not, what does it have to do with you? You're actually snooping through someone else's phone. How could you do such a thing? Her heart in turmoil, Deng Ziyuan hastily turned off the phone and buried herself under the blanket. The next day, Deng Ziyuan got up especially early. She opened a makeup case that hadn't been touched in ages and applied a light touch of makeup for herself. She then rummaged through her wardrobe for a long while before selecting a fitted dress. The woman in the mirror had brows and eyes brimming with springtime allure, exuding a captivating charm. When she arrived at the antique market event, Deng Ziyuan's colleagues were all stunned. The usually barefaced Deng Ziyuan had dressed up so beautifully today. Ziyuan Jia, what's gotten into you today? You look amazing. Could it be that you've fallen in love? Really? You can't hide it from us. A few young colleagues crowded over, their faces full of nosy curiosity as they chattered. Deng Ziyuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she raised her hand to give them a gentle tap. Don't talk nonsense. There's an event today, of course I need to dress a bit more formally. Though Deng Ziyuan said this aloud, her heart was already pounding wildly, as if a little rabbit were hopping inside. The event began shortly. Today was a public antique appraisal session, and quite a few people had come. Lu Zheng hadn't arrived yet, so Deng Ziyuan had no choice but to start working first. Look more carefully. This is a treasure passed down from my ancestors. Deng Ziyuan had just taken an old man's porcelain bowl when she heard someone shouting from nearby. The man was wearing a floral shirt. Anyone who didn't know better might mistake him for some nouveau riche. He held an antique vase in his hands, flanked by two burly men. Their menacing presence was unmistakable. Deng Ziyuan frowned, carefully examining the porcelain vase in the man's hands. The glaze on this vase is overly bright. The blue and white coloring appears to float on the surface, and the characters on the base are rigid and stiff. I'm sorry, but this vase is a modern, high-quality replica, not a genuine antique. The moment she finished speaking, the man instantly bristled. A replica? You don't know a damn thing. This vase has been passed down from my ancestors. How could it possibly be fake? I think you're just trying to swindle me. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about continuing this sorry excuse for an event. The man spoke as he lunged forward, the two burly men egging him on. Deng Ziyuan and her female colleagues were surrounded, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Suddenly a figure stepped in front of Deng Ziyuan. That vase is indeed fake. Deng Ziyuan's head snapped up, and she realized the person before her was Lu Zheng. The young man wore a simple white t-shirt, his frame tall and straight, standing silhouetted against the light. If her heart rate were visible, Deng Ziyuan's would have skyrocketed long ago. First, the glaze on your vase is far too bright. It lacks the warm, mellow quality of old porcelain. At a glance, it's clearly made with modern glaze materials. Second, the lines on the body of the vase are far too stiff. The transitions lack the vigorous strength characteristic of old blue and white porcelain. Instead, there's a mechanical, manufactured quality about them, obviously traced from a reference pattern. Third, and most importantly, Lu Zheng flipped the vase in the man's hand. The brushstrokes on the base mark are distributed with an unnaturally even thickness, lacking the natural rhythm of hand-painted calligraphy. It's clearly machine-printed from a template. Among the onlookers, quite a few knew their stuff. An elderly gentleman, after hearing Lu Zheng's analysis, immediately nodded in agreement. This young man is absolutely right. I noticed it earlier too. The glaze on this vase is off, way too new. Discussion rippled through the crowd, and someone mocked. All right, go home and practice for another few years. The man's face turned ashen. Knowing he was in the wrong, he shot Lu Zheng a vicious glare, clutched his vase, and slunk away in disgrace. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Deng Ziyuan remained rooted in place, gazing at Lu Zheng in a daze. Lu Zheng turned around, smiled, and tucked a strand of loose hair behind her ear. Gigi, I'm here. Hearing Lu Zheng call her sis, once more Deng Ziyuan felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Without knowing why, she found him even more handsome in that moment. Especially that firm, broad chest. Deng Ziyuan truly longed to lean against it. By the way, here's your phone. Thank you, sis. Lu Zheng took the phone and was about to turn and leave, but Deng Ziyuan hastily called out, wait a moment. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she walked toward him. You've helped me so much, so I thought I'd like to treat you to a meal. Deng Ziyuan made a valiant effort to appear composed and nonchalant. Yet her bashfully reddened ears betrayed her entirely. Sure, I'd be delighted to accept. Several female colleagues nearby had already gathered to watch the show. Seeing Lu Zheng agree, they immediately began to tease and heckle. Oh, Ziyuan, not bad. When did you snag such a handsome young boyfriend? You hit him well. This young man looks so spirited. He's a perfect match for our Ziyuan. As if a special effect had been triggered, Deng Ziyuan's face flushed scarlet in an instant. Oh, stop it, all of you. We're just ordinary friends. He did me a huge favor, so treating him to dinner is perfectly normal, isn't it? The colleagues exchanged knowing winks and glances, clearly unconvinced. Overcome with embarrassment, Deng Ziyuan grabbed Lu Zheng's hand and headed for the door. Inside the restaurant, the two sat across from each other. Deng Ziyuan couldn't resist asking, Lu Zheng, how do you know so much about antiques? In truth, Lu Ruoxi had already enlisted a national-level treasure appraisal expert. Through a micro-camera and earpiece, the expert was providing Lu Zheng with remote guidance. But Lu Zheng obviously couldn't reveal the truth. I'm simply rather interested in this field, so I know a little about it. Really? Deng Ziyuan's eyes lit up, as if she had finally found a kindred spirit. Then after dinner, let me take you to the museum. Lu Zheng thought to himself that this dating venue was certainly refreshingly unconventional. Yet everything was proceeding according to Lu Ruoxi's plan, so Lu Zheng nodded at once. Sure, I was actually hoping to take a look as well. After finishing lunch, the two walked side by side toward the museum. Along the way, a young woman walking a Labrador retriever approached from the opposite direction. The young woman wore a sun hat, her features brimming with a spirited, heroic air. In fact, she was also an actress Lu Ruashi had arranged in advance. Lu Ruashi's voice came through her earpiece. Target approaching, prepare to move. The young woman pretended to stumble and released the dog's leash. Woof! The Labrador barked once and immediately bolted straight toward Deng Ziyuan. Although Deng Ziyuan loved cats and dogs, being suddenly chased and lunged at by one was undeniably terrifying. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly and clutched desperately at the hem of Lu Zheng's clothes. Yet the Labrador that had charged over obediently sat down in front of Lu Zheng. Mission accomplished, Lu Zheng. The rest is up to you. Lu Ruashi's voice came through the earpiece. Lu Zheng said gently, don't be afraid, I'm here. For all these years, her entire life, Deng Ziyuan had never once heard those words. Even though Lu Zheng was younger than her, she felt a profound sense of security emanating from him. I'm so sorry. I didn't hold the leash tight. Did I scare your girlfriend? Deng Ziyuan's face instantly flushed crimson, the blush spreading all the way to the roots of her ears. And no, we. Before Deng Ziyuan could finish speaking, the passing young woman had already led her dog away. She remained frozen in Lu Zheng's arms. Advancing or retreating, neither seemed possible. She stammered for quite a while, yet not a single coherent sentence emerged. Sis, shouldn't we be going? Only when Lu Zheng spoke did Deng Ziyuan finally come back to her senses. All right. Let's go. Blushing with embarrassment, Deng Ziyuan could not even bring herself to meet Lu Zheng's gaze. Upon arriving at the museum, she sought to ease the awkwardness by telling Lu Zheng, this hall displays bronze wares from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. How much do you know about bronzeware? The expert had long been waiting on the other end of the earpiece. As the micro camera transmitted the scene back, the expert conversed with Lu Zheng in real time. Lu Zheng merely needed to repeat the expert's words aloud. Before each exhibit, he could accurately articulate its historical background and craftsmanship characteristics. Even obscure historical details rarely known to others were at his fingertips. Lu Zheng, how do you know everything? Are you really not an archaeology student? Deng Ziyuan asked, utterly astonished. Much of what Lu Zheng had just explained was something even she herself didn't know. Yet Lu Zheng had delivered every point with remarkable eloquence. I've just picked up a bit here and there over time. Merely a smattering of knowledge. The afternoon passed swiftly. Deng Ziyuan had always been passionate about antiques. Now, having encountered someone so remarkably knowledgeable, she felt as though they had met far too late. Over the course of the afternoon, Deng Ziyuan's favorable impression of Lu Zheng rose significantly. Favorability increased by 25, current favorability 85. Lu Zheng could not help but sigh. This progress was far faster than he had anticipated. According to Lu Ruashi's original plan, after touring the museum, Lu Zheng was supposed to bid Deng Ziyuan farewell. Then the following day they would launch the final assault as scheduled. Just as Lu Zheng was contemplating this, Deng Ziyuan suddenly spoke up. Lu Zheng, are you free tonight? What is it? Would you like to come to my place for dinner? Lu Zheng. This deviated from the script entirely. Why was Deng Ziyuan actively inviting him to dinner? And at her home, no less. Lu Ruashi's voice immediately came through the earpiece. Except right now. The plan has changed. Tonight might be the night you win her over. Since the strategist had spoken, Lu Zheng replied, sure. Deng Ziyuan beamed with joy, her eyes curving into crescents. Then let's go to the market together to buy groceries. The evening market was at its most vibrant hour. Crowds bustled to and fro, the air thick with the warmth of everyday life. Deng Ziyuan selected the vegetables while Lu Zheng followed behind her, voluntarily carrying the bags and refusing to let her lift a finger. An elderly woman selling vegetables watched the pair, beaming from ear to ear. Oh my, your husband truly dotes on you. He won't even let you carry the vegetables. You two are a perfect match, destined to be together. Deng Ziyuan's cheeks burned hot. For a moment, she was utterly at a loss for words. And no, Mayam, we're not married. The elderly woman quickly corrected herself. I see. Fiancé then. Deng Ziyuan was mortified beyond words, her face growing nearly as red as the tomatoes on the stall. She lowered her head, too shy to speak. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng smiled faintly and paid for the groceries. Carrying a bag brimming with fresh vegetables, Lu Zheng returned home with Deng Ziyuan. Have a seat for a moment, I'll cook for you. As she spoke, Deng Ziyuan casually picked up a hair tie and gathered her hair up into a ponytail. Let me help you with that. Lu Zheng stepped forward without hesitation. Deng Ziyuan gazed at him in astonishment. You can cook too. Just a little. Lu Zheng rolled up his sleeves and retrieved the pork ribs from the bag. He first placed them in a basin and rinsed them thoroughly under cold water. Then he soaked them in warm water for 10 minutes, allowing all the blood to seep out. Next, he lifted the ribs from the water and placed them in a pot of cold water. He added ginger slices and cooking wine, brought it to a rolling boil over high heat, and carefully skimmed away the floating foam. Then he heated oil in another pan, dropped in rock sugar, and stirred over low flame until it caramelized into a rich amber hue. He added the ribs next, tossing them until each piece was evenly coated in the caramelized glaze. Ginger slices, scallion segments, star anise, and cassia bark were tossed in to release their fragrance, followed by a pour of dark soy sauce and regular soy sauce. Finally, he added hot water until the ribs were submerged, then let them simmer gently over low flame. Every motion flowed with seamless grace, and Deng Ziyuan watched from the side, utterly spellbound. She had assumed that a young man like Lu Zheng would barely know how to prepare the simplest of home-cooked dishes. Yet here he was executing every step with remarkable finesse. Sunny disposition, compassionate heart, connoisseur of antiques, and a skilled cook to boot. Deng Ziyuan felt that Lu Zheng was nothing less than a treasure of a man. He embodied every quality of the ideal homemaker she had ever imagined. In truth, during his previous life within the underground fortress, he had been compelled to prepare his own meals out of necessity. Over time, his culinary skills had grown increasingly refined. Gazing at Lu Zheng's bustling figure from behind, Deng Ziyuan's throat suddenly grew parched, especially when she glimpsed the taut muscles rippling across his back as he flipped the pan. Just then Lu Zheng turned around and caught sight of Deng Ziyuan in such a state. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Deng Ziyuan snapped back to her senses at once, shaking her head hurriedly. "And no, it's nothing. Let me help you prepare the other dishes." As she spoke, Deng Ziyuan turned to reach for the vegetables nearby. In her fluster, she nearly collided with the kitchen cabinet. Just as she was about to fall, a large hand suddenly caught her by the waist. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lu Zheng's palm, Deng Ziyuan's breath quickened instantly, her heart pounding with greater intensity. "Be careful, sis." After much labor, their dinner was finally ready. Deng Ziyuan held her chopsticks, yet her thoughts wandered far from the table before her. She found herself stealing glances at Lu Zheng from time to time. "Sis, try this piece of rib." Almost simultaneously, Lu Zheng noticed the progress bar hovering above Deng Ziyuan's head. Favorability increased by 10. Current favorability 95. Since Deng Ziyuan's favorability had now reached the standard, there was no longer any need for Lu Zheng to conceal his intentions. "Sis, we." In the depths of the night, Lu Zheng was still drifting in and out of slumber. The system's notification chime suddenly rang in his ear. Ding. Distributing rewards. Reward 1, 100 physique. Those who know dare not say more. Reward 2, 1 light-duty manned combat mech. Reward 3, 1 complete set of controlled nuclear fusion engine design blueprints. Lu Zheng was instantly jolted awake. A combat mech. A nuclear fusion engine. In the apocalypse, these would be absolute game-changing weapons of mass destruction. He hastily grabbed his phone and informed Lu Ruashi about the system rewards he had received. Lu Ruashi replied almost immediately. "Excellent. Rest well for now. I'll send someone to pick you up first thing tomorrow morning." The following morning, Deng Ziyuan had barely opened her eyes when she reached out instinctively for Lu Zheng. Yet Lu Zheng was nowhere to be found in the bed. For a fleeting moment, a pang of disappointment washed over her. She had thought that Lu Zheng had slipped away in secret. But the very next second, an enticing aroma suddenly wafted toward her. Lu Zheng emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of breakfast. "You're awake, sis. I happened to make breakfast. I'm not sure if it suits your taste, but please try some." The great stone that had been weighing on Deng Ziyuan's heart finally settled. She had known all along that Lu Zheng was not the sort of man who would shirk his responsibilities. While washing up, Deng Ziyuan happened to glance out the window. She discovered that the entire vicinity of the residential compound had been placed under martial lockdown. Several military off-road vehicles stood parked at the compound's entrance. Heavily armed soldiers could be seen stationed everywhere. Deng Ziyuan said nothing and continued with her morning routine. It was not until after breakfast that those soldiers finally came knocking at their door. Yet faced with such an imposing display, Deng Ziyuan remained remarkably composed. Lu Zheng could not help but ask, "Sis, aren't you surprised?" Deng Ziyuan offered a gentle smile. "Actually, I figured it out long ago. Your identity is far from ordinary. After all, where would you ever find someone so perfect, handsome, cultured, and brilliant?" Lu Zheng was momentarily taken aback. "Then why were you still willing to get close to me?" Deng Ziyuan tilted her head upward and reached out to caress Lu Zheng's face. "Because you are you. What I love is you as a person, nothing to do with your identity." At the compound's entrance, Deng Ziyuan caught sight of Lu Ruashi. She also noticed the rank of major on Lu Ruashi's shoulder. Lu Zheng proceeded to explain the entire sequence of events to Deng Ziyuan. Upon hearing everything, Deng Ziyuan's expression gradually grew solemn. Lu Zheng assumed that Deng Ziyuan was angry. After all, in a certain sense, this had all been a deception to her. "I never imagined our child would carry such an important mission. Lu Zheng, you're truly remarkable." Deng Ziyuan cradled her belly, and at that moment her eyes shimmered with light. Seeing Deng Ziyuan's response, Lu Zheng smiled in quiet relief. Because Lu Zheng needed to report to the National Academy of Sciences to turn over the system rewards. He had no choice but to part ways with Deng Ziyuan for the time being. The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, Lu Zheng froze in place. The grand gates of the National Academy of Sciences stood wide open. A contingent of venerable academicians with hair as white as snow were lined up along both sides of the pathway, forming a ceremonial welcome. Zhou Yinghua, the director of the National Academy of Sciences, strode forward in hasty steps. He seized Lu Zheng's hand and exclaimed with evident excitement, "Xiao Lu, you're finally here. Last time you delivered that high-energy laser wristwatch to us, we've achieved a major breakthrough." Lu Zheng had not anticipated that within merely 2 or 3 days the National Academy of Sciences would have already produced such remarkable research results. "Professor Zhou, there's no rush. Please take your time." Zhou Yinghua nodded and continued, "We disassembled and analyzed that wristwatch and discovered that it utilizes no conventional laser excitation method whatsoever. Instead, it operates through an energy plate of extraordinarily high energy density, absorbing ambient dark energy and converting it into high-energy laser beams. This is a technology we previously wouldn't have dared to imagine. It's at least 50 years, no 100 years, ahead of the world." Though Lu Zheng could not fully comprehend these technical terms, from Zhou Yinghua's reaction alone, he could tell this breakthrough must be profoundly significant. Nevertheless, this is more than sufficient. Longxia has now ascended to the absolute pinnacle in the realm of laser weaponry. Zhou Yinghua patted Lu Zheng's hand and declared, "The implications of this are simply monumental, incalculably so." Lu Zheng had always known that his decision to ally himself with the nation's resources could never lead him astray. With the national team taking charge, their efficiency was every bit as formidable as expected. "By the way, Professor Zhou, now that the laser matter is resolved, how about the Agricultural Academy?" Lu Zheng inquired. The moment these words left his lips, a professor with disheveled hair pushed his way through the crowd. He was even more agitated than Zhou Yinghua, bellowing at the top of his lungs. "The Agricultural Academy. Those people at the Agricultural Academy have nearly lost their minds. They've completely lost it. That wheat seed is nothing short of an aberration against heaven itself. 2 days. Just 2 days. From sowing to maturity. Harvested in an instant. This marvel has shattered every known principle of crop growth, achieving photosynthetic efficiency beyond all reason." The professor gestured so wildly that saliva flew in all directions, his spectacles nearly sliding off his face. "Most crucially, the mature wheat seeds can be replanted indefinitely with perfectly stable traits. Inexhaustible. This is equivalent to possessing an endless supply of grain. Ha ha ha. From this day forth the people of Longxia shall never know hunger again. The strategic landscape of Longxia's food security is about to be utterly transformed." The professor gesticulated jubilantly, his eyes rimmed red with uncontainable joy, and his happiness was unmistakably genuine. A great weight that had long pressed upon Lu Zheng's heart finally crumbled away. Only those who had lived through the chaos of bygone eras could truly fathom the preciousness of grain. Once the apocalypse descended, the surface would become virtually uninhabitable for mankind. The underground cities offered only limited space, rendering large-scale cultivation of grain an impossibility. Now that mass production of the super wheat seeds had been achieved, Longxia's lifeline had at last been secured. "Xiao Lu, you've come again. What system rewards have you brought this time?" Zhou Yinghua inquired. The other venerable academicians turned their gazes toward Lu Zheng in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Zheng spoke up, "Director Zhou, may I ask whether our nation has conducted any research into mechs?" Zhou Yinghua was momentarily stunned, then offered a rueful smile. "Alas, mechs, you say? How could we possibly not have researched them? Over these years we've invested immense manpower and material resources, yet the results have been far from satisfactory." A weapons specialist nearby also sighed. "Material strength has never kept pace. The joint sections of mechs remain too fragile, utterly incapable of executing the complex movements a human body can. Any slightly vigorous motion risks structural fracture. And then there's the computational algorithm. The latency is far too severe. When the human brain issues a command, the mech takes a fraction of a second to respond. On a battlefield where conditions shift in the blink of an eye, this millisecond-level delay is absolutely fatal." Another elder professor shook his head and remarked with evident regret, "In the final analysis, mechs are all style and no substance, merely a flashy spectacle. They're not as durable as tanks, nor as agile as drones. After all these years of toil, we've ultimately abandoned the endeavor." Having listened to this discourse, Lu Zheng's lips curved faintly upward in a smile laden with significance. "Then starting today, the entire history of mechs is about to be rewritten." With but a flicker of his intention, the mech within his system inventory was summoned forth. A 4-meter-tall, lightweight manned combat mech materialized before the astonished assembly. Its streamlined chassis radiated a cold, piercing metallic luster throughout. The exoskeleton armor boasted sharp, angular contours, while both arms featured modular structures capable of transformation. the ominous outlines of gunports faintly visible within. Most striking of all, the mech's back was equipped with 8 foldable energy wings. Viewed from a distance, they resembled the dormant pinions of an angel. Silence. Still silence. Every academician present stood utterly dumbfounded. Clatter. An elderly professor's thermos cup slipped from his grasp and struck the floor. His lips trembled as he gasped this. This is a mech. A man one at that. However, after this momentary shock subsided, these venerable academicians regained their characteristic rigor. A silver-haired professor adjusted his spectacles and spoke solemnly. The exterior design is undoubtedly impressive, but might it prove to be all show and no substance? After all, if it were merely a model, what manner of flashy mech couldn't be fabricated? Though these words carried a sting, they were undeniably sound. A battlefield is no beauty pageant. Fancy flourishes serve no purpose. True combat capability is the only king. Lu Zheng responded with a smile. Esteemed professors, why don't we simply put it to the test and see? Let us find somewhere more spacious. I can give you all a live demonstration. The entourage arrived in grand procession at an expansive testing ground. The elderly academicians formed layer upon layer of encircling onlookers, all eager to witness the mech's true capabilities. Hiss! The mech's hatch swung open slowly, revealing the cockpit within. Truth be told, this was Lu Zheng's very first time piloting a mech. The instant he stepped into the cockpit, the hatch sealed itself automatically. Immediately thereafter, countless holographic projections unfurled instantaneously across his field of vision. Pale blue virtual displays hovered in suspension all around Lu Zheng. The mech's energy reserves, weapon systems, and all operational parameters were displayed in clear, comprehensive fashion. The primary display before him was directly linked to the mech's external cameras. Visual, infrared, remote sensing radar. All manner of detection modalities were available, as though he had been granted the all-seeing eye of heaven itself. What astonished Lu Zheng most, however, was the spiritual sensory link embedded within the mech. Beep. Driver's vital signs detected as normal. Beep. Spiritual sensory link successfully established. Beep. Mech systems fully initialized, ready for operation at any time. A cold mechanical voice echoed through the cockpit. Simultaneously, Zhou Yinghua's voice crackled through the radio. Xiao Lu, how is it going? No problems. Lu Zheng immediately replied. I feel everything is in perfect condition. Director Zhou, I'm beginning the flight test now. The moment the words fell, a single thought flashed through Lu Zheng's mind. 8 energy wings upon the mecha's back unfurled in an instant. The next second, the mecha surged forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. It shot skyward with a violent thrust, soaring to 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Lu Zheng attempted to pivot. The mecha responded with virtually zero delay, rolling sideways in one fluid motion. Immediately following a sharp 90-degree turn. The entire maneuver was crisp and decisive without the slightest hesitation. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Even these venerable academicians could hardly believe their own eyes. My heavens, this level of mobility is extraordinary. This is incredible. No ordinary mecha could possibly achieve this. The material strength far exceeds any standard, otherwise it could never have withstood such loads. Zhou Yinghua spoke slowly. Honored colleagues, you have all overlooked a rather significant factor. Xiao Lu has never undergone any professional training, yet he is able to pilot this mecha through so many high-intensity maneuvers. This demonstrates that the mecha must contain some internal mechanism to relieve the human body of its load. No sooner had Zhou Yinghua finished speaking than Lu Zheng interjected. Director Zhou is absolutely correct. From the moment I began piloting, I have indeed felt no discomfort whatsoever. Not even the faintest sensation of hypergravity or weightlessness. At this revelation, the venerable academicians were so stunned they could not even string a complete sentence together. It must be understood, whether one speaks of fighter pilots or astronauts, none could evade a single unavoidable truth: the burden of acceleration. The absolute limit of g-force a human body can endure is 9 Gs. Yet the mecha Lu Zheng just piloted, darting and pivoting through those maneuvers, must have sustained an overload of at least 7 to 8 Gs. However, that mysterious device within the mecha had effectively relieved Lu Zheng of all that strain. If only the underlying principles of this mechanism could be thoroughly understood, Long Xia's dominance in aerospace would unquestionably leap an entire epoch ahead. The venerable academicians' faces flushed crimson with excitement. They tugged at one another's sleeves, so exhilarated they could barely contain themselves. Director Zhou, I shall now begin testing the weapon systems. At Lu Zheng's thought, the mecha's right arm instantly transformed. The bionic mechanical limb swiftly extended into a thick, formidable cannon barrel. Energy gathered rapidly within the cannon's chamber, crimson light flickering at the muzzle. High-energy laser cannon. Fire. Boom. A blinding scarlet laser beam lanced forth from the barrel. It struck the distant target with unerring precision. The target was pierced instantly, and the rock face behind it was blasted into fragments. Another wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. Yet Lu Zheng remarked, Director Zhou, that is merely the weakest weapon this mecha possesses. Zhou Yinghua was momentarily dumbfounded. What? There are weapons with even greater firepower. The mecha's left arm in midair soon followed suit, reshaping itself. A curiously designed mechanical barrel locked onto another target. High-energy plasma cannon. Fire. A sapphire pillar of light roared forth. Its might eclipsed the laser cannon. Within the span of a heartbeat, it blasted a massive crater into the earth. Even the ground beneath the feet of those present academicians trembled with the shockwave. Yet that was not all. Beneath the mecha's dorsal energy wings, countless missile pods deployed in rapid succession. No fewer than 100 micro-missiles trailed flaming tails, streaking toward the targets like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. When the deafening echoes of detonation finally faded, the expressions upon every face were frozen in stunned disbelief. The small hill behind the testing ground had been utterly leveled. Beneath the astonished gazes of all present, Lu Zheng guided the mecha down in a gentle descent. Every one of those academicians wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Some had dropped their notebooks, pins rolling across the ground in every direction. Zhou Yinghua gave Lu Zheng a thumbs up, exclaiming, Incredible, truly incredible. Now this is what a mecha should be. Whatever we were researching before was nothing but trash, child's play. Lu Zheng spoke, Director Zhou, this mecha's weapon systems extend far beyond what we've just seen. I can see it also features electromagnetic shields, high-energy particle beams, flamethrowers, and more. It appears your research institute shall be quite busy in the days to come. Zhou Yinghua's eyes reddened with excitement. What's there to mind? We're more than willing to be busy. If we can thoroughly decode this mecha, I guarantee Long Xia's overall might will rise to an entirely new level. The weapons expert from earlier countered, Old Zhou, you're being far too modest. In my view, this mecha's materials energy supply method, human-machine neural interface, weapon modular system, and that overload relief device. If we can unravel the principles behind them, all Long Xia's military arsenal will undergo a generational leap. And when that day comes, it won't merely be one floor higher. We will ascend hundreds, thousands of floors. As everyone lost themselves in visions of Long Xia's glorious future, Lu Zheng interjected, Director Zhou, apart from this mecha, the system also granted me the blueprints for a controlled nuclear fusion engine. Zhou Yinghua nodded absently. That's wonderful. Blueprints are always a blessing, Blue. Wait a moment. Zhou Yinghua's expression shifted into unmistakable bewilderment. What did you just say the blueprints were for? Lu Zheng answered with a smile, the design schematics for a controlled nuclear fusion engine. He spoke, and a USB drive materialized in his hand. Every blueprint for the controlled nuclear fusion engine is contained within this USB drive. Zhou Yinghua accepted the drive from Lu Zheng's hand. In that instant, that small object felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. Although Long Xia already possessed relatively mature controlled nuclear fusion technology, the associated apparatus remained far too cumbersome in scale, suitable only for power generation or with great difficulty installation within an aircraft carrier. But what Lu Zheng now presented was nothing less than a controlled nuclear fusion engine. The crux lay in those three words, fusion engine. This signified that the device's volume was definitively compact. If this technology could be fully mastered, nuclear-powered fighter craft, nuclear-powered rockets, nuclear-powered battleships, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. He scarcely dared imagine the terrifying heights to which Long Xia's military prowess might ascend. Just then Lu Zheng received a message from Lu Ruashi. The new target goddess has already been selected. We can begin the strategy of conquest at any time. Lu Zheng had not expected that Lu Ruashi and the others' efficiency would be so remarkable. He had only just completed the conquest of Deng Ziyuan. No more than a few hours had passed. Yet they had already located the next candidate so swiftly. Leaving the National Academy of Sciences, a soldier escorted Lu Zheng to a standalone villa in the capital. After passing through numerous layers of security and guards, Lu Zheng pushed open the villa's grand entrance. Lu Zheng, you're back. Su Jinyao threw herself into his arms without hesitation. She nuzzled against him with abandon like a little kitten in earnest. These days without you, I missed you terribly. Su Jinyao clung to Lu Zheng with affectionate playfulness. Lu Zheng felt his heart nearly melt. Now that I'm back, I'll stay right here with you, all right? Lu Zheng said, tenderly, gently ruffling Su Jinyao's hair. Yet Su Jinyao replied, No, Lu Zheng, you have far more important matters to attend to. I'll be perfectly fine. Lu Zheng felt that Su Jinyao was truly so understanding, so thoughtful it ached the heart. Then another voice drifted out from within the house. You've returned. Dinner is ready. Come and eat together. Lu Zheng looked up and saw that the speaker was Deng Ziyuan. He was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Deng Ziyuan to be here as well. The three of them sat at the dining table, and at last the villa felt a little like a home. Sister Ziyuan, your cooking is delicious. Deng Ziyuan smiled and placed a chicken drumstick into Su Jinyao's bowl. Since you like it, I'll make it for you every day. To be honest, Lu Zheng had been quite worried at first. With so many women in his life, would they one day grow jealous and fight over him? But looking at things now, his concerns had clearly been unwarranted. Deng Ziyuan and Su Jinyao got along splendidly. As expected of the high-scoring goddesses chosen by the system, their grace was on another level. Have you both gotten used to life here in the capital? Lu Zheng asked with concern. Su Jinyao replied, Sister Ruashi helped me enroll at the Capital Music Academy, so I can continue my studies there. As for my grandmother, Sister Ruashi also arranged accommodations for her in the capital, so I can visit her whenever I like. Deng Ziyuan added, Major Lu also arranged a position for me at the Capital Museum. Thinking about it carefully, this was destiny's arrangement. Back when I took the civil service exam, I missed joining the Capital Museum by a single place. I never imagined I'd end up here in quite this way. Though I can't handle the chemicals used in restoring artifacts, I can only serve in an administrative role. Seeing that Su Jinyao and Deng Ziyuan had not given up the lives they once loved for his sake, Lu Zheng smiled with quiet relief. As evening approached, Lu Zheng met Lu Ruashi at the military airfield. Major Lu, could it be that you've already found the next target so soon? Lu Ruashi held a tablet in her hands. Walking toward the chartered plane as she spoke, she said, While you were working on Deng Ziyuan, the operations room wasn't idle. We had a suitable candidate lined up for you long ago. Time is short and the mission urgent. Before the apocalypse arrives, every additional target you win over and every reward you obtain means another layer of security for Longxia. Watching Lu Ruashi's whirlwind of energy, Lu Zheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As it turned out, when it came to finding him a wife, the nation was more anxious than he was. Indeed, surrendering the system to the country from the very beginning had been his wisest decision. The chartered plane took off, and Lu Ruashi slid the tablet across to Lu Zheng. Here, this is your next target. Lu Zheng saw a young woman in the photograph, her low ponytail tied loosely, her delicate features as exquisite as a porcelain doll. The corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward, carrying a chill that warned strangers to keep their distance. Her attire was tasteful, never revealing. The very instant his gaze fell upon her, the system projected her information before Lu Zheng's eyes. Name Xinqing, age 23, height weight 178 centimeters to 55 kilograms, personality cold exterior with a warm heart, Sundara, with a sharp tongue, appearance score 97, personality score 92, overall rating 95, remarks heiress of the Xin Foreign Trade Group, graduate of a prestigious foreign university with a degree in English, fluent in several languages, no bad habits, no hereditary illnesses in the family, currently employed as a rural teacher. Lu Zheng couldn't help but marvel. Xinqing was tall and slender, her complexion fair, her education impressive. The wives the nation had chosen for him were truly extraordinary. But Lu Zheng asked, somewhat puzzled, she's a Ritter Nie and a wealthy heiress, so why on earth would she become a rural teacher? He quickly added, I'm not looking down on rural teachers at all. It's a noble profession. It's just that a pampered young lady like her, how did she end up in a place like this? Lu Ruashi replied with knowing significance, that's precisely the point. After our investigation, we found that Xinqing had just returned from studying abroad when her family began arranging a marriage alliance. The proposed match was the young heir of another company, a union that would strengthen both families. Lu Zheng nodded thoughtfully. So she refused and ran off on a whim to spite her family. Lu Ruashi replied, more or less, though Xinqing had actually wanted to volunteer as a rural teacher for some time. Her family thought it brought them disgrace and refused point blank. So this time she simply snuck away on her own. Xinqing grew up surrounded by every luxury. She may seem proud, but deep down she craves affection. She desperately needs validation from others, especially regarding her career choices. At this, Lu Ruashi fixed her gaze upon Lu Zheng's eyes. So all you have to do is affirm her in this regard, let her feel understood, and winning her over will become far easier. Lu Zheng marveled once more. The national team truly lived up to its reputation. To think they'd considered everything so thoroughly down to the finest detail. The chartered plane soon touched down at the airport of Shichong City. The two of them had barely disembarked before climbing into an off-road vehicle that had been waiting nearby. The vehicle rumbled and jolted along the road toward Falu village. As they neared the village entrance, Lu Ruashi said, Lu Zheng, we won't be entering the village with you. Too many people would draw attention and arouse Xinqing's suspicions. It wouldn't help your mission. But rest assured, we've already arranged people to protect you in the shadows. You won't be in any danger. Also, your cover identity this time is a volunteer teacher from a normal university, which will make it easier to approach Xinqing. By the time Lu Zheng reached the village, night had fallen completely. The village lay in silence, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog. An old man with silver-streaked hair had been waiting at the village entrance for some time. This man was the village head of Falu village. You must be Teacher Lu. Welcome, welcome. Come with me quickly. I've arranged your lodging. Lu Zheng followed the village head for several minutes until they arrived at a small single-story house. The house was modest, a single bedroom and a tiny kitchen. The bedroom held no furnishings beyond a bed, a table, and a chair. My conditions here are a bit humble, but it's clean and livable. I've lit some mosquito coils for you in advance. Otherwise you won't sleep well tonight. In his previous life, before the nation's emergency response system had been fully established, Lu Zheng had slept in basements under bridges and inside shipping containers. A little house like this was already a fine dwelling by his standards. Thank you, village head. I appreciate it. What are you saying, Teacher Lu? For a college student like you to come teach in our village, I should be the one worried about not taking good enough care of you. The village head went on. Our village had a young woman teacher arrive a while back. That girl is a real beauty. Tomorrow I'll arrange for you two to meet and look out for each other. Teacher Lu, you get some rest now. If you need anything, come find me anytime. After a few more pleasantries, the village head turned and left. The moment Lu Zheng set down his luggage, Lu Ruashi's voice came through his earpiece. Xinqing is in the village school's classroom right now fixing something. You can head over now and arrange a chance encounter. Remember, keep it natural. At 8 or 9 in the evening, the village was blanketed in darkness. Only a handful of scattered households showed lamplight. The path underfoot was pitted and uneven, making the walk a laborious affair. Before long, Lu Zheng spotted several low single-story buildings. That was Fulu Village's school. Light shone from one of the classrooms, and Lu Zheng couldn't help but remark, I didn't expect such a remote village to have electricity. Lu Ruashi responded at once, the country has done excellent work on grassroots infrastructure in recent years. Bringing electricity to every village is standard practice. Nothing to be surprised about. Lu Zheng smiled and walked straight into the classroom. He saw a tall, slender figure standing on a stool reaching up toward the ceiling fan. Xinqing was dressed simply. She wore only a cream-colored blouse and a pair of blue jeans. Yet her waist was slim and her legs were long and straight. Even viewed from behind alone, she was enough to captivate the soul. Just as Lu Zheng was about to greet her, Xinqing's body suddenly swayed. She lost her balance and her whole body tipped backward. Careful! Lu Zheng lunged forward in a single stride and caught Xinqing securely in his arms. The softness of the girl settled against him, and Lu Zheng caught the faint fragrance of Xinqing's scent. Xinqing was clearly startled and scrambled upright at once. Who are you? She regarded Lu Zheng with wary vigilance and instinctively stepped back a few paces. But her foot caught on something, and her back thudded solidly against a desk. Thud! Xinqing's face flushed scarlet in an instant, as if some special effect had been activated. She glared at Lu Zheng, caught between embarrassment and annoyance. Are you still going to keep staring? Lu Zheng hastily turned his face away. Xinqing's mind exploded with a deafening buzz. She could not spare another moment and hurried out of the classroom. What's wrong with Xinqing? Why did she leave? Lu Ruashi, who had been outside, could not help but ask Lu Zheng upon witnessing the scene. Lu Zheng replied with some difficulty, something unexpected happened. Let me see if I can make it right. The moment his words fell, Lu Zheng spotted Xinqing's dropped phone on the ground. He picked it up and rushed after her, but the surroundings were pitch dark and there was no trace of Xinqing anywhere. She went to the left, Lu Ruashi hastily reminded him. Elsewhere, Xinqing stormed home in a fury. She wished she could find a crack in the earth to crawl into at this very moment. But upon arriving home, Xinqing reached for the light switch, pressing it repeatedly, yet the lamp refused to illuminate. Is there a power outage? She instinctively reached for her phone to use as a flashlight. But her phone was nowhere to be found either. She scratched her head in frustration, muttering darkly, what terrible luck. Yet cursing solved nothing, so Xinqing turned around, intending to check the circuit breaker in the courtyard. What she failed to notice was a shadowy figure lurking in the corner, watching her every move. That figure stared fixedly at Xinqing, saliva practically dripping from his mouth. The man was Lu Lauer, the village's perennial bachelor. In fact, Lu Lauer had set his sights on Xinqing several days prior. He considered this city girl with her delicate and tender skin to be exceptionally beautiful. She was even more stunning than the female celebrities on television. Tonight, unable to contain himself any longer, he had sneaked into Xinqing's courtyard and conveniently cut the power. Gazing at Xinqing's back, Lu Lauer swallowed hard. He rubbed his hands together, inching closer and closer behind her. Little beauty, stop looking. Xinqing was startled, a jolt of terror coursing through her. Thud! In the very next instant, a muffled crash erupted from behind Lu Lauer. It sounded like a club striking a skull. Lu Lauer let out an agonized shriek, released his grip, and pitched forward, sprawling face first onto the ground. Xinqing, still trembling with fright, turned her head and discovered it was the very man she had encountered in the classroom earlier. Lu Zheng had chased after her just in time to witness Lu Lauer's vile behavior. Without a second thought, he had swung his club and brought it down. Scram! Lu Lauer was precisely the sort who bullied the weak but cowered before the strong. Seeing Lu Zheng's fierce resolve, he was terrified into silence and immediately scrambled away on all fours. Meanwhile, Lu Ruashi spoke through the earpiece. This wasn't part of our arranged script, but by a stroke of luck, it's actually helping you win over Xinqing. Lu Zheng flipped the circuit breaker back on, and the house was instantly bathed in light. You're a young girl who came to the village to teach. You need to be careful, Lu Zheng said, handing the phone to Xinqing. Xinqing was still trembling from the fright, her lips bloodless. Had Lu Zheng arrived, even a moment later the consequences would have been unthinkable. Xinqing's heart was now a tangled mess of emotions. Just moments ago the situation had been utterly mortifying, and now this man had saved her. She turned her face away and spoke with forced composure, "Thank you. But who are you? I've never seen you in the village before." Lu Zheng replied calmly, "I'm also here to teach. My name is Lu Zheng." He offered no further explanation and promptly turned to leave. After Lu Zheng had vanished into the distance, Lu Lauer, who had been hiding beside a straw pile, cautiously poked his head out. "You little bastard, how dare you ruin my plans? I'll settle the score with you later." With Lu Zheng gone, Lu Lauer intended to charge back into Xinqing's home. But the moment he rose, a large hand clamped down on his shoulder. Two men stood before him, their sinewy muscles straining against their clothing as if ready to burst through. Why you? Who are you?" Lu Lauer was so terrified that he began to stutter. He couldn't recall any such muscular men in the village. Stop hitting me, please stop." The following morning Xinqing had barely reached the classroom door when she froze in astonishment. The sound of reading drifted from within the classroom, and it was remarkably synchronized in perfect unison. She peered curiously through the window of the back door. She discovered Lu Zheng standing at the podium teaching the children to read their text. Looking further into the classroom, she noticed the ceiling fan had been repaired. Even the previously broken desks and chairs now looked brand new. Xinqing could not help but wonder, could Lu Zheng have done all of this? When did he find the time to do all this? Could he have been working on this all night after saving me? Xinqing did not enter to disturb Lu Zheng, but instead went to the empty classroom next door to prepare her lessons. As she departed, Lu Zheng happened to notice the progress bar floating above her head. Favorability increased by 20. Current favorability 20. Just then Lu Ruoshi's voice came through the earpiece. "Lu Zheng, the man her family is pressuring Xinqing to marry, will be coming to Falu village to find her soon." Lu Zheng furrowed his brow and could not help but ask, has he tracked down Xinqing's whereabouts so quickly? Lu Ruoshi replied, "Of course not. We deliberately leaked the information. He comes to pester Xinqing while you step in to protect her. Either way, won't her favorability shoot right up?" Lu Zheng suddenly understood and could not help but inwardly marvel that Lu Ruoshi was indeed quite shrewd. In the empty classroom next door, Xinqing was preparing her lessons. Though she called it lesson preparation, what she was really doing was drawing some adorable little pictures in advance. This would help the children recognize characters more easily. During the break between classes, several children ran over calling out in their sweet childish voices, Teacher Shun, someone is looking for you outside." Xinqing was momentarily stunned. Who would be looking for her at this time? But the moment she stepped out of the classroom, her expression instantly froze. The person standing at the school gate, dressed in a sleek suit, he had every appearance of a gentleman in clothing, but a beast in nature. And this man was none other than Jiang Tao, the very person her family was forcing her to marry. Xinqing, unwilling to waste words on Jiang Tao, turned around and headed back toward the classroom. "Xinqing, what act are you putting on? Even if you refuse to marry me, surely you wouldn't stoop so low as to teach in some godforsaken place like this." Jiang Tao's voice dripped with sarcasm, "Abandoning your place as a young matriarch of the elite to come serve a bunch of country bumpkins. Have you no shame?" Xinqing's footsteps halted abruptly, and she fixed Jiang Tao with a gaze as cold as ice. "What I choose to do is my own affair and none of your concern. Besides, this is no wretched place, and I won't allow you to disparage it." Jiang Tao reacted as though he had just heard the most preposterous joke imaginable. A sharp laugh burst from his lips. "No way. Xinqing is being here rotted your brain. This backwater dump doesn't even have a decent supermarket. What else would you call it if not wretched? Oi. And look at these brats, every last one of them a snot-nosed little waste. Even when they grow up, they'll be at the bottom of society, forever never amounting to anything. What good is teaching them?" No matter how Jiang Tao insulted her, Xinqing could let it slide. But these children were the one line she would never allow Jiang Tao to cross. "Jiang Tao, shut your mouth. Shut it this instant. You're not welcome here. Get out now, get out of our school." The moment Xinqing's words fell, a swarm of children burst out from the classroom door. A dozen or so little ones clustered together, shielding Xinqing behind them. "You're a bad person. Don't you dare bully Teacher Shun. Teacher Shun is the best teacher ever. We all love Teacher Shun. Go away right now, otherwise we'll start throwing stones at you." Jiang Tao swept his gaze across the half-grown children, his face curling with undisguised contempt. "Damn it, a bunch of snot-nosed brats daring to challenge me. You haven't even grown hair down there yet. Get lost." Jiang Tao paid the children no heed whatsoever, finding the whole spectacle thoroughly absurd. He strode straight toward Xinqing. "Xinqing, enough of this nonsense. Back home the wedding is already prepared. If you come back with me right now, there's still time to set things right." As he spoke, he reached out to seize Xinqing's wrist, intending to drag her away by force. But before his hand could touch her, a large hand clamped down on his wrist in an iron grip. The searing pain in his wrist made Jiang Tao's face contort grotesquely. He looked up at Lu Zheng. "Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Know your place and piss off. Meanwhile, Lu Ruashi's voice came through his earpiece. Lu Zheng, from here on out, just protect Xinqing. Use whatever means necessary. Whatever happens, the state has your back, so don't hold back at all. At these words, the corner of Lu Zheng's mouth curled into a playful, knowing smile. With the nation's backing, what did he have to fear? He could roll up his sleeves and go all out. Watching Lu Zheng standing there laughing for no apparent reason, Jiang Tao's irritation only deepened. Don't tell me he's some kind of lunatic. What the hell are you laughing at? Slap. Before Jiang Tao could finish his sentence, Lu Zheng's hand flashed across and delivered a stinging blow. The slap was so fierce it left Jiang Tao utterly stunned, spinning half a circle on the spot. The driver who had accompanied Jiang Tao rushed forward at once to shield his master. How dare you? You struck our young master. But the instant his hand rose, Lu Zheng's palm was already crashing across his face. Slap. The same crisp echo rang out. The driver stumbled back several steps, clutching his cheek, unable to gather his wits for a long moment. Xinqing stood rooted in place, staring at Lu Zheng in a daze. She had never imagined, not in her wildest dreams, that Lu Zheng would step forward to defend her. Truth be told, Lu Zheng had only intended a light tap. He hadn't anticipated just how tremendous his strength had become. He had left half of Jiang Tao's face swollen and bruised. Lu Zheng recalled that ever since the system had rewarded him with the diamond twin kidneys, his stamina had been steadily improving and his strength had grown considerably. Damn it. Damn it. Do you even know who I am? I am the young master of Yunxiao Group. You, a nobody teacher at some poor village school, dare to strike me? Believe me, one word from me, and I'll have you kicked out of this place so fast you won't even find another job. Lu Zheng adopted a contemplative expression. Oh, Yunxiao Group. Is it famous? I don't recall ever hearing of it. Just as Jiang Tao was about to launch into a furious tirade, Lu Zheng continued. Enough, I have no interest in whatever stray dog or cat you are. Apologize to Xinqing right now, and to these children as well. Do it sincerely, or I will make you regret it. Jiang Tao had taken an instant dislike to Lu Zheng from the moment he laid eyes on him. And now hearing these words, his fury only intensified. Oh holy shit, are you seriously bullshitting me right now? Looking at your shabby appearance, and you think you can threaten me? Jiang Tao sized Lu Zheng up and down, his gaze dripping with derision. I get it now. You must have the hots for Xinqing, don't you? Hey, even if Xinqing came to this godforsaken place to teach, she's still not someone a country bumpkin like you could ever aspire to. Take a good long look in the mirror. What kind of lowlife do you think you are? You think you qualify? Xinqing was not the kind of person to let others fight her battles while she cowered behind them. She stepped forward and hooked her arm through Lu Zheng's without hesitation. I'm the one who likes Lu Zheng, so what? Lu Zheng is taller than you, better looking than you, more talented than you, and 100. No, 1,000 times stronger than you. Compared to Lu Zheng, you're nothing but trash. The kind of trash that can only lean on daddy's money. Jiang Tao's face flushed crimson with rage. He pointed at Xinqing for the longest while utterly unable to form a single word. Lu Zheng cast a weary glance at his watch. We still have classes to attend, so we don't have time to waste on you. This is your final warning. Apologize now. Jiang Tao's composure shattered completely. Apologize. I'll apologize my ass. Lu Zheng watched him fly into a frenzy, a cold, contemptuous smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Then the driver, still dazed from the earlier blow, came hurrying back. Young master, it's a call from the master. He says there's an urgent matter. Jiang Tao took the phone and barely managed to dad before an ear-splitting torrent of furious cursing erupted from the other end. Jiang Tao, you son of a bitch. You ungrateful brat. Have you offended someone you shouldn't have? Jiang Tao was instantly dumbfounded, asking timidly, Dad, what's gotten into you? I haven't done anything. But the tirade from the other end only grew more ferocious. Bullshit. All the family's assets have been sealed, and every bank account has been frozen. Even I can't save myself now. No matter who you've crossed, get on your knees and beg for forgiveness this instant. Hearing his father's words, the color drained from Jiang Tao's face, as though he had just swallowed something foul. He turned stiffly, his eyes wide with disbelief as they fell on Lu Zheng. Could it be that all of this is his doing? What on earth is this guy's identity? Could he be some young master from another powerful family too? The thought crossed his mind, and Jiang Tao couldn't help but grumble inwardly. What kind of bizarre hobby do these rich kids have? Why do they all love coming to the countryside to teach? Seeing Jiang Tao's forlorn expression, Lu Zheng offered a smile laden with meaning. Yet that smile in Jiang Tao's eyes was nothing short of terrifying. Thud. Just when no one had time to react, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly astounded. Jiang Tao's legs gave way beneath him. He dropped to his knees right then and there. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Xinqing, I shouldn't have insulted you. I'm a fool. And to the little ones, I'm sorry. It was my foul mouth. I was talking rubbish. Please forgive me, I'm begging you. The Jiang Tao, who had been so impossibly arrogant just moments ago, was now on his knees weeping and pleading for mercy. Xinqing stared at the scene in bewilderment, utterly unable to fathom what had just transpired. Lu Zheng regarded Jiang Tao in silence, then uttered a single cold word. Scram. Jiang Tao, as though granted an imperial pardon, scrambled frantically to snatch up his phone, hauled the driver along, and fled pell-mell. Their two figures vanished in the blink of an eye at the end of the road. They didn't even dare glance back. Once Jiang Tao had disappeared from sight, the children erupted in collective celebration. Teacher Lu is amazing. Teacher Lu chased the bad guy away. Teacher Lu is our hero. Teacher Lu and Teacher Shun are the perfect match. They look just like a mommy and daddy. The little ones. Lu Zheng. Xinqing Sigma. In a villager's home in Falu village. Teacher Lu, Teacher Shun, I'm truly sorry. We only have this humble fare available. Please make do with it. 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the small wooden table. The villager lady's face was filled with apology as she handed chopsticks to the two. Lu Zheng picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the greens, and couldn't help but praise after chewing a few times. Wow, it's so delicious. Sister, your cooking is far better than what you'd find at restaurants in the city, and it's healthy too. Hearing this, the lady beamed with delight. Oh my, we're just a small mountain village. Having college students come to teach here truly didn't cross our minds. I don't have much to offer. I just want you to eat and drink well and not feel wronged. Lu Zheng nodded, and the little girl with pigtail braids beside him suddenly spoke up. Mom, Teacher Lu is a hero. He scared away the bad guys today and protected us and Teacher Shun. The little girl said in her baby voice, her small face full of admiration. She continued, Mom, Teacher Lu and Teacher Shun look so good standing together. Will they get married in the future? If they get married, will they have a baby who can be my little brother or sister? At these words, the entire room fell silent. Xinqing's hand holding the chopsticks suddenly paused. Her cheeks flushed red at an observable pace all the way to her ears. The lady's face darkened, and she reached out to gently pat the little girl's back. You child, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and eat. The little girl pouted after being scolded, bowing her head and picking at her rice. The lady quickly turned to look at Lu Zheng and Xinqing. Please don't mind, teachers. I'll educate her properly later. Xinqing finally looked up and waved her hand, responding, It's okay, she's just a child. As she spoke, Xinqing took out a carton of milk from her canvas bag and handed it to the little girl. Yaya, this is for you. Drink it to strengthen your body and grow tall. The little girl smiled again and sweetly said, Thank you, Teacher Shun. Xinqing took out another carton of milk from her bag. This one is for you. Thank you for this morning. With a hint of tsundere in her eyes, Xinqing handed the milk to Lu Zheng. As Lu Zheng took it, his fingers accidentally brushed against the back of Xinqing's hand. The sensation was like an electric shock, and Xinqing quickly pulled her hand back, her cheeks turning even redder. The lady sat nearby watching everything unfold with a knowing smile. If she surfed the internet, she would definitely say she was shipping them. After leaving the lady's house, Xinqing simply packed her canvas bag and headed toward the mountain. Lu Zheng couldn't help but ask, Where are you going? Xinqing casually replied, I have fewer classes today, so I have time this afternoon to go gather some herbs on the mountain. This puzzled Lu Zheng somewhat, but he still followed Xinqing. Gathering herbs. Are you sick? Many children in the village can't afford medicine and minor ailments linger because they go untreated, which is why I need to gather herbs. Lu Zheng frowned slightly. I'm not sure if I should say this, but do you even know what medicinal herbs look like? Honestly, Lu Zheng felt that Xinqing had lived a life of luxury since childhood. She probably couldn't tell the 5 grains apart. Now she wanted to go up the mountain to gather herbs, as she'd likely come back with a bundle of weeds. Xinqing seemed to have been hit where it hurt, sticking her neck out to retort, Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run right. I've done my research, I know. Seeing Xinqing's proud demeanor, Lu Zheng shook his head in exasperation. At the same time, he noticed the progress bar above her head change. Affection increased by 40, current affection 60. Seems like what happened this morning was quite effective, Lu Zheng thought to himself. He followed Xinqing into the mountains. Xinqing didn't say much, letting Lu Zheng follow along. They walked one behind the other with cicada songs rising and falling around them. Xinqing had barely walked for long before her pace slowed. Raised in comfort since childhood, she had never trekked mountain trails like this. Soon she was drenched in sweat, her breathing growing labored. Shall we take a rest? Lu Zheng offered. Upon hearing this, Xinqing immediately straightened her posture. I'm not tired. If you're exhausted, you can rest. Lu Zheng couldn't help but remark how outdated it was to be this tsundere in this day and age. Still, with his diamond-hard kidneys bolstering his stamina, these mountain paths were nothing to him. Since Xinqing insisted she wasn't tired, he simply continued following along. Next moment, Xinqing's foot slipped. Stepping on a loose stone, her body tipped backward uncontrollably. Fortunately, Lu Zheng caught her in time, preventing her from falling. She was about to thank him, but the words died on her tongue as she forced them back down. Since meeting Lu Zheng last night, she'd already thanked him multiple times. This made her seem insincere. While lost in thought, her peripheral vision caught sight of nearby bushes. They resembled the medicinal herbs she'd been researching. Qing hurried over and carefully parted the foliage. Pulling out her phone, she compared the plant against reference photos before confirming it matched what she was looking for. Did you find it? Lu Zheng asked. Qing nodded. Yes, this can help relieve the children's coughs and headaches. She carefully dug up the herb and placed it into a cloth bag she'd prepared beforehand. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Lu Zheng would never have believed it. A wealthy young lady actually coming to the mountains herself to gather herbs for village children. These aren't enough. Let me go deeper in and gather more. The entire afternoon passed in this manner. As dusk settled, Qing's cloth bag was full of herbs while Lu Zheng carried a pheasant he'd caught along the way, planning to cook it for a meal once they descended. But after wandering through the mountains for quite some time, they couldn't find their way down. A sense of urgency tightened in Qing's chest as she spoke nervously. We seem to be lost. At that moment, Lu Ruashi's voice came through his earpiece. Lu Zheng, there are two options for you to choose from. Option A, I'll tell you the way down the mountain, and you can take Qing with you now, then slowly explore tomorrow. Option B, since you're lost, you could spend the night in the mountains, giving you and Qing an entire evening of close interaction. As for safety, don't worry. I've already sent people to clear the surrounding area of wild beasts, ensuring your protection. Lu Zheng thought to himself. Why worry when there was comprehensive national protection? Spending the night in the mountains with Qing was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Zheng and Qing wandered through the woods for another half hour. The sun was on the verge of sinking completely below the horizon. Qing pulled out her phone, still not a single bar of signal. Her anxiety grew with each passing moment, but Lu Zheng said reassuringly, "Don't worry, there's nothing to fear. On the way here earlier I noticed a cave. We could take shelter there for the night." The very mention of a cave conjured visions of ferocious beasts in Qing's mind. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Lu Zheng replied with a smile. Relax, the entrance is spotless. Clearly no wild animal has been near it for a long time. Let's head over there first. Maybe a villager will pass by. Qing surveyed the forest as it grew ever darker around them. With no other option, she reluctantly agreed to follow Lu Zheng's lead. After walking for several minutes, Qing spotted a small cave in the distance. The opening was neither too large nor too small, large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people by her estimate. It looks like we'll have to spend the night here. Stay here and wait for me. I'm going to gather some firewood. I won't be long. Meanwhile, Lu Ruashi's voice came through the earpiece. Lu Zheng, we've placed supplies at the base of a tree about 200 meters to your rear left. Following Lu Ruashi's directions, Lu Zheng found the package exactly where she had described. Inside was a small bundle of firewood, alcohol, fuel blocks, a multi-purpose knife, and even a lighter. Lu Zheng felt a deep sense of reassurance knowing the country had his back. Even lost in the wilderness, he still felt safe. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Zheng had returned to the cave. Seeing the bundle of firewood slung over Lu Zheng's shoulder, Qing couldn't help but be startled. How did you get back so quickly? Did you gather all that firewood just now? Lu Zheng replied without a flicker of expression. This forest is full of dead branches. I just picked up a few, that was enough. Fortunately, Qing had little life experience, so she took his words at face value without a second thought. But we don't have a lighter. How are we supposed to start a fire? Qing asked, puzzled. Lu Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He had forgotten that the persona he had crafted for himself was that of a non-smoker. Wouldn't it look terribly strange if he suddenly produced a lighter? Without betraying a hint of hesitation, he crouched down and said, "No worries. Then we'll just have to start the fire by friction." Qing raised an eyebrow. Friction fire. She watched as Lu Zheng picked up a stick and began rotating it against another piece of wood with practiced form. Lu Zheng appeared focused on the task, but in truth he was racking his brain trying to figure out how to send Qing away so he could secretly light the fire. At this rate you'll be at it until the cows come home. Inwardly, however, Lu Zheng was overjoyed. The moment Qing stepped away, he swiftly pulled out his lighter and ignited the alcohol block. A flame leapt up at once, and he quickly arranged the firewood on top. Lu Zheng then took out the special mosquito coils Lu Ruashi had prepared. Once lit, he placed them near the cave entrance to effectively repel the insects in the vicinity. With everything in order, Lu Zheng tucked the lighter back into his pocket, pretending nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Qing had barely taken 5 steps from the cave entrance when the surrounding darkness terrified her into stillness. The sun had fully set, and the forest was so dark that one could not see one's own hand before one's face. In the dimness, Qing thought she glimpsed shadowy figures moving among the trees. Her scalp prickled with terror, and she had no choice but to retreat to the cave entrance. But upon her return, she discovered that Lu Zheng had somehow managed to start the fire. You actually did it. I told you before. As long as I'm here, you don't need to worry about a thing. Lu Zheng unhurriedly produced the wild chicken he had caught that afternoon. He cleaned the wild chicken thoroughly, found a suitably pointed branch to skewer it, and set it over the fire to roast slowly. Good thing I caught a chicken. At least we won't go hungry tonight. Lu Zheng turned the skewer from time to time, ensuring every side of the chicken was cooked evenly. The once pallid flesh gradually turned a tempting golden hue. Even the fat was sizzling as it dripped. The aroma instantly filled the entire cave. Xinqing inhaled deeply and her stomach let out an untimely growl. You must be starving, but don't be impatient just yet. It needs a while longer. It has to be crispy on the outside to taste good. After saying this, Lu Zheng stood up, brushed off his trousers and added, I'm going out again to see if I can find some wild fruit. Xinqing immediately grew anxious. Huh, you're going out again? But it's so dark out there. Couldn't that be dangerous? Lu Zheng fixed her with a meaningful gaze. So you do care about me? Xinqing was momentarily stunned. She turned her face away and replied, Who cares about you? Go if you want to. But if you're late coming back, don't blame me for eating all the chicken. Leaving the cave behind, Lu Zheng returned to the same spot as before. This time Lu Ruashi had arranged for new supplies to be left there, a bundle of firewood, some wild fruit, and 2 dressed wild rabbits. Whoa, there's even a bonus course. Lu Zheng couldn't help exclaiming. But just as he was about to take the supplies back, Lu Ruashi's voice came through the earpiece. Lu Zheng, don't go back just yet. Is there something else you need me to take? No. I want you to deliberately linger here a while longer. Give Xinqing a taste of being left waiting. This puzzled Lu Zheng. Why, Lu Ruashi explained. If you're gone too long, Xinqing will inevitably grow worried and frightened. When you finally appear, she'll feel a sense of rescue, and her affection for you will absolutely skyrocket. Lu Zheng had a sudden flash of understanding, and he couldn't help marveling once more. Women really do understand women best. Back at the cave, Xinqing was staring at the roasting chicken over the fire, utterly transfixed. Her stomach growled incessantly, yet there was still no sign of Lu Zheng returning. As each second ticked by, nearly half an hour had passed. Could something have happened to him? Xinqing stood at the cave entrance, poking her head out and calling, Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng, can you hear me? But she received no response. Her composure was slipping away. After much hesitation, Xinqing made up her mind to go look for him. The night had deepened and the forest was even darker than before. Though terrified, Xinqing mustered her courage and called out, Lu Zheng, where are you? Suddenly a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves in the trees. Xinqing was so frightened she was on the verge of tears. But just then a gentle voice reached her ears. Xinqing, why did you come out here? Xinqing whirled around and saw Lu Zheng standing right behind her, fruits and firewood in hand. She desperately wanted to throw herself into his arms and pour out just how worried she had been. But reason held her back. I just came out for a stroll. I'm heading back now. The two of them returned to the cave. Lu Zheng added some fresh firewood to the flames, then lifted the roasted chicken off the fire. With a gentle pull, a tender chicken leg came clean away, still steaming with heat. All right, let's see how it tastes. Lu Zheng handed the chicken leg to Xinqing. Swallowing hard, Xinqing said, You've been busy for so long. You should have the first bite. Lu Zheng thought to himself that this young lady had rather good manners. Nonetheless, he pressed the chicken leg into her hand, saying, Don't worry, I've got another one here. Xinqing no longer stood on ceremony. She was absolutely famished. She took a great big bite. The skin was roasted to a perfect crisp, and the meat was tender and juicy. Even without a single seasoning, it was unbelievably delicious. Wow, this is amazing. Xinqing looked at Lu Zheng with genuine astonishment. You actually know how to do this. Lu Zheng found 2 more sticks, skewered the 2 wild rabbits, and set them over the fire. When I was in school, our dorm used to go out for barbecues all the time. Practice makes perfect, that's all. Take it slow. We've got more food coming. Don't fill yourself up too quickly. Only then did Xinqing notice that Lu Zheng had somehow caught 2 more wild rabbits. The 2 of them ate the roasted chicken and fruit together. The sweet-sour fruit was just the thing to cut through the richness of the roast chicken. As they ate, a strange complexity began to stir in Xinqing's heart. Getting lost on the mountain was supposed to be a perilous ordeal. But now, with a warm fire and plenty of food, Xinqing unexpectedly felt a sense of happiness. It was a happiness beyond words. Xinqing felt this might be what people called a sense of belonging, or perhaps a sense of security. Lu Zheng. Xinqing suddenly spoke up. Do you think there's something wrong with the way I am? Lu Zheng was adding firewood to the flames. Upon hearing Xinqing speak, he looked up and asked, Why do you suddenly say that? Xinqing hugged her knees with both hands and murmured, We could have simply gone to a pharmacy to buy medicine, yet I insisted on climbing the mountain to gather herbs. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't be trapped here, spending the night in this mountain cave. Lu Zheng responded nonchalantly, I thought something serious had happened. You must have had your reasons for doing what you did. Besides, things aren't so bad the way they are now, are they? Lu Zheng pointed at the pile of chicken bones near the cave entrance. Look, we have roasted chicken to eat, fruits to gnaw on, and we get to experience wilderness survival. What fun is that? Lu Zheng's words struck straight at Xinqing's heart. Ever since she was young, no one had ever supported a single decision she made. Whenever she happened to do something wrong, all she received was scolding. No one had ever comforted her the way Lu Zheng just did. Tears welled up in Xinqing's eyes, and her voice began to tremble. Lu Zheng, actually, I snuck away from home. My father is the chairman of the Shun Pharmaceutical Group. That Jiang Tao we met during the day, he's the marriage partner my father arranged for me. Xin Qing's gaze suddenly dimmed. My father has nothing but business on his mind. Every word out of his mouth is about how much benefit an arranged alliance would bring to the family. It's utterly suffocating. I refused to accept the marriage and had a huge argument with my family before sneaking out. My family was furious and froze all my bank accounts. I don't have a single penny on me now. I can't even go to the city to buy medicine. As she spoke, Xin Qing's shoulders trembled slightly. She wrapped her arms around her knees and lowered her head deeply. Lu Zheng, tell me, did I really make the wrong choice? On one side, there's the glamorous heiress of a wealthy family. Marrying into the Jiang family in the future means becoming an admired lady of leisure, living in luxury, with everything one could ever want. On the other side, there's an obscure volunteer teacher in this remote mountain village, destitute and utterly shabby. Xin Qing's voice grew smaller and smaller, clearly losing confidence in herself with every word. After hearing her out, Lu Zheng not only showed no surprise, but grinned broadly. He said casually, I thought it was something serious. It's no big deal. Let me ask you, would you be happy being a wealthy lady in a prominent family? Xin Qing shook her head without hesitation. Then are you happy being a teacher here, surrounded by the children? Xin Qing lifted her head, a sudden gleam of light appearing in her eyes. Happy? Lu Zheng slapped his thigh forcefully. Then that's all that matters. Life is meant to be spent doing what makes you happy, what you find meaningful. As long as you feel happy, there's nothing wrong with it. Xin Qing stared at Lu Zheng in a daze, and suddenly everything became clear to her. All her life, everyone had told her to consider the bigger picture, to think about the family's interests. Yet never once had anyone like Lu Zheng told her that being happy was enough. Besides, being a volunteer teacher is a noble profession. The fact that you chose this path is truly admirable. Those children's futures will surely be transformed because of you. After hearing all that Lu Zheng had to say, Xin Qing finally felt truly acknowledged. The progress bar above her head also changed. Favorability increased by 39. Current favorability, 99. Lu Zheng was utterly dumbfounded on the spot. This was the highest favorability he had ever received during this period. Before going to sleep, Lu Zheng went near the cave entrance and gathered a pile of leaves and dry grass. He spread these materials on the ground, making a simple little bed. This should be a bit softer now. Otherwise, sleeping on this stone floor would throw out your lumbar disc by morning. Xin Qing couldn't help herself and burst into laughter. She felt that Lu Zheng was quite a decent person. Reliable, responsible, dependable, optimistic, and humorous. Most importantly, he was rather handsome. Xin Qing was calculating in her mind. Although Jiang Tao had been scared off today, there was no guarantee he wouldn't come back to harass her in the future. Even if Jiang Tao truly backed down, her family might still try to marry her off to Zhang Tao, Li Tao, or Wang Tao. After much deliberation, Xin Qing suddenly looked up. She leaned close to Lu Zheng and spoke very seriously. Lu Zheng, let's get married. Lu Zheng wondered if he had heard her incorrectly. Although Xin Qing's favorability toward him had already reached an astonishing 99, he had never expected that this proud young lady would be the one to propose marriage. Seeing that Lu Zheng showed no reaction for a long while, Xin Qing's expression suddenly turned cold. Do you already have a girlfriend? Lu Zheng shook his head. Then you don't like me, eh? Lu Zheng continued to shake his head, but he felt that shaking his head might seem like a rejection, so he spoke up directly. I like you. Upon hearing this, Xin Qing tried hard to suppress the upturn of her lips. Her face was full of unconcealed little pride. She continued, but to get married we'd still have to go to the city to register, and the round trip would take too much time. This time it wasn't just Lu Zheng. Even Lu Ruoxi on the other end of the earpiece was astonished. Who could have imagined that Xin Qing would be this forward? Seeing that Lu Zheng still showed no reaction, a hint of disappointment flickered in Xin Qing's eyes. She said with feigned composure, if you don't want to, then forget it. Pretend I never said anything. Before Xin Qing could finish her words. The next morning, Xin Qing was like an obedient little kitten, no longer carrying the haughtiness she had shown during the day. Unlike Su Jinyao's soft and cuddly little kitten, Lu Zheng felt that Xin Qing resembled more a proud little cat that had let down all her defenses. A system light screen suddenly popped up before Lu Zheng's eyes. Ding. Now distributing rewards. Reward 1, Massage Saint Hand Expertise. Can eliminate physical discomfort and shorten cycles. Can be used once every 3 days, with each session shortening 4 weeks. Those who understand will understand. I dare not say more, truly at my wit's end. Reward 2, Super Breeding Boars 10. Possessing the strongest breeding boar genes, extremely short growth cycle, excellent meat quality. Reward 3, High Energy Plasma Shield Technical Blueprint 1 set. The minimum protection unit can be deployed on vehicles, while the maximum protection unit can extend to cover national territory, capable of defending against high-energy impacts such as missile strikes and meteorite falls. Seeing the rewards the system had given, Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel a bit dumbfounded. Cycles can actually be shortened. Lu Zheng looked at the sleeping Xin Qing. He could see the meridians and acupoints on Shunqing's body with remarkable clarity. Whichever meridian or acupoint lit up, he only needed to give it a light touch. Truly a divine skill. Lu Zheng had just finished contacting Lu Ruashi when Shunqing stirred in his arms. The sunlight is so blinding. Why didn't you draw the curtains? Shunqing slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still visibly hazy with sleep. She lifted her head, caught sight of Lu Zheng's face, then glanced around at the bare walls of the cave. The sight jolted her instantly awake. She gathered her disheveled hair, feigning composure, as she said, "Gee, good morning." Lu Zheng offered a faint smile. "It's daylight now, we can head down the mountain." "But didn't we lose the way down yesterday? We searched for ages and never found it." Shunqing could not help but ask. "Let's try walking and see. Perhaps we'll find it along the way," Lu Zheng replied. Following the route Lu Ruashi had provided, Lu Zheng led Shunqing in a winding path across the mountain, and remarkably, they truly found the way down. As if suddenly struck by a realization, Shunqing halted in her tracks. "Lu Zheng, did you already know how to get down the mountain all along? Last night you did it on purpose, just to keep me in the cave, didn't you?" A flush crept across Lu Zheng's face. He hadn't expected Shunqing to see through him so quickly. Before Lu Zheng could even devise an explanation, Shunqing tilted her chin up with a haughty little smirk, her delicate face beaming with triumph. "So it turns out you've liked me for a long time now, isn't that right?" Having spoken thus, Shunqing actually pressed a kiss to Lu Zheng. "But from now on you won't have to keep it hidden anymore. And also," Shunqing leaned close to Lu Zheng's ear and whispered softly, "Last night I really liked it." This time it was Lu Zheng's turn to blush. He sighed inwardly. Never did he expect the young lady to be so forthright. "Shunqing, there's actually something I need to confess to you as well," Lu Zheng said. Shunqing couldn't help but wonder what on earth Lu Zheng was being so mysterious about. The next moment she saw a woman step out from the side. The woman was no less striking in appearance than Shunqing, with an additional air of bold heroism between her brows. Shunqing's heart gave an anxious lurch. Could this fellow actually have a girlfriend? Then what was everything between us before? The more Shunqing thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, convinced she had been deceived by Lu Zheng. But then Lu Ruashi strode directly forward and raised her hand in a crisp military salute. Major Lu Ruashi of the Longxia Military Arts and Cultural Troop. Upon hearing Lu Ruashi introduce herself, Shunqing could not help but feel somewhat bewildered. "A.M. Major." Lu Ruashi handed her credentials to Shunqing and explained, "We didn't want to cause too much of a stir in the village, so we didn't impose a full lockdown this time." Upon seeing the credentials, the doubts in Shunqing's heart only deepened. Lu Zheng then gave Shunqing a brief explanation of the entire matter from beginning to end. He even told her about the 2 missions he had previously completed, holding nothing back whatsoever. Shunqing remained silent for a long while after hearing everything. She stared fixedly at Lu Zheng, her expression turning solemn. "Shunqing, are you angry?" Before Lu Zheng could finish, Shunqing cut in. "Lu Zheng, you're absolutely incredible. If what I'm doing now is saving these children, then what you're doing is essentially saving all of humanity." Lu Zheng hadn't expected such a reaction from Shunqing. It seemed all his previous worries had been for nothing. "But I have to head over to the National Academy of Sciences soon to hand over the system's reward." Hearing that Lu Zheng was about to leave, Shunqing's eyes filled with reluctance. She clutched at the hem of Lu Zheng's clothing at a loss for words. "Miss Shin, the state can arrange an entirely new position for you. You needn't worry about your family either. The state will shield you from all outside harassment." Shunqing nodded. She knew the state would certainly arrange everything perfectly for her. She said hesitantly, "Could I continue working here in the village? I still can't set my mind at ease about these children. I want to contribute whatever small strength I can for them." Lu Ruashi smiled gently upon hearing this. "Of course, we respect your choice." Just before Lu Zheng departed, Shunqing stepped forward and embraced him. "Lu Zheng, you absolutely must think of me. I'll stay here in the village with the children, working hard right alongside you." Lu Zheng tenderly patted Shunqing on the back. "All right, once I'm done I'll come back to see you." The scene shifted to the capital. "Major Lu, aren't we heading to the National Academy of Sciences this time?" Lu Zheng couldn't help but ask. "There's an emergency meeting here that requires your attendance," Lu Ruashi replied calmly. Lu Zheng could not help but feel a twinge of tension. Lu Zheng noticed that the roadside here was lined with heavily armed soldiers. Overt and covert sentries were everywhere. The security was truly formidable. The vehicle passed through checkpoint after checkpoint before finally entering the inner compound and stopping in front of a building. "My clearance level is too low. Go on to the conference room by yourself later," Lu Ruashi reminded him. When Lu Zheng stepped into the conference room, he was immediately taken aback by the spectacle within. A massive circular conference table dominated the vast room. Several dozen people sat around it, each radiating an extraordinarily powerful presence. Among them were figures Lu Zheng recognized. Commander-in-Chief of the Longxia Eastern Theater Wu Shanha, as well as the Director of the National Academy of Sciences Zhou Yinghua. "Ah, Xiao Lu is here. Have a seat. We've met once before, so don't be so tense." Once Lu Zheng had settled into his seat, another official continued. Time is tight, so let's get straight to the point. In preparation for the coming Doomsday, the underground city project within the Yanhuang plan has been initially finalized. The blueprint site selections and all parameters for the nationwide underground cities have been worked out. At this point, the speaker's gaze fell upon Lu Zheng. Xiaolu, we called you here today because we want to hear your thoughts, to see if there are any issues we may have overlooked. The moment the words fell, the giant electronic screen at the front of the conference room lit up instantly. Design schematics appeared one after another on the display, covering virtually every corner of the nation. From bustling cities to remote mountain ranges, dense clusters of red dots were marked. Each red point represented the proposed site of an underground city or an underground fortress. Beside these red points, various data were annotated: depth, area, population capacity, and other specifications. Interlacing lines connected each point, forming an immense subterranean network. Lu Zheng stared at the schematics on the screen. He truly viscerally understood what it meant to be awestruck. Esteemed seniors, then I'll briefly outline my perspective, for your reference only. First, I believe we need to construct an additional large-scale underground fortress in the northwest region. It sits at a strategic crossroads and can serve as the central hub for the entire northwest area. Second, in addition to the underground cities along the coast, we need to establish a series of surface monitoring stations. Mutated creatures will mostly make landfall along the coast. We must hold them at the nation's borders. After listening to Lu Zheng's proposals, the official said solemnly, "Very well, we'll proceed as Lu Zheng suggests. Begin revising the blueprints immediately. Once the revisions are complete, commence construction at once. We must spare no expense and accelerate the pace." Though Lu Zheng's heart was shaken, he could not help but speak up. "For a project of this magnitude, how long will it take us to complete?" The chief engineer overseeing the underground city project was also present, and he responded, "According to the original plan, all the underground infrastructure can be completed within 6 months. By then, people will be able to move in. However, to establish living conditions comparable to those of surface cities, at least a full year will be required." Lu Zheng's emotions remained in turmoil for a long while. Complete nationwide underground infrastructure in just half a year. This was nothing short of a miracle. Lu Zheng could not help but sigh in admiration. Indeed, Longxia remains Longxia, a true titan of infrastructure worthy of the title. The diplomatic department must also withstand international pressure. We need to temporarily divert outside attention and prevent other nations from detecting our true intentions. Above all, the underground city project must remain absolutely concealed. The head of the diplomatic department rose and responded, "Rest assured, the nation is in capable hands. Good, these matters are entrusted to you. Now let us discuss the technological progress." The man continued, "Director Zhou, as the leading figure of the National Academy of Sciences, please share with everyone the experimental results you have achieved during this period." Zhou Yinghua spoke with great excitement. "Esteemed colleagues, our Academy of Sciences has made tremendous breakthroughs during this time. We have dismantled and studied the light man mecha that Lu Zheng submitted, and we have now fully mastered the synthesis method for the mecha's outer shell material. This material possesses extraordinary strength while remaining remarkably lightweight, making it applicable to numerous fields including aerospace and underground city construction." Growing increasingly exhilarated, Zhou Yinghua continued, "Furthermore, we have thoroughly deciphered the principles behind the overload dispelling device installed within the mecha. We have now replicated this technology and applied it to Longxia's most advanced fighter aircraft. During testing, the pilot performed 9G overload maneuvers without experiencing any discomfort. This not only vastly enhances the fighter's maneuverability, but also significantly reduces the difficulty of pilot selection." Upon Zhou Yinghua's conclusion, a silver-haired nuclear energy expert seated nearby rose to his feet. His face flushed crimson with excitement. Pressing both hands upon the table, his entire frame trembled as he declared, "Honored colleagues, there is even more exhilarating news to share. We have successfully developed a controllable nuclear fusion engine. With the blueprints provided by Lu Zheng, the entire research and development process proved as simple as a child assembling building blocks. We completed the production of the first prototype on the very same day, and this engine can be flexibly adapted across various scales. From automobiles to aircraft carriers, this engine integrates seamlessly with every conceivable application. Test data reveals an energy conversion rate of 98%, with virtually no energy loss whatsoever." The expert grew increasingly fervent as he spoke, his enthusiasm rendering him nearly inarticulate. "We plan to collaborate with the Aerospace Institute to develop Longxia's 7th-generation aircraft utilizing this controllable nuclear fusion engine. Combined with the novel materials Director Su mentioned earlier, the overload elimination device, and the previously developed laser weaponry, this 7th-generation aircraft shall undoubtedly become a fighter jet that defines an entirely new era." Upon these words, the entire conference room erupted into fervent commotion. For these technologies had once been mere fantasies, dreams too audacious to even entertain. Now one by one, they had materialized into reality. How could these individuals contain their exhilaration? Just then an elderly professor from the Agricultural Academy cleared his throat twice, and the assembly fell silent. Upon the electronic display screen a series of photographs materialized. The wheat depicted in these images bore plump, magnificent grains, each one a treasure to behold. Esteemed colleagues, these are the offspring cultivated from the super wheat seeds provided by Lu Zheng. Through our testing they retain an exceptionally brief growth cycle, remarkable disease resistance, and extraordinary yield. In other words, we have finally. At this point the elderly professor's voice faltered, overcome with emotion. Wiping away his tears he declared with solemn resolve, "We shall never again know the agony of hunger." Since time immemorial the question of sustenance has stood as one of humanity's most pressing concerns. How many ancestors devoted their entire lives so that future generations might never know an empty plate? Now that super wheat seeds have come to fruition, one can hardly begrudge the old professor his overwhelming emotion. As the assembly reflected upon this profound moment, Lu Zheng spoke. Henceforth Longxia shall not only be free from want of grain, but shall likewise never lack for meat. This pronouncement stirred considerable curiosity among those present. Wu Shanhe was the first to comprehend. He turned to Lu Zheng with a knowing smile. "Young man, have you perhaps received some new reward from the system?" Lu Zheng nodded precisely. "This time the system has rewarded me with 10 superbreeding pigs. Their growth rate is 5 times that of ordinary swine, reaching 300 gene within merely 1 month. Moreover, their appetite remains modest, and they exhibit remarkable resistance to disease. When the apocalypse arrives, only a modest section of underground city space will suffice to raise these extraordinary breeding pigs." Zhou Yinghua spoke with keen interest. "Xiao Lu, are these breeding pigs truly so remarkable? I am most eager to behold their appearance." The others present likewise directed curious gazes toward him. With but a thought from Lu Zheng, a palm-sized piglet, its entire body a delicate shade of rose, suddenly materialized upon the conference table. The formerly solemn atmosphere of the meeting room instantly lightened at the creature's arrival. The piglet appeared momentarily bewildered, swaying its plump little head before trotting forward on its stubby legs with an endearing snort. The man gently scratched beneath the piglet's chin with his finger, chuckling. "Huh? This little creature appears possessed of remarkable vitality. Excellent, truly an exceptional breed." Among those present was also a professor from the Biological Research Institute. He stared fixedly at the piglet, his expression betraying profound excitement. "Our Biological Research Institute formally requests permission to conduct genetic sequencing on this superbreeding pig. Once we decipher its genetic blueprint, we may replicate identical specimens through cloning technology." Upon hearing this proposal, the man responded, "Very well, this matter shall be entrusted to your research institute." Observing the assembly's collective enthusiasm, Lu Zheng continued, "There remains yet another reward, an entirely novel defensive technology. Its complete designation is the high-energy plasma domain shield. Whether confronted with missiles or meteorite impacts, this shield shall repel them with effortless grace." Lu Zheng placed a USB drive upon the table. This contains the complete technical documentation for this shield. The weapon specialists present all rose to their feet in agitation. The generals among them were particularly overcome, their composure utterly dissolved. Might we then apply this technology to fighter aircraft, or perhaps entire carrier battle groups? Lu Zheng smiled with knowing significance, far more than that. The coverage range of this shield is remarkably extensive. Provided the energy supply remains sufficient, it could potentially encompass the entirety of Longxia's domain. The entire conference room fell instantly silent. None present dared even to draw breath. All regarded Lu Zheng with expressions of stunned disbelief. After a prolonged silence, Wu Shanhe suddenly spoke. "Lu Zheng, are your previous words entirely true? This shield, it truly can encompass the entirety of Longxia?" Only upon witnessing Lu Zheng's confirming nod did the assembled luminaries finally abandon all restraint. Heavens above, this is nothing short of a divine artifact. What need have we for anti-missile systems or air defense networks when such technology renders them all obsolete? Following the meeting's conclusion, Wu Shanhe detained Lu Zheng alone. "Commander Wu, have we perhaps identified new objectives to pursue?" Lu Zheng inquired. "Indeed, but before that I must request your assistance with a particular matter." Upon finishing, Wu Shanhe extracted a collection of photographs from a dossier. Lu Zheng observed that these were all portraits of women, the majority attired in white laboratory coats. "Lu Zheng, your system possesses the ability to perceive concealed information, does it not? Then examine these individuals and determine whether any spies might be concealed among them." "There's a spy among these women," Lu Zheng remarked, somewhat taken aback. Wu Shanhe said in a grave voice, "A leak has recently surfaced over at the Capital Agricultural Academy. After preliminary screening, the suspects have been narrowed down to these female researchers. Your system can reveal hidden information about women, so I was hoping you could help us investigate." The moment Lu Zheng laid eyes on the first photograph, the system projected her information before his gaze. Name Gua Xiaomei, age 35, height, weight 165 to 50, appearance score 70, personality score 80, marital status married, overall rating 60, remarks a leading authority in genetically modified agriculture, industriously devoted with her heart, wholly committed to serving the nation. Finding nothing amiss with this woman, Lu Zheng moved on to the next photograph. Name Guan Qian, age 29, height, weight 168 to 58, appearance score 75, personality score 70, number of exes 1, relationship status single, overall rating 65, remarks a researcher in the hybrid soybean laboratory. A failed romance left her disillusioned with men, so she has severed all romantic attachments and devoted herself entirely to her scientific pursuits. Lu Zheng examined the photographs of several more women in succession, yet none raised any suspicion. Then suddenly his gaze came to rest upon a striking figure. Name Lin Zheng, age 25, height, weight 170 to 49, personality strong, self-esteem inwardly sensitive, unsociable. Appearance score 98, personality score 90, overall rating 96, remarks a distinguished alumna of Longxia Agricultural University, endowed with extraordinary talent in agricultural research. Currently a researcher at the Super Wheat Laboratory. Due to her mother's prolonged illness and crippling medical expenses, she was exploited by unscrupulous individuals who offered substantial sums in exchange for experimental data. Yet with each transaction, she deliberately altered the data and falsified experimental procedures, never once revealing any genuine research content. She has even long been tracking the movements of enemy nation spies, determined to hold fast to her principles. Lu Zheng never imagined that within the Agricultural Academy there existed a woman of such a regal, cool-eyed bearing. What surprised him even more was just how exceptionally high Lin Zheng's overall rating was. Just then a system notification appeared before Lu Zheng once more. Ding! Limited time mission issued. Win over the Agricultural Academy's Genius Girl within 48 hours to obtain the Super 5-grain seed gift pack. Lu Zheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately relayed everything to Wu Shanhe. You mean to say she's never leaked any core data? Lu Zheng nodded, though the news left Wu Shanhe in a quandary. After a long silence, Wu Shanhe declared, everything must be subordinated to the interests of the nation. The apocalypse draws near. The Super 5-grain seeds are of paramount importance. We must secure them. I'll contact Lu Ruoxi right away and have her devise an entirely new approach. That very afternoon, Lu Zheng was transferred to the Agricultural Science Academy under the guise of a researcher. Lu Zheng, from now on you'll be studying under Lin Zheng's guidance, the old professor announced as he led Lu Zheng into the laboratory. Lin Zheng turned around, cast Lu Zheng a cursory glance, gave a slight nod, then turned back to her work, paying him no further mind. Lu Zheng could not help but marvel that Lin Zheng's ice-cold countenance was even more stunning in person than in her photograph. Lu Ruoxi's voice then crackled through his earpiece. Proceed as planned. Casually pose a few academic questions to her. Lu Zheng feigned studying the experimental data. Senior sister, why does this parameter need to be set this way, eh? Lin Zheng replied coolly, these are the latest standardized experimental values. Just remember them. Senior sister, how far along are we with the current experiments? Lin Zheng's brows furrowed faintly, her tone remaining as icy as ever. The super wheat seeds have entered the 4th generation breeding research phase. The current batch of seeds is now as stable as the parent strain. Following Lu Ruoxi's instructions, Lu Zheng proceeded to fire a great many questions at Lin Zheng, one after another. He played the part of a green research novice to perfection. As Lin Zheng's patience began to wear thin, Lu Zheng suddenly remarked, Senior sister, you're truly remarkable. With talent like yours, you're bound to become one of Longxia's foremost professors of agricultural science. At those words, Lin Zheng paused for the briefest moment. How she longed to devote herself wholly to her research. Yet her mother's condition loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain, crushing the breath from her lungs, until at last she had no choice but to take that fateful step. Just focus on your experiments. Lin Zheng replied, coldly offering nothing more. As night deepened, the laboratory door was slowly pushed open. Lin Zheng slipped inside alone, her footsteps barely audible. She made her way to the main computer, swiftly entered the password, and pulled up the core experimental data. After duplicating the data, she altered several critical parameters. Having done all this, she let out a self-mocking laugh. This should be enough to satisfy them, and it won't truly compromise the nation's interests. However, just as the data transfer reached its midpoint, the laboratory door was suddenly flung open. Senior sister, what are you doing? She hastily closed the window, turned around, and forced herself to appear composed. Nothing at all. I just came by to check on the equipment. She even turned the tables and demanded, as for you, what are you doing here at this hour? But Lu Zheng strode straight over and seized Lin Zheng by the throat, pinning her against the wall. Why you? What are you doing? Lin Zheng was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Lu Zheng would suddenly strike. She struggled desperately, her hands clawing futilely at Lu Zheng's arm, yet she could not break free. Lu Zheng was inherently stronger than she was. Coupled with the augmentation of his Vajra kidneys, his physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary men. Lu Zheng demanded, "Senior sister, just what were you doing a moment ago?" Lin Cheng's voice grew hoarse. I wasn't doing anything. It seems senior sister isn't willing to tell the truth. Lu Zheng leaned closer. In that case, I'll have a word with senior sister's mother. I'll tell her that her daughter has resorted to such measures just to pay for her treatment. A jolt of alarm shot through Lin Cheng's heart. She simply could not fathom how this junior brother she had met only half a day ago could possibly know her secret. Fine. I'll talk. Only then did Lu Zheng release his grip. I did come to steal the experimental records. But I altered all the core data and deleted the most crucial experimental steps. Whatever they get from me will be useless. My mother is ill. Every day, she needs prohibitively expensive medication. I truly had no choice. Lin Cheng's voice quivered on the verge of tears, though she fought desperately to hold them back. She lifted her gaze toward Lu Zheng, but he bellowed at her with chilling severity. Did I tell you to look up, eh? Lin Cheng immediately lowered her head, not daring to meet Lu Zheng's eyes again. She wondered whether the Lu Zheng she had met during the day could possibly be the same person standing before her now. Otherwise, how could that seemingly obedient junior brother from this morning have suddenly transformed into someone like this? While Lin Cheng was still lost in her bewildered thoughts, Lu Zheng suddenly reached out and took hold of her chin. Lu Zheng forced Lin Cheng's face upward, yet Lin Cheng still dared not look at him. Seeing her in such a state, a wicked smile curled at the corner of Lu Zheng's lips. Senior sister, you don't want anyone else to learn of this little episode, do you? Lin Cheng asked fearfully. What do you intend to do? Lu Zheng's tone turned teasing. That depends entirely on senior sister's sincerity. After several seconds of silence, Lin Cheng finally closed her eyes. All right. You would do anything I ask. Lin Cheng did not dare lift her gaze to meet Lu Zheng's. She merely nodded gently, her gesture utterly abject. Lu Zheng curled his lips at one corner, then turned and walked to a chair nearby, settling into it. Come here. His voice drifted over once more, laced with a hint of playful mockery. Lin Cheng had no recourse. She seemed to have already prepared herself for the worst possible outcome. If such a thing truly came to pass, she could only resign herself to fate. Yet what she had anticipated never came to pass. Instead, she heard a heavy thud as a thick stack of documents was tossed before her. Senior sister, please verify all this experimental data. That shouldn't be a problem, should it? This is 5 people's worth of work. I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it. Lin Cheng ventured cautiously, fearful of provoking Lu Zheng's displeasure. Fine, then senior sister may refuse. Then I'll have your dear old mother do it instead. Those casually spoken words seized Lin Cheng's heart in an instant. She clenched her fists. After a long while, she finally forced a single word through clenched teeth. Fine. Lin Cheng had barely reached for the light when her wrist was suddenly seized by a large hand. Did I permit you to turn on the light? Lu Zheng threatened. At the same moment, he snatched the mobile phone from her pocket. Calculate it by hand. Lin Cheng could only clutch the stack of documents and make her way to the windowsill. By the faint moonlight, she labored manually through the complex experimental calculations. Lu Zheng raised his hand and stroked her head much as one would pat a kitten or puppy. I'll come to inspect tomorrow morning. Lin Cheng shuddered all over and nodded hastily. All right, I understand. Lu Zheng nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the laboratory. No sooner had he stepped into the corridor than he suddenly exhaled, his expression turning helpless. He spoke to Lu Ruashi through his earpiece. Major Lu, I did everything exactly as you arranged. Just now was truly. I've never done anything so cruel in my life. I nearly let the whole thing slip. Besides, will this really even work? Lu Zheng hesitated. This. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a proper strategy of pursuit. Wouldn't it only make her hate me more instead? Lu Ruashi explained. With someone like Lin Cheng, simply being kind to her won't work at all. You have to use these methods to make her develop a dependence on you, or some other kind of feeling. There's a psychological term for it, Stockholm Syndrome, where a victim develops a kind of admiration toward their abuser. Lu Zheng could not help but sigh inwardly. Lu Ruashi's tactics were truly ruthless. It was no wonder the higher-ups had assigned Lu Ruashi as a strategist. Major Lu, what do I do next? Leave her be. Go back and rest well. Just come find her again tomorrow. Lu Ruashi continued. Besides, even if she didn't actually leak the experimental data, her behavior was still wrong in the first place. Making her do this can count as a bit of punishment. At 10 o'clock that night in a standalone villa in the capital. Because the Agricultural Academy was also in the capital, Lu Zheng decided to come to the villa to rest. Lu Zheng pushed open the door. The living room was shrouded in darkness with no one there to greet him. They must all be asleep by now. He slipped off his shoes and made his way upstairs as quietly as possible. Deng Ziyuan clearly hadn't expected Lu Zheng to return so suddenly. She froze on the spot, her footsteps halting instinctively. You? Why are you back? Lu Zheng smiled and leaned closer. Sister, don't tell me you didn't want me back. Of course not. Deng Ziyuan's voice was barely audible, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Lu Zheng smiled. Where's Su Jinyao? Why don't I see her anywhere? She has a school music competition tomorrow morning, so she went to bed early. Since you're back, I'll go wake her up now. Never mind. This way I can have a proper chat with sister instead. In the bedroom, only a single dim yellow desk lamp had been switched on. You know massage too? Deng Ziyuan asked, somewhat surprised. Just a little. With the enhancement of his massage virtuoso specialization, Lu Zheng could clearly perceive the meridians and acupoints across Deng Ziyuan's body. Deng Ziyuan sensed the changes coursing through her body and could not help being astonished. You actually do know massage. The next morning, Deng Ziyuan barely opened her eyes when a fragrant aroma reached her nose. She went to the kitchen and discovered that Lu Zheng was making breakfast. Just then a drowsy voice came from behind her. Sister Ziyuan, what delicious food did you make? It smells so good. But the moment she arrived at the kitchen, Su Jinyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Zheng, when did you come back? Lu Zheng tossed the wok with one hand and said with a smile, I got back last night. Hearing this, Su Jinyao immediately pouted. She turned to Deng Ziyuan and complained, Sister Ziyuan, Lu Zheng came back last night, and you didn't even tell me. For a moment, Deng Ziyuan didn't know how to explain. Alright, don't blame your sister Ziyuan. I knew you had a music competition today, so I deliberately didn't wake you so you could get proper rest. Still wearing her sheer pajamas, Su Jinyao ran over and hugged Lu Zheng directly. Kyoto Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Lu Zheng returned to the laboratory. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lin Zheng slumped over the desk, fast asleep. A thick pile of calculation papers and data files sat before her. Clearly she had pulled an all-nighter. Seeing Lin Zheng like this, Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. You could throw a jacket over her, Lu Ruashi's voice came through his earpiece. Lu Zheng silently complained in his heart. Women's minds truly are as unpredictable as needles in the ocean. Just yesterday Lu Ruashi had told him to boss Lin Zheng around, and today she was already acting all caring. He took off his coat and gently draped it over Lin Zheng. The moment the fabric settled, Lin Zheng jolted awake and shot up from her chair. When she saw Lu Zheng, her face drained of color completely. I'm sorry, I wasn't slacking off. I've double-checked all the experimental data, you can review it anytime. Lin Zheng hadn't slept all night, dark circles forming beneath her eyes, yet her stunning beauty remained impossible to hide. Despite her simple white lab coat, she appeared pristine and elegant, exuding an unmistakable air of sophistication. Lu Zheng led her to the underground parking lot. Take off your clothes. Hearing Lu Zheng say this, Lin Zheng was instantly baffled. Could it be? He wants to. Here. She bit her lower lip. Though unwilling, deep down she obediently complied. After all, Lu Zheng held her secret hostage, and she had no choice. What are you doing? Lu Zheng suddenly asked. Lin Zheng looked at him in complete confusion. Didn't you tell me to take off my clothes? Lu Zheng was at a loss for words. I said take off your outer coat. Why did you undress so much? I can't have you strolling around in the academy's white coat. Lin Zheng's face flushed like a special effect had been applied. In barely a second it turned crimson. She wished she could dig a hole and crawl inside, overwhelmed with embarrassment. The car finally stopped at the hospital entrance. Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. She couldn't understand why Lu Zheng had brought her to a hospital. Lu Zheng spoke with an inscrutable tone. Seeing your sister, the things you've done, keeping them known only to me would be such a waste. Lin Zheng's heart sank, a terrible premonition rising within her. That's why I specifically notified Auntie. Let her come and have a proper look as well. Lu Zheng's voice carried a hint of mockery. I've already sent her the relevant photos. I want her to see exactly what kind of person her precious daughter really is. At that moment, Lin Zheng felt her blood run cold throughout her entire body. She had thought that as long as she behaved obediently, Lu Zheng would let her go. But she had been far too naive. Isn't that a coincidence? Your mother is in this very ward. Through the glass, Lin Zheng indeed caught sight of a familiar figure. She no longer cared about anything else. Letting out a shriek, she charged into the ward like a madwoman. Lin Zheng pushed open the hospital room door and froze. Her mother, lying in bed, smiled and waved at her. Cheng, you've come. Come here and let Mama see you. Before Lin Zheng could comprehend what was happening, her mother's voice echoed in her ears once more. Cheng, I had no idea how hard you worked at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. The woman held photographs in her hands, her face radiant with pride. Mama is so proud of you, my daughter is truly remarkable. Lin Zheng, utterly bewildered, took the photos. She discovered they were all images of her late-night experiments in the laboratory, along with scenes of her writing reports and receiving various awards. There was nothing in them that could tarnish her reputation and nothing related to leaks whatsoever. Lin Zheng's emotions swirled violently, yet she forced herself to remain composed as she looked at the woman. Mama, why are you here? Aren't you recuperating at home? The woman replied with a smile, someone had me sent here for treatment. The doctor said that while the illness cannot be completely cured, my condition has improved significantly, and I no longer need to endure those bitter medicines. As long as I avoid overly stimulating foods, my health will remain stable. Lin Zheng turned around and saw Lu Zheng standing at the doorway of the hospital room. Only then did it dawn on her. This wasn't an ordinary ward, but the hospital's most exclusive VIP suite. A single day's stay came at an astonishing cost. Lu Zheng realized this was all Lu Zheng's doing. Words choked in her throat, and she found herself speechless. Lu Zheng walked straight over. Auntie Lu Zheng is one of our top researchers at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. The research she conducts can help many people solve food issues. She is a true merit maker. The woman listened with delight, her eyes growing ever more satisfied as she looked at Lu Zheng. Such a handsome young man. Are you my Cheng Cheng's boyfriend? Lu Zheng was instantly flustered. She feared her mother might say something inappropriate and anger Lu Zheng. But just as she was about to explain, Lu Zheng took the woman's hand. Yes, Annie. You rest here without worry, and Lu Zheng and I will visit you often. After leaving the hospital room, Lu Zheng pondered for a long time before finally speaking. What's going on? Lu Zheng shrugged. Bringing your mother here for treatment. Is that not obvious enough? Lu Zheng responded, that's not what I mean. What? Why are you helping me? And how did you know where my mother lives? Lu Zheng turned and gently lifted Lu Zheng's chin. You don't need to know these things. What are you questioning me now? Lu Zheng dared not ask further. On the way back to the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Lu Zheng couldn't help but steal glances at Lu Zheng several times. She felt Lu Zheng wasn't as bad as she had imagined. In fact, he seemed quite good to her. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng noticed through the rearview mirror that the progress bar above Lu Zheng's head had changed. Affection increased by 60, current affection 60. Lu Zheng couldn't help but marvel. Lu Ruashi's strategy plan actually worked. Upon arriving at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Lu Zheng suddenly spoke. Last night's incident will serve as your punishment. I will pretend I know nothing about it from now on, and I will not trouble you again. After saying this, Lu Zheng turned and left without hesitation. Lu Zheng stood frozen in place, holding the lab coat in her hands. She should have felt relieved. After all, Lu Zheng would no longer harass her, and she wouldn't have to live in fear every day. But as she watched Lu Zheng's figure gradually disappear, her heart felt strangely empty, as though something vital was missing. Affection increased by 10, current affection 70. Noon. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences cold storage room. Lu Zheng held a small notebook recording the status of this batch of frozen samples. Of course, he didn't actually know how to do these things. He was merely putting on a show here, deliberately waiting for Lu Zheng to arrive. Will Lu Zheng really come? Lu Zheng asked, tapping his earpiece lightly. Lu Ruashi immediately responded, don't worry, she will definitely come. However, the temperature in the cold storage is very low. If you're cold, I'll have someone bring you some clothes. Honestly, Lu Zheng hadn't taken it seriously. Ever since acquiring the Vajra dual kidneys, his physical fitness had far exceeded that of ordinary people. This low temperature meant nothing to him. Not long after Lu Zheng indeed arrived. She was carrying a carefully packaged lunchbox in her hands. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Compared to her usual icy demeanor, her expression was much softer. Lu Zheng, you probably haven't eaten yet, right? I went to the cafeteria and brought you food. Hearing Lu Zheng's voice, Lu Zheng didn't turn around. Instead, he coldly said, put it there. Lu Zheng felt somewhat awkward and wanted to find another topic to talk with Lu Zheng for a few more words. But just as she opened her mouth, the cold storage door slammed shut with a bang. Panicked, Lu Zheng rushed over to push the door. However, the cold storage door simply couldn't be opened from the inside. She took out her phone only to discover there was no signal. It seems we can only wait for someone outside to notice us. There's no use being anxious. Lu Zheng said calmly. Actually, this was all Lu Ruashi's plan. The purpose was to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. Lu Ruashi had even had someone adjust the temperature in the cold storage to around 10 degrees. This created a tense atmosphere without risking anyone getting frostbite. Interestingly, Lu Zheng didn't feel nervous at all now. She even thought being trapped here with Lu Zheng seemed kind of nice. Silence fell between them, and Lu Zheng couldn't help but shiver. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, her body trembling slightly. Put it on. Lu Zheng took off his own coat and casually tossed it to Lu Zheng. But you. I told you to put it on. Lu Zheng immediately shut her mouth and obediently put on the coat. Affection increased by 10, current affection 80. Even wearing two coats, Lu Zheng still felt cold. Her body curled into a ball, looking rather pitiful. Lu Zheng, will we die here? I'm a sinner. If I die, I deserve it. I just feel sorry for you. You're a good person and shouldn't die with me. Lu Zheng didn't comfort her, but instead said firmly, shut up. What death or life, my woman must live well. When the time comes, we'll go out together. Lu Zheng suddenly raised her head, looking at Lu Zheng in disbelief. You? What did you say? Lu Zheng doubted whether she had heard correctly. Just now Lu Zheng had actually called her his woman. Lu Zheng walked over and said with a teasing expression, aren't you my woman? I already said it to your mother's face at the hospital today. Lu Zheng's emotions churned violently inside her. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond to Lu Zheng's words. Affection increased by 15, current affection 95. Lu Zheng looked down at Lu Zheng from above. This woman was unbearably beautiful. Especially that face. It was more stunning than many female celebrities. Lu Zheng didn't say anything else. Instead, I've already handed over all the system rewards from this mission. If there's nothing else, I'll take her home first. The corridor outside the frozen storage vault. Lu Zheng held the sleeping Lin Cheng in his arms, his eyes brimming with heartache. Recalling the entire strategy plan, he felt he owed her a profound apology. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he could at last let Lin Cheng rest properly. Lu Ruashi held the USB drive, gazing at the several large bags of seeds before her. I'll transfer these super grain seeds to the Agricultural Academy immediately. As for the room temperature superconductivity principles and space elevator blueprints on the USB drive, I'll contact the National Academy of Sciences for research. Go back and rest well. I'll reach out tomorrow to arrange the next mission. Lu Zheng nodded and departed with Lin Cheng in his arms. Capital City, a standalone villa. Lin Cheng opened her eyes, greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. Clutching her head as she sat up, she vaguely recalled being trapped with Lu Zheng in the Agricultural Academy's frozen storage vault, and that she had done something of that nature with Lu Zheng. As for what happened afterward, she could not remember. She noticed the room was immaculately clean, the bedding entirely fresh, nothing like a hotel room. Stepping out of the room, she found herself in a spacious corridor. Only then did Lin Cheng realize this was a grand villa. No sooner had she reached the staircase than she heard voices drifting up from the living room on the first floor. She cautiously peered over the railing. Lu Zheng sat on the sofa, engaged in a video call with someone. Two breathtakingly beautiful women sat beside him. One sat with perfect posture, gentleness radiating from her brow, and eyes exuding an intellectual allure. The other snuggled against Lu Zheng's chest, idly toying with a plush cushion. "Xinxing, how have you been these past few days?" Lu Zheng asked the equally beautiful woman on the screen. Xinxing replied with a smile, "Quite well. The state has renovated the primary school in Falu village. Let me show you." Not only did they build new teaching facilities, but also a cafeteria and library. Oh, and they installed air conditioning too. The children won't suffer through the summer heat anymore. My parents haven't had anyone troubling them either. I'm living a wonderfully carefree life now. Xinxing held up her phone as though giving Lu Zheng and the others a tour of the school. Her tone suddenly carried a hint of playful pride. "Did your mission go smoothly these past few days? And did you miss me?" Lu Zheng replied with a tender expression. "The mission went smoothly, and yes, I missed you." Su Jinyao leaned over, calling out sweetly, "Sister Xinxing, is village life really fascinating? I heard you can see countless stars at night, and the air is much better than in the city." Xinxing gazed at the charming Su Jinyao on the screen and smiled as she nodded. "Yes, the starlight here at night is absolutely stunning. When you have time, come visit the village. I'll take you up the mountain to pick wild fruit and down to the river to catch fish." Deng Ziyuan added, "Then sign me up. I can give the children some history lessons while I'm at it." The group exchanged easy conversation, none of the awkwardness of strangers, the atmosphere wonderfully warm. Lu Zheng looked up and caught sight of Lin Cheng standing at the top of the stairs. "I wanted to let you rest a while longer, so I didn't wake you earlier." As Lu Zheng spoke, Su Jinyao and the others looked up at Lin Cheng as well. Suddenly, the focus of so many eyes, Lin Cheng felt immediately at a loss. Yet she could sense that these women's gazes held no hostility, only warmth. Su Jinyao was the first to react. She sprang up from the sofa and hurried to the staircase. "Honor student sister, you're awake." Lin Cheng was pulled down to sit on the sofa alongside Lu Zheng and the others. "Lu Zheng told us everything. You're the top student from the Agricultural Academy. Incredibly impressive, a genius research scientist." As she spoke, Su Jinyao's eyes shone with admiration. It's not that exaggerated. I'm really just an ordinary researcher." Lin Cheng's cheeks flushed crimson from the praise. She was clearly still uncertain about what was happening. Deng Ziyuan said gently, "Don't be nervous. Let me explain everything to you." Over the next several minutes, Deng Ziyuan narrated the full story from beginning to end. Lin Cheng listened in silence, her head bowed, saying nothing for a long while. After all, the sheer volume of information required time to absorb. "From now on, this is your home. Welcome home." Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Lin Cheng's nose prickled, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. Deng Ziyuan was the most perceptive. Sensing Lin Cheng's fragile emotional state, she tugged at Su Jinyao's arm. "Come on, let's go to the kitchen and prepare dinner." Xinxing on the screen waved with a smile. "I happen to need to check on the children in the classroom. We'll chat again later." With that, she blew a heart to Lu Zheng before ending the video call. The living room fell silent in an instant. Only Lu Zheng and Lin Cheng remained on the sofa. Lin Cheng kept her head lowered, fingers picking at the sofa fabric, her heart in complete turmoil. Why did you choose me? I'm not worthy. Not worthy of such an honorable mission." Lu Zheng took Lin Cheng's hand directly. Lin Cheng instinctively tried to pull away, but Lu Zheng held her even tighter. "Why wouldn't you be worthy? The system's rating for you was as high as 96 points. You're a researcher yourself. I don't need to elaborate on what that score means." Lin Cheng's eyes reddened even more. "But I betrayed." Before she could finish, Lu Zheng cut her off. "Last night already served as your punishment. Besides, every time you merely modified the data, you never caused any real disaster. Most importantly, you fulfilled the mission brilliantly. That counts as redeeming yourself. Lu Zheng gazed into Lin Sheng's eyes, and continued, only the highest echelons executing the Yan Huang project know what you did. The Agricultural Academy knows nothing. Yao Yao Ziyuan and the others are completely in the dark too. Let the past stay in the past. Just turn the page and move on. At that moment, no matter how strong Lin Sheng tried to be, no matter how hard she struggled to maintain composure, she could no longer hold back. Tears burst forth like a breached dam, streaming down her cheeks. She wanted to express her gratitude to Lu Zheng, but she was so choked up she couldn't utter a single word. Alright, stop crying. Bear me a strapping son or a beautiful daughter. At dusk, Deng Ziyuan and Su Jinyao had prepared dinner. The four of them sat together around the table, video calling with Xin Qing at the same time. Su Jinyao happened to glance at her phone and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, look at the news quick." Su Jinyao raised her phone. The trending news on the screen instantly drew every gaze in the room. Breaking. Longxiao launches large-scale recruitment drive, salaries and benefits doubled. Mind-blowing move. Longxia to build nationwide subway system. Shocking. Even the wastelands are hiring. Proof that Longxia is truly a nation of infrastructure maniacs. Beneath these headlines, netizens had been busy leaving hot comments. Brothers and sisters, my hometown is finally getting a subway. The country is incredible. Getting around will be so convenient from now on. You're dreaming. Plenty of prefecture-level cities don't even have subways. What's the point of building one in our poor little backwater? Your vision is way too narrow. Back when they were electrifying every village, weren't you saying the same thing was useless? But what's the deal with recruiting workers in the wasteland? They can't seriously be building a subway across the Gobi, right? I can't make heads or tails of this. Time for a conspiracy theory. What if they're using the subway as cover to build some kind of underground bunker? So on the surface they're recruiting workers, but in reality, damn, I don't dare say it out loud, the water bill collectors might show up at my door. Lu Zheng noticed that beyond the trending headlines, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had also posted related news. A Longxia diplomat stood at the podium, his expression solemn. This action by Longxia is purely a matter of standard civilian necessity. Its purpose is to improve infrastructure. There is no need for outside parties to overinterpret it. In truth, Lu Zheng had anticipated this situation long ago. An undertaking as massive as the underground city was bound to send shockwaves across the entire nation. And that was only the beginning. While construction had just started, they could still get away with using the subway cover story. But once the underground city began to take shape, it would inevitably ignite an even greater public uproar. Lu Zheng felt he had to accelerate the pace. Complete as many system missions as possible, claim every reward. Ensure that Longxia held more cards to play. That very night, above the waters of the Longxia Sea, two enemy fighter jets skimmed back and forth along the edge of the territorial waters. Warning. You have entered Longxia territorial waters. Leave immediately. Leave immediately. The pilots in the cockpit pretended not to hear, smirking with disdain. But just as they prepared to press their provocation further, two beams of light came crashing down from the heavens. The radiance, like divine punishment, grazed the wings of the fighters and plunged into the sea below. Boom. Two columns of water dozens of meters high erupted from the surface of the sea, proving that those twin beams had been no illusion. FUCK, what the hell was that just now? Just as the two men were still reeling from shock, a dark shadow streaked past at an incomprehensible speed, flashing across the edge of the atmosphere. The velocity was beyond absurd. So fast that on the fighter jet's radar screens it left nothing but a fleeting afterimage. Alert! 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 Unidentified aerial object detected. The cockpit alarms shrieked wildly. Yet they couldn't even capture the outline of the target. What is that? A fighter jet? Impossible. No human aircraft could move that fast. Absolutely impossible. Could it be a radar malfunction? FUCK, this is too freaky. We're pulling out. The two fighter jets, like fleeing stray dogs, desperately wheeled about and fled for their lives. And that dark shadow flashed past the edge of the atmosphere once again. The following morning, Shanghai International Airport. Lu Zheng and Lu Ruoxi had barely stepped out of the terminal when they climbed into a business van. Here's the target for this operation. Get familiar with her first. The moment Lu Zheng took the tablet from Lu Ruoxi, the system instantly displayed the girl's profile. Name: Gu Shiqing. Age 20. Height, weight 17,248. Personality: delicate in thought, gentle and kind. Appearance score 98. Personality score 98. Romantic history 0. Overall rating 98. Notes: sophomore at Shanghai Drama Academy. Both parents are university professors. Family background is affluent and impeccable. No bad habits, no hereditary illnesses in the family. Raised alongside her twin sister, the two share an exceptionally close bond. This was the highest overall rated girl Lu Zheng had ever attempted to pursue. But upon reading the notes, Lu Zheng could not help but ask, "She has a twin sister?" Lu Ruoxi replied in an even tone, "Yes." Gu Shiqing has an identical twin sister named Gu Tingwan. She looks exactly like Gu Shiqing, but their personalities are complete opposites. Based on our comprehensive evaluation, pursuing Gu Shiqing will be considerably easier. Lu Zheng nodded thoughtfully. In the photograph, Gu Shiqing wore the face of a first love. Even in a plain, unadorned dress, she carried the ineffable air of a moonlit memory. Truth be told, gazing at a face like that, it was difficult for Lu Zheng not to feel his heart stir. Along the way, Lu Zheng happened to spot the large-scale worker recruitment notices. A throng of migrant workers had gathered, filing onto a coach bus behind their foreman. The underground city project has already broken ground. The foundations for the first batch of shelters were just laid yesterday. Furthermore, the geology department has discovered that seismic belts across the globe have shown varying degrees of increased activity recently. In truth, even without Lu Ruoxi telling him, Lu Zheng knew time was running short. They had to move quickly. Shanghai Drama Academy cafeteria. There she is. Gu Shiqing is at window number 5, Lu Ruoxi reminded him. Lu Zheng spotted a girl with long hair cascading past her shoulders, dressed in a beige coat, standing graceful and poised. This was, after all, a drama academy, where students tended to be uniformly attractive, but among them all Gu Shiqing was beautiful on an entirely different level, untouchable, a class apart. So what should I do now? Just walk up and chat her up? Asked Lu Zheng. Lu Ruoxi was nearly speechless at Lu Zheng's cluelessness. After successfully pursuing so many high-scoring goddesses, how could he still be this oblivious? If you go straight up to her, she'll definitely reject you as some creep. Find a chance to bump into her tray. Make it look natural. Lu Zheng looked taken aback. Huh? Lu Ruoxi continued. According to the original plan, you should have started pursuing Gu Shiqing 2 days ago. She was about to perform in a play at the time, and we had arranged for you to take the male lead role. You two would have grown close through the performance, and everything would have unfolded naturally. But these past 2 days you've been focused on Lin Sheng, so the play has long since ended. This is the only option left. Lu Zheng had no choice but to steel himself and carry out the plan. He pretended to be playing with his phone. When he reached Gu Shiqing's side, he stepped on his own foot and stumbled forward. Clatter. Their trays collided. Gravies and juices splashed all over Gu Shiqing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't look where I was going. My foot slipped. Wait here for a moment, I'll go get you a fresh tray. Gu Shiqing hurriedly said, No, it's fine, I can. But Lu Zheng had already turned and headed toward the serving counter, leaving her no chance to refuse. Lu Ruoxi had already thoroughly researched Gu Shiqing's preferences. She liked small portions of ribs, disliked green onions and cilantro, and loved rice mixed with black rice. A few minutes later, Lu Zheng returned carrying a tray piled high with food. Oh, this is too embarrassing. You really didn't need to buy so much. Gu Shiqing also noticed that every dish was something she loved. Even the texture of the rice was exactly how she preferred it. Still, she didn't think too much of it, dismissing it as coincidence. I'm really so sorry about earlier. Honestly, I feel this still isn't nearly enough to make up for it. By the way, your coat's dirty now. How about I take it and get it cleaned for you? Gu Shiqing quickly waved her hands. No, that's really not necessary. I'll just wash it myself when I get back. Just as the two were still caught in their awkward back and forth, a crisp, clear voice suddenly rang out. Sis. Following the sound, Lu Zheng was slightly taken aback. This girl looked exactly like Gu Shiqing. The same long hair, the same delicate features, the same figure, even wearing the same clothes. However, this girl's gaze was not as gentle. It was more like a little wild cat with an aggressive streak. The moment she appeared, the system projected her profile right in front of Lu Zheng's eyes. Name: Gu Tingwan. Age: 20. Height, weight 172 to 48. Personality: quick-tempered and impatient. Appearance score 98. Personality score 80. Dating experience 0. Overall rating 90. Note: sophomore at Shanghai Academy of Dramatic Arts, a straight-shooting girl with a close bond to her older sister. She has helped her sister fend off countless unsuitable admirers. Who are you? Did you bully my sister? Gu Tingwan questioned on the spot. Lu Zheng could not understand it. This girl clearly possessed the same first love face as Gu Shiqing. Yet she gave such a different impression. Xiaowan, don't talk nonsense. He didn't bully me. Gu Tingwan happened to notice the stain on her sister's clothes. What happened here? Lu Zheng explained. I accidentally bumped into your sister and got her clothes dirty. I can wash them for her or buy her a new one. Just as Gu Shiqing was about to refuse, Gu Tingwan spoke up. Sis, this is your favorite jacket. We can't let it go like this. Then she turned to Lu Zheng. Do as you suggested. Wash my sister's jacket clean or buy her a new one. While saying this, Gu Tingwan took off her sister's outer jacket and tossed it to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng had been worried about what to do if Gu Shiqing insisted on letting him off the hook. But now, this younger sister was a perfect ally. Don't worry, I'll definitely handle it properly for you. Leaving the cafeteria, Lu Zheng handed the clothes to Lu Ruoxi. Lu Ruoxi immediately searched online for the same style, but found no clues. Then she dialed the phone number. Replicate this dress immediately. The fabric design and size must be exactly the same. Back at the cafeteria, As soon as Lu Zheng had walked far away, Gu Tingwan suddenly slapped her thigh. "Oh right sis, did you get his contact information?" Gu Shiqing scratched her head in confusion. I forgot." "Oh no. Sis, you've been played. That guy is clearly slick. He pretended to want to compensate, but left without his contact. How are you supposed to find him now?" Watching her younger sister's exasperated expression, Gu Shiqing couldn't help but smile softly. She reached out and ruffled Gu Tingwan's hair. "It's fine. It's just a jacket. What do you want to eat? I'll go get you some food." Speaking of which, the military's efficiency was truly remarkable. In less than an hour, an identical jacket was produced by the military clothing factory and delivered to Lu Ruoxi's hands. "Gu Shiqing is in the library right now. Take an umbrella and create a chance encounter," Lu Ruoxi instructed. Lu Zheng paused and looked up at the cloudless sky. "There doesn't seem to be any rain today." But Lu Ruoxi replied with a meaningful tone. "The weather forecast says no rain. But if I say there's rain, there will be rain." Lu Ruoxi immediately gave orders. "Notify the artificial rainfall department. Launch rain missiles according to these coordinates." Minutes later, several shells soared straight into the sky. As Lu Zheng walked through the library entrance, he looked up and saw the sky outside quickly darken. He couldn't help but marvel at how impressive it was to have the country as a backing. Even the weather could be changed at will. Meanwhile, Gu Shiqing wanted to return to her dorm only to find heavy rain pouring outside. Standing in the first-floor lobby, Gu Shiqing huddled with other students who had forgotten their umbrellas. "Your clothes are washed." Gu Shiqing turned around in surprise to find Lu Zheng standing right behind her. She was quite astonished. "That huge oil stain earlier. How did you get it out?" "Goodness, this jacket is as clean as new." Lu Zheng gave a perfunctory reply. "I just put in a little effort, and it came clean. Let me walk you back. Standing here will make you catch a cold." Lu Zheng waved the umbrella in his hand. After a brief hesitation, Gu Shiqing finally agreed. Several boys nearby stared in amazement, whispering among themselves. "Damn, this guy's got game. He actually carries an umbrella. From now on I should carry an umbrella every day too. Maybe I'll bump into my goddess someday." The umbrella wasn't very large, so Gu Shiqing had to lean closer to Lu Zheng. Their arms accidentally brushed against each other, and Gu Shiqing's cheeks flushed slightly pink. Lost in thought, Gu Shiqing failed to notice the steps ahead and tripped. "Be careful," Lu Zheng said gently. "Sorry, I didn't see the steps." Gu Shiqing's voice was soft and sweet, and she carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Not far away, a young couple was hiding under the eaves. The girl tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve and pouted. "Look at that guy's girlfriend. He knows to bring an umbrella when going out. Now look at you." The rain grew heavier and heavier. Protecting Gu Shiqing, Lu Zheng finally reached the girls' dormitory building. "We're here. Go on up." For some reason, even though they had arrived, Gu Shiqing felt a strange emptiness in her heart. Gu Shiqing suddenly spoke, her expression somewhat shy. "Could I get your contact information?" When Gu Shiqing returned to the dorm, she subconsciously reached into her jacket pocket and suddenly felt something inside. Pulling it out, she found several beautifully wrapped fruit candies and a sticky note. "Sorry for getting your clothes dirty this morning." Seeing such lovely handwriting, Gu Shiqing's heartbeat quickened. The feeling was indescribable. It was like a little deer bumping around inside her heart. Affection increased by 30. Current affection 30. That afternoon, Gu Shiqing's phone vibrated. "Lu Zheng, that's good then." Gu Shiqing, "Oh, by the way, what method did you use to wash it?" "It's amazing." Lu Zheng's secret. Gu Shiqing, "Have stingy. But thank you anyway." "Lu Zheng, you're welcome." Lu Ruoxi sat right beside Lu Zheng. Seeing this chat log, she shook her head helplessly. Lu Zheng was such a straight male? She seriously wondered. If it weren't for her helping him navigate these girls, when in the world would he ever find a wife on his own? Gu Shiqing, "Want to go to the cafeteria together for dinner tonight?" Lu Zheng, "Okay." Lu Ruoxi face-bombed. She sighed and decided not to meddle further. As long as these two managed to set up dates, that was what mattered. That evening, Lu Zheng spotted Gu Shiqing once again at the cafeteria. As she walked over, he immediately noticed her flushed cheeks. Lu Zheng didn't think much of it, assuming the young girl was simply shy and bashful. But not long after, Lu Zheng began to sense something was amiss. Gu Shiqing's gaze grew hazy and increasingly unfocused. Before long, she could barely grip her chopsticks. Lu Zheng hurriedly reached out and touched her forehead. "Burning hot. Do you have a fever?" he asked, furrowing his brow. Gu Shiqing raised her head dazedly, her face still reddening, as she replied. Is that so? Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit dizzy." Lu Zheng immediately took Gu Shiqing to the school infirmary. At the infirmary, the doctor skillfully set up an 4-drip for Gu Shiqing. She likely caught a chill from getting caught in the rain this afternoon. "Fortunately, your boyfriend brought her here in time. Once this drip is done, she'll be fine." Hearing the doctor's words, Gu Shiqing's face instantly turned crimson. She wanted to explain, but the words refused to come. The two sat together in the small partition of the infirmary, the atmosphere unavoidably growing tender and ambiguous. Just then Gu Shiqing's phone suddenly rang. Hello Xiaowan. It was her younger sister Gu Tingwan calling. But the other end of the line was filled with noisy music. Faintly the sound of glass bottles clinking could be heard. Xiaowan, are you there? Yet there was still no response from the other side, and the call was abruptly hung up. When Gu Shiqing called back, her sister's phone continuously showed no answer. Something's wrong, Lu Zheng asked. Gu Shiqing frowned, her face etched with worry. Xiaowan called me just now, but she wouldn't say anything. I'm worried something might have happened to her. Lu Zheng reassured her, don't worry. It was probably an accidental touch. At the same moment Lu Ruoxi's voice came through the earpiece. We've located Gu Tingwan. Tonight Gu Tingwan went to a KTV with her roommates to celebrate someone's birthday. They're still inside and haven't come out yet. Chances are something bad has happened. Lu Zheng subtly turned his face and whispered, what should we do now? Lu Ruoxi replied, don't worry. I've already dispatched people. But you'd best go to the scene yourself. Just tell everyone outside that you're the one who rescued them. Gu Shiqing and her younger sister are very close. If you save her sister, Gu Shiqing's affection toward you will surely increase. Lu Zheng felt this was a good opportunity and turned to look at Gu Shiqing. Stay here and rest well. Call me immediately if anything happens. Honestly, Gu Shiqing really didn't want to trouble Lu Zheng. But at this moment, she had no one else to rely on. She could only place her hopes on Lu Zheng. Alright, be careful. Meanwhile, at a KTV in Shanghai, Gu Tingwan and her three beautiful roommates were cornered by a group of rowdy hooligans. The floor was littered with scattered beer bottles and shards of glass were everywhere. Their phones had long been snatched away and even smashed to pieces. At their forefront stood a man with slicked back hair. The man licked his lips, his lecherous eyes fixed greedily on the girls. Everyone behave yourselves and don't even think about calling for help. Tonight you'll just politely keep us company. Nearby several hooligans joined in the jeering. Boss, the girls from the drama academy are truly stunning. Such pretty faces, such figure. Absolutely breathtaking. The man grinned even more obnoxiously and reached out to touch one of the girls. Pretty little beauty, sleep with big brother, and I guarantee you'll earn more than what you'd make acting after graduation. How about it? Gu Tingwan quickly pulled her roommate behind her and glared at the man, saying, you've gone too far. This is illegal. Let us go right now. Upon hearing this, the man and his henchmen burst into laughter. Sis, what are you pretending to be so virtuous for? Won't you still have to submit to directors' unreasonable demands in the future? Whether early or late, isn't it all the same? You might as well let Big Brother and the boys have some fun now. I guarantee it'll blow your mind. With that, he reached out his greasy hand and lunged toward Gu Tingwan. The other hooligans also rubbed their hands together, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the remaining girls. However, just then a cacophony of crashing sounds suddenly echoed from outside the private room, followed immediately by screams. What's going on out there? A few of you go check it out. The man sounded noticeably impatient. But the moment he opened the door, the lookout stationed outside was instantly kicked right into the room. The others wanted to rush out to investigate. Yet the next second they were terrified into retreating. 5 men with buzz cuts stood at the doorway, each bursting with muscular build and radiating an aura so menacing that even strangers would dare not approach. These were all special forces soldiers assigned by Wu Shanhe to protect Lu Zheng. Their sole purpose was to ensure Lu Zheng's safety in every possible way. The slick-haired man snapped back to reality, tilting his head and bellowing, damn it, which gang do you bastards belong to? Do you know whose territory this is? I'll make you. The lead special forces soldier wasted no words. His eyes turned cold, and in an instant his figure shot toward the man. Ugh! The man curled up like a shrimp and was sent flying backward. He crashed against the wall with a deafening thud, too agonized to even speak. The remaining hooligans still wanted to resist, grabbing beer bottles from the floor and charging forward. A special forces soldier sidestepped nimbly, then reversed his grip on one hooligan's wrist. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing was unmistakable. Another soldier was even more decisive. He delivered a sharp elbow strike to the hooligan's neck. The man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious instantly. In mere seconds, all the hooligans were laid flat on the ground. The 4 girls huddled together in terror, trembling all over, daring not even to lift their heads the entire time. After dealing with the thugs, the soldiers departed without delay. Lu Zheng entered the private room, his gaze falling upon Gu Tingwan, who was huddled in the corner. Gu Tingwan. Upon hearing someone call her name, Gu Tingwan cautiously raised her head. To her surprise, the person standing at the doorway was none other than Lu Zheng. How did you end up here? Gu Tingwan couldn't help but ask. Lu Zheng walked up to her. You're asking me? I should be the one asking you. Don't you realize how dangerous it is for a group of young girls to be out at a place like this late at night? If I had arrived, even a moment later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Gu Tingwan lowered her head. Knowing she was in the wrong, she didn't dare utter a single word of rebuttal. Lu Zheng ceased his reprimand. Enough. Don't make your sister worry. Come on, let's head back. On the way, questions kept bubbling up one after another in Gu Tingwan's mind. By the way, what's your name? How did you end up there? Were you with my sister just now? And those people earlier? Did you call them all? Gu Tingwan was about to ask more, but Lu Zheng responded, you've got quite a few questions. I suggest you focus instead on figuring out how to explain to your sister why you ran off to a KTV to drink at this hour. Gu Tingwan puffed out her cheeks and retorted, I didn't drink. I was just there to celebrate my roommate's birthday. Lu Zheng said nothing further, merely driving in silence. At that moment a wave of guilt washed over Gu Tingwan. At noon in the cafeteria, she had mistakenly believed Lu Zheng deliberately avoided exchanging contact information in order to shirk responsibility. Looking at it now, she had misjudged him entirely. She recalled once again the moment Lu Zheng appeared. He was absolutely commanding, just like a superhero from the movies. Thinking this, Gu Tingwan secretly tilted her head and stole a glance at Lu Zheng. The dim yellow street lamp cast light upon his profile, accentuating his sharply defined features. That sight struck right at Gu Tingwan's heart. She found Lu Zheng quite handsome indeed. The young maiden's thoughts grew increasingly complicated. Meanwhile, the progress bar above her head underwent a change. Affection level increased to 90, current affection level 90. Lu Zheng inadvertently caught sight of the progress bar, hovering above Gu Tingwan's head. He was so startled that he nearly stomped on the brake pedal. He had worked hard all day, yet Gu Sheng's favorability had barely reached 30%. He had only intended to make a cursory appearance at the KTV. How had this little girl's rating suddenly skyrocketed to 90%? When the two arrived at the medical office, Gu Tingwan immediately threw herself into her sister's arms. Gu Sheng patted her younger sister with deep concern. What happened? Why didn't you pick up when I called you? Lu Zheng glanced at his phone and offered an excuse. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be going now. In truth, it was Lu Ruoshi speaking through his earpiece. Find an excuse to leave. Don't disturb the sisters' conversation. Anyway, there's no opportunity tonight. We'll continue the strategy tomorrow. After leaving the medical office, Lu Zheng met up with Lu Ruoshi and told her everything about Gu Tingwan's rising favorability. Lu Ruoshi's eyes curved with a smile. Not bad. I recall the system's evaluation. Gu Tingwan's comprehensive score is also 90 points. There's a chance to pursue them both together and claim double rewards. Lu Zheng was instantly stunned. But they're sisters. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? So what if they're sisters? Lu Ruoshi said nonchalantly. Strictly speaking, Deng Ziyuan was a widow. And Lin Shang, her identity was even more delicate. Wasn't she still successfully pursued? Lu Zheng was rendered utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word in retort. Lu Ruoshi beckoned to him. Since we have time now, I'll take you somewhere. The car drove further and further off the beaten path, finally arriving at the outskirts of Shanghai. Passing through an intersection, Lu Zheng noticed armed sentries standing on both sides. Continuing onward, a vast construction site came into view. This is the construction site for Shanghai's underground city, located a full 100 kilometers from the coastline. To prepare for future earthquakes and tsunamis, the higher-ups specifically chose this location to build the Shanghai underground city. Lu Zheng hadn't expected Lu Ruoshi to bring him here so late at night. As far as the eye could see, there stretched an endless construction site. Hundreds of excavators worked simultaneously under the glow of their lights, while countless engineering vehicles came and went. In the distance, tower cranes stood in great numbers, their booms swinging back and forth across the sky. Tens of thousands of workers were divided into countless teams, working methodically in perfect order. Lu Zheng couldn't help but marvel. Across the nation, there were many more underground cities like this one, each capable of sheltering 1 million people. And at this very moment, underground cities across the entire country were being constructed at a relentless pace. The madness for infrastructure was on full magnificent display. A man wearing a white hard hat strode over briskly. He approached Lu Ruoshi and rendered a crisp military salute. Major Lu, I am the chief supervisor of the Shanghai Underground City project, ordered to await you here. Lu Ruoshi gave a slight nod. I merely brought someone to take a look. Don't be nervous. Continue your construction. Gazing at the bustling scene before her, Lu Ruoshi suddenly turned to look at Lu Zheng. Was it like this in the previous life too? At her words, Lu Zheng could not help but recall scene after scene from his past life. In the previous life, the underground cities weren't built until long after the great catastrophe struck. By then the virus was already running rampant, mutated beasts were everywhere, and social order had long since collapsed. There was no way to gather this many workers. Construction could only proceed for short windows each day, and they had to remain constantly vigilant against monster attacks and aftershocks. The construction conditions back then were worlds apart from now. Lu Ruoshi sat down on a nearby stone. After a moment of silence, she said with deep feeling, Your rebirth. For Longxia, you truly are a heaven-chosen savior. If not for you, we wouldn't have had nearly enough time to prepare in advance. When the Doomsday arrives, even more people would have perished. At this, Lu Ruoshi suddenly chuckled. I never imagined that I, a mere major in the cultural troupe, would one day be helping someone else pursue goddesses. It's quite something to think about. Back when I was in the military, I'd never even been in a relationship. This was the first time Lu Zheng had heard Lu Ruoshi speak so candidly since he'd known her. Lu Zheng instinctively glanced at her. The relevant information about Lu Ruashi was immediately displayed by the system. Name Lu Ruashi, age 25, height, weight 172 to 50, personality optimistic and proactive, witty and intelligent. Appearance score 92, personality score 94, comprehensive rating 90, notes, graduated from the PLA Academy of Arts, proficient in dance and vocals. Skilled at interpersonal relations, no bad habits, no family history of hereditary disease. Lu Zheng vaguely recalled that when he had first met Lu Ruashi's previous comprehensive rating had been only 89, but now. Lu Zheng couldn't help feeling a hint of surprise. Her figure seemed to have improved a little during this time, but that wasn't what mattered most. What shocked Lu Zheng even more was the progress bar hovering above Lu Ruashi's head. Current favorability 50. Lu Zheng had never imagined that Lu Ruashi actually held favorable feelings toward him. Lu Ruashi seemed to sense Lu Zheng staring at her and asked directly, "What are you looking at?" Lu Zheng snapped back to awareness and quickly averted his gaze. Nothing. I was just thinking about the underground city." He didn't dare tell Lu Ruashi the truth. The feeling stirring in Lu Zheng's heart was a peculiar one. If he had to describe it, it was like everyone gathering around a meal together only for you to suddenly snatch the pot away. How was anyone supposed to eat then? Lu Ruashi, for her part, didn't press the matter. She stood up and brushed the dust from her clothes. "The reason I brought you here today was to let you see the construction site in this lifetime. Compare it with the previous life and see if there's anything that needs improvement." Lu Zheng shook his head earnestly. "There are no problems. With this much lead time in our preparations, we'll definitely endure the Doomsday calamities." Lu Ruashi murmured softly, "Let's hope so. Let's go. Time to head back." It was deep into the night. The car came to a stop near a detached villa. I had wanted to stay at a hotel, but hotels are full of prying eyes, too inconvenient to set up security. "So you'll have to make do with staying here for the night." Lu Zheng couldn't help but complain. This was a standalone villa. How could that possibly be called making do? The moment he stepped into the villa, Lu Zheng's phone buzzed. It was a message from Gu Shiqing. "Gu Shiqing, I just finished my 4-drip. My sister and I are back at the dormitory building now. Gu Shiqing, is everything handled on your end? Do you need any help?" Omega. Lu Zheng hadn't expected that the casual excuse he had made earlier was still on Gu Shiqing's mind. He immediately replied, "It's all taken care of. Don't worry, get some proper rest tonight." The moment the message was sent, Lu Ruashi beside him leaned over. "Not bad. You can actually chat with girls now without my guidance." Lu Ruashi teased. Lu Zheng said, "What should I do tomorrow?" Lu Ruashi replied casually, "She's already handed you the plan." Lu Zheng looked down and saw a new message. "Gu Shiqing, are you free tomorrow? Would you like to visit the aquarium together?" Lu Zheng, "Sure." Lu Ruashi let out a sigh. She had thought Lu Zheng had finally gotten the hang of things. In the end, he was still such a clueless, straightforward man. "Fine, then we'll see what tomorrow's pursuit brings. It's getting late. We should get some rest now." As Lu Ruashi spoke, she lifted her jacket and tossed it onto the sofa. Then she gathered her loose flowing hair and casually tied it up into a high ponytail with a single hair tie. What are you doing?" Lu Zheng blinked in surprise, the question slipping out before he could stop it. Lu Ruashi shot him a withering glance. "Obviously we need to rest. Such a big villa. You can't be the only one living here, can you? Where exactly am I supposed to sleep?" Only then did the realization dawn upon Lu Zheng, who hastened to nod in agreement. "Oh, right. I'll head back to my room then." The next morning, bright and early, Lu Zheng drove to the girls' dormitory. The area beneath the dormitory was teeming with lovey-dovey couples. Hand-holding was hardly the most scandalous sight. In the grove nearby, things had escalated to outright cuddling. Lu Zheng could not help but sigh. Youth was truly a beautiful thing. Just then a graceful figure emerged from the dormitory building. The girl wore a flowing gown in a pale apricot hue. Her hair was pinned simply into a low chignon with a few loose strands framing her cheeks. Everything about her radiated the refined bearing of a lady from a distinguished household. "Lu Zheng, you're here awfully early." Gu Shiqing approached him, a smile playing upon her lips. Lu Zheng, however, frowned slightly. "Gu Tingwan, that's enough mischief. Where's your sister?" The moment those words left his mouth, the girl's smile froze in place. From the very day they were born, Gu Tingwan and Gu Shiqing had been identical in every regard. Whether family or friends, few could tell them apart at a single glance. Yet Lu Zheng had only met them the day before and had somehow distinguished between them instantly, a feat that left Gu Tingwan utterly astonished. Shortly after, another girl, her mirror image, stepped out from behind the lobby entrance. Gu Shiqing could not contain her curiosity. "Lu Zheng, how on earth did you tell us apart?" Lu Zheng offered a casual smile. "It's pretty obvious, really. Took me just one look." The Gu sisters could not help but marvel inwardly at how remarkably perceptive Lu Zheng truly was. On the surface, however, Lu Zheng could not have possibly discerned who was the elder and who was the younger, but he could see their progress bars. One at 70%, the other at 90%. With markers like those, mistaking them was utterly impossible. "Are you going to the aquarium today too?" Lu Zheng asked Gu Tingwan. Gu Tingwan immediately pursed her lips, a note of displeasure creeping into her voice. What? Is my company not welcome? Or perhaps you'd rather have a romantic rendezvous with my sister alone? Lu Zheng remained unmoved, but Gu Shiqing's face flushed crimson in an instant. She reached out and gave Gu Tingwan's arm a gentle swat. Xiaowan, don't talk nonsense. Lu Zheng smiled, but said nothing, turning back toward the car instead. As luck would have it, a group of girls emerged from the dormitory at that very moment, Gu Tingwan's roommates as it happened. The moment they spotted Lu Zheng and Gu Tingwan, the girls burst into playful teasing. Xiaowan, your boyfriend's here to pick you up. We have your boyfriend to thank for last night. Without him, who knows what would have become of us. Have fun out there. We won't mind if you don't make it back tonight. Gu Tingwan's ears burned with embarrassment as she hastily poked her head out the car window. Stop spreading nonsense. There's nothing between us. But the girls wore knowing smiles as though they could see straight through her denials. They winked at Gu Tingwan and cast her glances laden with meaning. On the road to the aquarium, Lu Zheng glanced at the rearview mirror. Truth be told, seeing two identical girls seated side by side in the back seat was a rather peculiar experience. There was something almost wondrous about it. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zheng found that subtle differences between the sisters did exist. The elder Gu Shiqing possessed a gentler gaze. The younger Gu Tingwan had a far more mischievous look in her eyes. Upon arriving at the aquarium, Gu Tingwan could not help but mutter, "That's strange. The aquarium is always packed. Why are there so few people today? And something about these people feels off, like NPCs." Lu Zheng knew perfectly well that these were no ordinary tourists. They were all military personnel arranged by Lu Ruoxi, assigned specifically to ensure their safety. Lu Zheng deftly steered the conversation elsewhere. The jellyfish exhibit is just ahead. Let's go take a look. Lu Zheng walked ahead while the two sisters trailed behind, each lost in a world of her own thoughts. Gu Tingwan's inner thoughts. Lu Zheng is actually quite handsome. When he saved me yesterday, he was just like the prince on a white horse from a fairy tale. He's kind too, not at all sleazy. Exactly my type. But, does he perhaps have feelings for my sister? After all, my sister is so gentle. Standing together, they look like a perfect match. If I were to tell my sister that I like him, would she feel terribly conflicted? Wait, what if he doesn't like me at all? Wouldn't that make me the fool? Ah, this is so frustrating. Gu Shiqing's inner thoughts. Lu Zheng is the most tender-hearted boy I have ever met. Steady and dependable in all he does, nothing like those insufferable men. Could this be what falling in love feels like? But he seems to suit Xiaowan better. Xiaowan is so lively and adorable. They must share countless interests. Meanwhile, I am dull and reserved, never knowing what to say to him. Besides, Xiaowan is still single. As her elder sister, shouldn't I yield the way for her? Wait, no, what am I thinking? Perhaps Lu Zheng has always liked Xiaowan. All this overthinking is merely wishful thinking on my part. Lu Zheng had walked ahead for some distance when he noticed the two sisters still standing where he had left them. He had barely opened his mouth to speak when the sisters blurted out in perfect unison. What do you think of my sister? What do you think of my sister? Lu Zheng, Gu Shiqing and Gu Tingwan, like thieves caught in the act, once again spoke almost simultaneously. I didn't say anything. That's right, Lu Zheng. You must have misheard. Their voices overlapped, their gazes darting away, a faint blush coloring their cheeks. At the same time, Lu Zheng noticed that Gu Shiqing's affection toward him had also reached 90%. Lu Zheng smiled. Let's go. I hear there's a dolphin show today. We'll lose our spots if we dawdle. Yet in the hearts of the two sisters, little schemes had already begun to take shape. Gu Tingwan's inner thoughts. I was far too reckless just now. How could I ask that in front of my sister? Lu Zheng is so outstanding, handsome, well-built, and so tender-hearted. He must prefer the gentle and graceful type like my sister. No, I must find a way to bring them together. I cannot let such a wonderful man slip away. It seems rescuing my sister from her eternal singlehood shall fall to me alone. Gu Shiqing's inner thoughts. That was close. I nearly got caught by Xiaowan. Fortunately, she didn't suspect a thing. I must find a way to help Xiaowan seize this opportunity. Otherwise, missing out on such a remarkable man would be a loss she could never recover. My own happiness can wait, but Xiaowan must be happy. Yes, I must find a way to bring Lu Zheng and Xiaowan together. Each sister harbored her own designs, yet both by tacit agreement chose the very same path. To unite Lu Zheng with the other. Upon arriving at a photo spot, Gu Tingwan's eyes immediately lit up. Lu Zheng, stand next to my sister. Let me take a picture of you two together. Not wanting to miss this golden opportunity, Gu Tingwan personally pushed her sister over. Move a little closer, you two. Otherwise the lighting won't look right. Hey Lu Zheng, you can put your hand on my sister's shoulder. Gu Shiqing had no idea what her sister was thinking, allowing herself to be photographed with Lu Zheng like this. She certainly couldn't steal her sister's spotlight, so she hastily made an excuse. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. With that, she turned and walked away quickly. In her mind, she was already plotting. Now Xiaowan and Lu Zheng would have some time alone together. Yet somehow Gu Tingwan didn't utter a single word to Lu Zheng. She stubbornly waited until her sister returned from the restroom. During that time, she had also gotten her hands on 2 dolphin plush toys. Lu Zheng, this one's for you. Sister, this one's yours. Look, don't these 2 little plushies look like a couple? Gu Shiqing was mortified and quickly said, I think I forgot to buy water. Wait for me again, would you? She could only slip away once more, creating private time for the 2 of them. As for the sisters' peculiar behavior, Lu Zheng saw right through it clearly in his heart. He played along the entire time without exposing them. Lu Ruashi also reminded him through the earpiece, don't be too proactive for now. Let's just observe and see how things unfold. The 3 of them maintained this strange atmosphere all the way until evening. As they left the restaurant, Gu Shiqing frowned at the nearby parking lot. What's going on? Where's this? Where did we park the car in the first place? There are so many cars. How am I supposed to find it? She muttered to herself while sneaking glances at the time on her phone. As long as she stalled a little longer, they'd miss the dormitory curfew. That way Xiaowan could spend more time with Lu Zheng. Meanwhile, Gu Tingwan wasn't idle either. She was worried her sister might find the car at any moment, so she deliberately put on an uncomfortable look. I feel a bit dizzy and nauseous. Could we find somewhere to sit for a while and rest before heading back? Lu Zheng figured these 2 sisters truly deserved their spot at the drama academy, one pretending to be lost, the other playing sick. Alright, let's find somewhere to rest for a bit. If it comes to that, let's just stay outside tonight. To spare the sisters the trouble of racking their brains for more excuses, Lu Zheng simply took the lead. At those words, the sisters immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they began plotting their next move in their minds, to have Lu Zheng stay with one of them. Gu Shiqing spoke in a deliberately casual tone, there's a hotel nearby. How about we go check it out? Gu Tingwan immediately chimed in, yes. I saw it just now too. Lu Zheng was pulled along by them on either side toward the hotel. The moment they stepped into the lobby, the young woman at the front desk looked up at them. Seeing 2 identical beauties flanking Lu Zheng, she immediately flashed a knowing smile. Hello? 2 rooms, please. Gu Tingwan stepped up to the front desk first. She had already planned it out. She would go into her own room first, then lock her sister out, leaving her no choice but to share a room with Lu Zheng. Gu Shiqing stood nearby scheming as well. She would come up with an excuse to send Xiaowan to Lu Zheng's room with something, then lock Xiaowan inside. This was bound to work. But once the key cards were ready, Lu Zheng casually took one. It's getting late. You 2 should get some rest. With that, Lu Zheng strode toward the elevator and left alone. The 2 sisters stood rooted in place, completely dumbfounded. This was nothing like what they had planned. Not bad. The situation calls for playing hard to get now. Just wait. They'll definitely come find you soon. Looks like we'll be able to close the deal tonight, Lu Ruashi said through the earpiece. Lu Zheng couldn't help but ask at once. With 2. Lu Ruashi's tone remained calm. Is that a lot? Don't you already have quite a few at the villa in the capital? Lu Zheng fell silent and said nothing more. Before long, there was indeed a knock at the door. Lu Zheng opened the door to find Gu Shiqing standing outside. Lu Zheng, I just bought some snacks and thought I'd bring you some. After some polite small talk, Gu Shiqing stepped into the room and continued, Lu Zheng, I know you're a good person. Xiaowan really likes you. Could you perhaps consider her? She's truly adorable. She'd be a perfect match for you. Before Lu Zheng could respond, another knock came at the door. Lu Zheng, it's me, Gu Tingwan. The moment she heard her sister's voice at the door, Gu Shiqing panicked. She had only come out under the pretense of buying snacks specifically to speak with Lu Zheng alone. If her sister caught her here, it would surely lead to a misunderstanding. Lu Zheng, please don't tell Xiaowan I came by. I'm begging you. Gu Shiqing hurriedly ducked into the bathroom and quietly closed the door. Lu Zheng shook his head helplessly, then went to open the door. Gu Tingwan at the door looked just as nervous. Lu Zheng, I actually wanted to tell you. My sister is really wonderful. She's so gentle and considerate. If you're looking for a girlfriend, you should definitely consider her. The moment Gu Tingwan finished speaking, a sudden clatter came from the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Gu Shiqing was dying of embarrassment at her own clumsiness. She had been so focused on listening to what was happening outside that she accidentally knocked over a cup. Is there someone in your room? Gu Tingwan asked hesitantly. With no other choice, Gu Shiqing could only step out with her face flushed red. The 2 of them stood in the room face to face. Awkward. Still awkward. Maybe you 2 should talk first. I'll step outside for a bit. The moment Lu Zheng spoke, their voices once again overlapped. Don't. After a long silence, Gu Tingwan spoke up, a hint of grievance in her voice. Actually, my sister and I have been together since we were little. Elementary school, middle school, high school, college. We've never been apart. I don't want to get married in the future only to be separated from my sister, married off to 2 different people. Gu Shiqing's face was redder than the traffic light outside. Lu Zheng, how about? You just marry Xiaowan. Gu Tingwan immediately protested. Sis. What are you saying? Even if it comes to that, you should be the one to have the wedding. The 2 went back and forth, bickering again, both trying to yield the position of the wife to the other. Lu Zheng watched them argue endlessly, feeling rather at a loss. Buzz. The lights in the entire room went out instantly. The 2 sisters screamed in fright and instinctively threw themselves toward Lu Zheng. At 4 or 5 in the early morning, Lu Zheng groggily opened his eyes. Gu Shiqing and Gu Tingwan were already fast asleep beside him. He couldn't help but reflect that if the system hadn't previously rewarded him with the adamantine dual kidneys, he truly would have struggled to endure the night. However, his efforts had not been in vain, for the system panel suddenly materialized before him. Ding! Successfully romanced Gu Shiqing. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, Blueprint for Super Freshwater Purification Device 1. Reward 2, Apocalypse Virus Vaccine 10 doses. Upon seeing this, Lu Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. In his previous life, nations across the globe had joined forces in research and development, yet it still took them nearly a year to barely produce a viable vaccine. And now the system had simply handed the vaccines over directly. Ding! Successfully romanced Gu Tingwan. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, Space Unmanned Fighter Jet 1 unit. Reward 2, Complete Blueprint Set for Lunar Base 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host on achieving the feat Twin Soul Bond. Achievement reward Rare Mineral Teleportation Gate, 80 million tons. Although Lu Zheng had received system rewards several times before this time, he was still utterly astonished. Especially regarding the teleportation gate, Lu Zheng was genuinely curious about what it looked like. With but a fleeting thought, a beam of light materialized within the room. The gate was remarkably thin. If viewed from the side, it possessed virtually no discernible thickness. Yet on the other side of the gate lay a space teeming with vast mineral resources. Simultaneously, a tablet-like device appeared in Lu Zheng's hand. He discovered that the dimensions of the teleportation gate could actually be configured on this device. Lu Zheng hastily retrieved his phone and sent a message to Lu Ruoxi. The very next morning, just as Gu Shiqing was washing up, Gu Tingwan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, look at the trending topics." Shocking. Longxia confirmed to be constructing underground cities. Mysterious fighter jets spotted over Longxia waters. Speed defies imagination. Suspected extraterrestrial technology. Swarms of UFOs appear over southern border at night. Strange phenomena frequent in Longxia skies. The truth is actually this. Gu Shiqing leaned over for a look, her face etched with worry. Sigh, it's truly been unsettled lately. A few days ago, I even saw a large group of workers being called away. I have this nagging feeling that something major is about to happen. Lu Zheng finished dressing and remarked at an unhurried pace, "If one day the apocalypse truly arrives, what would you do?" The two sisters exchanged a glance and answered in perfect unison, "Of course we'd stay with Mom and Dad. And with you." Hearing their response, Lu Zheng felt a sudden warmth blossom in his heart. He sat down and embraced them both. Actually, all those news stories on the trending lists are true. Longxia is indeed constructing underground cities. And those aren't UFOs either. They're Longxia's latest fighter jets and aerospace weapons. The two sisters were instantly stunned, their brows furrowing deeply in concern. Gu Shiqing was the first to recover. "Lu Zheng, how would you know all this?" Beside her, Gu Tingwan suddenly had a revelation. "I get it now. Lu Zheng, you must be someone from a national research institution. No wonder you're so brilliant. I always knew you were no ordinary person. But telling us all this, doesn't that count as leaking classified information?" Lu Zheng affectionately tousled Gu Tingwan's hair and replied with deep tenderness, "Of course it doesn't. Because your identities have now become very special." The moment his words faded, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Lu Ruoxi stood at the entrance accompanied by several soldiers. Lu Zheng was well accustomed to such grand arrangements, but Gu Shiqing and Gu Tingwan were utterly dumbfounded. Lu Zheng gave them a brief explanation of the entire situation. Upon hearing everything, Gu Tingwan instantly transformed into his adoring little fangirl. "Lu Zheng, you're so incredibly cool. What a shame I can't tell my classmates. They'd be absolutely green with envy." Gu Shiqing, however, had tears welling in her eyes as she reached out and wrapped her arms around Lu Zheng's waist. "I never imagined you had to bear such tremendous pressure. It must have been incredibly hard for you. But it's all right now. From this day forward, the two of us will share that burden alongside you," Lu Zheng said with heartfelt reassurance. "During this time, you don't need to worry about anything." Lu Ruoxi then spoke up as well. "Rest assured, I will arrange everything for you. From this moment forward, your clothing, food, housing, transportation, and your entire future lives will all be provided for by the nation. As for your parents, I will personally go and explain everything to them. I guarantee you won't be wronged in any way." Truth be told, Gu Shiqing and Gu Tingwan had never been troubled by such concerns in the first place. Lu Zheng himself was an exceptionally dependable person. And now, with the full backing of the nation, they could finally set their hearts completely at ease. "Someone will come to pick you up shortly. Leave everything here to me," Lu Ruoxi told Lu Zheng. Upon hearing that Lu Zheng was about to leave, Gu Tingwan was instantly overcome with reluctance. "Lu Zheng, are you going on a mission?" "Sister, and I will be right here waiting for you to come back," Gu Shiqing added with tears glistening in her eyes. "We'll wait for you to return." Lu Zheng held them both tightly, feeling the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders grow even heavier. "All right, be good and wait for me." Longxia Eastern Theater headquarters. The moment Lu Zheng stepped out of the vehicle, he spotted Wu Shanhe standing by the roadside to welcome him. Beside him stood an elderly man with silver-white hair. Lu Zheng recognized him. This was Sun Guoyu, the director of the Longxia Eastern Theater Research Institute. In addition to them, the area was filled with researchers in white lab coats and high-ranking generals in full military regalia. My boy, I finally got you here. Wu Shanhe clapped Lu Zheng on the shoulder, greeting him with great enthusiasm. After several meetings, the two of them had grown considerably familiar with each other. Now you're even busier than I am. If you hadn't temporarily completed your mission, I might not have gotten to see you at all. Wu Shanhe remarked with a teasing laugh. Sun Guoyu also chimed in with a smile. Xiao Lu, today is a momentous occasion, and your timing couldn't be more perfect. Come, let me show you something remarkable. I guarantee it will blow your mind. Lu Zheng followed the group to the shipyard. He was instantly stunned by the colossal structure looming before him. For this was none other than a brand new aircraft carrier. A jet-black aircraft carrier of immense proportions rested in the dry dock. Its hull rose towering into the clouds, resembling an iron fortress of steel. To be honest, this was the first time Lu Zheng had ever seen an aircraft carrier at such close range. Especially one of such magnificently futuristic design. A supercarrier of staggering sci-fi aesthetics. Xiao Lu, this is the new carrier our Longxia is about to officially unveil. This carrier employs the controlled nuclear fusion technology you provided as its power source, enabling virtually unlimited range. The vessel is also equipped with high-energy laser weaponry and high-energy plasma shields. Its defensive and offensive capabilities stand in a league of their own, unrivaled anywhere in the world. Sun Guoyu gestured toward the carrier, his introduction brimming with barely contained excitement. Wu Shanhe added, that's not all. The ship is also outfitted with our latest research and development in fighter aircraft. Come, let me take you to the hangar to see for yourself. As the massive hangar doors parted with a slow, deliberate groan, Lu Zheng's gaze was instantly drawn to the fighter positioned dead center within. The aircraft gleamed in immaculate silver white, its wings swept into a blade-like configuration. Every contour of its fuselage exuded an unmistakable air of futuristic design. Even in his previous life, Lu Zheng had never laid eyes upon a fighter of such breathtakingly sci-fi design. Sun Guoyu declared with undisguised pride, this is our Longxia 7th-generation fighter. Beyond the controlled nuclear fusion engine, this aircraft incorporates all the various technologies you submitted to us. It can achieve speeds of 10 times the speed of sound and perform an array of extreme maneuvers, stationary hovering, acute angle turns, and vertical dives at maximum velocity. Furthermore, owing to its tremendous velocity, coupled with exceptional stealth capabilities, it remains utterly invisible to radar detection. Gazing upon the fighter before him, Lu Zheng found his emotions in tumultuous disarray, unable to settle for a long while. He had submitted those advanced technological systems less than half a month ago. Some of those technologies had only been handed over just days prior. Yet the nation had already mastered them with astonishing speed, swift enough to have already produced a 7th-generation fighter. Wu Shanhe remarked from the side, this 7th-generation fighter was deployed on a maritime mission just days ago. It repelled several intruding enemy aircraft. Its overall combat performance can only be described as flawless. News of the underground city cannot be contained for long. Beneath the surface of international affairs, undercurrents churn with unrest. Launching the new carrier today is precisely to silence those contemptible provocateurs. Thereupon Wu Shanhe's gaze drifted toward the 7th-generation fighter. However, to prevent triggering any unnecessary panic, we have decided to withhold the official announcement of this aircraft for the time being. Lu Zheng nodded contemplatively. Commander Wu, Director Sun, I have brought new system rewards on this visit as well. I dare assure you, you will find this reward exceedingly intriguing. With a wave of his right hand, a vial of medicine that had been stored within his system backpack suddenly materialized in his grasp. Good heavens! Someone's exclamation shattered the stillness of the moment. For they had witnessed Lu Zheng produce a vial of medicine from thin air, a sight too astonishing to comprehend. Commander Wu, as I mentioned previously, a supervirus will emerge with the coming apocalypse. Under the ravages of this virus, the global population will plummet catastrophically. And this is the corresponding vaccine for that very virus. The moment those words fell, the venue erupted into pandemonium. Those research luminaries who had barely managed to maintain their composure moments ago now behaved as though they had gone utterly mad. This is truly a vaccine. With this we need not fear that plague any longer. Longxia's hope of enduring the apocalypse grows ever stronger. Lu Zheng waved his right hand once more, and this time 2 USB drives materialized. These 2 USB drives contain respectively the complete schematics of a super freshwater purification device and a comprehensive design proposal for a lunar base. Sun Guoyu could not restrain his mounting excitement. The underground city project is in dire need of freshwater resources. This solves the water crisis entirely. Another professor echoed in kind, a lunar base. This is genuinely a lunar base. To think that in my remaining years I should live to witness the birth of such a marvel. This life has not been lived in vain, not in vain indeed. Sun Guoyu continued. Old Zhou informed me that the space elevator blueprints you previously submitted to the National Academy of Sciences have already produced a first-generation space elevator. It is currently undergoing calibration. Combined with the lunar-based designs this time, our Longxia can truly set its ambitions upon the celestial palace. Ha ha ha. Lu Zheng turned his gaze toward Wu Shanha. Commander Wu, there remains one more reward, but the space here is too constrained to demonstrate it properly. Might I request an empty hangar? Without hesitation, Wu Shanha promptly arranged one for Lu Zheng. The very next instant, everyone present was rendered utterly speechless with astonishment. A fighter aircraft of pitch-black hue, razor-sharp contours, and an overwhelming aura of advanced technology materialized before the assembled crowd. The craft possessed no visible cockpit, suggesting it was of an unmanned design. Its wings assumed a distinctive inverted triangle configuration, while the thruster nozzles at its tail were fashioned in an equally singular manner. What is this? Sun Guoyu asked, visibly taken aback. Lu Zheng explained, this is an unmanned space combat aircraft. Its top speed can reach 50 times the speed of sound, and in the vacuum of space, it can even perform short-range spatial jumps. In terms of defense, it is equipped with an exceptionally unique energy shield. It is no exaggeration to claim it could withstand even a nuclear strike. Unfortunately, this system reward is a finished product rather than design schematics. Deciphering the core principles will require considerable effort from all the professors. Sun Guoyu at last collected himself, though his exhilaration remained impossible to conceal. Design schematics have their merits, finished products have their own. We are not particular, not at all. I pledge to reverse engineer this fighter's core technologies with utmost haste and achieve mass production. One of the generals added, the 7th generation fighter guards the aerospace domain, while this unmanned combatant safeguards the celestial frontier. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. Longxia now possesses a lunar base, a space elevator, and now even an unmanned space combat aircraft. It appears our nation is truly poised to enter an era without precedent in the realm of space warfare. Witnessing the system rewards Lu Zheng had delivered this time, Wu Shanha was equally delighted, his smile stretching ear to ear. Boy, you've truly delivered us a magnificent surprise this time. Wu Shanha clasped Lu Zheng's shoulder, his gaze brimming with undisguised admiration. Yet Lu Zheng responded with a smile laden with unspoken implication. Commander Wu, in truth, none of these rewards amount to the main event. What follows next is the true headline. Upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, the assembled crowd fell instantaneously silent. Sun Guoyu regarded Lu Zheng with astonishment. Xiao Lu, are you suggesting there exists an even greater reward? Lu Zheng inclined his head. At this revelation, the gathered individuals were thoroughly bewildered. A viral vaccine capable of saving hundreds of millions, nay tens of billions, deemed insignificant. An expansive and comprehensive lunar-based design proposal deemed insignificant. A cutting-edge combat aircraft capable of traversing the cosmos, at will deemed insignificant. All of this only served to inflame their curiosity further. What on earth could Lu Zheng's proclaimed main event possibly be? Lu Zheng snapped his fingers. A radiant portal 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width materialized from nothingness before the assembled crowd. Those present were either eminent scientists standing at the pinnacle of the technological pyramid or seasoned senior generals who had endured countless battles. Yet the moment they laid eyes upon this portal, they were all left utterly dumbstruck, their expressions frozen in place. One by one, they stood frozen in bewilderment, their faces locked in stunned silence. What on earth is this thing? Sun Guoyu asked. Although Lu Zheng had previously unveiled to them many incomprehensible wonders of the system's advanced technology, this portal clearly transcended even Sun Guoyu's comprehension. A physics professor adjusted his glasses before his legs gave way beneath him, sending him collapsing onto the ground. He raised a trembling hand and murmured, a portal. Could this truly be a portal? The moment the word portal was uttered, realization dawned upon the gathered crowd. Wu Shanha could not resist stepping closer for a closer look, and he discovered that when viewed from the side, this luminous gateway possessed virtually no discernible thickness. It truly resembled a beam of light striking some unseen plane. From the front, the surface of the portal was veiled in an iridescent film, much like the rainbow-hued sheen that appears when a few drops of oil are cast upon the surface of a pool of water. Lu Zheng, what lies beyond this portal? Wu Shanha's expression had grown solemn and grave. The others, their curiosity piqued, turned their gazes toward Lu Zheng in unison. Commander Wu, behind this portal lies 80 million tons of rare metal or veins. Without further ado, Lu Zheng produced the tablet used to control the portal. It resembles a tablet computer, but I've studied it thoroughly. It possesses no computing functions whatsoever. Through this device, one can regulate the dimensions of the portal. The current maximum size is 10 meters in height and 10 meters in width, more than sufficient to allow engineering vehicles and trains to pass through. The sheer magnitude of information contained in Lu Zheng's words left everyone utterly stunned. Even Wu Shanhe stood speechless for a prolonged moment. 80 million tons. Rare metal or veins. Sun Guoyu staggered forward, rushing to stand before the portal. He reached out to touch it, his fingers trembling slightly. Shall Lu this? Can we simply walk straight through? Lu Zheng nodded and stepped through the portal first. Sun Guoyu and Wu Shanhe followed close behind him, and upon witnessing this the others hastened to follow suit. What they discovered was that beyond the portal there truly existed an entirely different world. At that moment they found themselves standing at the bottom of a colossal cavern, its surrounding walls laden with mineral deposits and metallic ores. Passing back through the portal, they returned once more to the hangar. This is a portal. This truly is a portal. The physics professor from moments before was now gesticulating wildly with unbridled excitement. He declared with fervent zeal, "This creation must surely be the single, most revolutionary discovery that has ever shattered the foundations of human physics. No matter how extraordinary the ones Xiao Lu surrendered to us before, even the most outlandish among them, we were at least capable of replicating them. But this time this portal, it is truly beyond comprehension." The old professor was so overwhelmed with excitement that his words came forth in a torrent of saliva, his fervor so intense he longed to dissect and master the portal's secrets without delay. Sun Guoyu suppressed his surging emotions and spoke. "Xiao Lu, although an 80 million ton rare metal or vein awaits beyond this portal, when compared to the ore vein itself, it is the strategic significance of this portal that truly stands paramount. Once we can fully comprehend the principles behind the portal's deployment, we shall have mastered the science of spatial technology," the other veteran professors in attendance echoed. "Moreover, what is the true extent of the space beyond the portal? Does it exist within our universe or within a parallel one? Does the air quality in that space match that of Blue Star? What lies at the farthest reaches of that space? Once the ore veins have been entirely excavated, what form will that space assume? I can only say, this portal holds far too many avenues for research and discovery. And this tablet-like device that can activate the portal, I can hardly contain my eagerness to discover what materials comprise its very fabric." Observing the fervent excitement of those around him, Lu Zheng felt a profound sense of gratification welling within his heart. Having been granted a second life, if he could bring such value to Long Xia, then this existence had not been lived in vain. "Commander Wu Dinsun, these are all the rewards I have obtained. Every last one has been surrendered to the state." Wu Shanhe was so overcome with emotion that he found himself at a loss for words. He clasped Lu Zheng's hand firmly and spoke with heartfelt gravity. "My boy, the nation shall remember your contributions. Today truly is an auspicious day. Come, let me take you on a proper tour of our new aircraft carrier." Just as they were preparing to depart, a soldier rushed in, breathless and panic-stricken. "Commander Wu, something terrible has happened." "Something terrible?" Wu Shanhe's brows furrowed as he commanded in a deep tone, "Calm yourself. Speak properly. Should the heavens fall, I shall be the one to hold them up." The soldier gasped for breath, struggling to force the words from his lips. "Ingzi, it was struck by a meteorite. Sakura was struck by a massive meteorite. The scene is extremely gruesome. Sakura's official emergency bulletin, the death toll has exceeded 10 million. The meteorite impact triggered earthquakes with shockwaves sweeping across surrounding seas and nations. Global satellite footage captures the disaster firsthand. More disaster photos available here." The comment sections on social media had already erupted. Netizens from countries around the world flooded in with their messages. "My home is on the west coast. It shook violently, just now scared me to death. Fortunately, the meteorite didn't hit our side, or we'd be finished. Anyone on site care to share what's happening? Unimaginable, such a massive meteorite impact on Earth. Judging from the satellite images, the entire Sakura region has been devastated. FUCK Sakura got hit. Then the shoujo manga I've been following will be permanently discontinued." Of course, the liveliest comment sections belong to Longxia's major news platforms. "Family who understands. Today happens to be my birthday, and Sakura's bombardment really knows how to celebrate. I bought 2 strings of 1,000 firecrackers going downstairs to set them off right now to add to the festivities. This summer heat has me feeling so pumped up. Does this count as celebrating New Year early? Today I'm in good spirits. I've decided to publicly collect for 3 days." Longxia Eastern Border Theater Command Center. Both sides of the conference table were lined with generals bearing golden stars on their shoulders. Wu Shanhe spoke grimly. "Everyone has seen the situation in Sakura. Orders are being issued. The Eastern Border Theater will immediately organize humanitarian aid teams and rush to Sakura at nightfall." With Wu Shanhe's permission, Lu Zheng was also present in the conference room. He understood all too well that this so-called humanitarian rescue was merely a facade. The true purpose was to seize the opportunity to investigate the disaster in Sakura, gather first-hand intelligence on the meteorite, and simultaneously demonstrate national strength. At that moment, a Longxia lieutenant general spoke up. "Commander Wu, I have a question." "Go ahead." The lieutenant general's gaze fell upon Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng previously stated that Sakura would experience a meteorite impact within a month. By my calculations, it should still be at least half a month away. How could it have come forward so suddenly? Lu Zheng's expression grew grave. My timeline has not been incorrect. It truly is 1 month. But given what has occurred now, there are only 2 possibilities. Either this meteorite descended earlier than expected due to certain factors, or perhaps the timeline of the apocalyptic disaster has shifted forward entirely. Upon hearing these words, the entire conference room fell into instant silence. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their blood seeming to freeze throughout their bodies. Wu Shan's face darkened. If the apocalyptic catastrophe has accelerated, then our remaining time is even more limited. All scientific academies must work around the clock to study the system rewards and transform them into technologies that Longxia can deploy as soon as possible. The underground city project must also accelerate. The original 6-month timeline was already too slow. We need to compress it to 4 months. As for the Sakura rescue forces, they depart immediately. They must thoroughly investigate the meteorite's composition and impact trajectory. Having said this, Wu Shanhe turned his gaze toward Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng, you also need to hurry and complete your next mission. Whether Longxia can successfully withstand the apocalyptic disaster now depends entirely on you. With the meeting concluded, Lu Zheng had just stepped out of the command center's entrance. He collided head-on with a fragrant soft figure. Yao Yao, what are you doing here? Lu Zheng looked down at Su Jinyao in his arms, genuinely surprised. Immediately after, 3 stunningly beautiful women approached from nearby. Deng Ziyuan, Xinqing, and Lin Sheng had all come. Besides them stood Lu Ruoxi at the very back. Lu Ruoxi wore military attire, her brows and eyes radiating sharp elegance. According to the timeline I previously recorded, you should be giving them massages by now. This location is far from the capital, and your round trips would waste too much time. So I brought them all here. Lu Zheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The military truly never wasted a single moment. Lu Ruoxi had arranged temporary quarters for Lu Zheng and the others. Lu Zheng, have you been completing your missions properly during this time? Lu Zheng gently wrapped his arm around her waist. Rest assured, I just completed a mission yesterday. You've gained a few new sisters, but they are still in Shanghai. We shall meet next time when the opportunity arises. Deng Ziyuan stepped forward at this moment, carrying an exquisite food box in her hand. These are small pastries we prepared together. Your missions are grueling. Nourish your body and don't overwork yourself. Lin Sheng also spoke softly. The research progress at the agricultural college is going very smoothly as well. Super grain seeds have now ensured Longxiao will never face food shortages again. Seeing them so thoughtful and considerate, Lu Zheng instantly felt that all his hardships were worthwhile. Alright, the massage is over. In truth, Lu Zheng also wished to spend more time with them. But the burden upon his shoulders was simply too heavy. For the people of Longxia, and so that his beloved women might survive the apocalypse. Lu Zheng's tone suddenly turned solemn. I need to tell you something. The apocalyptic disaster may be coming sooner than anticipated. Sakura's meteorite is the signal. Our time is running short. Xinqing immediately asked with concern, then what should we do? Lu Zheng silently exhaled a sigh. I need to go and complete my mission as swiftly as possible. I cannot continue staying with you. You have gathered together after such a long time. Under Commander Wu's arrangements, you can explore properly, or visit nearby cities to relax and unwind. Su Jinyao's eyes turned red. Lu Zheng, please don't worry. Go complete your mission. We will take care of ourselves. Deng Ziyuan also nodded. We will not hold you back. We will wait for your return. Lin Sheng walked over and gave Lu Zheng a gentle kiss. Stay safe. We will wait for you. Seeing this, the others also came forward to kiss Lu Zheng goodbye. Eastern Border Theater Military Airfield. As soon as Lu Zheng boarded the special aircraft, he spotted Lu Ruoxi, who had been waiting for a considerable time. They rarely get to see you. Parting must be very difficult for them, right? Lu Ruoxi asked. Lu Zheng nodded and Lu Ruoxi continued, but this cannot be helped. Here, the next round of sweet burdens has already been arranged for you. Taking the tablet, Lu Zheng saw a photograph of a very sweet-looking girl. The system directly projected the girl's personal information before his eyes. Name Xia Tianyu. Age 22. Height, weight 162 centimeters, 48 kilograms. Personality, naturally airhead, introverted, compassionate. Appearance score 98. Personality score 96. Romantic experience none. Overall rating 97. Remarks, professional manga artist, part-time doujin illustrator. A renowned illustrator with millions of fans, she suffers from extreme social anxiety and has never once revealed her face to her audience. Her dearest dream is to one day become the heroine of her own romance manga, to meet the prince who will claim her heart. No harmful habits, no hereditary illnesses in her family. In the photograph, Xia Tianyu was dressed in an oversized, loose-fitting casual t-shirt. Lu Zheng could not help but marvel within himself. Truly worthy of being handpicked by the nation, reliable indeed. Already dazed from just one look, Lu Ruoxi teased. Lu Zheng came back to his senses and gave a soft cough. I'm fine. It's all right. Falling for her is perfectly normal. Lu Ruashi continued to tease. We've known each other long enough, there's no need for you to play coy. This mission's difficulty is relatively low. Let's aim to win her over within 24 hours. Lu Zheng could not help feeling somewhat surprised. 24 hours. That fast. You have my word. This will be a walk in the park. Besides, the apocalypse is drawing near, we must seize every moment. The private jet soon touched down at Quanbei City Airport. Under Lu Ruashi's guidance, Lu Zheng checked into an apartment in Quanbei City. We've specifically arranged for you to live right next door to Xia Tianyo, so the two of you can have chance encounters. You should have seen this through your system already, but let me emphasize it once more. Lu Ruashi reminded him, Xia Tianyu is a top-tier manga artist, but she's extremely socially anxious. She has never shown her face to her fans. She has a ragdoll cat at home, named Xiao Paofu. The breakthrough for this mission lies with that very cat. Lu Zheng could not help sighing once more. Handing the system over to the nation had truly been a brilliant decision. Everything down to the smallest detail was arranged by the state, trustworthy and dependable. Understood. I'll follow your plan. Lu Zheng replied. The apartment was a finely finished one-bedroom flat bathed in excellent natural light. Standing on the balcony, Lu Zheng could even see the windows of Xia Tianyo's apartment next door. From time to time, the crackle of firecrackers drifted up from below, making one wonder if the new year had arrived early. Immediately, Lu Ruashi's voice came through his earpiece. After our reconnaissance, today is the day Xia Tianyu takes Xiao Paofu in for a health check. Xia Tianyu will leave her apartment in 10 minutes. Lu Zheng head to the designated spot now. Following Lu Ruashi's instructions, Lu Zheng quickly went downstairs. He leaned against a street lamp beside the building entrance, pretending to be occupied with his phone. About 10 minutes later, a slender figure emerged from the hallway. Xia Tianyu wore her hair in twin braids, a cap pulled low, and a mask over her face. In her arms, she cradled a pink cat carrier. Xiao Paofu lay quietly within. Soft and fluffy, the cat looked wonderfully cuddly. Worried that Xiao Paofu might feel stuffy, Xia Tianyu unzipped the carrier to let in some air. But suddenly the cat grew restless and leapt straight out. Xia Tianyu instinctively reached out to grab her, but Xiao Paofu was far too agile. Meanwhile, Lu Ruashi had already sprinkled catnip where Lu Zheng was standing. Xiao Paofu was instantly drawn over, nuzzling against Lu Zheng's trouser leg without pause. She kept rubbing back and forth around his feet, a contented purring rumbling from her throat. Xiao Paofu, stop running around. Come back to me. Xia Tianyu, terrified of causing trouble for the stranger, scrambled in frantic haste to retrieve her cat. But Xiao Paofu seemed utterly taken with Lu Zheng nuzzling his trouser leg, and then his ankles. She even rolled playfully before him. Finally, with a sudden leap, she clung to Lu Zheng's pants and began to climb upward. Stop fiddling with your phone. Crouch down and pet the cat. Tell her she's adorable, Lu Ruashi urged through the earpiece. Lu Zheng crouched down and gently stroked Xiao Paofu's head. What an adorable cat. Xia Tianyu wished she could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. For someone with severe social anxiety, this was nothing short of a catastrophe. I'm so sorry. She's causing you trouble. I'll take her away right now. Even behind her mask, Lu Zheng could see Xia Tianyu's face flushing crimson. Following the lines Lu Ruashi had drilled into him earlier, Lu Zheng gently took hold of the cat's paw. Your cat's paw seems to have a bit of a problem. Xia Tianyu cared about her feline companion above all else. Upon hearing that something might be wrong with Xiao Paofu, panic immediately seized Xia Tianyu. What's wrong with her? Her paw pad looks a little swollen and red. There's a good chance it's an inflammation. In its early stages, the symptoms aren't obvious. Ordinary people wouldn't notice at all. Lu Zheng stated with complete seriousness. But if left untreated, it will develop into an abscess, and in severe cases, could even affect her ability to walk. Xia Tianyu's eyes were as clear and innocent as a university student's. Her voice carried a trembling note as she anxiously asked, then what should we do? I was actually planning to take her for a checkup today. Because Xia Tianyu was crouching down, an inadvertent glance from Lu Zheng revealed a sight he knew he would never forget for the rest of his life. Don't worry, I run a pet shop nearby, and I can treat her right away. Really? Yes, come on. I'll take you there. Oh, that's too much trouble. Thank you so much, truly thank you. Xia Tianyu hurried after him with quick, flustered steps, her social anxiety rendering her almost incoherent. The pet shop was right across the street, its storefront sign painted in cheerful pink. Pushing open the door, Xia Tianyu found the walls adorned with all manner of adorable animal stickers. The shelves were lined with countless fluffy animal plushies. Best of all, the shop housed many delightful little creatures. Yet Xia Tianyu had no mind for any of them. All she could think about was Xiao Paofu's condition. Don't worry, it's not a serious procedure, she'll be fine in no time. Lu Zheng spoke gently as he handed Xiao Paofu over to the staff. In truth, this pet shop had also been arranged by Lu Ruashi in advance. As for Xiao Paofu, there was nothing actually wrong with her at all. The excuse had simply been a pretext to bring Xia Tianyu here with Lu Zheng. Of course Lu Ruashi could not let Xiao Paofu go without a little treat. The shop assistant was in fact a military operative who had already whisked Xiao Paofu into the back room for some cat treats. Xia Tianyu sat obediently in a chair too nervous to fidget. Fortunately surrounded by so many adorable little creatures, Xia Tianyu's tension gradually began to ease. Rather than deliberately making conversation, Lu Zheng busied himself nearby, feeding the animals. Xia Tianyu felt it would be rude to remain silent the entire time. Yet she had absolutely no idea how to strike up a conversation. She simply did not know what one was supposed to talk about with a stranger. Especially with such a handsome young man. She was utterly at a loss for words. Just as Xia Tianyu was lost in her frantic thoughts, a sudden cool sensation brushed against her neck, as though something was crawling up her skin. Xia Tianyu reached out her hand to feel around. Her fingertips touched something icy cold and slightly slimy. Upon taking a closer look, every hair on her body stood on end, and she exploded into a panic in an instant. Because it was a snake. The little pet snake's body slowly wriggled. Xia Tianyu's mind went completely blank, and she let out a piercing shriek. Ah! Her body reacted faster than her brain. Xia Tianyu leaped upward a full half-foot into the air. In her panic she crashed into Lu Zheng's arms. Her arms wrapped tightly around Lu Zheng's waist. Snake! 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 There's a snake! There's a snake all! Lu Zheng thought to himself that Lu Ruashi's move was truly vicious, using a snake to scare a young girl. But it was only a small pet snake, which Lu Zheng easily picked up with a gentle pinch. Don't be afraid, it's just a pet snake. A customer left it here with me temporarily. Upon hearing Lu Zheng's reassurance, Xia Tianyu slowly raised her head. Her eyes were red from crying, making her look utterly pitiful and truly heartbreaking. Lu Zheng turned and took a fluffy rabbit plush toy from the shelf, tucking it into Xia Tianyu's arms. Then he turned again, opened a cage, and lifted out a small dog. It was a white Bichon Frise, as fluffy as a ball of cotton candy. When Lu Zheng picked it up, the little dog stayed obedient, and still only sticking out its small tongue. This little guy is strange. Give it a pet, and you won't be afraid anymore. Xia Tianyu had been holding back a belly full of grievances. But upon seeing the little Bichon, her gaze was instantly captivated. The Bichon seemed to sense her distress, nuzzling her hand with its little head. Xia Tianyu carefully cradled it in her arms, as if holding a tiny infant. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng noticed the progress bar above Xia Tianyu's head change. Favorability increased by 50, current favorability 50. To cheer Xia Tianyu up, Lu Zheng brought over several more puppies and kittens. It was Xia Tianyu's first time so freely cuddling cats and dogs. The unpleasantness from earlier was already forgotten. After just a short while of playing with these adorable creatures, Xia Tianyu's favorability rose again. Favorability increased by 5, current favorability 55. Just then the store clerk came out carrying Little Cream Puff. While in the back room, Little Cream Puff had eaten plenty of cat treats and canned food. Now well fed and refreshed, it was full of energy. Meow. Upon seeing Xia Tianyu, it let out a delicate sweet meow. Boss Lu, Little Cream Puff's illness is completely cured. As long as you watch its diet afterward, there won't be any problems. Knowing that Little Cream Puff was fine, the heavy stone that had been weighing on Xia Tianyu's heart finally fell. She hurriedly said to Lu Zheng, thank you so much. By the way, how much is the treatment? I'll transfer the payment to you. As she spoke, Xia Tianyu reached for her phone to scan the code. Lu Zheng waved his hand, no need. I have a bit of a bond with Little Cream Puff. This treatment is free. Xia Tianyu. Oh no, how could that be? I should still pay. Xia Tianyu was naturally socially anxious and had no idea how to navigate social favors. So much so that when she got anxious, she became incoherent, her face flushing red. Lu Zheng picked up the little Bichon from earlier. If you really feel bad about it, do me a favor then. The shop is pretty busy today, and no one is available to look after this little one. Just watch it for me for a day. You can bring it back tomorrow. Xia Tianyu had been thinking about how she would soon have to part with the little Bichon and felt genuinely reluctant. Now hearing Lu Zheng's words, she hesitated before responding. Okay, I'll definitely take good care of it. Favorability increased by 15, current favorability 70. Lu Zheng suddenly recalled what Lu Ruashi had said before, that Xia Tianyu would be easy to win over. Looking at it now, it seemed to be true. Xia Tianyu returned home and placed the two little ones on the sofa. She herself collapsed beside them. The scenes from the day replayed uncontrollably in her mind. Lu Zheng's sunny smile as he handed her the plush toy. The pleasant scent when she threw herself into his arms. The unprecedented sense of security from Lu Zheng's comforting presence. And even Lu Zheng's firm, solid muscles. As she thought, Xia Tianyu's cheeks began to burn and her ears grew scorching hot. She raised a hand to touch her face, mumbling, strange, the air conditioning is on, so why is it still so hot? Xia Tianyu fetched her drawing tablet from the coffee table and curled up in a corner of the sofa to begin drawing. In the picture, a girl was startled by a small snake and suddenly threw herself into the arms of a handsome boy. The boy easily caught the snake while his other hand gently patted the girl's back. It was everything she had just experienced during the day. With a healing art style and a sweet storyline, a manga was completed in no time. Xia Tianyu had just posted it online when the comment section exploded. Help! Today's little story is way too sweet. The handsome doctor and the soft cute girl. I'm totally shipping them. The male lead's gaze is so gentle, it's so sweet, my mouth is stretched all the way to my ears. What happens next? What happens next? Mom, I think I'm in love again. I really hope I can meet such a handsome male lead too. Xia Tianyu scrolled down through the comments. Below were a few playful remarks. The streamer draws so well. Please don't go down the wrong path. Think of all that lovely red cash. Alright. If the streamer dares to add any weird plot lines to the drawing, I'll crawl through the internet cables to get to you. Since it's pure love, draw it well. If there's any NTR in this plotline, streamer, I'm going to fight you. Xia Tianyu opened her back-end private messages where there were several commission requests. One of the girls said, "Dear artist, is the commission we discussed last time finished? The one of me sleeping with my two-dimensional husband. You know." Seeing this message, Xia Tianyu suddenly remembered there was still this unfinished commission. She hurriedly replied, almost done, just a little bit left. I'll have it for you tonight." After closing her messages, Xia Tianyu opened the unfinished illustration file. This was Xia Tianyu's little side job. Occasionally, she took on custom commissions from fans to earn some pocket money. To put it more bluntly, Xia Tianyu could draw, but while drawing, her mind was filled entirely with Lu Zheng's face. Completely smitten, Xia Tianyu dared not let her imagination run any further. No, Xia Tianyu, what are you even thinking about? Little Puff was lying on the carpet pawing at her carrot toy with a box of tissues placed beside her. Xia Tianyu puckered her lips toward Little Puff and called out, "Little Puff, the tissue." Little Puff tilted her head and experimentally nudged the tissue box. Good girl. Having said this, Xia Tianyu rewarded Little Puff with a small piece of freeze-dried treat. Meanwhile, the little Bichon Frise lay quietly beside Xia Tianyu, stretching lazily in comfort. Before she knew it, evening had already fallen. A sudden knock sounded at the door. The sound was not loud, yet it startled Xia Tianyu all the same. Little Puff hurriedly hid behind the sofa. Xia Tianyu resembled a startled little kitten, snatching up a throw pillow and concealing herself behind it. The little Bichon Frise followed suit, taking shelter behind Xia Tianyu. The three of them cautiously poked their heads out, listening intently to the sounds beyond the door. Xia Tianyu had ordered takeout earlier, judging by the time it ought to have arrived by now. But in the remarks, she had made it perfectly clear, just leave it at the door, no need to knock. Why would someone be knocking? For a person with social anxiety, the menace of a door knock is no less terrifying than a mushroom bomb. Xia Tianyu edged cautiously toward the door. Rising on tiptoes, she peered through the peephole to survey the outside. Yet the hallway was utterly empty, not even a shadow of a person in sight. Could it really have been the delivery driver who knocked? Xia Tianyu murmured to herself. Nevertheless, she did not open the door right away. Instead, she crouched behind it and waited in silence for a long while. While she waited, all those urban horror stories she had once read came crawling into her mind one after another. A girl living alone who opens the door to encounter a villain, a delivery driver who is a disguised assailant. Xia Tianyu's legs went weak with fright, and she scrambled back behind the sofa, curling herself into a trembling ball. But her stomach was growling hungrily. The fragrant takeout sat right outside the door. She could almost smell its aroma already. Should she go get it or not? Xia Tianyu bit her nails as her mind waged an inner war. If she went, what if there really was someone out there? But if she didn't go, she couldn't possibly skip dinner tonight. She crawled back toward the door once more. It's fine. I'll just grab the takeout and close the door, it'll be quick. Xia Tianyu braced herself, grasped the door handle, and gently pressed it down. Click. The lock sprang open, and Xia Tianyu gingerly cracked the door open just a sliver. The hallway was empty, the takeout bag sat on the doormat by the entrance, and there truly appeared to be no one around. Xia Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and prepared to fetch the takeout. But the moment she reached out her hand, a hand suddenly shot out from behind the door and seized her wrist with unerring precision. Oh! In that instant, Xia Tianyu felt every single cell in her body screaming. In truth, the man's grip on her was not forceful at all. He had merely touched her lightly, nothing more. After all, this man had been arranged by Lu Ruashi to be here in advance. He could never truly harm Xia Tianyu. Yet Xia Tianyu nearly lost her soul, pleading again and again, please. I'll give you all the money, all of it. Wah, please don't hurt me. So as not to harm Xia Tianyu, the man released his grip. Xia Tianyu's first instinct was to slam the door shut, but the man held tightly onto the doorframe. As a result, Xia Tianyu only cried harder. She said nothing, only single-mindedly trying to close the door, yet it would not budge. Bang! Just when Xia Tianyu felt she was utterly beyond saving, a thunderous crash rang out as the door across the hall swung open. Lu Zheng instantly roared, "What are you doing? Let go of her." Following the script Lu Ruashi had arranged. Upon Lu Zheng's appearance, the man was so frightened that he fled in haste, vanishing without a trace in moments. Xia Tianyu collapsed onto the floor in a heap, gasping for breath in great heaving gulps. Her eyes had long since reddened, tears streaming down unceasingly, her entire body trembling. Are you alright? Were you hurt? Lu Zheng walked over to Xia Tianyou's side and offered gentle soothing comfort. Xia Tianyou's heart jolted, the voice struck her as oddly familiar all at once. She lifted her head and suddenly froze. She had never imagined she would run into Lu Zheng here of all places. Seeing that Xia Tianyou remained silent for so long, Lu Zheng assumed the little girl had simply been scared out of her wits. Are you okay? Lu Zheng reached out and waved his hand before her eyes. Only then did Xia Tianyou come back to her senses, her voice breaking as she spoke. Wah! Thank you. Hearing the commotion, little Puff and the little Bichon Frieze inside the house rushed out as well. They nuzzled against Xia Tianyou, circling and brushing against her soft whimpers escaping from their throats. The floor is cold. Let me help you up first. Lu Zheng spoke softly, carefully helping Xia Tianyou to her feet and guiding her inside. You live here alone. In the future you might consider installing a surveillance camera by the door. That way you'll be able to see what's happening in time should anything occur. Xia Tianyou nodded. Though she had stopped crying, she was still sniffling. Lu Zheng's gaze swept across the coffee table and came to rest upon several manga manuscript pages. He walked over, picked up the artwork, and took a look. This male lead. Why does he look so much like me? Xia Tianyou's face flushed crimson, in an instant red as a thoroughly cooked shrimp. She rushed over in a fluster and snatched the manuscript away. She stuffed it haphazardly into a drawer, head lowered, unable to meet Lu Zheng's eyes. You must be mistaken. Xia Tianyou offered a feeble explanation. Inside her mind she ranted wildly. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What on earth is going on? Could he actually be living right across the hall? How could something this mortifying happen? Why did it have to be him who saw it? Xia Tianyou's current embarrassment was so intense that she felt her toes could have carved out an entire 3-bedroom apartment in the floor. Nevertheless, because Lu Zheng had rescued her, her favorability toward him skyrocketed. Favorability 20. Current favorability 90. Witnessing Xia Tianyou in such a state, Lu Zheng smiled with knowing significance. He stepped forward a couple of paces, crouched down, and looked at Xia Tianyou. Do you have feelings for me? Boom. Xia Tianyou's mind exploded in an instant, going utterly blank. She abruptly lifted her head, her gaze locking with Lu Zheng's. But upon seeing that handsome face, Xia Tianyou hurriedly looked away, her heart pounding like a drum. How can he be so direct? Who asked a question like that? What kind of frontal assault is this? Xia Tianyou cursed frantically in her mind, wishing she could find a crack in the floor and crawl into it. Her tongue seemed tied in knots as she stammered. I. For a moment she had absolutely no idea what to say. Seeing Xia Tianyou in such a flustered state, Lu Zheng reached out and gently patted her head. His touch was tender as though soothing a small animal. Strangely enough, Xia Tianyou felt an unexpected sense of calm settle over her under Lu Zheng's caress. Her restless, trembling heart gradually stilled. I like a girl like you. Be my girlfriend. Such words would never have crossed the lips of Lu Zheng, a hopelessly straightforward man. Every line had been fed to him by Lu Ruashi through the earpiece. Even Lu Zheng himself found it absurd. He had known Xia Tianyou for less than a day. How had it come to a confession already? And a confession at a moment like this, no less. Yet Lu Ruashi had been astonishingly right. The effect was remarkably effective. Affinity increased by 8. Current affinity 98. Xia Tianyou's heart hammered wildly against her ribs. It felt as though it might leap right out of her throat. She gave a small, delicate nod. Only after nodding did she realize what she had done. She hurriedly lowered her head, burying her flushed face into her knees without a sound. Having lived for over 20 years, Xia Tianyou felt as though she might actually die of embarrassment right now. She had drawn so many romance comics, written so many confession scenes. Yet when it was her own turn, she turned out to be utterly hopeless. But this was the love she had been waiting for all along. Because she was painfully shy, she hardly socialized at all, let alone encountered the opposite sex. What Xia Tianyou had always longed for was a love that crashed into her like a home invasion. And today it had truly arrived. Is this all you usually eat? Lu Zheng opened Xia Tianyou's takeout bag and discovered a serving of rice noodles. He said with a smile, takeout like this has no nutrition. Let me get you something nutritious. Nutritious. Xia Tianyou's mind began spiraling into wild, uncontrollable thoughts. When it came to what was truly nutritious, it had to be that. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, Xia Tianyou's cheeks flared hot, and the blush crept all the way down her neck. She couldn't help thinking, we just started dating. And things are already moving this fast. But in the comics, the male and female leads always seem to progress like this. But I have no experience at all. Xia Tianyou's fingers picked absent-mindedly at the sofa cushion as she nodded in a daze. Okay. Lu Zheng rose to his feet, and Xia Tianyou, overwhelmed by nerves, squeezed her eyes shut. She frantically rifled through the videos she had watched, the comics she had drawn. How did the heroines in those stories handle such moments? But to her astonishment, Lu Zheng simply walked away toward the kitchen. You don't have any groceries at home? Then I'll head downstairs to pick some up. I'll be right back. Xia Tianyou blurted out instinctively. So when you said nutritious, you meant cooking? Lu Zheng smiled faintly. What did you think I meant? Realizing the enormous misunderstanding she had caused, Xia Tianyu quickly turned around. With her back to Lu Zheng, she muttered softly, "Nothing. I wasn't thinking about anything." Once Lu Zheng had left, and the room fell quiet once more, Xia Tianyu gazed toward the doorway, feeling as though everything that had just happened was nothing more than a dream. She had actually, just like that, gotten herself a boyfriend, a man she had known for less than a day. Such a thing might seem reckless to anyone else, but for Xia Tianyu this was fate bestowed by the heavens. Heaven had truly granted her the ideal male lead. Meanwhile on Lu Zheng's, in the moment he reached the ground floor, he saw the person Lu Ruoxi had sent standing at the entrance of the building with a large bag of fresh vegetables and meat. Lu Zheng took the bag, and the other man left without uttering a single word. He couldn't help marveling at how Lu Ruoxi had even arranged something like this in advance. To avoid arousing Xia Tianyu's suspicion too soon, Lu Zheng deliberately lingered downstairs for 5 or 6 minutes before heading back up. When he pushed open the door, Xia Tianyu was obediently crouching by the window, gazing outside with eager, longing eyes. Just like a well-behaved little cat waiting for its owner to come home. "Why are you back so soon? Was it fast?" "Yes, it was." The moment those words left her mouth, the color that had just returned to normal flooded Xia Tianyu's cheeks once again. She suddenly realized that the things she had just said about fast or not fast were terribly easy to misinterpret. Xia Tianyu covered her face, cursing herself furiously in her mind. "Arg. Xia Tianyu, oh Xia Tianyu. Can't you show an ounce of restraint? I'm supposed to be a proper untouched maiden. How is it that with me I've become some brazen hussy?" When Lu Zheng had arranged all the dishes on the table, Xia Tianyu's eyes widened at once. "Wow, that smells amazing." She picked up a piece of green pepper stuffed with meat, and the moment it touched her tongue her eyes narrowed in delight. Xia Tianyu could no longer remember the last time she had enjoyed such a lavish dinner. Little Puff nestled against her ankle, while the bichon frise pawed at the table leg with a plaintive whimper. Lu Zheng tossed a piece of chicken breast into the cat's bowl, then gently patted the bichon frise on the head. "Patience, patience, you get some too. Let me fix you a portion right now." The meal was filled with warmth and laughter, filling Xia Tianyu with a dazed, comforting sense of home. After clearing the dishes, Lu Zheng spoke to her with great tenderness. "I live right across the hall. If anything comes up, just knock on my door. Good night, girlfriend." Xia Tianyu's face flushed crimson all the way to the tips of her ears, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes in sheer shyness. For a long while she could not string a single coherent sentence together. She could only nod coyly, "Okay. Good night." Once Lu Zheng had returned to his own home, he could not help but ask Lu Ruoxi, "Why didn't you just have me stay at her place to complete the mission? Her affection is already maxed out. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity?" At once Lu Ruoxi's voice came through his earpiece. "What's the rush? The long night holds plenty of chances. When it comes to Xia Tianyu now, you need to handle her like stretching an elastic band. Tighten it, loosen it. If you pull it too taut, it'll snap." Lu Zheng nodded thoughtfully, silently marveling at how the strategist truly lived up to her reputation. Absolutely brilliant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Tianyu leaned against her door, her heart still pounding furiously. She raised a hand to touch her burning cheeks. Her mind was filled with nothing but Lu Zheng's words. His good night, his calling her his girlfriend. This feeling of falling into a relationship out of nowhere felt utterly surreal. She covered her mouth, unable to hold back a giggle. Yet the moment the laughter faded, embarrassment crept in, and she crouched on the floor, hugging her knees with a foolish grin. After quite a while, Xia Tianyu finally rose to her feet. From the drawer, she pulled out her manuscript, weaving every scene from that evening into a comic strip. A maiden beset by ruffians, a handsome neighbor stepping in to save the day. And the very neighbor turned out to be the gentle shop owner she had met at the pet store. The male lead made a bold confession and personally cooked the maiden a dinner. 2 souls sharing 3 meals a day with a cat and a dog by their side. The moment it was uploaded online, the likes had already surged past 10,000. I scrolled all the way here for the update. Turns out the sequel is this sweet. Something's off, very off. There's no way the streamer isn't in a relationship, right? Help. These pink bubbles are practically spilling off the screen. The sweetness is off the charts. Xia Tianyu read through the comments, a smile lingering unbroken at the corner of her lips. After freshening up and lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every corner of her mind was filled with Lu Zheng's image. The way he cooked, the way he petted the cat, the way he said goodnight. Xia Tianyu felt more awake than ever. Not a trace of drowsiness lingered, and her throat had even grown parched. She decided to head to the kitchen for some water. On an inexplicable whim, Xia Tianyu sent Lu Zheng a message, "Are you asleep?" A glance at the clock revealed it was already 2 in the morning. Xia Tianyu pursed her lips and muttered, "It's so late. He must have been asleep ages ago." Yet in the very next second, her phone screen lit up. "What's wrong, my princess?" The line was a touch cheesy. But for Xia Tianyu, fresh in the glow of new love, it went straight to the sweetest corner of her heart. Clutching her phone, her voice carried a coquettish lilt. "Hubby, I can't sleep. What do I do?" Lu Zheng's replies came almost instantly every single time. Want me to come keep you company? Xia Tianyu agonized over it for quite a while. Isn't that a bit much? Would it disturb your sleep? Open the door. Xia Tianyu was so startled, she nearly flung her phone across the room. She had expected Lu Zheng to engage in some back-and-forth flirtation. Who would have thought he would simply show up in person? Frantically smoothing her hair and adjusting her pajamas, terrified of looking too disheveled, she scurried to the door, only to find Lu Zheng standing right there. Lu Zheng was also dressed in loungewear, a plain black cotton tee. It only accentuated the muscular contours of his frame. Gazing at his broad, solid chest, Xia Tianyu instinctively swallowed. His build was the spitting image of the male lead she drew in her comics. Let me think about how to help you fall asleep. Lu Zheng affectionately ruffled her hair and said, how about a bedtime story? Xia Tianyu felt as though she was being drowned in a sea of tiny pink bubbles. Lu Zheng was simply too smooth. Was a bedtime story really necessary? I'm fine with whatever you say. Xia Tianyu replied in a soft, delicate voice. Lu Zheng nodded. All right then, I'll tell you a story, and once you're asleep I'll head back. The bedroom was bathed in the soft amber glow of a small nightlight. Lu Zheng sat at the head of the bed, while Xia Tianyu lay beside him with her eyes closed. So close to each other, she could clearly feel the warmth radiating from Lu Zheng's body. Click. Lu Zheng reached up and switched off the light. Ding. System reward distribution in progress. Reward 1, large-scale man combat mecha 1, reward 2, super cavs 10, reward 3, space strategic aircraft carrier 1. Lu Zheng rubbed his eyes, afraid he had misread the display. Yet there on the system panel, clearly written in unmistakable characters, was the announcement, an aerospace strategic carrier 1 vessel. Lu Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the system at this level of advanced technology had bestowed not mere blueprints this time, but a genuine, fully realized aerospace carrier. Lu Zheng could scarcely imagine what would happen were he to reveal such a thing to the nation. What would the reactions of the highest echelons of government be? He immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Ruashi. Major Lu, the system reward has been delivered. However, this particular reward is rather special. The military will need to prepare a sizable location. It must be at least the size of 3 or 4 football fields. Ideally a subterranean space to avoid detection by the satellites of other nations. Xia Tianyu's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she murmured sleepily in her dreams. Lu Zheng, don't go. Don't leave me all alone. Her voice was soft and tender, tinged with a note of grievance. The sound pierced Lu Zheng's heart until he thought it would shatter. He reached out, gently patting Xia Tianyu's back. There. I'm not going anywhere. I will never abandon you. As though she had heard his words, Xia Tianyu nestled deeper into his embrace and drifted back into peaceful slumber. The night passed in quietude, and when Xia Tianyu groggily opened her eyes at last, she felt she had slept more soundly than ever before. It was as though every sinew and bone in her body had been thoroughly unknotted. In her drowsy haze, she sensed someone busy at work behind her. She turned her head to discover that Lu Zheng had been giving her a massage. A portion of Xia Tianyu's nightgown had ridden up, revealing a flash of pale, luminous thigh. With Lu Zheng's hands pressed against her waist, an exquisite, tingling sensation coursed through her. It was as though an electric current had swept across her entire body, drawing an involuntary sound from her lips. Xia Tianyu's face flushed crimson in an instant. She had not expected that after the passionate storm they had weathered the previous night, Lu Zheng would still have the presence of mind to massage her. This plot was so outlandish that even she, a romance manga artist, could never have conceived it. Xia Tianyu reflected inwardly that art truly springs from life, yet surpasses it. Sensing Xia Tianyu stirring, Lu Zheng spoke tenderly. Awake. You were sleeping so deeply, and I was worried you might wake up with an aching back, so I thought I'd ease the tension for you. Breakfast is already prepared. Eat whenever you wish. A warm current surged through Xia Tianyu's heart. So this was what it meant to have a boyfriend. The blessing of being cherished and held in the palm of one's hand had finally come to her. Without a word, Xia Tianyu turned and threw herself into Lu Zheng's arms. Nuzzling against him just like a little kitten, she murmured, "Husband, I love you." The moment the words left her lips, she planted a gentle kiss upon him. Lu Zheng reached out to encircle Xia Tianyu's waist, drawing her into a tight embrace. "There is something I need to explain to you," he suddenly said. Noting the gravity in Lu Zheng's expression, Xia Tianyu's smile froze instantly upon her face. Her mind raced at breakneck speed. Countless melodramatic scenarios flashed through her imagination. Could he perhaps already have a wife? Did he have children? Was he a fugitive on the run? Or perhaps, was he actually a transsexual? A chaotic torrent of wild thoughts surged through her, and Xia Tianyu's eyes instantly reddened. She shook her head hurriedly and pressed her hand over Lu Zheng's mouth. "Husband, please don't say it, all right? I have a feeling it's nothing good. I don't want to know anything. I don't want to be separated from you. Even if you've done something to betray me, it's fine. Just please don't tell me. Just let me love you foolishly like this forever, won't you?" Xia Tianyu spoke through trembling sobs, tears plopping down one after another. Lu Zheng's heart ached unbearably. He hurriedly fetched tissues to gently wipe away her tears. Silly girl, don't cry. It's not what you're imagining. He held her like a precious infant, patting her softly as he patiently explained. The truth is I come from the future. Xia Tianyu froze in astonishment. Never in her wildest dreams could she have anticipated such a version of events. After Lu Zheng had explained everything in full, Xia Tianyu took quite some time to process it all, remaining silent for a long while. Then suddenly she excitedly seized Lu Zheng's arm. Husband, you're just too incredible. Xia Tianyu's eyes shimmered with newfound radiance. I knew it. After all these years of being single, when heaven suddenly bestowed a man upon me, he had to be extraordinary. She paused, a spark of excitement flickering in her gaze. Husband, for your upcoming missions, will you need any help? I'm a romance manga artist after all. Strategies of the heart are my specialty. Witnessing Xia Tianyu's reaction, Lu Zheng couldn't help but laugh. He gently tousled her hair. No need. The nation has already made all the arrangements in that regard. After breakfast, Lu Ruashi arrived at the apartment. Ms. Xia, there are villas available in the capital with excellent surroundings. If you're willing, you may move there. If you prefer, you may stay here as well. The state will arrange all living amenities for you, so you needn't worry about a thing. Xia Tianyu considered carefully before responding. Although I'm a bit of an introvert, I can't avoid my close friends forever, can I? They get along so well with Lu Zheng, so I trust we'll get along splendidly too. Lu Ruashi nodded. Very well then, pack a few things. I'll arrange for someone to escort you there today. Seeing that Lu Zheng was about to depart, Xia Tianyu hurried forward and embraced him. Lu Zheng, I promise I'll get along wonderfully with your friends. Don't worry about me. Focus on completing your mission. Little Paofu and little Nayo and I will all be waiting for you to come home. The ragdoll cat and the Bichon Frise came bounding over, frolicking around Lu Zheng and Xia Tianyu. Just that morning, Xia Tianyu had given the little Bichon a name. It was the first pet Lu Zheng had ever given her, a testament to their love. As for the reason behind the name, Little Nayo, Little Cream, Xia Tianyu told Lu Zheng it was simply because she adored cream cake. But in truth, well, that was Xia Tianyu's little secret. This bold, vivacious girl would never breathe a word of it. After bidding farewell to Xia Tianyu, Lu Zheng boarded a chartered aircraft with Lu Ruashi bound for the Western Theater Command of Longxia. You told me to find a vast location that cannot be exposed on the surface. Across all of Longxia, only the Western Theater possesses such a site. Lu Ruashi asked curiously, but what exactly is this reward? Why all the secrecy? Lu Zheng smiled with knowing depth. That remains classified for now. You'll understand once we arrive. The off-road vehicle rolled over the gravel road. Outside the window stretched an endless desert wasteland. Between heaven and earth, there was only monotonous yellow devoid of any vibrant hues. Lu Zheng could not help but sigh. The soldiers stationed here witnessed such scenes every single day. Day after day, year after year, they guarded the borders of Longxia. The Western Frontier Theater has arrived. The soldier in the driver's seat called out, and Lu Zheng finally withdrew his gaze. He pushed open the car door and looked up to see two neat rows of soldiers standing at attention ahead. They stood tall and poised, each with sharp, penetrating eyes. At the front of the crowd, a man with 3 gold stars on his shoulder epaulets approached. Comrade Lu Zheng, hello. Welcome to the Western Frontier Theater. The man extended his hand. I am Yang Jingyan, commander of the Western Frontier Theater. This is Dean Zhou Yinghua from the National Academy of Sciences. You should have met him before. During the handshake, Lu Zheng noticed a group of military heavies trailing behind Yang Jingyan. Any one of them picked at random was a figure capable of commanding independently. Not only that, but also senior professors from the National Academy of Sciences and other research institutes across Longxia. Zhou Yinghua stepped forward, his face brimming with barely contained excitement. He grabbed Lu Zheng's arm firmly. Young Lu, I will be honest with you. I have been looking forward to meeting you these past few days. Old Sun has been telling me about it for days. He said the rewards you produced last time were outlandish, one after another. There was even a portal. It is a pity I was not present to witness it with my own eyes. What fine things did you bring this time? Lu Zheng smiled and replied, Dean Zhou, this place is too small. The items I brought cannot fit here. These words caused the surrounding generals to pause in surprise. When Lu Zheng had arrived earlier, they had only seen a single off-road vehicle. Yet this command room was easily hundreds of square meters. What could possibly not fit? Yang Jingyan spoke up. Major Lu has already briefed me. I have prepared the space. Follow me. After saying this, Yang Jingyan turned and walked away, and the generals behind him quickly fell in step. Lu Zheng and Lu Ruashi and the others also hurried after them. They passed through several heavy alloy doors in succession. Each door required dual verification with fingerprints and passwords with an extremely high security clearance. Approximately 10 minutes later, a downward passage suddenly appeared ahead. At the end of the passage stood a massive door fully 10 meters high. Yang Jingyan pressed the button on the wall. Hiss! The giant door slowly parted to both sides, and a wave of cool air swept over them. Lu Zheng merely stood at the threshold, yet his heart was instantly stirred with tumultuous waves. This was no mere basement. It was an underground fortress. Looking up, he could not see the ceiling. The surrounding walls were smooth and seamless. Countless lights embedded in every direction illuminated the space like broad daylight. Lu Ruashi was also visiting such a place for the first time. She could never have imagined that beneath the Western Frontier Theater lay such a colossal structure. The surrounding generals, however, seemed entirely accustomed to it, clearly not newcomers. Lu Zheng, this venue should be sufficient for your needs, yes? Yang Jingyan asked. Lu Zheng nodded. Then let me demonstrate the first reward for everyone. All eyes turned toward Lu Zheng with eager expectation. They watched as Lu Zheng waved his right hand. A small black calf suddenly materialized on the ground. The calf stood about half a person's height, shaking its tail and curiously surveying its surroundings. Silence. Still silence. Many present felt utterly bewildered. How had Lu Zheng conjured this calf out of thin air? Yang Zhengyan also paused, hesitantly asking, what is the significance of this calf? Before Lu Zheng could respond, Zhou Yinghua beside him had already shouted out excitedly. I understand. Is this the same as that super breeding pig from last time? Also a breed with an exceptionally short growth cycle and an absurdly rapid market-ready speed. Lu Zheng smiled faintly. Dean Zhou is correct. This is a super meat cattle. Its growth cycle is only 3 days. Upon reaching adulthood, its weight can exceed 3,000 gene. The meat is succulent and rich in nutrients. When the apocalypse comes, Longxiao will have an inexhaustible supply of beef. Hearing Lu Zheng's introduction, the faces of those around him were painted with astonishment. After all, a meat cattle that grew to 3,000 gene in just 3 days sounded rather outrageous. However, compared to this reward, this is merely an appetizer. An appetizer. The eyes of these generals and elder professors grew intense once more. They had known all along that Lu Zheng would not make such a grand display merely to show them a single calf. Lu Zheng stopped withholding and snapped his fingers toward the air. Snap. The scene became instantly quieter than before. So quiet that everyone could hear their own heartbeat. A colossal entity as tall as a 20-story building suddenly materialized before their eyes. The crucial point was that this was not an ordinary weapon. It was a humanoid mecha. The mecha stood over 60 meters tall like a towering mountain of steel. Merely standing at its feet evoked a suffocating sense of oppression. The mecha's outer shell was dark gold covered in sharply angular armor plates. Under the illumination of the underground fortress lights, it constantly refracted a metallic gleam. Its arms housed 2 massive particle cannons, and its back carried 12 giant missiles. The intricate patterns on these missiles were clearly visible, overflowing with raw aesthetic power. Click. A military photographer responsible for documentation accidentally dropped his camera to the ground. But he did not pick it up immediately. He was so stunned that he did not know what to do. Lu Ruashi stood dumbfounded beside him, her mouth instinctively agape. She finally understood why Lu Zheng had insisted on such a vast space. Such a massive mecha, let alone a command room. Even a sports arena could not contain it. The surrounding generals were utterly dumbstruck, eyes wide, their bodies trembling slightly. They had spent their lives in uniform, having seen tanks, fighter jets, aircraft carriers. Yet they had never witnessed such an outrageous mecha. This was no mere weapon. This was plainly a walking machine of war. The silence lasted a full 30 seconds before Yang Jingyan finally recovered his composure. Even as commander of the Western Frontier Theater, he was no longer calm. Lu Zheng, is this the system reward you spoke of? Lu Zheng walked over to the mecha and patted its toe. Correct, this is a heavy manned combat mecha. Net weight of 120,000 tons, equipped with 2 miniature nuclear reactors providing limitless endurance. Maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour, capable of operating across sea, land, and air environments. The weapon systems are numerous, but we understand most of their principles. I will only mention a few unfamiliar ones. 2 dark matter particle cannons, 12 dark energy missiles, and 1 ion battle blade. Upon hearing this alone, the distinguished figures present could not help but sharply inhale. Dark matter particle cannons, dark energy missiles. These terms sounded far too science fiction. They could scarcely imagine the destructive power such weapons would possess. The defense system employs an energy barrier based on the same principles as the high-energy plasma shield I previously submitted. Without exaggeration, it can even withstand a nuclear blast, unless subjected to continuous bombardment around the clock. Otherwise, across the entire planet, nearly no weapon can breach its defenses. Lu Zheng's voice was not loud, yet it resonated like rolling thunder. It echoed sharply in the ears of all the assembled generals and elder professors. 120,000 tons. Unlimited range. It can even withstand a nuclear blast. Upon hearing these astonishing specifications, the generals and elderly professors present were utterly dumbfounded. Each of them stood frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Zhou Yinghua was especially overcome with excitement. He gripped Lu Zheng's hand and stammered, "Incredible. This is simply too incredible. Last time the Lightman fighter mech you submitted already left us marveling in awe. But this heavy manned fighter mech can no longer even be described as generations ahead of its time. Even if humanity were given another 100 or 200 years, we might still be unable to develop such a weapon. The elderly professors nearby finally regained their senses and began discussing it with feverish excitement. What in the world was this made from? How could it possibly support a weight of 120,000 tons? 120,000 tons is only its net weight. If the mech is to move, the load it must withstand is far greater than that. My goodness, with a mech this enormous, I cannot imagine what kind of operating system could possibly be compatible with it. Most importantly, the weapons it carries: dark matter and dark energy. Those are things we still have not even figured out to this day. The elderly professors wished they could climb inside the mech at once. They would gladly go without food or sleep for days on end if it meant studying it thoroughly. Lu Zheng smiled and said, "Esteemed professors, this mech is exceedingly difficult to operate. It requires at least 3 people to control it simultaneously, so I will not demonstrate it today. I will submit a detailed instruction manual to the state along with it later." As the commander-in-chief of the Western Frontier Theater, Yang Zhengyan had naturally witnessed many awe-inspiring spectacles. Over the past decade or so, he had witnessed the evolution of every kind of weapon in Longxia. Yet as he gazed upon this colossal machine, even he was momentarily lost in bewilderment. If Longxia could unravel every principle behind this mech, and even achieve mass production, then Longxia would, without exaggeration, stride wholly into a new era. Lu Zheng, rest assured, we will never let your painstaking efforts be in vain. Yang Zhengyan clapped Lu Zheng on the shoulder. I have heard of the Yanhuang project. You have worked hard for this project. Lu Zheng shook his head. You are too kind, Commander Yang. Everything I have done has been for Longxia. Moreover, this is actually nothing. The reward that comes next is the true purpose of this occasion. Saying this, Lu Zheng pointed toward the vast underground space beside them. Commander Yang, have you not noticed that although this mech is tall, it does not occupy a particularly large area? Yet the site I applied for previously was one with a very large footprint. Yang Zhengyan was startled. He instinctively looked at the mech, then at the cavernous underground fortress around it. Indeed, although the mech was tall, it occupied at most a few hundred square meters. There was nowhere near enough need for such an enormous space. His heart lurched as he suddenly realized that there was another giant waiting to be revealed. Lu Zheng, what else are you going to show us? Yang Zhengyan could not help but ask. Lu Zheng raised his hand with profound significance. Everyone please step back. What you are about to see is... He paused, then said word by word, the most astonishing weapon humanity has ever created. Hearing Lu Zheng's words, everyone present was bewildered once more. They had spent a long while circling the mech, crowding around it from every side, utterly reluctant to let it out of their sight. And now, with Lu Zheng's casual remark that this was not the main attraction, their minds had been reduced completely to mush. What kind of weapon could possibly be more extraordinary than this mech? Despite having known Lu Zheng for so long, Lu Ruashi still could not fathom what he had up his sleeve. Every eye in the room fell upon Lu Zheng. Their hearts had nearly leapt into their throats. Everyone take a few more steps back and stay alert. These were all prominent figures who would normally remain unmoved even if a mountain collapsed before them. At that moment, however, they moved with such uniformity that they resembled students undergoing military training. They stepped back one after another, yet every eye remained fixed on what lay ahead, lest they miss even the slightest detail. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Lu Zheng caused a colossal vessel to appear without warning in the underground fortress. It was a warship beyond anything anyone could have imagined. It had no conventional aircraft carrier island. Its hull was entirely streamlined, with countless fish scale-like wing plates extending from both sides. Not a single engine nozzle could be seen beneath the wing plates. In their place was a ring of energy that shimmered with a pale blue radiance. Dense rows of gun ports covered the hull like a honeycomb. What was even more staggering was that the warship measured a full 500 meters in length and more than 200 meters in width. Resting within the underground fortress, it occupied nearly the entire space. Everyone present, whether battle-hardened generals or professors devoted to scientific research, was completely stupefied. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, disbelief was still written all over their faces. Heavens! Oh heavens above! An elderly professor trembled as he pointed at the warship. His lips quivered as he exclaimed in astonishment several times, but no further words would come. Am I seeing things? Pinch me quickly. A lieutenant general of the Western Frontier Theater rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe the sight before him. Lu Zheng stepped forward slowly. Everyone, this is the true trump card. I wish to show you the Aerospace Strategic Carrier. As the name suggests, it is an aircraft carrier capable of conducting operations in the aerospace domain. Yang Zhengyan abruptly came to his senses. He hurried to Lu Zheng's side, his gaze fixed intently upon the aerospace carrier. Lu Zheng, tell me, can this thing really fly? Lu Zheng offered no explanation, merely nodding lightly. That single nod was enough to make everyone gasp in shock. An aircraft carrier that could fly. It had already surpassed the absolute limits of their understanding of weaponry. Next, I shall introduce you to its capabilities. Lu Zheng's voice rang out again, instantly silencing every discussion. Everyone pricked up their ears, fearful of missing even a single word. This aerospace carrier is 536 meters long, 210 meters wide, and 80 meters tall. Its maximum takeoff weight at full load can reach 1 million tons. That alone was enough to make someone utter an expletive. After all, the largest aircraft carrier in the world today weighed no more than approximately 100,000 tons. Yet this aerospace carrier capable of soaring into the heavens had a takeoff weight of 1 million tons. They could no longer imagine how utterly extraordinary its other specifications must be. To support such a colossal vessel in flight, and even enable it to conduct operations in outer space, even a controlled nuclear fusion reactor would be insufficient. Therefore, it employs an antimatter annihilation reactor. A single full charge allows 10 years of continuous navigation. Its maximum speed can reach 10 times the speed of sound, and upon entering space, its velocity can increase further. In theory, it can exceed the third cosmic velocity and proceed directly into interstellar travel. Several elderly professors stood nearby taking notes on the data Lu Zheng recited. But when they heard the words antimatter annihilation reactor, they all froze. They had assumed that the controllable nuclear fusion engine Lu Zheng had previously submitted was already the pinnacle of high-performance engines. Yet now an antimatter annihilation reactor had suddenly emerged. Not only was this device beyond the capabilities of the present era, but even projected decades into the future, they would not dare to imagine such technology. Regarding the weapon systems, it is armed with 12 antimatter main cannons, 100 laser auxiliary cannons, and countless missile launch units. The missile types include anti-ship missiles, air defense missiles, anti-satellite missiles, and more. As for the defense systems, there is no need to elaborate. The outer layer features an energy shield, and the hull is constructed from superalloy materials. To put it plainly, even if it were to plunge into the sun, the hull could endure for a considerable time without being vaporized. Lu Zheng gestured toward the space above the hull, and continued, additionally, the carrier can deploy 10 heavy manned fighter mechs, 200 aerospace fighters, and innumerable space drones, capable of all-weather, all-domain combat operations. Lu Zheng's every word fell like a crushing hammer, striking heavily upon everyone's hearts. Every piece of cutting-edge technology aboard the aerospace aircraft carrier left them trembling with excitement. This was not merely decades ahead of contemporary science, nor even centuries. They felt that even exhausting all of human civilization might never be sufficient to develop such a creation. Yang Jingyan stood rooted to the spot, his lips moving, but unable to form any words. As commander of the West Frontier Theater, he had faced countless life-and-death crises before, yet never had he been so utterly stunned. Recalling the weapons developed by Longxia, or indeed all of humanity to date. Before this aerospace aircraft carrier, they were nothing but children's toys. Commander Yang, I hereby formally submit this aerospace aircraft carrier to the nation. It was only when Lu Zheng spoke that the silence was broken. Yang Jingyan grasped Lu Zheng's hand tightly. 1,000 emotions choked his throat, and in the end only a single sentence managed to escape. The nation will never betray your expectations. They say a true man does not shed tears easily. Yet at this moment Yang Jingyan's voice was hoarse and his eyes had turned red. Little Lu. Little Lu. Zhou Yinghua came running from the crowd, his legs barely steady. Little Lu, honestly, I really want to see what this thing looks like when it takes flight. Lu Zheng sighed helplessly. Director Zhou, it is not that I wish to withhold this from everyone. It is simply that the conditions do not permit it. While this location can accommodate the aerospace aircraft carrier, the energy fluctuations during takeoff would be far too intense for anyone to stand nearby. If we were to bring it to the surface, such a massive target would undoubtedly be detected by other nations' satellites. Yang Jingyan nodded. Lu Zheng is correct. Given the current situation, it is indeed inadvisable to expose a strategic weapon of this caliber. He turned and swept his gaze across the assembled researchers. From this day forward, all academic academies and research institutes are to dispatch their most outstanding personnel to form dedicated research groups. You must study the principles and construction of this aerospace aircraft carrier in the shortest possible time. Should you require anything, submit a report directly to the military command. I will approve it personally. The moment Yang Jingyan finished speaking, the young researchers present responded in unison. We guarantee completion of the mission. An elderly professor of physics stepped forward. Please rest assured, Commander Yang. I would stake my life on thoroughly understanding this research. The other senior professors chimed in warmly. Exactly. For the sake of the nation, it is our sacred duty. Having lived past half my years to exhaustively unravel this mystery before my dying breath would make this life well worth living. Yang Jingyan continued, addressing Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng, this aerospace aircraft carrier shall remain stored in this underground fortress for now. Once we have completed our research and are ready to showcase it on the surface, I shall come to you. At that time, I will need your assistance in bringing this behemoth to the ground. Lu Zheng nodded. Commander Yang, it is a trivial matter. No problem at all. After settling all matters, everyone returned to the operations room. They happened to encounter Wu Shanhe, commander of the East Frontier Theater, who was about to hold a video conference with Yang Jingyan. Seeing this, Lu Zheng instinctively prepared to withdraw. Lu Zheng, given your special status, now you may attend this meeting. Yang Jingyan spoke unexpectedly. Soon the video connection was established. On the large electronic screen in the operations room, Wu Shanhe's face appeared along with those of numerous senior officers from the East Frontier Theater. Our rescue team dispatched to Yingzi by the East Frontier Theater has reached the designated location. The situation on the ground is far worse than we had imagined. Speaking thus, Wu Shanhe's expression suddenly grew grave. The meteorite's diameter reaches 500 meters, striking directly at the center of Yingzi. The shockwave from the explosion has nearly devastated all of Yingzi's cities, with casualties exceeding 30 million. Yingzi's leadership has collapsed and displaced refugees are everywhere. Meanwhile, Wu Shanhe transmitted live footage from the scene to the West Frontier Theater. Those images were nothing short of a living hell on Earth. The atmosphere in the operations room instantly grew heavier. It was not merely sympathy for Yingzi's devastating losses. It was that this meteorite was originally scheduled to arrive half a month later. The fact that it had struck now suggested that the apocalyptic natural disasters Lu Zheng had predicted might arrive far sooner than expected. Regarding research on the meteorite's composition, orbital trajectory, and other factors, our East Frontier Theater has already coordinated with the Academy of Sciences to follow up. However, there is an even more troubling matter I must report. Wu Shanhe spoke solemnly. Due to the meteorite strike on Yingzi, many nations have dispatched rescue teams for humanitarian aid. Yet earlier this morning, numerous warships from hostile nations flying the banner of rescue missions have deliberately maneuvered toward Longxia's waters. The scene shifted. The footage cut to earlier that morning over Longxia's eastern waters. A combined fleet of warships from multiple nations was steadily advancing toward Longxia's territorial waters. This is Longxia's Eastern Air Defense Identification Zone. You are approaching our territorial waters. Turn course immediately. Turn course immediately. On the fleet's radar screens, several Longxia fighter jets appeared. Yet their fleet captain merely sneered and replied over the public channel. We are merely executing a rescue mission. Any deviation in our route is entirely normal. With Yingzi suffering such a catastrophic event, surely you will not be so stingy as to block even a single shipping lane. Shutting off the communication system, the officer beside him wore an expression of utter disdain. Relax, they wouldn't dare to actually strike. They are merely bluffing. Just then an unusual rumbling sound erupted suddenly from the clouds overhead. It did not sound like the engine roar of conventional fighter jets. It was faster, sharper, as if surging toward them from all directions simultaneously. Everyone on the fleet instantly paled. Scanners, sweep the skies. Quickly identify that sound, the fleet captain urgently ordered. The radar operator frantically manipulated the instruments, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. After repeated confirmations, he stammered, "RA. Radar shows absolutely nothing." "What a..." The captain's voice shot upward, disbelief written all over his face. Yet when he approached the radar console himself, the screen was indeed completely blank. Hummed through the porthole, everyone could see 3 pristine white aircraft. Like 3 bolts of white lightning, they shot straight down from the clouds. That's not right. Those are not Longxia's currently operational fighter jets, a naval vice admiral suddenly shouted. They observed that these 3 fighter jets had no superfluous components on their fuselages, their wings shaped like razor blades. Even more astonishing was the unbelievable speed of these 3 aircraft. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed the entire expanse of the sea from one end to the other. Yet that was not even the most remarkable aspect. One of the white fighter jets suddenly executed an utterly inconceivable maneuver. It had been hurtling forward at full speed. Yet in mid-flight at tremendous velocity, it performed a near 60-degree sharp turn. Without any deceleration, without any hesitation. The movements were as smooth as watching a cinematic from a video game. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The captain roared, his eyes locked deathly on that fighter jet. But the thing was far too fast, impossible even for the naked eye to track. His throat felt as if it were plugged, his face as ugly as if he had swallowed something foul. Fuck. What the hell is this thing? How could a human fighter jet possibly execute such maneuvers? The captains of other warships also cried out in shock, "Oh my god, this violates the laws of physics. Even an unmanned fighter could not possibly possess such speed and maneuverability." They slumped into their chairs, all color drained from their faces. The other crew members were even more terrified, their very souls nearly scattered, each one fixated on those 3 white reapers in the sky, just as they were overwhelmed by the unbelievable scene to the point of utter astonishment. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of laser suddenly rained down from the firmament. Not just 1 or 2, but dozens upon dozens. These lasers fell like spears of divine punishment, striking straight at the waters along Longxia's territorial line. In an instant, a colossal laser curtain materialized out of thin air above the sea surface. Oh, shit. What the hell is this? Everyone in the fleet stared at the laser curtain, their blood nearly frozen in their veins. The light curtain appeared pale blue, each laser beam stretching tens of kilometers, truly from the heavens directly to the sea. When the lasers struck the water, towering waves erupted instantly. Scalding water vapor shot into the sky. Those 3 white fighter jets pierced through the mist, flying so close to the fleet that the sonic booms from their wings shattered the portholes. Yet even so, the fleet's radar still could not detect any signals. Quick! Quick, quick, quick! Turn around and get out of here. Immediately! Immediately! Leave right now! The captain screamed, hysterically wishing to make a 180-degree turn on the spot. Although his superiors had ordered him to come harass Longxiao, this was far beyond any force he could counter. This had completely exceeded his understanding. The other warships also reacted frantically, turning their bows. Engines pushed to maximum power. They desperately sped away from Longxiao's territorial waters. The scene shifted back to the Xizang Theater Command War Room. Wu Shanhe said solemnly, "Old Yang, with Yingzi having suffered such a major incident, those clowns on the international stage are all stirring with mischief. You need to be extra vigilant in your Xizang Theater area and not let your guard down. The whole world is currently in a window period of change. We Longxiao must hold firm." Yang Jingyan nodded. "Rest assured, our Xizang Theater soldiers are always ready. If necessary, we can conduct a joint military exercise and appropriately showcase some new weapons. That would show those bastards who we are and remind them to keep their place. Anyone who dares to covet Longxiao should weigh their own worth." Wu Shanhe smiled upon hearing this. "Good, it is settled." Looking at Lu Zheng on the screen, Lu Zheng, although the current situation is somewhat turbulent, do not bear too heavy a psychological burden. Complete your mission as quickly as possible, but remember, you must absolutely not cross the bottom line. Our superiors have said that we must respect those girls and absolutely cannot use any coercive means to complete the mission. Lu Zheng immediately responded, "Commander Wu, rest assured, I will absolutely not violate the principles. Major Lu has also done an excellent job in this regard. The mission is going smoothly so far." Wu Shanhe nodded in satisfaction. "Good. However, I also need to have them tighten up on the underground city matter." After the meeting ended, Lu Zheng left the Xizang Theater together with Lu Ruoxi. On the off-road vehicle, Lu Ruoxi handed the tablet to Lu Zheng. "Look at this, it is the next target." Lu Zheng took the tablet, his gaze unable to help but freeze, because the girl in the photograph had a face full of exotic allure. Her eyes were deep, her nose bridge high, and her features as exquisite as a work of art. Lu Zheng was at a loss for words. But he felt this was simply a reincarnation of Reba. Just as he was studying the photo, the system directly presented this girl's information before his eyes. Name: Reiser, age 20, height, weight 175 to 63, personality taciturn, internally resilient, appearance score 99, personality score 96, romance experience 0, overall score 97. Lu Zheng had just seen this when Lu Ruoxi suddenly spoke. "Actually, we had already found this target in the database before, but the city of Shizhou where she is located is far too distant, so we have not brought you here before. After all, we needed to obtain a batch of system rewards as quickly as possible, so I have been taking you to complete missions near Jingdu or in cities in southeastern Longxia. This time, taking the opportunity to come to the Xizang Theater, we can add her to the target list." Lu Zheng nodded thoughtfully. He happened to see the last column, the notes regarding Rei's. 2 years ago, her father's factory went bankrupt, leaving behind a mountain of debt before he fled. Overwhelmed by the burden, her mother threw herself into the river and took her own life. At the time, Ria's hair had just finished the college entrance examination. With no money for tuition, she was forced to drop out and took on 3 part-time jobs simultaneously to repay the family debts. Reading this, Lu Zheng could not help but remark, "Her background is utterly tragic, isn't it?" Lu Ruoxi twirled a stylus between her fingers. "Yes. This year she even purchased study materials preparing to take the college entrance examination through self-study. But none of that matters. In fact, it only proves she's a good girl. The system's overall compatibility score for her must be quite high, wouldn't you think?" Lu Zheng nodded. 97 points. Lu Ruoxi replied, "Then there's no problem. We've already formulated a complete plan. Just follow my arrangements and you can't go wrong." Hearing this, Lu Zheng could not help but sigh inwardly. With the nation backing the operation, everything truly is different. Even in circumstances like these, they can devise a strategy for winning her over. Evening fell over Shizhou City. Ria's hair, clad in her milk tea shop uniform, was overwhelmed with work behind the front counter. "Is my milk tea ready yet? How long is this going to take?" A delivery driver shouted at the top of his lungs as his phone buzzed incessantly with new orders. Among the crowd, a young man with dyed yellow hair hollered, "Damn it, hurry up. Are you making it with a corpse? I'm still waiting to head to the internet cafe for a gaming session." Ria's hair's sealing machine pressed down at a frantic pace. She did not dare to talk back, only whispering her apology, "It'll be ready soon. Please wait just a moment." The rush lasted until past 9 in the evening. As the rolling shutter of the milk tea shop was pulled down, Ria's hair finally allowed herself a breath of relief. She threw on a trench coat, instantly exuding the aura of a sophisticated, mature beauty. However, Ria's hair had no time to admire her own appearance. She hurried over to a roadside stall. Boss 1 Jimbing Guazi, please. Miss, would you like anything added? I won't add anything. The vendor paused, muttering under his breath. Sigh, young girls these days are all obsessed with losing weight. Ria's hair offered a polite smile without a word. After disembarking from the last bus of the night, she arrived at a small alley near her apartment building. Several stray cats could always be found loitering there. She pulled half a bag of dry bread from her pocket, the leftovers from her lunch. But just as she reached the entrance of the alley, she spotted a young man crouching there, a bag of cat food in hand. Lu Zheng was bent over pouring food for the kittens with a plastic bowl filled with fresh water placed beside him. Ria's hair's footsteps halted, and she quietly tucked the dry bread back into her pocket. She could not explain why, but suddenly her offering felt too shabby to present. Lu Zheng heard the movement behind him and turned his head. These kittens looked so pitiful, so I came to feed them. Are you here to feed the cats too? Ria's hair's gaze darted away as she replied flatly, I'm just passing by to take a look. Without sparing Lu Zheng another glance, she turned and walked straight into the apartment building. However, upon reaching her door, Ria's hair discovered that the security door was wide open. The living room light was on, and the sound of things being rummaged through emanated from within. She tiptoed to the doorway. The living room was in complete disarray, with every drawer yanked open. The study materials she had painstakingly organized through countless late nights were scattered across the floor. 3 men in garish floral shirts sat with cigarettes dangling from their lips, legs crossed arrogantly. Oh, look who's back, our little busy bee. A bald man among them was sharp-eyed, immediately spotting Ria's hair at the door. Pathetic as you are, and you still dream of attending college. Another thick-set man stepped on her study books and slammed the table. Pay up now. Ria's hair carefully retrieved her phone. I just got paid today. I'll transfer the money to you right now. She initiated the transfer, gritting her teeth as she sent over 2,000 yuan. Her remaining balance displayed 32.06 yuan. The scar-faced man lounging on the sofa heard the transfer notification and pulled out his phone to check. The next moment he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha. Look at this, guys. 2,000. Damn it, I've been running around all day and you hand me a lousy 2,000. The scar-faced man's gaze instantly turned ferocious. You think you can fob me off like some beggar? This pittance isn't even enough for us to buy a pack of cigarettes. Ria's hair forced down her terror. I have another part-time job that pays out tomorrow. The moment I receive it, I'll transfer it to you first. I swear I'll do everything I can to repay you. Please, I beg you, show me a little more mercy. The thick-set man snickered, his eyes raking up and down Ria's hair's figure. Repay us. With your measly wages, how many years will it take to clear a debt of several 100,000? The bald man beside them suddenly rose to his feet, rubbing his hands together as he slowly approached. Tsk, you look much prettier than you did last year. How about this, bro? Sees you're really in a bind, so how about? The thick-set man edged closer, as well, his gaze growing increasingly lecherous. Ria's hair stumbled backward in terror, her back slamming hard against the wall. The thick-set man pressed on. Stop playing the prude. You should be grateful you can still earn money this way. This is the heavens giving you a chance. The bald man seized the opportunity to position himself at the doorway, cutting off Ria's hair's escape. On the verge of tears, she stared in despair as the men drew ever closer. Just then a crisp cough echoed from the corridor. Ahem. The 3 men froze abruptly, their heads swiveling toward the doorway in unison. Lu Zheng stood in the hallway, one hand tucked casually into his pocket, the other picking at his ear with an air of impatience. So much racket in the middle of the night. How is anyone supposed to get any sleep? His cold gaze swept over the men. A bunch of grown men ganging up on a young woman. Have you no shame? The scar-faced man rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. Kid, mind your own damn business. Know when to walk away, or we'll carry you out horizontally. Lu Zheng paid them no heed, shaking his head as he muttered under his breath, what rotten luck. Rent an apartment, and end up running into 3 brain-dead morons. Though his voice was low, the 3 men heard every word with crystal clarity. The bald man instantly bristled. Say that again, you bastard. The thick-set man beside him, however, suddenly had a gleam in his eye. As if struck by an idea, he turned to Ria's hair with a sinister grin. Oh ho, I get it now. This punk must be the side guy you've been hooking up with, right? Tsk. Would you look at that? Quite the little vixen, trying to find some sucker to take the fall for you. Ria's hair was so frightened that her lips turned pale, but she hastened to explain. I don't know him. This has nothing to do with him. Before she could finish, Lu Zheng stepped forward. I'm her boyfriend. So what? You 3 idiots better scram. Don't be an eyesore here. The scar-faced man clutched his stomach, laughing uproariously as though he had just heard the funniest joke of his life. Oh my, are you telling us bedtime stories, little boy? You little punk, if we weren't too lazy to raise a hand, you'd be lying on the ground stiff as a board already. Lu Zheng crooked his finger in a beckoning gesture. Stop blowing hot air. If you've got the guts, come downstairs with me and throw down. It's too much of a commotion here. Don't disturb the other neighbors' rest. Wouldn't look good. The three men exchanged glances, unable to suppress their sinister chuckles. Perfect, a little warm-up before the main event. Leave him with one breath left, then drag him inside, and let him watch the whole thing unfold. Good, that's a brilliant idea. Lu Zheng could not be bothered to waste more words. He turned and headed for the stairs. Stop acting like a bunch of sissies. If you want to fight, let's get a move on. Though Ria's hair was terrified, she could not bear to let an innocent person be dragged into this. She hurried after them. I truly don't know him. Whatever you want, just take it out on me. The scar-faced man could not help but leer. Don't be in such a rush, darling. We'll deal with this punk first. After watching them recede into the distance, Ria's hair quickly pulled out her phone to call the police. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng strolled out of the apartment building entrance with his hands tucked casually into his pockets. The three men trailed lazily behind him. The one with the scar across his face spoke with undisguised contempt. Hey kid, we're in a generous mood today, so we'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow, call us grandpa a few times, and you might get hit a few times less. The weasel-faced man chimed in with a sinister grin. Behave yourself later, and we won't lay a finger on you. The three men bantered as they sauntered toward the building's exit. Not one of them regarded Lu Zheng as a threat. But the moment they stepped outside the doorway, their smiles froze instantly upon their faces. Standing in perfect formation at the entrance were over a dozen burly men. Each one wore a buzz-cut, broad-shouldered, and lean-waisted. Their muscles bulged beneath their clothes. Simply standing there, they radiated the presence of gods of death. Scarface recognized at a glance that every last one of them was a trained fighter. Most absurd of all, there wasn't just one such individual. There was an entire squad. He swallowed hard, his calves beginning to tremble involuntarily. What do you guys want? We're just passing through. We haven't caused any trouble. Before the words finished leaving his lips, the burly men charged forward without a word, fists clenched. Some were tasked with clamping their hands over the three men's mouths. They were rendered utterly incapable of even a single scream. Fists the size of sandbags rained down upon them like a relentless downpour. Eventually the three couldn't even manage a whimper. They appeared to be enduring stoically, but in truth, they'd already passed on quite some time ago. These men were all special forces operatives arranged by the military. Any single one of them pulled at random would be the elite among elites, king of soldiers among kings. A dozen such men dealing with three petty thugs was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. But their mission was singular: protect Lu Zheng. At that moment, Lu Ruashi's voice crackled through the earpiece. Plan A executed flawlessly. You successfully lured them all down. Had they not followed you down, we would have been forced to execute Plan B and send our people up directly. However, that would have been trickier to explain to Ria's hair, and your identity would have required a swap. Lu Zheng watched the scene unfold before him with keen interest. A few minutes later, the dozen burly men ceased their assault. They stepped aside in perfect unison, still standing ramrod straight. As for the three men, they now lay battered and broken upon the ground. Three dead dogs utterly spent. Lu Zheng approached slowly, looking down at them with an indifferent gaze. Still want the money? No, no more. The three shook their heads, desperately, tears and snot smeared across their faces. Will you bully that girl again in the future? We won't dare. We won't dare. Lu Zheng tilted his chin toward the stairs. Get up there and apologize to her. Then get as far away from here as possible. Don't let me set eyes on you again. How could they dare hesitate for even a moment? They immediately supported one another, scrambling up the stairs on all fours, not daring to glance back, terrified that a single second's delay would earn them another beating. Back upstairs, though Ria's hair had called the police, she couldn't shake her worry for Lu Zheng. She knew those men would resort to any measure to collect their debt. After much deliberation, Ria's hair gritted her teeth and bolted into the kitchen. She seized a cleaver and gripped it tightly in her palm. Despite her terror, she forced herself to steel her nerves, preparing to head downstairs and assess the situation. If it came to it, she'd fight them to the bitter end. She refused to let anyone else be dragged into her troubles. But the moment she rounded the corner of the stairwell, she saw the three men scrambling back up the stairs. Before she could react, the three of them dropped to their knees with a resounding thud. Thud, thud, thud. They began kowtowing frantically, their heads striking the floor with tremendous force. Granny, we were wrong. We'll never come back to harass you again. Please have mercy on us, we beg you. Scarface kowtowed, while frantically fumbling with his phone, transferring the 2,000 yuan he'd extorted back to Ria's hair. The weasel-faced man and the bald one pleaded through tears and snot. Ria's hair stood there, still clutching her cleaver, utterly dumbfounded. She remained rooted to the spot, her mind a complete blank. What on earth just happened? She muttered to herself. And those injuries. Could it be? That man did all this. Ria's hair was utterly bewildered, clearly unable to believe the scene before her. The sound of footsteps echoed through the hallway. Lu Zheng was making his way up. Finish talking. Then get lost. The three men scattered like they had seen a ghost. Not one dared to utter another word, turning and bolting down the stairs. Once they had disappeared, Lu Zheng didn't so much as glance at Ria's hair. He simply produced his keys, opened the door to the apartment across from hers. Without a word of exchange, he shut the door behind him with a resounding bang. Ria's hair stood in place, staring blankly at his retreating figure. She couldn't articulate what she was feeling just then. She simply stood there in a daze for the longest while. Meanwhile, the three men scrambled out of the apartment building in utter disarray. But the moment they burst outside, they immediately ran into the dozen or so burly men. The color drained from their faces instantly, their entire bodies trembling. Grandpa, you wouldn't be planning to go another round, would you? The words had barely left his mouth when the dozen burly men closed in around them. They were lifted and carried off like helpless chicks being snatched by hawks. Several police cars were parked at the entrance of the compound. Lu Zheng had long since made arrangements with the local precinct. The men were handcuffed and led away on the spot. They departed in remarkable peace. Ria's hair surveyed the chaos of her apartment. Silently, she crouched down and began cleaning up the mess. The first thing she gathered were the study materials that had been scattered across the floor. The instant her fingers brushed against the books, a piece of paper slipped out from between the pages. Ria's hair's heart clenched. It was a letter her mother had left behind. My dear daughter, your mother is so tired, I no longer have the courage to keep going. You must live well. Just 3 short sentences, yet every single word struck like a steel needle, piercing straight into Ria's hair's heart. She could hold back no longer. The emotions she'd kept bottled up for so long burst their dam. All she could do was crouch there alone, hugging her study materials, weeping in silent agony. Time slipped by, and the next morning arrived. Ria's hair, her eyes swollen and red, pushed open her door. She instinctively glanced toward the apartment across the way. The scenes from the previous night came flooding back in an instant. Ria's hair wanted to knock and express her gratitude. But on second thought, it was still too early. He was probably still asleep. Knocking at a time like this would be impolite. She'd find a more appropriate moment later. Squeezing onto a packed morning rush hour bus, Ria's hair had barely settled into her seat when the doors swung open again and a familiar figure stepped aboard. Her heart skipped a beat. It was the young man who had helped her the night before. What a coincidence, running into him on the bus. Should I go over and say thanks? Ria's hair was caught in an agonizing internal debate. Just as she was wrestling with indecision, Lu Zheng actually walked straight toward her. He sat down in the empty seat right beside her. Ria's hair's entire body went rigid. Her mind emptied to a vast white blank. However, after Lu Zheng took his seat, he did not speak to her. Instead, he pulled out a pair of earbuds from his pocket and put them on. Watching his demeanor, Ria's could not help but feel as though he had not noticed her at all. She mused to herself, could it be that he didn't recognize me? Then why did he choose to sit here? Although this is the only empty seat in the carriage, so perhaps he had no choice but to sit here. Ria's extended a finger and gently poked Lu Zheng's arm. Thank you for last night. Lu Zheng removed one earbud and glanced at her sideways. So it was you. Those people were making such a racket in the middle of the night that no one could sleep. I simply couldn't stand for it. It had nothing to do with you. Ria's parted her lips, sensing that she ought to say something more. Yet she was by nature painfully straightforward and hopelessly inarticulate, with no idea what else she could possibly say. After a long while of deliberation, a notion finally struck her. She would treat Lu Zheng to a meal. After a great deal of mental preparation, Ria's mustered her courage to speak. But to her surprise, Lu Zheng began to speak at the exact same moment. Their voices mingled together into a jumbled chorus. Would you treat have me a phone lunch call? This situation only deepened Ria's sense of awkwardness. Fearing that Lu Zheng had not caught her words, she considered repeating herself. But Lu Zheng simply pointed at the phone resting on her lap. You have a call. Ria's finally realized what was happening and fumbled to pick up the phone. On the other end of the line came a man's voice. Excuse me, is this Ms. Ria's? This is the Shizhou City Court. Regarding the case you filed concerning a company's outstanding payment, it has now entered the trial preparation phase. Before the formal hearing, you may retain a professional lawyer to handle the relevant litigation matters on your behalf. Please keep your phone accessible. Should anything arise, we will notify you again later. A spark of light flickered in Ria's eyes as she responded in rapid succession. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Years ago, her father's factory had collapsed under the weight of mounting debts when a certain company reneged on a substantial sum owed to him. While reviewing her studies some time ago, the memory of this incident had suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Driven by a whim, she submitted the lawsuit on a hopeful whim. She never expected the court to accept the case so swiftly. But she simply could not afford to hire a lawyer, nor did she possess even the faintest understanding of the legal matters involved. She retrieved her phone and sent a message to the boss of the shop, where she worked part-time. She explained that she needed the morning off and would arrive later. The moment she finished typing, Lu Zheng, seated beside her, suddenly spoke. A call from the court. Ria's had not expected Lu Zheng to have noticed, and she gave an instinctive nod. Lu Zheng continued. I happen to know a few lawyers, quite capable, all of them. I could put you in touch. No. That's too much trouble. I can find someone on my own. Reezer disliked the idea of being indebted to others, especially since Lu Zheng had already helped her once before. If he were to come to her aid again, she truly would not know how to repay him. This wouldn't count as helping you. I simply have no wish to see those people come banging on doors in the middle of the night again. As he spoke, Lu Zheng drew a business card from the breast pocket of his jacket. I run a law firm of my own. It's reasonably professional. Reezer accepted the card in a daze, and her eyes fell upon the name printed upon it. Lu Zheng. She found herself thinking that although Lu Zheng appeared somewhat aloof, he was at heart a good person. After all, anyone who carried cat food to feed stray cats could hardly be unkind. Rather than wandering from one dead end to another in search of a lawyer on her own, perhaps she ought to place her trust in Lu Zheng. Moreover, this wouldn't truly count as a favor owed. She intended to pay the legal fees when the time came. After a moment's hesitation, Reezer said earnestly, "Thank you. But my hearing is this afternoon. Will there still be enough time to hire a lawyer?" Just then the bus arrived at its stop, and Lu Zheng rose and walked toward the doors. Reezer froze for a beat, then instinctively rose to follow him, obediently stepping off the bus behind him. "There's plenty of time yet. Let's grab some breakfast first." The two of them stepped into a breakfast shop by the roadside. After placing his order, Lu Zheng looked up at Reezer. "Aren't you going to eat?" Reezer hastily waved her hand. "No need, really. I already ate this morning." In truth, she had eaten nothing at all. She simply had not allowed herself to spend the money on breakfast for a very long time. Lu Zheng said nothing more. When the breakfast was served, he began to eat with unhurried composure. Reezer sat across from him. The aroma of steamed buns drifted toward her, and her stomach told her that it was growled in betrayal. Desperate to mask her embarrassment, Reezer could only lower her head and stare at her phone. Taking the day off means losing a day's wages. Unless it's something important, try not to ask for time off again. Just then a reply from her part-time jobs boss arrived, and Reezer let out a helpless sigh. At that very moment, the shop owner walked over carrying a steaming hot breakfast. Soy milk youtiao and a meat-filled bun. All things she would never normally treat herself to. "Boss, didn't you make a mistake? I didn't order anything." The shop owner chuckled good-naturedly. "Nothing wrong with the order. When your boyfriend came up to order just now, he put in a serving for you too." Reezer's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she opened her mouth to explain that Lu Zheng was not her boyfriend. But the shop owner had already turned back to his work, offering her not the slightest opportunity to explain. Lu Zheng, for his part, never once looked up, calmly sipping his porridge from his bowl. As the plaintiff, the last thing you need in court is hypoglycemia. Eat. Reezer pressed her lips together and murmured a very soft, "Thank you." After speaking, she slipped off her jacket and draped it over the chair beside her. She gathered her loose flowing hair, and with a deft twist of her wrist bound it into a high ponytail using a hair tie. Lu Zheng attempted to direct his gaze elsewhere. He glanced at the other customers in the shop, then at the passers-by drifting by beyond the door. In his heart, Lu Zheng could not help but reflect, Shizhou truly lives up to its reputation. One diliriba every 5 steps, and a naza every 10. Our ancestors certainly didn't conquer this land for the sake of a few raisins. Reezer could no longer recall how long it had been since she last had breakfast. In this moment, an unexpected and long-absent sense of happiness welled up within her. When she had eaten her fill, she lifted her gaze and stole a furtive glance at Lu Zheng seated across from her. It was the first time Reezer had taken so careful a measure of this man. She realized that Lu Zheng in appearance seemed to be only in his early 20s. Yet from him, she could sense a steadiness and solidity that far exceeded his years. The more Reezer pondered, the more lost in thought she became. Suddenly Lu Zheng lifted his head, and their gazes collided. In that instant of shared gaze, Reezer felt her heart skip several beats. "What's the matter? Was the bun not to your taste?" Reezer snatched up her phone and answered in a fluster, "No. It's not. It's delicious, really delicious." At the same time, a progress bar above Reezer's head underwent a change. Favorability increased by 15. Current favorability 20. After the two left the breakfast shop, Lu Ruashi's voice came through the earpiece. "Lu Zheng, the legal team is fully assembled. Come directly to the address I gave you earlier." The camera shifted. A law firm in Shizhou City. Reezer followed behind Lu Zheng, feeling somewhat nervous. When Lu Zheng pushed open the wooden door of the conference room, the scene inside instantly left her stunned. Beside a long table sat a row of men in black suits, all appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. Reezer's gaze fell upon the man seated at the very center. Her heart jolted, and she spoke with a voice trembling slightly. You are Teacher Zhang." "No, wait, are you Teacher Luo?" The man rose to his feet, a kindly smile spreading across his face. "Little girl, it seems you've watched my videos about that outlaw Zhang-san as well." Reezer grew so overwhelmed with excitement that she could barely form coherent words. She could only shake his hand mechanically like a little automaton. She never could have imagined that a top-tier legal authority she had only ever seen in online videos would now be standing before her in the flesh. In fact, not even Reezer alone was shocked. Even Lu Zheng was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that the legal team Lu Ruashi mentioned would consist of nothing more than lawyers with solid professional competence. Yet instead it was this group of luminaries. Indeed, when the state steps in, the caliber is nothing short of extraordinary. Connections are everything. Just then a man beside teacher Luo teased with a grin. "Old Luo, look at that. Even you get recognized." Teacher Luo heard the remark and waved his hand with a smile. "I just casually post a few legal education videos online. Hardly worth mentioning, hardly worth mentioning." Getting down to business, the others present rose one after another to introduce themselves to Riza. "Hello, I am the Dean of the Law Faculty at Jingdu University." The second man exuded an even more commanding presence. He adjusted his glasses and said, "I am the head of the Longxiao Department of Legal Affairs." The other men's identities were either heads of political science and law universities or distinguished professors in the legal profession. After hearing all their introductions, Riza was completely dumbfounded. She had sensed earlier that these people were no ordinary individuals. But she had never anticipated that any one of them plucked at random would be a towering figure at the very pinnacle of Longxiao's legal world. "Miss Riza, we have come here specifically to handle your case. Now please tell us the details of your case." Teacher Luo spoke up. Riza had yet to recover from her shock. She instinctively glanced at Lu Zheng. She was truly baffled. Could all these luminaries really be from Lu Zheng's law firm? That made no sense at all. Lu Zheng, however, spoke in a calm tone. "The court hearing is about to begin. Try not to leave out any details." Riza barely managed to compose herself and began recounting the case in meticulous detail. Shizhou City Court. The moment teacher Luo and the others appeared, it instantly caused an enormous uproar. The court's top official, upon hearing the news, personally hurried out to greet them. The others were manageable enough. But the main concern was the presence of the Minister of Longxiao's Department of Legal Affairs, such an august figure. "Honored leaders, esteemed experts, what brings you here? Are you here to inspect our work?" The Minister of Legal Affairs waved his hand. "We've merely come to handle an ordinary civil case. There's no need for such a fuss." Upon hearing this, the smile on the official's face instantly froze. He railed inwardly. What kind of joke was this? Any single one of these individuals was a figure far too grand for his modest establishment to contain, let alone having an entire group of them arrive all at once. Very well then. Please right this way." The trial proceeded with remarkable smoothness. The spectators in the gallery began to file out one after another, murmuring amongst themselves. "Did you see that just now?" The defendant's lawyer's face turned practically green. He could barely string a sentence together without stammering. "You bet. And do you know who was sitting across from him?" "The outlaw himself, teacher Luo." That lad wouldn't have dared utter another word, or he would have been done for. And that defendant. At first he was strutting around all high and mighty, but after teacher Luo hit him with just a few questions, he cowered like a helpless grandson. Meanwhile, Riza and the others had arrived at the courthouse entrance. "The verdict is in. The defendant's compensation will be transferred to your account very soon," teacher Luo said with a smile. "We have other matters to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave." Riza expressed her thanks repeatedly. For the first time, she came to understand what it meant to weep with overwhelming joy. After teacher Luo and the others departed, Lu Zheng noticed that Riza's favorability had risen once again. Favorability increased by 50. Current favorability 70. The two walked along a tree-lined path when Riza suddenly spoke up. "Lu Zheng, are you really the head of that law firm? Didn't I already take you to the firm?" Lu Zheng replied in a measured tone. But Riza still hesitated. "But those teachers are all so incredibly accomplished. How could they possibly be connected to a law firm?" Lu Zheng regarded Riza with a knowing look. "Are you implying I don't deserve to know such accomplished teachers?" Riza instantly panicked and hastened to explain, No. That's not what I meant at all." Just then the phone in Riza's pocket suddenly rang. An irate man's bellowing voice came through from the other end of the line. "I only gave you half a day off, so why haven't you come to work yet? Did you drop dead out there or something? If you don't show up within half an hour, don't bother coming back, ever." The caller was the owner of the shop where Riza worked part-time. Riza had only just begun to explain what had happened today when the phone was snatched from her hand by Lu Zheng. "No need for your nonsense. Riza won't be coming back to that job regardless." The shop owner on the other end attempted to launch into another tirade, but Lu Zheng gave him no chance to continue. "Furthermore, you must pay Riza every last cent of her wages. Unless you'd like your shop to shut down for good, in which case feel free to keep withholding them." Having said that, Lu Zheng immediately blocked the number. Riza stood there utterly dumbfounded. She asked in a daze, "What are you doing? What if he really refuses to pay me?" Lu Zheng cast her a sidelong glance, his eyes brimming with a look that seemed to say she was hopeless. "A job like that treats you like nothing but a workhorse, exhausting yourself for what a handful of pennies say. You've already received your compensation now. To put it bluntly, you're already a little rich woman. There's no need to put yourself through that kind of suffering, wasting your own time and energy." As he spoke, Lu Zheng tucked the phone back into Riza's hand. He continued, Even if you want to experience life, there's no need to choose such a meaningless job. Besides, aren't you preparing for the college entrance exam? That time would be far better spent reviewing at home. Reborn couldn't help but be taken aback. How do you know I'm preparing for the college entrance exam? You must be joking. Lu Zheng shrugged his shoulders. I went to your place last night and happened to notice some review materials on the floor. This rather caught Reborn off guard. She had not expected Lu Zheng to be so remarkably observant. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, Lu Zheng said lightly. Watching Lu Zheng about to leave, an inexplicable emptiness suddenly welled up within Reborn's heart, as though something very important had suddenly gone missing. Almost on pure instinct, the words slipped from her lips. Wait, Lu Zheng, don't go yet. I don't want to owe you so many favors. You've helped me so much, I should repay you somehow. How about I buy you a piece of clothing? That way I can feel a little better about it. Reborn was the textbook straightforward woman. Whatever crossed her mind, she blurted out without hesitation. Lu Zheng teased, buy me clothes. Why don't you just treat me to a meal while you're at it? At this, Reborn's cheeks immediately flushed pink. I was actually planning to treat you to dinner, but it's still rather early at the moment. If you still have time tonight, I will absolutely treat you to dinner. I won't go back on my word. Lu Zheng smiled. All right, then it would be rude to refuse such a gracious invitation. The moment the two of them arrived at the shopping mall, countless gazes from passers-by were drawn their way. After all, both of them were extraordinarily good-looking. Together, they made a picture-perfect couple, turning heads everywhere they went. Reborn grew self-conscious beneath the stares of strangers and quickened her pace forward without thinking. It wasn't long before she spotted a men's clothing store of a certain brand. Let's take a look in this store. There should be something that suits you. Reborn took Lu Zheng by the hand and led him inside. A young woman in a sharp business suit, radiant with poise and confidence, stepped forward to greet them. Hello to you both. Is there anything I can help you with? Reborn observed the shop assistant before her. She thought the assistant looked full of vigor and spirit, radiating a certain sharp aura. She couldn't help but marvel internally. A high-end boutique really was a different sort of establishment. Even the shop assistants carried such refined bearing. In truth, this particular shop assistant had been stationed there in advance by Lu Ruashi. The young woman had done her utmost to impersonate an ordinary sales associate, yet her innate air of martial poise remained impossible to conceal. Excuse me, I'd like to ask, do you offer custom tailoring here? Reborn inquired. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant's gaze flickered back and forth between the two of them. She said with a smile, of course, madam. Would you like to have a custom suit tailored for your husband? At the word husband, Reborn reacted like a startled kitten, her cheeks instantly flooding with crimson. No, that's not it. He's not my husband. The shop assistant showed not a trace of embarrassment, answering with effortless grace. That's quite all right. Fiancés are welcome to commission custom suits as well. I'll fetch the catalog right away so you can browse the styles you prefer. Reborn was so flustered she wished the ground would swallow her whole. For a straightforward woman like her, clarifying such misunderstandings was excruciatingly awkward. Just then Lu Zheng suddenly spoke up. Don't get the wrong idea. We're just ordinary friends. Hearing this, Reborn's heart gave an involuntary lurch. An indescribable sense of loss swept through her chest in an instant. Deep down, she was perfectly aware that she and Lu Zheng were indeed nothing more than ordinary friends, and she truly did not wish for others to misunderstand their relationship. Yet when those words fell from Lu Zheng's own lips, for some unfathomable reason, Reborn still felt a sour ache welling up within her, an unbearable stinging sensation. Her mind was now in utter turmoil, echoing with nothing but the words Lu Zheng had just spoken. So distracted was she that her hands froze mid-page, turn her entire being somewhere far away. Hey, what's the matter with you? Lu Zheng noticed something amiss and waved a hand in front of her face. Reborn finally snapped back to her senses and hurriedly forced a smile. Nothing. I was just thinking about which style would suit you best. After settling on a style, Reborn looked up at the shop assistant, intending to ask her to take Lu Zheng's measurements. However, the young assistant smiled and waved her hands apologetically, saying, I'm terribly sorry, madam. I'm a bit tied up at the moment and can't conveniently take this gentleman's measurements. Why don't you measure him yourself? It's quite simple. Just follow the instructions in the catalog. With that, the shop assistant turned away to attend to other customers. Of course, those so-called customers were all members of the military disguised for the occasion. Their mission was to adapt to any situation and assist Lu Zheng in every possible way to win Reborn's heart. Noticing Reborn's visible hesitation, Lu Zheng spoke up. If it's too much trouble, just forget about it. I have plenty of suits to wear as it is. There's no need for all this fuss. Reborn hurriedly responded. How could I possibly let that happen? I said I would buy you clothes, and I absolutely will. I won't stand you up. Reborn clutched the measuring tape in her hands, continuously reassuring herself. It's just taking measurements, nothing to it. It's only shoulder width and chest size. Entirely routine measuring steps. At first, everything proceeded smoothly enough. Though Reborn's cheeks burned, she was at least able to maintain her composure. Lu Zheng was also most cooperative, raising his arms and tilting his head as instructed. But then, Reiser stood frozen and placed the soft tape measure clutched tightly in her hands at a complete loss for how to proceed. During her school years, Ria's hair had been so absorbed in her studies that she barely looked up. The past 2 years had been no easier. She was crushed beneath the weight of debt repayment, scarcely able to draw breath. Romance. Out of the question. Even close contact with the opposite sex could be counted on one hand. Ria's hair stood frozen in place, her mind a complete blank. Lu Zheng smiled and said, "Are you planning to keep holding on like this?" Those words jolted Ria's hair back to reality. The flush on her cheeks deepened to an almost absurd shade. She released Lu Zheng in a fluster, scrambling to her feet in a panic. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just too nervous and didn't notice." Ria's hair stammered out her explanation in a jumble of words, the crimson bloom on her cheeks refusing to fade. After painstakingly recording all the measurements, Ria's hair practically fled to the shop assistant. She thrust the form forward as though she had finally completed some arduous mission. The young salesgirl accepted the form, her gaze sweeping over Ria's hair's flushed cheeks with an amused, knowing look. There was a teasing lilt to her voice as she asked, "Is something the matter, miss?" "Is it the heat? But we have the air conditioning on in the store." Ria's hair's throat bobbed as she swallowed hard. "And no, I'm fine. By the way, how long will it take to have this suit tailored?" The salesgirl replied, "Around 3 to 5 business days. We'll give you a call once it's ready." Ria's hair nodded her thanks, her face still crimson as she hurried out of the shop. The moment they stepped out of the menswear store, Lu Zheng noticed a change in his progress bar. Favorability increased by 5, current favorability 75. Meanwhile, Lu Ruashi's voice came through his earpiece. "Lu Zheng, take her to browse the women's clothing store next. Things are going well so far. I feel like she's about to fall. Just one last push." Lu Zheng responded nonchalantly, then turned to glance at Ria's hair, who was still blushing beside him. "We've still got some time before dinner, and there's no point in idling around. Let's go browse the women's clothing store." Ria's hair blinked in surprise. No need. I've got plenty of clothes already. There's really no need to buy more. Besides, shopping is exhausting. Wouldn't it be better to find a dessert shop and sit down for a while?" Lu Zheng replied with an amused expression. "I've helped you so many times. You won't even keep me company for a bit of shopping." "But the women's store is for buying clothes for me. That doesn't really count as repaying you, does it?" Lu Ruashi had already coached Lu Zheng on what to say. He responded calmly, "Who said it was for you? You and my girlfriend are about the same size. I want to buy her a few outfits as a gift. Come help me try them on and see if they fit." In that instant, Ria's hair felt as though struck by lightning. She stood rooted to the spot for a long while, an ache spreading through her heart, so sharp it became difficult to breathe. It was as though something inside her had shattered into pieces with a sharp crack. Truth be told, Ria's hair couldn't understand it herself. Why did the news of Lu Zheng having a girlfriend hurt so much? They were nothing more than ordinary friends. She had only wanted to repay his kindness. Watching the light dim in Ria's hair's eyes, Lu Zheng worried he might have said something wrong. But those were the exact words Lu Ruashi had taught him. They shouldn't have been off the mark. So you have a girlfriend? Then maybe it's not appropriate for me to be around you like this. What if your girlfriend gets the wrong idea and it causes trouble? Ria's hair lifted her head, forcing a smile that looked worse than tears. Lu Zheng replied, "It's fine. We're just trying on some clothes. Think of it as doing me a favor." With the conversation having reached this point, Ria's hair could hardly refuse any longer. She could only nod glumly, her entire being drained of its spirit. Even after entering the women's clothing store, Ria's hair's mind continued to wander. What kind of girl was Lu Zheng's girlfriend? A boy as wonderful as him. His girlfriend must be beautiful and exceptional too. As she drifted off into her thoughts, Lu Zheng suddenly pointed at an outfit on the display mannequin and asked, "What do you think of that one?" Ria's hair's gaze was unfocused, and she replied absently, "It's nice. Looks pretty good." Her mind was consumed entirely by the news of Lu Zheng's girlfriend. She had no attention left to spare for judging the clothes. "Could you please take that outfit down and let her try it on?" Lu Zheng said to the shop assistant. Ria's hair moved like an emotionless automaton, mechanically accepting the clothes and turning to walk into the fitting room. Once her figure had fully disappeared, Lu Zheng hurriedly whispered into his earpiece, "Major Lu, something seems off here." Her expression changed in an instant, and now she looks completely listless. Is the strategy about to fail? Lu Ruashi responded with knowing amusement. "On the contrary, this means she's already fallen for you. Women are always contradictory. The more she acts this way, the more she cares about you." Lu Zheng listened in bewilderment, scratching his head as he sighed inwardly. A woman's heart truly was a needle at the bottom of the sea. He could never fathom it. Just then the fitting room door was pushed open softly. Every gaze in the store instantly fell upon Ria's hair. Ria's hair felt uneasy beneath the collective scrutiny. She instinctively gathered her skirt and glanced at Lu Zheng with evasive eyes, asking, "Does it not look good?" "Sorry, maybe I just can't pull off the look the way your girlfriend would." Lu Zheng, who had been momentarily struck by her beauty, only now came back to his senses. It's beautiful. This dress suits you perfectly. After saying this, he pointed at another outfit in the display case and added, go try this one on too. Following the direction of Lu Zheng's finger, Ria's hair saw a small dress in white gauze style. The hem was made of sheer tulle fabric. At first glance it resembled a wedding gown, yet possessed a casual, fresh charm. Since she was only trying things on for Lu Zheng's girlfriend anyway, Ria's hair said nothing further and took the dress back into the fitting room. She first removed the off-shoulder gown she had been wearing, then slipped into the white gauze dress. Pulling up the front zipper went smoothly at first, but when she attempted to fasten the zipper at her back, she found it simply wouldn't budge. The zipper was stuck. Ria's hair frowned and tugged at it with all her might. Instead of going up, the zipper became even more stubbornly jammed. She let out a helpless sigh and decided to take the dress off first, then asked the shop assistant to swap it for a different size. As luck would have it, the front zipper had also broken. Now the white gauze dress was stuck in an impossible state, neither able to be fastened nor removed. Ria's tried again for a while. The zipper simply wouldn't budge. She listened carefully for any shop assistants passing by, hoping to call for help. But there wasn't a single sound outside. She could only muster her courage and knock on the door. Is anyone out there? By now everyone in the women's clothing store had been cleared out by Lu Ruoxi, leaving only Lu Zheng behind. Lu Zheng walked to the fitting room door. What's wrong? Ria's hurriedly replied, the zipper. The zipper broke, I can't pull it down. Could you call a female shop assistant in for me? Lu Zheng couldn't help but marvel. Sure enough, everything was unfolding exactly as Lu Ruoxi had planned. The key thing was he hadn't expected this. Lu Ruoxi had even managed to tamper with the zipper. All the assistants went out to fetch stock, so they probably won't be back for a while. Would you mind waiting? There was no air conditioning in the fitting room, and Ria's felt that if she stayed any longer, she would suffocate before long. After much deliberation, she steeled her heart. She figured Lu Zheng wasn't that sort of frivolous person anyway. She could only let Lu Zheng help her. Lu Zheng. Then, could you come in and give me a hand? The moment those words left her lips, Ria's felt so mortified she wished she could crawl into a crack in the floor and disappear. If she weren't utterly out of options, she would never have said such a thing. After a while, Lu Zheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Ruoxi really tampered with this zipper far too thoroughly. He applied some force, but the zipper didn't move an inch. After another while, Ria's eyes reddened, her voice heavy with guilt. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Maybe I'm too fat, that's why the zipper got stuck. This was the outfit you picked out for your girlfriend, and now I've ruined it because of me? I'm so sorry. Watching Ria's aggrieved expression, Lu Zheng's heart softened. Then go ahead and apologize to yourself. Ria's froze suddenly. She blinked her dewy eyes, looking at Lu Zheng in utter bewilderment. What do you mean? Why would I need to apologize to myself? Lu Zheng took a step forward, and the distance between them closed in an instant. Ria's instinctively held her breath, her brows furrowing slightly. Because these clothes were bought for you in the first place. Ria's was completely dumbfounded. Her mind went blank as if it had crashed. She stared at Lu Zheng in a daze, her lips slightly parted, unable to utter a single word for the longest time. But weren't these for your girlfriend? Being utterly oblivious to romance, Ria's still couldn't grasp Lu Zheng's intentions. Lu Zheng responded without hesitation, yes, I bought them for my girlfriend. That part one didn't lie about. So will you be my girlfriend? Boom. Ria's mind was as if a bomb had been hurled into it, exploding in an instant. At that moment she even forgot how to breathe. She could only stare at Lu Zheng with wide eyes, her gaze filled with disbelief. In her heart she thought, so Lu Zheng doesn't have a girlfriend. So when he said he was buying clothes for his girlfriend, he meant her. So Lu Zheng likes her. Upon realizing this, Ria's felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat. I. She stammered for the longest time, not knowing what to say. Affection increased by 20. Current affection, 95. Lu Zheng and Ria's stood very close to each other. They could even feel each other's breath. At this moment Ria's couldn't help but recall the events of yesterday. The way Lu Zheng crouched by the roadside feeding stray cats, so gentle. Lu Zheng helping her chase away the debt-collecting thugs, making her feel so safe. Lu Zheng's smile was beautiful, and even without smiling he was handsome. Lu Zheng was truly a wonderful, wonderful man. But was she worthy of him? All sorts of tangled thoughts crowded Ria's mind. As these thoughts swirled, the light faded from her eyes. She lowered her gaze, a hint of self-mockery in her voice. I'm not a good girl. What defines a good girl or a bad girl? Who gets to set the standard? You won't even spare money for your own meals, yet you feed stray cats every single day. Burdened with a mountain of debt, you still grit your teeth and keep studying. Living your life so well all on your own. How could someone like you not be a good girl? Their eyes met. It was as if something had quietly taken root and begun to sprout in Ria's heart. Lu Zheng simply gazed into Ria's eyes and continued word by word. If you feel that your life until now has been nothing but ruins, then from now on, I will rebuild those ruins with you. Every heartfelt word he had spoken moments ago came from the very bottom of Lu Zheng's heart. Only that final remark about ruins and such. He could never have uttered such a thing on his own with his meager skills in wooing women. Those words had been coached by Lu Ruashi in advance, who claimed they were the ultimate weapon against a girl like Ryizahar. No one in Ryizahar's entire life had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Her eyes brightened as though stars were twinkling within them. As for what happened next, the fitting room, night fell. When the two left the shopping mall, Lu Zheng took Ryizahar on a sweeping conquest through several more stores, buying her an abundance of new outfits from head to toe, enough to fill several shopping bags. Ryizahar trailed behind Lu Zheng, her fingers pinching the hem of her clothing. It all felt like a dream to her. Just yesterday she had toiled at a milk tea shop for an entire day, so exhausted that her back could barely straighten. She bore the crushing weight of debt upon her shoulders and had nearly had her innocence violated by debt collectors. Yet today the full compensation amount suddenly landed in her account, and all her debts were wiped clean in a single stroke. She could finally focus on her studies with peace of mind, and even more. She had a boyfriend. Ryizahar could not resist pinching her palm. It truly hurt. Recalling the vivid sensations from the fitting room, the lingering unease in her heart gradually began to fade. Perhaps this is truly not a dream. Ryizahar was lost in her thoughts with her head lowered when a sudden warmth enveloped her wrist. Lu Zheng took her hand and asked, "What is it? Is this your first time dating, so inexperienced that you don't even know how to hold your boyfriend's hand?" Lu Zheng spoke with such tenderness that the blush on Ryizahar's cheeks deepened even further. She bashfully lowered her head, her fingers curling slightly, yet she did not pull away. "It's mealtime. What do you want to eat?" Lu Zheng gazed at her with earnest eyes. "You're not allowed to say you don't know, and you're not allowed to say whatever you say goes. Think carefully. What do you like to eat?" Ryizahar was momentarily stunned as countless foods flashed through her mind. For so long it seemed she had never genuinely contemplated the question of what she wanted to eat. She had always simply made do with whatever was at hand, as long as it could barely fill her stomach. In the end she lifted her head, a flicker of anticipation shining in her eyes. I want to eat hot pot. Hot pot bubbling away feels so lively, so happy. That way I won't feel so alone anymore." Lu Zheng smiled and nodded. "All right then, I'll take you for hot pot." Feeling Lu Zheng's grip tighten around her hand, Ryizahar squeezed back with equal force. The life she had lived before 20 was already nothing but ruins. The life that came after 20, she could no longer afford to lose. As they stepped out of the hot pot restaurant, the evening breeze swept past, and Ryizahar could not help but let out a gentle yawn. The moment she settled into the taxi, Ryizahar leaned against Lu Zheng's shoulder. Within moments, she had drifted off to sleep, a faint smile still lingering at the corners of her lips. Lu Zheng pulled out his phone and sent a message to Lu Ruashi. "Is everything prepared?" Lu Ruashi's reply came almost instantly. "All set." Lu Zheng smiled with quiet satisfaction. In truth, he had already completed the conquest mission back in the fitting room and had received the rewards the system had bestowed. But he did not wish to end things there. Lu Zheng wanted to give Ryizahar a genuine gift, one capable of altering the course of her life. So during the hot pot dinner, he had seized the excuse of a bathroom break to convey his intentions to Lu Ruashi. Now that everything was in place, Lu Zheng sat in anticipation of that magical moment when the surprise would be unveiled. The taxi glided slowly into the residential complex. Ryizahar groggily opened her eyes and instinctively clung tighter to Lu Zheng's arm. The two paused briefly at the alley entrance to feed some stray cats together. As they ambled leisurely into the complex, Lu Zheng suddenly spoke up. "By the way, I've prepared a gift for you." Ryizahar could not help but be taken aback. "Haven't you already bought me so many clothes? What other gift could there be?" The moment her words fell, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from not far away. The auntie from the neighborhood committee strode over quickly, her face blooming into the widest of smiles. "Oh my, young lady, you're finally back." The auntie seized Ryizahar's hand in hers, beaming from ear to ear. "Young lady, you've truly made something of yourself. So many people have been looking for you." Ryizahar was utterly bewildered. She gazed at the neighborhood committee auntie in blank confusion, her heart suddenly clenching with dread. Could it be those debt collectors? But the compensation had already arrived and all the debts had been cleared. Ryizahar could not fathom who else might possibly come looking for her. Just then 7 or 8 individuals suddenly approached from the side, each emanating an extraordinary presence. At their forefront was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. The woman smiled with genuine warmth. "Hello, Ms. Ryizahar. I am a teacher from the admissions office of Jingdu University. We have learned about your circumstances and wish to ask whether you would be interested in studying at Jingdu University." Ryizahar's eyes went wide with astonishment. She suspected she must still be dreaming and was hallucinating. Before she could collect herself, an old professor with silver hair stepped forward from beside her. "Student, I am from Huhai University of Technology. Would you care to consider our institution?" Immediately after, the others crowded around in succession, all speaking at once. "Ms. Ryizahar, Longshan National Defense University welcomes you." Our Huaqing University is excellent as well. Please consider us. A throng of admissions teachers from prestigious universities surrounded Ryizahar, each vying to promote their own institution. The spectacle left the surrounding neighbors utterly dumbfounded. The neighborhood committee auntie beamed with maternal affection, slapping her thigh as she exclaimed, "Look, look, look! What an outstanding young lady this is! So many elite universities fighting over her. I knew all along this girl was no ordinary person." Ryizahar finally gathered her wits and hurriedly waved her hands. "Actually, I never attended university after my college entrance exam back then. I'm no longer eligible now." "How could you possibly be ineligible?" The teacher from Jingdu University who had spoken earlier smiled and said, "We have investigated your Gaokao scores and your academic performance throughout high school. With your results, getting into a prestigious university would have been no problem at all back then. It was simply delayed due to various circumstances. The past year or so can be counted as a suspension of studies. As long as you agree you can enroll right now, you would only need to spend some time catching up on the coursework you've missed." The gathering of residents grew larger and larger, with everyone buzzing with discussion. "This girl is truly remarkable. Who would have thought our complex had such a brainiac? If my daughter could be half as accomplished as her, I'd laugh myself awake from even my dreams. Oh my, this is truly something to be proud of. I feel happy for this young lady on her behalf." Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Ryizahar still found it difficult to believe. She turned her head in a daze, looking at Lu Zheng standing beside her with a silent smile. Suddenly Ryizahar recalled that Lu Zheng had mentioned earlier he had a gift for her. Could this be it? Yet such a gift was truly extraordinary. Ryizahar grew increasingly curious. Just who in the world was Lu Zheng? Seeing that Ryizahar still appeared somewhat hesitant, the admissions officer from Kyoto University immediately pushed forward half a step. "Don't hesitate, student. If you come to our university, your tuition will be fully covered. You won't need to spend a single penny." The officer from Huaqing University shouted at the top of his lungs. "What does covering tuition even amount to? We can apply for the highest tier national scholarship on your behalf. You'll receive it every year." The representative from Shanghai Tech was growing desperate as well. "And I can offer you a direct graduate program recommendation. Exempted entrance examination, and upon graduation, you'll be placed in a key laboratory." The several representatives fired off one offer after another as though they wished to pile every conceivable benefit before Ryizahar. Ryizahar was rendered utterly at a loss by the spectacle, instinctively taking a step backward. "I'm terribly sorry, everyone, but I haven't had time to consider properly just yet. Could you allow me to go home and think it through? I truly apologize for making all of you come out so late at night. It must have been exhausting." One of the teachers quickly responded, "What exhaustion is there in this? As long as we can recruit a fine seedling like you, making 10 more trips would still be worthwhile." An elderly professor nodded in agreement. Yes, absolutely. Please don't feel any burden at all, child. Go home and think it over carefully." The group chattered on in unison, shoving all their brochures and business cards into Ryizahar's hands. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Lu Zheng escorted Ryizahar home. Throughout the journey, neither of them spoke much. The atmosphere settled into a subtle, peculiar silence. The moment they arrived home, Ryizahar suddenly turned to face Lu Zheng. "Lu Zheng, who exactly are you?" Confronted with the question, an indescribably complicated expression flickered across Lu Zheng's face. Yet he managed to maintain his composure and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking such a thing?" The expression on Ryizahar's face visibly darkened. She looked as though she might shatter into pieces, and in a faint voice she whispered, "Truthfully, I know in my heart that I am not a fortunate person. From childhood until now, fortune has never once stood on my side. Misfortune has been especially abundant enough that sometimes I wonder whether I was simply born to suffer." Ryizahar's voice grew quieter and quieter. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as though she were struggling to contain something within. "I was doing perfectly well in high school when my family suddenly went bankrupt and was buried under a mountain of debt. My mother couldn't bear the blow and took her own life. My father was even more despicable. He absconded with the last of our money. In the end, all that remained was a dreadful mess left entirely to me. I had no choice but to drop out of school, working odd jobs while paying off the debts. Even while working, my boss would frequently dock my wages. There were times when I couldn't even afford a proper meal." As she spoke, Ryizahar's tears finally overflowed beyond her control. She sat beside the sofa, weeping with a grace that seemed to mirror pear blossoms trembling in the rain. "But now, everything has turned so beautifully unreal. So beautiful that I scarcely dare believe it true. And all of it began to change only after you appeared. So who exactly are you, and why in the world are you helping me?" Seeing Ryizahar in such a state, Lu Zheng felt an aching tenderness. After a moment of silence, Lu Zheng walked over slowly and gently patted Ryizahar on the back. "Perhaps you have never been a fortunate person. But it doesn't matter. From this moment on, you have me." Lu Zheng spoke with tender warmth, recounting how he had been reborn, bound to the system, and subsequently partnered with the nation. He explained the entire sequence of events in full. This time he offered no brief overview. Instead, with great patience, he elaborated upon every single detail. Riza Air listened until she was utterly transfixed. She lifted her reddened, tear-filled eyes and gazed at Lu Zheng with a pitiful, pleading expression. Only after a long while did she speak, her voice hoarse. You? Then if you were reborn, does that mean you've experienced death once? Lu Zheng was momentarily taken aback. He had never imagined that this would be the very question Riza Air chose to fixate upon. Strictly speaking, my former self had indeed already died, but Before he could finish, Riza Air suddenly threw herself into Lu Zheng's arms. Your past self must have felt so helpless, didn't he? The question struck Lu Zheng to his very core. He stood frozen in place, having even forgotten to raise his arms. Riza Air continued to hold him close, her voice edged with tears. In your previous life, you had no way of knowing that you would be reborn. You could only watch helplessly as disaster struck again and again. Watching humanity suffer defeat after defeat. Finally trapped within that frigid underground fortress, dying in utter despair. She clutched the hem of Lu Zheng's clothing, instinctively tightening her grip. You must have been so helpless then, must have endured so much suffering. Lu Zheng patted her back, once more a faint smile tugging at his lips. But hasn't all of that been overcome now? Everything is different now. The future will only grow brighter. Almost immediately she spoke again. Lu Zheng, I understand you so deeply, and my heart aches for you. Beyond helping you secure those rewards, I must also be of genuine assistance to your work. Riza Air turned and picked up those brochures, sifting through them until she found the one from Longsha University of Technology. To be honest, I had originally intended to study law. I thought I could help many people who don't understand the law, help them defend their rights. But I've changed my mind now. I'm going to devote myself to becoming a scientist. That way I can help research those system rewards you've obtained, help you solve the difficult problems. Lu Zheng gazed at the utterly earnest expression on Riza Air's face and reached out to tousle her hair. By the time you've grown enough to research my system rewards, I'm afraid quite a long while will still be needed, my little academic prodigy. Riza Air reacted as though she had been underestimated, a hint of pride coloring her tone. Don't you dare look down on me. Back in high school, my science grades were always first in the entire grade. Physics, full marks every single year. The young girl chattered on excitedly about her grand aspirations. Yet Lu Zheng's gaze remained entirely fixed upon her face. He watched her with a certain dazed wonder. Lu Zheng stepped forward. My little academic prodigy, what on earth are you mumbling about? The next morning arrived. The official vehicle dispatched by the military had long been quietly waiting at the entrance of the residential compound. Lu Zheng and Riza finished packing their luggage, and the two stepped out of the building one after the other. With this departure, I'm afraid I'll never return here again in the future. Riza suddenly stopped in her tracks. She glanced back toward the end of the alley, as if something had just occurred to her. Can I go feed those kittens one more time? I want to say goodbye to them. Lu Zheng smiled. Of course. I'll go with you. They walked softly, careful not to startle the little cats. Yet the stray cats that usually waited there for feeding weren't anywhere to be seen today. Just as the two were puzzled, a calico cat suddenly emerged from the corner. Behind her trailed a tiny kitten barely the size of a palm. The little kitten staggered unsteadily, trembling as it followed its mother. Oh my, you've had kittens. Riza's voice rose sweetly as she recognized the calico cat. She crouched down and gently extended her hand. The mother cat didn't retreat. In fact, she nudged close to her. Then using her nose, she carefully pushed the little kitten forward toward Riza's feet. The kitten let out a soft mew, still retaining that milky quality. Riza found herself puzzled. Lu Zheng, what does this mean? Lu Zheng responded earnestly. It seems the mother wants you to adopt this kitten. She's entrusting her child to you. To me. Riza was visibly surprised. I've fed them all along, but I don't know how to raise cats. The mother cat gave them only her resolute, departing figure before disappearing swiftly at the alley's end. When the little kitten saw its mother leave, it panicked and began crying out nonstop. In the end, it curled into a tiny ball, gazing up at Riza with pitiful eyes. The sight made her heart melt entirely. There, don't cry. I'll take good care of you from now on. Watching this scene, Lu Zheng's eyes were filled with tenderness. It seems you share a bond with this cat. Take it with you. It can serve as a keepsake. Riza gazed lovingly at the little kitten. Then I need to name it. Let's call it Ro. Lu Zheng was genuinely curious. Why that name? Under his question, Riza appeared noticeably embarrassed. She pressed her lips together and spoke softly. Because the first thing you treated me to was meat buns. Still unsure, Riza added, does this name sound bad? How about I pick another name instead? Lu Zheng couldn't resist rubbing her hair. It's lovely. Let's stick with Ro. It suits her perfectly. The vehicle pulled away from the compound. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Ruashi spoke up. Give me the system rewards. I'll hand them over to the state on your behalf. Lu Zheng frowned. Don't I need to go to the National Academy of Sciences? Or to the Theater Command? Lu Ruashi explained the rewards this time aren't physical objects. They're all data and documentation. There's no need to waste your time traveling back and forth. I can forward them on your behalf. She paused briefly. Also, it's time for the massage session. Since there are no new missions for now, I'll arrange for you to meet everyone first. Lu Zheng nodded thoughtfully. With a sweep of his right hand, 2 USB drives appeared in his palm. Seated beside him, Reezer stared wide-eyed. She knew Lu Zheng had a system, but this was her first time seeing it in such a vivid, tangible way. These 2 USBs contained the research principles for a cancer-fighting drug formula and Starship missile blueprints, respectively. Hearing this, Reezer gasped and covered her mouth in shock. She couldn't help asking, Is this really? There really are things like this? Lu Zheng smiled. Naturally. All of this is due to you. It's because of you that we've received these rewards. Excluding the apocalypse virus vaccine from before, this marks our first reward for conquering a human disease. This is a cancer cure. From now on, the people of Longxiao will no longer suffer from cancer. At this point, Lu Zheng's tone grew even more animated. The other item, the interstellar missile, is even more impressive. Current missiles can strike anywhere across the globe. But once this technology becomes available, the range could extend across the entire solar system. Reezer's blood surged with excitement. The little cat, named Ro in her arms, seemed to sense the intensity of the moment, letting out a few mews in response. The vehicle soon arrived at the military airport. As they parted, Lu Ruashi advised, "Someone will take you to Falu village in a moment. When you get there, you'll be able to reunite with everyone." Lu Ruashi offered a knowing smile. "You don't need to rush this time. Spend some quality time with them. The higher-ups have made it clear that while mission completion must be guaranteed, so too must your normal romantic needs with those girls. So consider this trip to Falu village as a camping retreat. Just relax and enjoy yourself. As for the next mission, I'll come find you tomorrow afternoon." Lu Zheng nodded, impressed by how thoughtfully the state had considered every detail. Such genuine care. As soon as they entered the aircraft cabin, Reezer's hand instinctively tightened. I'm flying on a plane for the first time. I never imagined my first flight would be on a military aircraft." Lu Zheng squeezed her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, you won't need to be nervous. Those girls are very easygoing. You'll get along great." Reezer hadn't expected Lu Zheng to read her thoughts so instantly. Meanwhile, at Falu village, inside the rural primary school classroom, children's voices rang out as they read aloud. Deng Ziyuan stood at the front of the room, dressed simply in a white shirt and black trousers. She wore gold-rimmed glasses. "This lesson is about the story of the first emperor. You must be wondering who the first emperor was, right? Then I'll tell you all about it. The first emperor was an extraordinarily great emperor." Deng Ziyuan set down her textbook and began recounting history to the children. The young listeners hung on every word, their eyes wide as saucers. In the baking room beside the cafeteria, Lin Cheng wore a pink apron. She poured the mixed cookie batter into cartoon-shaped molds. Soon a tray was full, which she carefully placed into the oven. "Sister Cheng, how long until these are baked?" Su Jinyao's little head peeked around the doorway, watching the oven like a tiny spy. Lin Cheng thought for a moment. "About 20 minutes should do it. As soon as they're done, I'll call you over first to taste." Su Jinyao's eyes lit up, and she clung to Lin Cheng's arm, acting sweetly. "No problem. Sister Cheng is the best." But over in the art room, things were rather chaotic. Here in the art room, Gu Tingwan gazed at the little cow she had drawn. It resembled a pig somewhat, and also a dog. If one looked closely, it even bore a passing similarity to a sheep. Truly a creature of no discernible kind. The more she studied it, the more unsightly it appeared. Frustrated, she crumpled the paper into a ball. "Xiaowan, don't be so impatient," a voice gently chided. "Drawing requires patience. One cannot rush it." Gu Shiqing sat quietly, pointing to Xia Tianyu beside her. "Look at how well Yuzi draws. You should learn from her." Upon hearing the praise, Xia Tianyu's face flushed crimson instantly. "Oh, not really. I just sketched it casually. It's nowhere near as good as Shiqing claims." Gu Tingwan had been exuding frustration moments before. Hearing this, she couldn't help but lean over to peer at Xia Tianyu's artwork. The moment she looked, she was taken aback. Xia Tianyu had drawn little Puff lying on the balcony, basking in the sunlight. Eyes half closed, paws tucked beneath its body. It was remarkably lifelike. "Good heavens. This is simply adorable. Yuzi, could you teach me? I want to draw such a cute little animal too." Xia Tianyu felt rather flustered by Gu Tingwan's enthusiastic outburst. She nodded bashfully. "All right then, I'll teach you something simple." As she spoke, Xia Tianyu reached for a blank sheet of paper nearby. "First draw a circle like this, and then..." At the start, Gu Tingwan managed to keep pace. But toward the end, she realized something was amiss. With merely a handful of strokes, Xia Tianyu had somehow produced an entire kitten. And not just any kitten, a kitten stretching its back. "Yuzi, are you even human? How can you render a cat with just a few strokes?" Though Xia Tianyu tried to maintain composure, her social anxiety betrayed her. Showered with continuous praise from Gu Tingwan and the others, she felt as though she might explode from embarrassment. It's actually quite simple. Why don't you give it another try?" Gu Shiqing, however, possessed endless patience and began mimicking Xia Tianyu's technique. Gu Tingwan, on the other hand, slumped back into her chair, twirling her pen and surrendering entirely. Just then she spied Xinqing passing by outside the window. She sprang upright in an instant. Calling out Sister Xinqing, she bolted out the door. Xinqing carried a sizable bag that appeared quite heavy. Without hesitation, Gu Tingwan reached out to take it, catching the faint rustle of snack wrappers within. Sister Xinqing, why do you have such a large bag of snacks? Gu Tingwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Xinqing straightened her posture. The children recently finished their midterm examinations. These are all rewards for them. Anyone who meets the academic requirements or demonstrates good behavior can receive one. Gu Tingwan couldn't help but sigh. These children truly are fortunate. To have a thoughtful teacher like you. When I was a child, I would have been overjoyed. Xinqing wore a touch of playful pride at the compliment. Though she yearned to smile, she diligently restrained the upward curve of her lips. It's merely a small gesture. Nothing worth mentioning. By the way, Lu Zheng will arrive shortly. We must organize everything quickly to avoid any last-minute chaos. As they conversed, the sound of footsteps approached from nearby. A white Bichon Frise trotted over. It was Little Cream, Xia Tianyo's pet. As for Little Puff the ragdoll cat, she lounged lazily on the windowsill, utterly indifferent to the bustle around her. Meanwhile, on another road, a black off-road vehicle traveled along a country highway. Lu Zheng drove while Ria's hair occupied the passenger seat. The car's audio system played Commander Wu Shanha's boisterous voice. Lu Zheng, Lu Ruashi has informed you, hasn't she? This trip to Fulu village requires no thoughts of duty. It is purely for relaxation. To help you interact more naturally, I specifically instructed them not to assign you a driver. Lu Zheng responded with a smile. Commander Wu, I understand completely. Thank you for your consideration. Wu Shanha chuckled heartily. What trouble is this? By the way, do not worry about safety either. In Fulu village I have arranged for military personnel to protect you discreetly. Nothing will go amiss. Moreover, this is also the intention of higher command. We are only concerned that we may not have considered everything thoroughly and failed to host you adequately. As Lu Zheng chatted with Wu Shanha, Ria's hair occasionally stole glances at him. She could never have imagined the one destined to be her life partner would turn out to be Lu Zheng. What surprised her even more was that one day she would come into contact with a figure of such stature as the commander of the Eastern Frontier Theater Command. The off-road vehicle soon arrived at Fulu village. Beneath the great locust tree at the village entrance, children had already gathered in a crowd. The moment they spotted Lu Zheng, the group erupted in cheers and surged forward. Teacher Lu is back. Teacher Lu, I miss you so much. After parking, Lu Zheng immediately opened the trunk. Look what Teacher Lu brought as gifts. Upon seeing this, the children jumped up and down with excitement. Inside the trunk, neatly stacked, were piles of stationary snacks and new clothing. Teacher Lu is the greatest in the world. Teacher Lu, you're our idol. Xinqing teased from the sidelines. You ungrateful little ones. Just moments ago when I was handing out rewards, you were insisting I was the best. Following the voice, Lu Zheng saw Xinqing standing behind the children. Besides Xinqing, there were also Su Jinyao, Dang Ziyuan, Lin Cheng, Gu Shiqing, Gu Tingwan, and Xia Tianyu. They had all come. Su Jinyao was the first to dash over. But before she could even utter a word, Gu Tingwan rushed forward from the side. She wore denim hot pants, and her legs shone like polished jade under the sunlight. It's my turn to be hugged next. You mustn't show favoritism, Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng's eyes overflowed with tenderness. Very well, I'll hug you next. Lin Cheng stood nearby, still wearing a pink apron. My cookies are nearly done as well. They'd make a lovely dessert after the meal. Lu Zheng walked over to Lin Cheng and gently embraced her. Thank you for all your hard work, Lin Cheng. A blush instantly rose to her cheeks. She lowered her head in shyness. It's just baking some cookies, it's hardly any trouble. Lu Zheng then moved beside Dang Ziyuan. How are you finding the experience of teaching history to the children? Dang Ziyuan replied softly, it's been quite pleasant. Sometimes I wonder, if I hadn't chosen archaeology all those years ago, I could have become an outstanding history teacher. Lu Zheng's gaze swept to the side. He spotted Gu Shiqing and Xia Tianyu standing together, their faces flushed pink. Gu Shiqing clutched a sheet of drawing paper, looking rather nervous. What are you holding there? Gu Shiqing hadn't seen Lu Zheng for several days, and she naturally felt a touch shy in his presence. She gripped the paper tightly. I learned to draw from Yuzi just now. I wanted to draw you, Lu Zheng, but it doesn't really look like you. With trembling hands, she carefully unfolded the drawing. The lines and proportions weren't perfect. Yet there was unmistakably something of Lu Zheng about it. He gently ruffled both their hair. You've done a wonderful job. I really like it. Lu Zheng shook his head helplessly, his gaze falling on someone behind them. Let me introduce her. This is Rize. Then he introduced Su Jinyao and the others to Rize one by one. Dang Ziyuan spoke first. No wonder she's considered one of the beauties from the West region. Her looks are truly unique and distinctive. Gu Shiqing nodded eagerly. Exactly, she has such an exotic charm. She reminds me so much of that actress Reba. Gu Tingwan immediately countered, Sis, what kind of eyes do you have? She's clearly more beautiful than Reba. Lin Cheng asked curiously, Your name sounds so lovely. Does it carry a special meaning? Reezer felt a little shy under everyone's gaze. She brushed her hair aside and explained softly, Rei means flower. So Reezer means the spirit of a blooming flower. Hearing this, Xia Tianyu couldn't help but exclaim, wow, that's simply a heroine's name. How beautiful. No, I definitely need my parents to change my name to something this lovely too. Just then a soft, delicate meowing sound came from Reezer's embrace. All eyes instantly fixed on what she was holding. Reezer carefully parted her coat, revealing a tiny kitten no larger than her palm. Xinqing immediately switched to a high-pitched voice. Oh my goodness. Such an adorable little kitten. Deng Ziyuan laughed. Now Little Cream and Little Cream Puff will have a companion. On the windowsill, Little Cream Puff seemed to hear its name. It stretched lazily and sauntered over with elegant cat-like strides. Little Cream also waggled its tail and circled around Reezer curiously. Lin Sheng gently poked the kitten's belly. What's this little one's name? It's called Meaty, Reezer replied with a hint of embarrassment. Because the first thing Lu Zheng ever treated me to was meat buns. The moment she finished speaking, the women around her exchanged knowing, gossiping glances. Reezer gradually grew more at ease with the group. She couldn't help but ask, so how did Little Cream and Little Cream Puff get their names? This question made Xia Tianyu freeze on the spot. Let's all head to the cafeteria quickly or the food will get cold. Since the nation renovated the rural primary school in Lu village, facilities such as a bakery, cafeteria, music room, and art studio had also been equipped. Especially the cafeteria, which recruited uncles and aunties from the village who were skilled at cooking. This also helped address some employment issues in Lu village. After lunch, everyone gathered at the village headquarters. A pile of items lay on the ground, and Deng Ziyuan couldn't help but marvel. Wow, these are all professional-grade camping equipment. The group spotted tents, sleeping bags, portable gas stoves, military folding shovels, and even a compact generator. All of these were hard-to-come-by supplies specially provided by the military, completely unavailable on the open market. Xia Tianyu curiously fiddled with the equipment. This is my very first time camping. But I have zero experience. Will I end up dragging everyone down? Hearing this, Gu Shiqing responded, I used to attend summer camps with my younger sister when I was a child. But that was so long ago, and I've forgotten most of the details. Lu Zheng lifted the largest tent with one hand. Before the underground city was built in my past life, I spent countless nights sleeping under the open sky. I have plenty of experience setting up tents. Leave this to me. At these words, the women beside him immediately lit up with admiration. Their eyes shone with reverence as though Lu Zheng himself were glowing in that moment. Gu Tingwan clung to Lu Zheng's arm. Lu Zheng, you're absolutely incredible. If possible, I would truly love to hear about all that happened in your past life. Because of her embrace, Lu Zheng's arm sank into hers. Su Jinyao then proposed, we happen to have nothing planned for tonight. Why don't we hold a storytelling session and just listen to Lu Zheng tell us about his past? It would certainly be fascinating. Xia Tianyu immediately raised her hand, her little face flushed with excitement. Yes. I've actually been wanting to draw a post-apocalyptic survival manga lately, and this is perfect source material. Alright, let's pack up our things and head up the mountain right now. Originally, the military troops could have helped carry the equipment up the mountain. They could have even set up the campsite directly for them. Yet the girls felt that doing it themselves would make it more meaningful. Now Lu village was bathed in the crisp, clear air of autumn, the perfect season for camping. Lu Zheng carried the largest tent at the front, a portable generator in his hands as well. Those two items alone must have weighed 100 or 80 gene combined. In the past, Lu Zheng would never have dared attempt it. But now with the enhancement of his diamond kidneys, such weight was mere child's play to him. Gu Tingwan and Riazhar followed behind. Together the two of them carried another tent between them. Su Jinyao and Gu Shiqing walked along the side. The backpacks they carried were filled to the brim with all sorts of snacks. Chips, chocolates, biscuits, braised delicacies. Xinqing and Deng Ziyuan each held one end of a wooden pole with a large bag hanging from the middle. The bag contained drinking water and charcoal. Even though Deng Ziyuan was utterly exhausted, the intellectual, artistic air about her had not diminished in the slightest. Xinqing, this young lady whose fingers had never so much as touched mundane work, was also gritting her teeth and persevering. Xia Tianyu was the shortest member of the group. Everyone took care of her and simply didn't let her carry or haul anything. Instead, they let her look after Little Cream Puff, Little Cream, and Meatball. No one else had any objections. After all, they were all good sisters. There was no need to be so particular about such things. To make herself more useful, Xia Tianyu also wore a camera around her neck. This way she could capture some lovely photos for everyone. Out here in this wild, barren place, surely there aren't any wild beasts, are there? Su Jinyao suddenly muttered under her breath. Upon hearing this, Gu Tingwan and Riazhar, subconsciously quickening their pace, the two of them moved instinctively closer to Lu Zheng's side, without a word exchanged. Xinqing, observing the scene, said, rest assured, before you arrived, the military already swept the entire mountain. There are also military personnel stationed in the surrounding area on guard duty. It's very safe. At this point Xinxin cast a rather shy glance toward Lu Zheng. Besides, even if something truly unexpected happened, isn't Lu Zheng right here? This mountain was not particularly tall. Chatting and laughing along the way, the group walked for roughly half an hour. At last they arrived at an expansive open clearing atop the peak. It was autumn now, and looking out, hills and valleys alike were awash in autumnal splendor. Little Cream and Little Cream Puff, being on a mountain for the very first time, immediately went wild with excitement. The two little ones howled with glee as they flung themselves into the drift of fallen leaves. Meatball, however, trailed along at her own leisurely pace, eager to join in the fun as well. Gu Tingwan and Ryazhar, exhausted from carrying the tent, were flushed red from the heat all over their faces. As for Deng Ziyuan, she twisted open a bottle of water and gulped it down thirstily. Xinxin gazed at the scenery before them and could not help but sigh. I've been in Falu village quite a while now, yet this is my first time climbing this mountain. I never expected it to be so beautiful up here. Xia Tianyu retrieved the camera from inside her jacket. She said to everyone, how about we take a photo right here right now? This is the very first group activity all of us have had together. It holds such commemorative significance. Lu Zheng stood in the center with the other girls gathering around him one after another. After setting up the tripod, Xia Tianyu announced, countdown of 3 seconds, starting now. Like a little monkey, she scrambled over at once and hurriedly struck a pose. Gazing at the photo they had taken, a sudden wave of deep happiness washed over Lu Zheng's heart. Leave the tent pitching to me. It's quite safe around here, so you all can go wander the surroundings and enjoy yourselves. Xinxin was the first to speak up. I happen to know there's a small river nearby. We could all go catch fish together. It would surely be great fun. Gu Tingwan immediately became excited, shaking Gu Shirqing's arm with gusto. Sis, let's go together too. I've never actually caught a fish before. Gu Shirqing furrowed her brow, clearly somewhat hesitant. If we go catch fish, won't our clothes get wet? If our clothes get dirty, there are no spare ones up here. Maybe we'd better just forget about it. Hearing her sister's response, Gu Tingwan deflated like a punctured ball. Fortunately, Su Jinyao and Xia Tianyu found the idea delightful. They hit it off with Xinxin right away, and the four of them ran off toward the little river, chatting and laughing. Lin Sheng, being a researcher at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, had a natural fascination with all manner of trees and flowers. This is actually my first time on this mountain. So many of these plants I've never encountered before. The ecosystem looks particularly wonderful too, so I'll just wander around the vicinity by myself. Ryazhar, overhearing this, immediately chimed in. I was just thinking of picking up some pretty leaves to make bookmarks. Sister Chung, I'll go with you. The campsite instantly fell silent. Only Lu Zheng, Deng Ziyuan, and Gu Shirqing remained. Lu Zheng fiddled with the tent frame. Deng Ziyuan and Gu Shirqing were not idle either, coming over to lend a hand. Deng Ziyuan reached out and pulled on the tent fabric. Deng Ziyuan glanced at the small generator beside her, rolled up her sleeves, and tried to move it herself. But no matter how hard she strained, the generator refused to budge. She recalled how effortlessly Lu Zheng had carried it up the mountain earlier. How could it be so light for him, yet completely immovable for her? Leave it to me. It's heavy, sister, you might hurt your back. Lu Zheng's voice suddenly appeared beside Deng Ziyuan's ear. Before she could react, he had already lifted the generator with one hand. I'll set up the barbecue grill. Once they're back, we can start grilling, Lu Zheng said. I'll go look for Lin Cheng and the others. They might wander off too far. Making up an excuse, Deng Ziyuan quickly hurried away to compose herself. Lu Zheng smiled a knowing but unspoken expression. He couldn't help but sigh. In his rebirth, every day had been consumed by system missions and turning in system rewards. He had been tense and on edge, constantly daring not rest for a moment. Today, however, was rare, a chance to relax without distractions, having a picnic and camping in the mountains with them. As Lu Zheng used his peripheral vision, caught Gu Shirqing, and he could not help but smile. She held a book in her hands, but her eyes kept darting toward Lu Zheng, clearly lost in thought. What are you reading? Lu Zheng set down his task and teased. I'm just reading a regular book. The book's upside down. What exactly could you possibly see from that? Hearing this, Gu Shirqing quickly glanced down and discovered her book was indeed turned upside down. Her face flushed crimson instantly. The blush even spread to the roots of her ears. I didn't notice. I was too busy admiring the scenery around me. Gu Shirqing's voice grew quieter and quieter, her head sinking lower and lower. Too shy to meet Lu Zheng's gaze. Just then her stomach let out a loud rumble. Hungry? Lu Zheng asked. Gu Shirqing's face grew even redder. Maybe I burned too many calories climbing up the mountain earlier. Lu Zheng gently patted her head then. Meanwhile, Xia Tianyu, Su Jinyao, and Gu Tingwan followed Xinxin to the riverside. Xinxin had been here many times before. Without hesitation, she rolled up her pants legs and stepped into the river barefoot. The three girls on the bank were stunned. Wow, Xinxin, you're amazing. The water looks pretty cold. Did you just jump right in like that? Xinxin felt a touch of pride at the compliment. She wanted to laugh, but could barely suppress the slight upward curve of her lips. You should all come in too. It's so much fun. There are lots of little fish in the water. Xia Tianyu found a flat stone and sat down carefully, slowly taking off her shoes. After much hesitation, she tentatively extended one foot and touched the river water. It's so cold. While she was still debating whether to get in, Gu Tingwan had already charged down into the river. Hee, it really is so much fun. You're missing out big time if you don't join, sister. Xia Tianyu still dared not enter the water. Suddenly a hand grabbed hers. Looking up, she saw Su Jinyao. Yozu, it feels chilly at first, but once you get used to it, it's wonderful. Give it a try. After some encouragement, Xia Tianyu finally stepped into the river. The scene shifted. The three girls stood in a row in the water, all staring intently at the surface. Shenxing stood opposite them. Silence. Still silence. The four of them held their breath as though about to accomplish something monumental. Catching fish requires patience. Wait for the fish to swim right in front of you before you strike. Shenxing whispered softly. The moment her words left her mouth, she suddenly plunged her hand into the water, splashing violently. But her hands never touched a single fish. The little ones simply slipped away gracefully. Shenxing clicked her tongue in annoyance and retracted her hand. To her surprise, cheers erupted from beside her. Wow. Shenxing, you're so awesome. You almost got it. Su Jinyao was the first to shout, her eyes brimming with admiration. Gu Tingwan clapped along. Yeah. That was so cool just now. Xia Tianyu was even more excited, her face turning red. We almost caught a fish. I'm so excited. Shenxing had never expected to be praised even after failing to catch anything. These three really left her at a loss for words. Shenxing's face grew warm from the praise. Yet she pressed her slightly upturned lips together and spoke with a hint of pride. It wasn't that hard, honestly. If you all try, you'd definitely succeed too. The three girls were eager to try, rolling up their sleeves and ready to give it their all. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Deng Ziyuan Lincheng and Riizer were. Deng Ziyuan Lincheng and Riizer crouched beside a large boulder. Their three heads tilted left in perfect unison, then right in perfect unison. For a long while none of them spoke, simply staring fixedly at the stone. They looked exactly like three silly geese that had been pressed into pause. After a prolonged silence, Lincheng was the first to speak. Ziyuanjia, did you notice anything unusual? Deng Ziyuan pushed her glasses up and replied, this isn't an ordinary rock. It's a fossil. Look at this spiral outline. It should be an ancient ammonite fossil. This type of fossil isn't particularly rare, but finding one in a mountain range like this is genuinely uncommon. Riizer leaned in for a closer look, her face betraying astonishment. Ziyuanjia, you know so much. Deng Ziyuan grew somewhat bashful at the praise. I've loved reading about these things since I was little, so I've picked up a bit of knowledge. As the three chatted, they rose to their feet and turned toward the campsite. Upon reaching the camp entrance, the three froze on the spot. The place was utterly still, with only Gu Shiqing present. Gu Shiqing lay inside a tent, a small blanket draped over her with a book resting by her side. Lincheng tiptoed over and murmured in a hushed voice. Looks like Shiqing read until she was so tired she dozed off. She's completely asleep. Meanwhile, at a mountain stream elsewhere, praised by the three little ones, Shenxing's ears had flushed a deep crimson. The little swell of pride within her could barely be contained. Inner thoughts, oh ha ha, you want to watch? Fine. This big sister will put on another show for you. This time I promise to catch a big one. As she spoke, Shenxing rolled up her sleeves with infectious enthusiasm. Just as she was about to lunge into the water, her body suddenly felt weightless. She seemed to float upward as the world spun around her. Instinctively she struggled, then caught a whiff of a familiar scent. She whipped her head around and found Lu Zheng's face inches from her own. Shenxing instantly froze. Her cheeks burned with fierce heat. Only then did the realization dawn on her. She had been swept into Lu Zheng's arms. Your clothes are soaked through. What if you catch a cold? Hearing the gentle tenderness in Lu Zheng's voice, Shenxing felt her heart pounding, as though a fawn might burst right out of her chest. She turned her head away from Lu Zheng and let out a coquettish huff. It's actually fine. When I used to swim, I got way wetter than this. Lu Zheng's gaze swept over the three little ones still standing in the river. He adopted a stern tone and began, so this is where you've been bringing them to catch fish, Shenxing. The three little girls instantly panicked. Su Jinyao hurriedly waved her hands. No. We're the ones who begged Shenxingjia to bring us here. It has nothing to do with her. Gu Tingwan also spoke up in Shenxing's defense. That's right. At first Shenxingjia wouldn't even let us in the water. We were the ones who insisted on wading in. Xia Tianyu clutched the hem of her clothes, nodding in agreement. We wanted to eat fish, so that's why we troubled her. Watching the three of them fluster so anxiously, Lu Zheng simply smiled. He said nothing more, but carried Shenxing toward the riverbank. Shenxing held her body rigid the entire time, not daring to move a muscle. Yet the pleasant scent clinging to Lu Zheng filled her with a deep sense of comfort. Even after being set down on the bank, Shenxing kept her head lowered, picking at the hem of her clothes, too shy to look up. The three little ones in the river, observing this, hastened to step out and follow her to shore. But Lu Zheng suddenly called out to them. Don't move. The stones in the river are slippery. What if you fall? Stay where you are. The three little girls halted immediately and obediently stood in place. Their eyes fixed unblinkingly on Lu Zheng, they stood there like tiny soldiers at attention. When Lu Zheng reached Su Jinyao and Gu Tingwan, he extended his left hand while his right arm swept outward. In one fluid motion, he gathered both of them into his embrace. One in each arm secure and steady without the slightest strain. This caught Su Jinyao and Gu Tingwan completely off guard. They instinctively grabbed Lu Zheng's arms and shrieked in surprise. "Ah, Lu Zheng, you're so strong. Oh my god, you can actually carry both of us at once." Su Jinyao and Gu Tingwan instantly turned into starry-eyed admirers. Now only Xia Tianyu stood alone and forlorn in the river. Lu Zheng deliberately schooled his features into a stern expression. "I don't care about you. You can stay right here. We're heading back without you." Xia Tianyu's eyes instantly welled with tears. Her lips pressed into a pout, her little hands clenched tight. She nodded meekly, the very picture of grievance. But the very next second, Lu Zheng crouched down before her. "Just teasing you. How could I possibly bear to leave you behind all alone, little silly?" At that moment, Xia Tianyu could no longer hold back. Tears began pattering down her cheeks. "Whoa, Lu Zheng, you're terrible. You scared me." As she spoke, Xia Tianyu lunged forward and scrambled up onto Lu Zheng's back using both hands and feet. The two little girls in his arms chattered excitedly. The little girl on his back was still sniffling. Thus Lu Zheng carried all three little ones back to the riverbank. Just then a deafening roar suddenly thundered from the distant sky. The sound drew closer and closer. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw several fighter jets flying in formation sweeping across the clouds. Xia Tianyu clung to Lu Zheng's back and could not help but cry out in wonder. "Wow, fighter jets. This is my first time ever seeing fighter jets in real life. They're so cool." Lu Zheng's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "Let's head back to camp." Just as they neared the campsite, a faint scent of charcoal smoke wafted toward him. He saw Deng Ziyuan, Lin Cheng, and Reiser bustling around a barbecue grill. Skewers of meat had already been threaded in considerable numbers, sizzling atop the grill as fat and oil bubbled. Their three faces were smudged with quite a bit of ash. Unaware of it, they beamed and waved at Lu Zheng, endearingly silly and adorable. Gu Shiqing stirred at the noise, blinking groggily as she stepped out of the tent. "Jia, I thought you were reading, but it turns out you were sleeping here the whole time." Gu Shiqing's face flushed crimson in an instant. She stammered at a loss for any explanation. While the two sisters were still bickering, Lu Zheng pulled out a few clean changes of clothes from his bag. "Wet clothes aren't comfortable. Go change into these." Xinqing and the three little ones took the clothes and, blushing furiously, scurried off to a nearby tent. Just then Gu Shiqing suddenly came running over, phone in hand. "Quick look at the news. The Eastern Theater and Western Theater are conducting joint military exercises." At the sound of Gu Shiqing's shout, every gaze in the room was drawn to her. The crowd pressed forward to watch the news feed. On the screen, an endless expanse of gravel desert stretched across the western frontier military region. Several massive timber-hauling vehicles were parked across the wasteland. An aura of deadly solemnity swept over everything in an instant. Then the very next second, a thunderous roar erupted from the earth. Nearly 100 missiles launched skyward in perfect unison. The camera cut to a distant vantage. One by one, the missiles descended like divine punishment from the heavens, blotting out the sky and blanketing the earth in their shadow. Trailing plumes of fire, they plummeted from the firmament, racing toward the command post on the ground below. Yet just as the missiles were about to strike their target, a barrier of energy suddenly surged to life above the command headquarters. A pale blue curtain of light unfurled in an instant. Viewed from afar, it resembled an enormous bowl inverted over the entire command post, sealing it within an unbreakable dome. Boom. The missiles collided with the energy barrier one after another. Deafening explosions tore through the air as fire erupted skyward, engulfing the entire scene in an instant. When the blast waves finally dissipated, the barrier remained suspended in the air, utterly intact. Not a single crack upon its surface. The official military media of the region edited this footage into a video and posted it online, sending the comment section into absolute pandemonium. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What kind of alien technology is this? Wait a second. Did Mom actually build an energy shield? You're telling me missiles powerful enough to level an entire mountain got intercepted by this thing? What's going on here? Why is Mom suddenly pulling out her hidden trump cards? Come on, the fact that they're letting you see this means they've already got something even more advanced." The comments kept refreshing at a frenzied pace. But then something new began to stir beneath the energy barrier in the video. One after another, towering mechs, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, emerged into view. These mechs formed squadrons of 3. Looking out across the formation, there were at least 10 such squadrons stretching into the distance. The thunderous roar of the mechs igniting filled the air as bursts of propulsion erupted from their thrusters. In the span of a single heartbeat, they surged skyward. At the halfway point, they executed a sharp 90-degree pivot. Then they hurtled toward the enemy encampment. Along the way, countless missiles screamed through the air, launching a frenzied assault against the mech formation. The mechs responded with blinding speed. Their onboard laser cannons opened fire in an instant. A piercing hum rang out as the missiles were struck and destroyed mid-flight by the laser fire. Some of the mechs even deployed miniature energy shields of their own. Missiles crashed against these barriers and exploded, yet the mechs remained completely unharmed. Upon reaching their designated coordinates, the mechs came to a synchronized halt, hovering in midair. Then from behind the mechs, a dark swarm of drones surged forth. Tens of thousands of drones advanced like an overwhelming army. Each one was equipped with a miniature laser weapon. Guided remotely by the mechs, the drone swarm wove itself into an aerial network, and in a single instant, every laser fired as one. These beams interlaced with one another, forming a cage of death. A truly omnidirectional, inescapable net. They obliterated enemy targets with the force of an avalanche. The drones executed a spectacular sweep of the battlefield while the mechs descended to claim the territory. The entire operation flowed as one seamless stroke, clean, decisive, and absolute. As the video reached this point, the barrage section of the screen was once again flooded with question marks. This isn't a game CG, is it? I'm seeing this right. Those are mechs. Holy hell, mechs fighting in a 3-element formation. Dude, at the start of the year, I was watching robots moving like they had cerebral thrombosis, and now we've got mech squadrons. I used to think sci-fi films were exaggerated. Now I realize sci-fi films are actually conservative. Forget it. Let the wandering Earth rewrite its script. If they keep filming like this, it's not going to be a documentary anymore, it's going to become an archaeology film. Enough said, brothers. No regrets in this life for being born under the banner of Longxia. The related video was soon shared across foreign networks. It was like a super heavyweight bomb being detonated. It wasn't just a heated discussion. It was the complete and utter upheaval of the entire foreign internet. Is this even technology humanity should possess? Are you sure Longxia didn't sneak to the far side of the moon to flick cigarette butts at alien butts? IP pickled cabbage. It has to be AI-generated special effects. Setting everything else aside, that 90-degree right-angle turn was way too fake. Longxia can't fool me. IP 3 brothers. If that energy shield is real, then on the blue star there is not a single country that can breach Longxia's defenses. IP furry bear. Cut the act. It's just a flex, right? Like we're scared. IP Sakura. Hold up, buddy. Didn't your place already get hit by a meteor? How do you still have internet? IP Freedom Nation. I'm from a rescue team picking up a satellite signal. Speaking of which, Sakura really got wrecked this time. IP Sakura. Two topics now dominated the discussions across foreign networks. One was Sakura struck by the meteor. The other was the Longxia military exercise. However, one particular comment from a foreign netizen instantly captured everyone's attention. I heard that the fleet sent to rescue Sakura recently ran into Longxia's 7th-generation fighter. IP Monkey. That 7th-gen fighter is even more absurd than the mechs in the video. Apparently, it can perform acute-angle maneuvers. IP Freedom Nation. And there are even laser barriers in Longxia's waters. No idea if that's real or not. IP Iron Tower. Some domestic netizens who had hopped over the firewall to read this comment were left completely dumbfounded. After a long moment of stunned silence, they frantically took screenshots, terrified the other side would delete the post. Before long, this matter once again triggered an enormous uproar within the country. Wait, 7th-generation fighter. The 6th gen hasn't even warmed up yet, and we just jumped straight to the 7th. Is Mom's fighter iteration speed going to be as fast as smartphone updates from now on? I knew it. Mom definitely has more good stuff she's hiding from us. She's buried it so deep. That's it. The moment I heard acute angle maneuvers, I knew the Strategic Deception Bureau's entire year of work just went down the drain. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others worry. Although Longxia's netizens were absolutely thrilled by this massive display over in Freedom Nation, all hell had broken loose. Mainly because they never imagined Longxia was still hiding something this powerful. Fuck, are your intelligence departments full of shit? Longxia possesses weapons of this caliber. Why the hell didn't we know about this before? The Grand Leader bellowed in rage, having already smashed nearly everything in the office to pieces. A host of Freedom Nation generals stood inside the office. Facing the Grand Leader's fury, they were momentarily at a loss for words. Crash. A glass cup shattered at their feet. The Grand Leader continued to roar. No matter what methods you have to use, you must get me the data on Longxia's core weapons, and figure out exactly what else they're hiding. Otherwise, you useless sacks of garbage need not bother meeting me. Go meet God instead. The scene cut back to Falu Village. Su Jinyao and the others stared at their phone screens, utterly dumbstruck. Riaiza was the first to recover, speaking up hesitantly. Lu Zheng. These wouldn't happen to all be the rewards you've turned over to the country, would they? Lu Zheng nodded, and the young women present were instantly overcome with even greater shock. Watching their reaction, Lu Zheng said calmly, "These are nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. Recently, with the incident in Sakura, the international situation has been far from peaceful. Longxiao's move is simply meant to keep certain countries in line. After hearing Lu Zheng's explanation, Xia Tianyu and the others instantly turned into starry-eyed admirers. Gradually evening descended and the sky darkened. Su Jinyao clapped her hands and called out cheerfully, "Story time has begun. Lu Zheng, it's time you told us about the past. We've been looking forward to this all day." The moment those words left her lips, the tent fell into sudden silence. Every girl's gaze snapped toward Lu Zheng in unison. Each one of them wore an expression like this. That's right. We absolutely cannot wait any longer. Lu Zheng, did you ever chase after other girls in your previous life? Were you married in your past life? Have you gone to find your wife in this one? And what were all those disasters of the future like? The girls began speaking over one another in eager excitement, and the tent instantly buzzed with lively chatter. Gazing at the chattering group of girls before him, Lu Zheng could only offer a helpless smile. Very well, since you all wish to hear it, then I shall tell you everything. After the tale was told, Lu Zheng activated his holy hands of massage specialization. He gave massages to all the girls. After all this concerned the grand matter of future rewards. Seeing this, my dear readers, you must be feeling quite perplexed. Why has everything disappeared? That's right. It is exactly what you are imagining. He has plundered this place clean of every last detail. I truly am at my wit's end. Fortunately, those scenes do not affect the main storyline of the novel. Therefore, the sweet romance as well as the majestic national storyline shall remain intact. Alright, I shall say no more, my brothers. Every additional word would only bring tears. Do continue reading onward. Lu Zheng is about to set his sights on a new girl to conquer. This one is entirely different from all those before. It was not until the following day, when the sun hung high in the sky, that everyone gradually awoke one after another. The moment the group descended the mountain with Lu Zheng, they spotted Lu Ruoxi at the village office. Lu Ruoxi wore an expression that saw through everything, yet chose to remain silent. She spoke with profound implication. Lu Zheng, how was it? These past 2 days of relaxation treated you quite well, didn't they? Lu Ruoxi smiled and handed the tablet to Lu Zheng. The new mission target has already been selected. Prepare yourselves, we depart shortly. Lu Zheng took the tablet, and the other girls gathered around with curiosity. Their heads pressed close together, their gaze fixed upon the tablet's screen. The moment they saw the photograph of the girl displayed upon it, no one could restrain an exclamation of astonishment. The girl in the photograph possessed an air of pure innocence. Even without doing anything at all, she exuded a heart-tugging, bewitching charm. Lu Zheng, do your best. We shall stand behind you and give it our all as well. The girls voiced their encouragement in perfect unison, and the sentiment filled Lu Zheng with a profound sense of comfort. Immediately thereafter, the system presented the girl's personal profile before Lu Zheng's eyes. Name Yunji. Age 21. Height, weight 174, 55. Personality gentle and introverted, considerate of others. Appearance score 98. Personality score 98. Number of romantic relationships 0. Comprehensive rating 99. Remarks: senior at Linjiang Normal University, majoring in Chinese literature. Has already secured a recommendation for graduate studies. No harmful habits, no hereditary family medical history. This time, even Lu Zheng himself was dumbfounded. The highest score he had previously conquered was Gu Shiqing's 98. Yet this time, Yunji's comprehensive rating had actually reached 99. Lu Zheng could not help but remark that the quality of candidates the nation was discovering grew ever more impressive. The scene shifted and Lu Zheng was already seated in a dedicated vehicle with Lu Ruoxi. However, they were not headed toward the city. Instead, they drove along the rural roads of Fulu village, heading deep into the mountains. The mission location this time isn't far. It's at Fengshuo village, roughly 7 or 8 kilometers from Fulu village. Hearing Lu Ruoxi speak thus, Lu Zheng could not help but inquire. Yunji is attending university, isn't she? It doesn't appear to be holiday season. Why is she at home? Lu Ruoxi explained. Just this morning her mother feigned illness to lure her back from school. The purpose is to marry her off to some local wealthy landlord in town, so they can claim the bride price for her brother's wedding. Lu Zheng nodded, thoughtfully lost in contemplation. He sensed that this conquest mission appeared far more intricate than he had imagined. Lu Ruoxi caught his look and said calmly, "Don't worry. Precisely because of this, the mission shall be simpler to execute. In any case, I have devised a plan. Simply follow my lead, and all shall be well." Meanwhile, in Harvest Village, the living room of Yunji's home was piled with over a dozen large red gift boxes. She stared at the boxes with a blank expression. "Mom, who sent all of these? And didn't you say you were seriously ill? How come now you?" Yunji noticed her mother looked perfectly well, not at all like someone who had been sick. Wu Ying paid no heed to her daughter's question. Instead, she carried over a plate of freshly cut fruit and set it down in front of her son Yun Yaozu. She had even thoughtfully placed 2 toothpicks into the fruit. Yun Yaozu lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed. Beside him sat a heavily made-up woman. It was his girlfriend Lu Manxua. "Yaozu, look at how exquisitely that gift box is wrapped. Whatever could be inside?" It's probably jewelry. Open it up quickly, I'm dying of curiosity. Lu Manxue clung tightly to Yun Yaozu as she spoke. This utterly delighted him. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the box and tore it open. Inside, he found only a few packets of goji berries and tonics. TCH, what garbage. I thought it was something valuable. He hurled the box onto the floor and snatched up another to rip open. Wu Ying pushed the fruit plate closer to him. Only then did she straighten up and glance at Yunji. These were all sent by Boss Wang. They look like a lot, but it's really nothing. Just betrothal gifts, that's all. Tomorrow at the wedding the bride price will be even greater. Yunji felt her heart sink. Her legs weakened instinctively and her voice trembled. Mom, what betrothal gifts are you talking about? And who is this Boss Wang? Who is he planning to marry? Wu Ying grew irritated by the questions and answered with exasperation. Who else could he possibly marry? Obviously he's marrying you. What did you think he'd marry an old woman like me? Yun Yaozu, fruit still in his mouth, burst into laughter. Mom, that's not quite right what you're saying. If you put more effort into taking care of yourself, Boss Wang's father might just take a fancy to you. Then we'd get even more bride price. Ha. Wu Ying didn't scold her son for such disrespectful words. In fact, she even offered an awkward laugh. In that instant, a bone-chilling cold surged from the soles of Yunji's feet straight to the crown of her head. She stared at her mother in disbelief, her eyes brimming with disappointment. I understand now. You were never sick at all, were you? You faked your illness just to trick me into coming home. And the reason you tricked me back was to marry me off to this so-called Boss Wang. Isn't that right? Yunji couldn't tell whether she was heartbroken or simply panicking. She felt her legs threatening to give way beneath her, her words tumbling out in broken fragments. Mama, I just got my graduate school recommendation. My life is only just beginning. And I don't even know this Boss Wang. Before she could finish, a heavy cough suddenly echoed from the corner of the living room. Yun Dalai had been sitting in his chair drinking tea the entire time. Hearing Yunji's words, Yun Dalai slammed his teacup onto the table. Thud. How dare you speak to your mother that way? We put you through all those years of schooling. Did it all go straight to a dog's belly? Yun Dalai's expression was severe, his eyes fixed menacingly on Yunji. Let me tell you something. Boss Wang owns the coal mine in town, rich and powerful. Marrying him is a blessing for you. So many girls would jump at the chance and still couldn't get it. Don't be so ungrateful. Yunji's eyes reddened with urgency. She had never once defied her parents' wishes throughout her entire life. She had always been the obedient, well-behaved child everyone praised. But at this moment, Yunji truly had no idea what she should do. Silly girl, so what if you don't know Boss Wang? Wu Ying approached with feigned affection. Back in my day, I didn't know your father either, and we still got married just fine thanks to a matchmaker's arrangement, didn't we? Look at us now. We're doing perfectly well, aren't we? So just dress up nicely tomorrow and go straight through with the wedding. Yunji seized her mother's wrist, her voice nearly pleading. Mom, I'm begging you. I don't want to get married. I've already been recommended for graduate school. I'll make something of myself. Bang. Yun Dalai slammed his hand hard against the table. He even hurled his teacup to the ground where it shattered at Yunji's feet. Damn it, I can see you've grown some wings now. Daring to disobey us, are you? I'm going to beat some sense into you today, you ungrateful wretch, and we'll see if you still dare talk back. Cursing as he went, he swung his palm toward Yunji's face. Wu Ying rushed forward to hold him back. Don't be reckless. Don't lay a hand on her. The wedding is tomorrow. If you mess her up, what if Boss Wang gets upset? If the bride price falls through, what'll happen to our son's marriage? Yun Yaozu and Lu Manxue simply remained seated on the sofa. They watched the spectacle as though it were mere entertainment. Mom, I don't care. If I can't get money to marry, I might as well just die. Hearing her son's words, Wu Ying panicked instantly. She turned quickly to Yunji. Daughter, are you trying to drive your father and me to our deaths? We fed you and clothed you, and now that you've grown up and spread your wings, you don't care whether we live or die, is that it? What's the point of a girl studying so much? In the end, doesn't she just have to marry anyway? Boss Wang's conditions are so good. If his previous wife hadn't died, do you think it would even be your turn? Just as the household descended into utter chaos, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Yunji's sobbing was utterly maddening, and Yun Dalai was already in a foul mood. Hearing someone knock at the door only made his irritation flare even hotter. Who is it? Knocking so frantically in broad daylight. It's as if you're chasing someone to their death. From beyond the door came Lu Zheng's voice. I'm from the village clinic. I'm here to give the villagers door-to-door health checkups. Yun Dalai's face instantly grew even darker. Get lost. We don't need it. Lu Zheng continued at an unhurried pace. This checkup is completely free. If you went to the hospital for it, a single visit would cost several hundred yuan. The moment Wu Ying heard the word free, her eyes lit up in an instant. Such a bargain not to be missed. She'd be a fool to pass it up. She ordered Yunji to go back to her room at once and stop making a scene. When Wu Ying opened the door, she discovered that standing outside alongside Lu Zheng was none other than the village chief of Fengshou village. The instant Yun Dalei caught sight of the village chief, he scurried over with his tail between his legs. "Oh chief, what brings you here? Quickly come inside and have a seat." The village chief waved his hand and spoke with an air of pompous authority. "The higher-ups have arranged a health census for the entire village. Xiao Lu is new to the clinic and doesn't know everyone yet, so I came along to show him the way." Yun Dalei nodded and bowed obsequiously, the words flowing from his mouth without pause. "It should be done. It should be done." He turned and shot Wu Ying a fierce glare. "What are you standing around for? Sweep up the glass shards on the floor now, and pour some tea for the village chief and Dr. Lu. You have no sense at all." It was called a health checkup, but in truth Lu Zheng merely fiddled about with a blood pressure monitor. After glancing around the room, he found no trace of Yunji. When Lu Zheng finished examining Yun Yaozu, he assumed a tone of grave profundity and declared, "This young man's condition isn't looking good. There's a hint of kidney deficiency." The moment those words left his lips, Wu Ying's smile froze stiffly upon her face. She wasn't entirely certain what kidney deficiency entailed, but she vaguely sensed the affliction seemed to have something to do with continuing the family line. "What shall we do, doctor? Yaozu is the only son in our family. He hasn't even married yet." Lu Zheng replied coolly, "Drink more goji berries to nourish yourself." Yun Yaozu immediately piped up at the top of his lungs. "Mom, there's a box of goji berries in the gift basket Boss Wang just sent over. Go fish it out for me right now. I want to brew some with water later." From her corner of the sofa, Lu Manchue's gaze remained fixed upon Lu Zheng all the while. From the very moment Lu Zheng had stepped through the door, she had been studying him intently. She found him handsome, noted the firm muscles beneath his clothes. At a glance he radiated strength. How utterly unlike Yun Yaozu, whose belly was nothing but a roll of greasy fat. The sight of him was enough to make her stomach turn. The more Lu Manchua looked, the more her heart stirred. "Old Yun, if I recall correctly, hasn't your little Xi come back home? Why not have Xiao Lu take a look at her too?" Wu Ying's face immediately took on a most troubled expression. "That won't be necessary, chief. Xiao Ji is in perfectly fine health. No need to trouble Dr. Lu." The village chief furrowed his brow. "That won't do. I might overlook the others, but Xiao Ji's household registration is registered right here in our village. This roster has to be submitted to the higher-ups. Not a single person can be missing." Yun Dalei dared not offend the village chief and hurriedly replied, Yes, of course we'll cooperate fully." He then walked to the bedroom door and raised his hand to slam against the wooden panel several times. "Yunji, open the door. Don't hold up the doctor from his work." A few seconds of silence passed within the room, followed by the distinct sound of a lock turning. The bedroom door cracked open a sliver with Yun Ji standing behind it, her head bowed low. The village chief tilted his chin toward Lu Zheng, then turned away to make small talk with Yun Dalei. Lu Zheng walked in directly, blood pressure monitor in hand. He found Yun Ji slumped over the desk. He settled into the seat beside her, idly adjusting the cuff of the blood pressure monitor. "What kind of grievance has befallen you? You've been crying so bitterly." Lu Zheng's voice was exceedingly gentle. Yet Yun Ji said not a word. Only the trembling of her shoulders grew more violent. After carefully wrapping the cuff around Yun Ji's arm, Lu Zheng extended his left hand toward her. "Tell me, what do you see in my hand?" Yun Ji lifted her tear-stained face between sobs and gazed at Lu Zheng's palm, which was utterly empty. Her voice still carried the thick nasal twang of recent tears. "And nothing at all." Lu Zheng smiled softly and said gently, "Take a closer look. Don't blink." His wrist turned with the lightest motion. When his palm opened once more, a lollipop had materialized in its center. It was meant for coaxing the little rascals around the village. But now it seems someone here needs coaxing far more than those children do. So saying, Lu Zheng placed the lollipop before Yunji. Yunji noticed it was her very favorite flavor, strawberry. Through tear-glazed eyes, she stole a glance at Lu Zheng, then swiftly averted her gaze. Tears spilled down her cheeks like water from a broken dam beyond all control. Seeing Yunji in such a state, Lu Zheng's heart ached unbearably. But on this mission, Lu Ruashi had only instructed him to make simple contact with Yunji, nothing more. Lu Zheng had no choice but to step out of the room once the blood pressure reading was complete. Yet before taking his leave, he noticed that the progress bar hovering above Yunji's head had shifted. Favorability increased by 5. Current favorability 5. Lu Zheng was momentarily stunned. According to the original plan, this visit was only meant to get acquainted with Yunji. He never expected to actually gain a measure of her favor. Afterwards, Lu Zheng and the village chief returned to the clinic. Lu Ruashi had long been seated in a chair, awaiting their arrival. The village chief, upon catching sight of Lu Ruashi, hastened to speak with the utmost deference. "I've done everything as you instructed and successfully met with Yunji. Should there be anything else you require, you may come directly to me." Lu Ruashi gave a nod. "Very well. Thank you for your trouble, chief. Additionally, I must ask you not to mention today's events to anyone." The village chief's countenance instantly turned solemn. "Rest assured, the organization can count on me. My lips are sealed tighter than steel. Even under the harshest of interrogations, I shall say nothing." Once the village chief departed, the clinic was left with only Lu Zheng and Lu Ruashi. Lu Zheng could not help but ask, Major Lu, we both know that Yun Dalai and his wife intend to sell Yunji off to Boss Wang. Why don't we simply snatch Yunji away from them right now? Lu Ruashi regarded Lu Zheng with a touch of helplessness. After all this time you've spent running strategies with me, not a single shred of romantic acumen has rubbed off on you. Yunji may be pitiable now, but she hasn't yet been driven into a corner with no way out. If you rescue her now, you'll have to exert tremendous effort afterward to build trust and cultivate affection. But wait until her wedding day when she's utterly cornered and without a lifeline. Then save her. The impact compared to rescuing her now would be worlds apart. Realization dawned upon Lu Zheng in an instant. He could not help but marvel inwardly. Lu Ruashi truly deserved her title as the strategist the state had handpicked for him. She possessed an extraordinary grasp of such matters. Lu Ruashi continued, of course one must gauge the measure precisely. If during this period we discover she is about to face violence or anything of the sort, we shall launch our operation ahead of schedule. No sooner had her words fallen than the voice of another soldier crackled through her earpiece. Major Lu Manchue is heading toward the clinic alone. Upon hearing this, the corner of Lu Ruashi's mouth curved into a smile laden with meaning. She turned to look at Lu Zheng. It seems that before the mission officially commences you'll need to deal with a certain complication first. Lu Zheng was somewhat puzzled. What complication? Lu Ruashi tilted her chin toward the doorway, her expression teasing. Someone's taken a fancy to you, and she's delivered herself right to your door. With those words, Lu Ruashi turned and disappeared into the inner room. Almost at that very instant, the clinic door swung open as Lu Manchue pushed her way in. Lu Manchue walked in with an exceedingly bewitching and alluring demeanor. Dr. Lu, could you give me a checkup too? Her coquettish voice was soft and sweet. Any other man would have felt his bones turn to jelly hearing such words. Lu Zheng, however, rejected her with an impassive expression. I'm afraid not. You aren't from Fengshuo village, so you aren't on the list for this examination. Lu Manchue walked straight to the counter. Dr. Lu, don't doctors always uphold benevolence and compassion? Besides, it wouldn't be any trouble for you. Just examine me a little. Lu Manchue was practically dying to enchant Lu Zheng's very soul away. At the same moment, a system panel popped up before Lu Zheng's eyes. Name Lu Manchue. Age 19. Height weight 165 to 45. Personality capricious, jealous, petty. Appearance score 90. Personality score 20. Romantic experience 6. Overall rating 45. Remarks inclined toward excessive spending, drowning in debt, covered in tattoos, excellent alcohol tolerance, has acknowledged numerous sworn brothers. Having seen too many so-called goddesses, Lu Zheng found this attribute display truly blinding to the eyes. Get lost. Don't get in the way of my work. Lu Zheng dropped all pretense and cursed outright. He thought this would drive Lu Manchue away. Little did he expect her to press her advantage instead. Dr. Lu, what are you pretending for? It's just the two of us here, no surveillance cameras. You don't need to be so uptight. What are you afraid of? Lu Zheng wondered if Lu Manchue had lost her mind entirely. What utterly brazen words. Before he could continue to drive her away, Lu Manchue actually seized his wrist. Dr. Lu, I've been feeling something wrong with my heart lately. It's been beating terribly fast. Please check whether something's really wrong with me. Lu Zheng dropped all pretense this time and flung her off directly. The force was so great that Lu Manchue crashed to the floor. Ouch. Have some shame. Aren't you Yun Yaozu's girlfriend? Stop manhandling me. Lu Manchue showed no anger at being thrown aside. Yun Yaozu? He's nothing but rolls of greasy fat. How could he ever compare to you, brother? There's no real affection between him and me. I'm only after his family's money. Once that money-losing sister of his gets married off and the bride price is in hand, it'll all be mine. Lu Manchue rose to her feet once more and said, But Dr. Lu, you're so handsome. For your sake, I might just consider giving him up. Don't worry, I certainly know my way around. Are you sure you don't want to try? Lu Zheng felt this woman was like a stubborn plaster stuck to his skin, one he simply couldn't shake off. Just as he was about to throw a punch at the woman, a cool, aloof female voice suddenly rang out from beside them. Darling, who is this person? Lu Zheng and Lu Manchue both turned their heads, their gazes landing simultaneously upon Lu Ruashi. Lu Manchue took note that this woman was wearing a white t-shirt on top and a pair of black joggers below. Her attire was crisp and neat, her bearing unlike that of an ordinary woman. Lu Ruashi stood a full half-head taller than Lu Manchue. Seeing this, Lu Manchue's eyes filled with hostility. Who are you? I'm talking to Dr. Lu. What's it got to do with you? Lu Ruashi paid her no heed whatsoever, walking straight to Lu Zheng's side. She naturally looped her arm through Lu Zheng's, a hint of coquettishness threading her tone. Darling, the village chief said earlier that he'd be coming by in a while. This person isn't going to keep pestering us, is she? Lu Zheng's inner thoughts at this moment. Upon hearing that the village chief was coming, the color instantly drained from Lu Manchue's face. Having failed to ensnare Lu Zheng, she could not afford to lose Yun Yaozu, her personal money tree. She shot Lu Ruashi a venomous glare. With a sharp huff, she clicked her high heels and stormed off in a fury. Only after Lu Manchua had walked far away did Lu Ruashi finally release Lu Zheng's arm. Just as Lu Zheng was about to speak, Lu Ruashi said, "That was merely a small interlude just now. There's no need to dwell on it. We can't let someone like that disrupt our plans. I just received word that Yunji has gone to the riverbank now. It saves us the trouble of finding an opportunity for you to meet her alone. Go find her now and proceed exactly according to plan." Lu Zheng nodded, his gaze involuntarily lingering on Lu Ruashi. When Lu Ruashi had embraced him earlier, the feeling had indeed been quite unlike anything else. Looking at her now, it seemed to be genuine. But this was no time for such thoughts. Lu Zheng quickly gathered his wandering thoughts and strode briskly toward the riverbank. Lu Ruashi gazed at Lu Zheng's retreating figure. Without realizing it, she had stood there in a daze for a very long time. She hastily shook her head and spoke through the earpiece. "Lu Zheng is on his way. Everyone hold your positions." Yunji crouched by the riverbank, a bundle of clothes clutched tightly in her hands as she scrubbed them rhythmically. The basin beside her overflowed with garments, every last one belonging to her parents and younger brother. Tears streamed down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string, pattering one after another into the river below. Yunji had always been obedient and understanding since childhood, yet in this moment a desperate thought took root within her, the urge to run away from home. But the memory of her parents threatening to take their own lives made her heart ache unbearably. If she truly left, they would surely make another attempt at self-harm. Wouldn't that make her unbearably selfish? Yunji's mind spun in chaos. Suddenly she recalled articles she had once seen online about how toxic family dynamics could emotionally manipulate a person. The words her parents spoke, the ones designed to drain her spirit, the suffocating weight of their moral coercion. She had always believed herself strong enough to endure such things. Yet when all of it crashed down upon her in reality, she finally grasped just how helpless she truly was. As her thoughts continued to spiral, a stray cat suddenly darted out from the grass beside her. Yunji startled violently, her foot slipping on empty ground, and she tumbled into the river. Almost at that very instant, Lu Zheng arrived at the riverbank. The moment he witnessed the scene, Lu Zheng rushed forward without a second thought to save her. Yunji thrashed desperately in the water, for those who fall into rivers instinctively clutch at anything within reach. Yunji gripped Lu Zheng with all her strength. Lu Zheng wasted no time in thought, hauling and tugging her toward the shore. Just as the two of them scrambled onto dry land, Lu Ruashi's voice crackled through the earpiece. "This cat wasn't part of our arrangement, but fate works in mysterious ways. It'll be quite useful for what comes next. Drape a jacket over her shortly. Everything else proceeds according to the original plan." Yunji's eyes were swollen and crimson from weeping, her hair plastered across her face. She looked as though she might shatter at the slightest touch. "Thank you." Lu Zheng crouched down, his voice tender as he spoke. "So it was you. When I was at your home earlier, I could tell you were deeply distressed." Yunji said nothing, her quiet sobs the only response. Watching her in such a state, Lu Zheng could not help but sigh inwardly. "Don't be too sad. Everything will get better." Yunji shook her head. "It won't get better. It never will again." Lu Zheng placed his hand gently upon her shoulder. The touch made her body tremble instinctively. "Things haven't reached their final conclusion yet. There is still room for change. Even if you are about to be married off to some old man you dislike, one whom you have never even met." Upon hearing those words, Yunji suddenly lifted her head to look at Lu Zheng. She was astonished. How could he possibly know about her situation? But then she reasoned it through. Lu Zheng had come with the village chief earlier. The village chief must have long known about her arranged marriage to Boss Wang and had informed Lu Zheng. "You will absolutely not marry that Boss Wang. I promise you that." Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Yunji froze where she stood. Never in her wildest imagination had she expected him to say something like this. A thought flickered through her mind. Could Lu Zheng be planning to plead with her parents on her behalf? The moment that notion surfaced, she crushed it herself. She knew Lu Zheng was merely a doctor at the local clinic, a man of no influence or authority. How could someone like him possibly sway her resolute parents? Just as her heart fluttered with uncertainty, a sharp shout rang out from behind her. "Yunji, I told you to come back and wash the clothes. Why have you been dawdling for so long? Have you dropped dead out here, or what?" Wu Ying stormed forward with hands on her hips, the very image of a village shrew. Seeing her daughter soaked through, draped in a man's jacket, Wu Ying's fury ignited instantly. "You wretched girl! What kind of disgraceful nonsense are you up to out here?" Yunji hung her head, too afraid to look up. Just as she was about to explain, Lu Zheng spoke first. She was startled by a cat and accidentally fell into the river. "I happened to pass by and pulled her out. The jacket is mine." Wu Ying scrutinized Lu Zheng, her gaze still harboring obvious suspicion. But she said nothing further, merely casting Yunji a withering glare. "Get back here with me right now. Can't even wash a few clothes properly. Stop making a spectacle of yourself." As Yunji departed, Lu Zheng's words continued to echo through her mind. Yet what could she do? Lu Zheng was only an ordinary doctor. He was in no position to help her. That night Yunji lay in her bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She had cried herself dry of tears and could only scroll through her phone to distract herself. The moment she unlocked her phone, a barrage of news headlines flooded the screen. Longxia officially announces new strategic weapon. The Blue Star is about to change. Explosive. Details of Longxia's new weapon revealed. Performance shatters all expectations. Longxia diplomat delivers bold response. Truth lies only within the range of our missiles. Yunji tapped open the top trending video. On the screen, the spokesperson for Longxia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs stood at the podium. Clad in a crisp Zhongshan suit with sword-like brows and penetrating eyes, he commanded the room without ever needing to raise his voice. Below, a foreign journalist with golden hair and emerald eyes rose to ask the first question. May I ask what the purpose is behind Longxia publicly unveiling this new weapon at this particular time? Is this meant to intimidate or threaten certain countries? The spokesperson stood tall and resolute as a pine, replying in earnest, Longxia's actions constitute standard national defense development. There is no special purpose whatsoever, and it is not directed at any country or any incident. No sooner had his words fallen than another journalist rose to his feet. According to reports, Longxia has been constructing massive underground facilities across numerous regions over the past 2 weeks. May I ask whether this is connected to a large-scale military defense system? The spokesperson responded with the same composure. Over the years, Longxia has remained dedicated to improving the livelihood of its people. The starting point for every construction project is the well-being of the citizens. These are merely basic public infrastructure projects. No need for excessive interpretation. Media outlets from every nation scrambled to record every word, terrified of missing the slightest detail. Immediately afterward, a third journalist rose, his question even more pointed. There are rumors that 7th-generation aircraft and laser defense barriers have appeared in Longxia's waters. May I ask whether these rumors are true? Is Longxia secretly developing unconventional weaponry? At these words, the hall fell even quieter. Every gaze and every camera lens fixed intently upon the spokesperson. The spokesperson's eyes swept across the entire assembly, his expression shifting to one of solemn gravity. Your attention ought not to be focused on these unverified rumors. Rather, you should reflect upon why so many international vessels have been repeatedly and brazenly trespassing into Longxia's territorial waters. Let me reiterate once more. Longxia's sovereign territory shall never be yielded, not 1 inch. The moment those words were spoken, related videos had already spread across the overseas internet, causing an enormous uproar. Longxia is clearly just flexing its muscles. What's there to pretend about? IP pickle. Sakura just had an incident, and now Longxia officially announces a new weapon. Could they be planning to establish a province in Sakura? IP failed art student. I think it's better not to provoke Longxia, but some countries simply fail to grasp such a simple truth. IP bear. The thing I really can't figure out is why do Longxia's weapons look even more advanced than ours? IP land of the free. While the overseas internet was buzzing, the comment sections of major domestic media platforms were equally lively. I always feel like our motherland has been holding back some big move. Those diplomats were just brushing off the reporters. We truly do not target any country. We merely wish to say that everyone present here is trash. Don't get too cocky upstairs. We both know perfectly well that those are just cardboard mech models, and the lasers were added in post-production. Doghead emoji. Understood, all models, all special effects. Still dare to try next time, triple doghead emoji. But I really know about this underground city thing. The construction has been going on for over half a month, and that thing doesn't look like a subway no matter how you look at it. These pieces of news made people's blood boil with excitement. In the past, Yunji would certainly have gone to various comment sections to feast on the drama. She might have even shared her own thoughts, but now she had no mood for any of it. She simply turned off her phone and buried herself under the blankets once more. She was in so much pain. She truly did not want to marry that boss Wang. The mere thought of spending the rest of her life with such a greasy, vulgar old man made Yunji feel a chill run through her entire body. Her breathing even became difficult. Maybe I should just run away. Escape to a place where no one knows me. The moment this thought arose, Yunji recalled the words her mother had spoken to her. We raised you for all these years. Surely you won't be an ungrateful wretch. The bride prize from the Wang family can help your younger brother find a wife and make our family's life a little easier. Do you want your father and me to work ourselves to death just to earn money? Would that make you happy? There's no use in a girl studying so much. In the end, won't she still just have to marry and bear children? These words were like needles, densely and painfully piercing Yunji's heart. She covered her mouth, afraid to make a single sound, as tears burst forth like a broken dam. Time swiftly moved to the following morning. The most luxurious Dingxing hotel in Kungfu Town was already bustling with noise and excitement. Guests gathered in small clusters of 2s and 3s, the scene exceptionally lively. A middle-aged man stood right in the center of the hotel. He was dressed in a suit, his beer belly straining the fabric to the point of splitting it apart. He wore a golden tie with a thick gold chain draped around his neck. The man held a cigarette in one hand and a wine glass in the other. The folds of fat on his face pressed together, and when he smiled it seemed as though 2 drops of oil might squeeze out. He was the owner of the black Bentley with the plate number 88888 parked outside the hotel entrance. The local tycoon of Kung Fu Town, Wang Jinping. The guests surrounded Wang Jinping. Each one wore a fawning smile, their mouths filled with flattery and adulation. Boss Wang, congratulations, congratulations. Wishing you a blissful marriage and many children soon. I heard the bride is a female college student. Boss Wang, you're truly blessed. In no time she'll bear you 10 or 8 chubby little boys and you'll enjoy even greater fortune. Wang Jinping's heart blossomed with joy, his beer-bellied frame unable to contain his delight. Meanwhile, in the hotel's makeup room, Yunji sat before the mirror dressed in a wedding gown. The hem was designed in a mermaid silhouette. The freshly applied makeup immediately smudged, streaking dark and grim across her face. Miss Yun, if you keep crying like this, there's no way I can do your makeup, the makeup artist said with some difficulty. Bang! Wu Ying pushed the door open and walked in, unleashing a torrent of abuse the moment she saw Yunji. You wretched little jinx, why are you crying? Today is a day of great celebration, yet anyone would think you're heading to a funeral. Scolded thus by Wu Ying, Yunji only cried harder. Wu Ying suddenly crouched down, her tone turning remarkably gentle. Dear daughter, my good daughter, don't blame your mother for scolding you. She took Yunji's hand, forcing a pained expression onto her face. Your dad and I only have you as our daughter. We raised you for all these years. You should be grateful to us, shouldn't you? Once you marry Boss Wang, you'll live a life of luxury and comfort from then on. And once we receive the bride price, we can find a wife for your younger brother, and our whole family can live together in harmony as before. A person cannot be too selfish, do you understand? Yunji's emotions were now in complete disarray. For a fleeting moment, she even doubted herself. Was she truly being unreasonable? Was she truly an ungrateful wretch who failed to appreciate her parents? She suddenly recalled what Lu Zheng had said to her yesterday afternoon by the river. You will definitely not marry that Boss Wang, I promise. At that time, Yunji had naively believed that Lu Zheng truly had a way to save her. Now thinking it over carefully, he had probably just offered a casual word of comfort. Only she had been foolish enough to take it seriously. The wedding banquet began. After completing the preceding formalities, the MC began to speak with great emotion and eloquence. Now please welcome the bride's entrance. The grand doors on one side of the hall slowly opened. Yunji walked forward step by step in her wedding gown. The hem swayed with each of her steps as if lotus blossoms bloomed beneath her feet. Especially that veil. It draped her face in a delicate, half-concealed mist. The gazes of every guest in the hall were instantly drawn to Yunji. Even those who had come merely for a free meal and cared nothing about the wedding could not help but look up. The grand hall fell silent for a few seconds. Immediately a cacophony of comments erupted from all directions. Damn, this is the bride. No wonder Boss Wang splurged so much on the bride price. It's totally worth it. This is the village girl you all mentioned. She's clearly a fairy descended to earth. Now I finally understand that saying. To die beneath peonies makes one a willing ghost of romance. Wang Jinping, on the stage witnessing this scene, stared in utter fixation. He had seen his fair share of beauties. But a treasure like Yunji, it was his first time. He kept swallowing hard. Wang Jinping wished he could skip every remaining formality right now. Simply carry Yunji straight into the bridal chamber. The MC cleared his throat and began reciting the familiar lines. Mr. Wang Jinping, do you take Miss Yunji to be your wife? In poverty, or in wealth and sickness, or in health, will you remain faithful to her for a lifetime, never depart? Wang Jinping stared at Yunji, his grin stretching nearly to the backs of his ears. He practically bellowed at the top of his lungs, I do. That shout thoroughly exhilarated him. He swore that tonight he would make Yunji cry out just as passionately. But when the MC turned the question to Yunji, she fell silent. At that moment, Yunji felt as if the entire world had gone quiet. So quiet that she could even hear her own heartbeat. She closed her eyes in despair, already prepared to accept her fate. Just as she was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from the other end of the wedding hall. She is not willing. The hotel's front door was suddenly kicked open with a vicious stomp. Everyone froze in an instant. They turned their heads in unison, gaze fixed upon the entrance. There stood a young man in a crisp white shirt. Who the hell is that kid? Has he got the nerve to trash Boss Wang's party? Don't recognize him. Looks like a stranger. Could he be a relative of the bride's family? I doubt it. Maybe he's some old flame of the girl here to crash the wedding. Holy shit, that's one massive pair of balls. Doesn't he know where he is? Doesn't he know who Wang Jinping is? Wang Jinping's expression darkened instantly. He narrowed his eyes, fixing them upon Lu Zheng. Down below the stage, Yun Dalai nearly soiled himself in terror. Afraid of offending his powerful future son-in-law, he hurriedly explained, Jinping, he's just a new doctor at our village clinic. Don't worry, I'll get rid of him right away. Yun Dalai jabbed a finger at Lu Zheng and cursed, "You broke little doctor. Getting too big for your britches, aren't you? This is Boss Wang's wedding banquet. Who the hell do you think you are causing trouble here? Get the hell out of here. Learn to know your place." Lu Zheng didn't spare him so much as a glance. Instead, beneath the gaze of every soul present, he strode straight toward Yunji. Yunji was utterly stunned to see Lu Zheng appear here. She never could have imagined that Lu Zheng would show up in such a fashion. "I told you I would never let you marry Boss Wang. Now I've made good on my word." In that moment, a tempest of emotions churned within Yunji's heart. It was as though she had been trapped for an eternity within a pitch-black chamber, and Lu Zheng was the sudden sliver of light piercing through the darkness. Wang Jinping's gaze turned venomous, a cold sneer curling his lips. "Heh, now I understand. You little punk, your wedding crashing me, Wang Jinping. You think I..." Before Wang Jinping could finish, Lu Zheng suddenly lifted his gaze to meet his. Wang Jinping's words caught dead in his throat, his entire body stiffening involuntarily. Lu Zheng looked to be barely past 20, yet there burned within his eyes a piercing, ageless ferocity, a killing intent that belied his youth. Though Wang Jinping had weathered countless storms, in that instant fear clawed at him instinctively. But he was no fool to be rattled easily. After only a brief pause, he gathered himself once more. "You little bastard, how dare you glare at me? Today I'll break you in half, or my surname isn't Wang." Lu Zheng's gaze turned glacial. Without a word, he lashed out with a devastating counterpunch. The blow landed squarely upon Wang Jinping's face. Crack! The sickening crunch of splintering bone rang out. Wang Jinping's nasal bridge had been shattered on the spot. Empowered by his diamond dual kidneys, Lu Zheng's strength was terrifyingly inhuman. The sheer force sent Wang Jinping's entire body hurtling backward through the air. Every soul in the banquet hall was struck dumb. Eyes bulging nearly out of their sockets, they stood rooted to the spot in utter disbelief. That kid must be insane. He actually hit Boss Wang. Does he have a death wish? Does he even know who Wang Jinping is? And he dares to strike him? Youngsters these days just don't know the ways of the world. Thinks he's the star of some romance drama coming here to crash a wedding. Having knocked Wang Jinping flat, Lu Zheng seized Yunji by the wrist and strode toward the exit. But barely 2 steps later, a man stepped into his path. "Hold it right there. You're beating people bloody in broad daylight. Did you think the Kangfuzhen police station was just for show?" The man was powerfully built, a menacing, murderous aura radiating from his brows. "I am the very head of the Kangfuzhen police station, Li Shua. You're coming with me today, no two ways about it." At the sight of Li Shua stepping in, the crowd silently condoled Lu Zheng. They knew he was finished. Throughout all of Kangfuzhen, who didn't know how close Wang Jinping and Li Shua were? The moment Lu Zheng had dared to strike Wang Jinping, never mind what vengeance Wang Jinping would wreak upon him, Li Shua alone would never let him off easy. "If you value your career, I'd strongly suggest you step aside," Lu Zheng said coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Shua burst out laughing. "Kid, forget being a doctor. You should be doing stand-up comedy. God, you're killing me here. Who the hell do you think you are threatening me?" Lu Zheng offered no retort. He simply raised his right hand, extending 3 fingers. At 1-second intervals, he slowly folded one finger down at a time. Li Shua was delighted, finding Lu Zheng nothing more than a clown in that moment. No real skill whatsoever, just a desperate fool trying to show off in front of his girlfriend. And then Lu Zheng folded down the last finger. His voice dropped to ice. "Your chance is gone." The words had barely left his lips when a sudden ringtone blared from Li Shua's pocket. Li Shua snatched up the phone irritably. "Who is it? I'm in the middle of something here." But the very next second, Li Shua became as meek as a lamb. He hastily lowered his voice, nodding and bowing obsequiously. "L leader. What are your instructions?" For the one calling Li Shua was someone from the provincial capital. Yes, absolutely. "Apologies for the trouble, leader. Apologies." The color drained from Li Shua's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. A sheen of cold sweat instantly broke out across his forehead. Watching Li Shua's transformation, the onlookers sensed that something was terribly wrong. But what Li Shua did next left them utterly aghast. After hanging up, Li Shua licked his parched lips, then scurried in great strides to stand before Lu Zheng. His earlier arrogance had vanished, completely replaced by a face wreathed in sycophantic smiles. "Hee, Mr. Lu, no Grandpa Lu. It was I who failed to recognize greatness. A big man such as yourself surely won't bother with the likes of me." Li Shua kept his head bowed low, not daring to meet Lu Zheng's eyes. Then he scampered to the hotel entrance, bent at the waist, and personally opened the door for Lu Zheng. "Grandpa Lu, please. Watch your step as you leave." The scene shifted. The two of them had arrived at the lakeside, an artificial lake in Kungfu Town. Yunji sat by the shore idly, kneading the hem of her clothes between her fingers. She stole a glance at Lu Zheng. She wanted to open her mouth and say thank you, but the words dissolved on her tongue before they could form. "Not quite used to running from your own wedding on your first try, eh?" Lu Zheng spoke gently. Her gaze met Lu Zheng's. Yunji felt her face burn as though licked by fire, raw and stinging. She hastily lowered her head, and answered in a small voice, "Thank you." "But, why did you come to save me?" Lu Zheng replied evenly, "Because I promised you yesterday." Yunji remained puzzled, but we didn't even know each other before. "This matter has nothing to do with you, and yet you offended Wang Jinping for my sake. Is it truly worth it?" Yunji watched as Lu Zheng slowly leaned closer. The distance between them suddenly collapsed, close enough that Yunji could feel the warmth of Lu Zheng's breath. He said nothing, simply gazing at her in silence. Under his unwavering attention, Yunji grew self-conscious. Her voice trembled with bashfulness. What are you looking at me for?" Lu Zheng smiled. "Precisely because it is you, every sacrifice becomes worthwhile." The words struck Yunji like lightning, and she froze. As though she hadn't yet registered the meaning, she stared at him blankly. What do you mean by that?" "Be my girlfriend." Yunji. Truth be told, Yunji thought Lu Zheng was extraordinarily handsome, impossibly gentle, and that being near him made her feel utterly safe. Lu Zheng was also a doctor, so he would certainly know how to take care of someone. He was quite nearly the perfect boyfriend she had always imagined. Yet now that Lu Zheng had actually said those words, an inexplicable hesitation stirred within her. "Let's leave it to fate, shall we?" A tender smile still playing on his lips, Lu Zheng continued. "If a rainbow appears, it means we are truly meant to be. If we see none, then our paths were never meant to cross, and I won't force what isn't destined." Yunji's heart suddenly skipped a beat. For reasons she couldn't name, a sudden panic welled up inside her. It was broad daylight, the sky an endless canvas of blue, not a wisp of cloud in sight. How on earth could any rainbow appear? At the thought of never seeing Lu Zheng again, the ache in Yunji's chest deepened. Just as she was silently grumbling to herself, Lu Zheng suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! 2 columns of water suddenly shot skyward from the far side of the park. 2 high-pressure water trucks roared to life at once. The towering jets of water collided midair, forming a magnificent water gateway. As sunlight pierced through it, instantly refracted into a radiant rainbow, arching gracefully above the lake. Yunji was so captivated she couldn't look away, momentarily rendered speechless. After what felt like an eternity, she shyly turned her head back. "So you had it all arranged from the start. Talking about leaving things to fate. Why go through all this trouble?" Lu Zheng gently ruffled her hair, his gaze overflowing with affection. "Even if it takes effort, it's effort I'd gladly spend for you. Isn't that what matters?" In that moment, Yunji had never felt her heart beat so wildly. She dared not meet Lu Zheng's eyes again. Affinity 80. Current affinity 85. Lu Zheng couldn't help but reflect, inwardly marveling at how formidable Lu Ruoxi truly was. With just that single move, she had managed to boost his affinity by a full 80% in one stroke. The sweetness in Yunji's heart had yet to fade. Yet suddenly a shadow dimmed her gaze. A distinct tremble of tears crept into her voice. "But my parents said they raised me all these years, and it wasn't easy. If I don't repay their kindness, I'm just an ungrateful wolf." Yunji's voice grew fainter, still her woebegone face buried against her knees. Her clothes had become soiled and disheveled. She truly resembled an abandoned little stray. "They said if I dare call off this wedding, it would be the height of filial impiety, and they'd threatened to kill themselves. They said marrying Wang Jinping was a blessing I'd cultivated across lifetimes, an opportunity they had begged and fought to secure for me, and that I have no right to be so selfish." Watching Yunji like this, Lu Zheng felt his heart splinter into pieces. His mind suddenly conjured images of Shenqing and Rize. Shenqing's parents had pressured her into marriage too, but at least she had the courage to break free to stand against her own family of origin. Rize, though drowning in debt, still carved out time to teach herself and study for a better future. At least she had something to look forward to. But Yunji, on the other hand, had been so thoroughly manipulated by her parents that in the end she believed the fault lay entirely with herself. Lu Zheng wrapped an arm around Yunji's shoulders, comforting her as gently as he could. "Everything they said is twisted logic. There are countless ways to honor your parents, but selling yourself like a piece of merchandise is absolutely not one of them. You've studied hard since childhood, been obedient and sensible. That alone is already tremendous good fortune for any parent. When you earn money in the future, you can buy them food and clothes, take them traveling, provide for them in their old age. That's what true gratitude looks like." Lu Zheng paused, then continued. "Imagine you raised a puppy from a pup. Would that puppy to repay you need to turn itself into dog meat soup? So it isn't you who is selfish. The selfishness is theirs. Parents capable of saying such things don't deserve to be called parents at all." Lu Zheng's words struck Yunji like a high-powered flashlight flooding a darkened room. They instantly illuminated the murky depths of her heart. Yunji threw herself entirely into Lu Zheng's embrace and sobbed uncontrollably. Sobbing. At that same moment, Lu Ruoxi's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Not bad, Lu Zheng. I didn't expect you to be so eloquent this time. I didn't even have to coach you." Lu Zheng smiled faintly, gently patting Yunji's back. "Although now might not be the best time to think about it. Lu Zheng, what are you going to do next?" Yunji was like a kitten that had completely let down its guard. Lu Zheng spoke with infinite tenderness. Naturally a grand wedding worthy of you. I'll take you home in proper style with all the honor and glory you deserve. Meanwhile in Harvest Village, I don't care. That wretched girl Yunji has run off, and Wang Jinping has withdrawn all the bride price. How am I supposed to live from now on? Yun Yaozu jabbed an accusing finger at Yun Dalai, and Wu Ying unleashing a torrent of abuse. Spittle flew through the air. You two old relics had better figure something out for me. Or else I'll just go hang myself. I'm going to do it right now. Wu Ying hurriedly grabbed him. Oh son, you mustn't talk like that. I've already called that wretched girl several times, but she just won't pick up. Don't you worry, Mama will think of something. Wu Ying suddenly hissed through gritted teeth. I have no idea what kind of love potion that pauper Lu Zheng fed her. And she just up and ran off with him like that. I'm absolutely furious. Yun Dalai sat off to the side, his face dark and terrible. Wu Ying hollered in exasperation. Old man, say something, will you? That wretched girl ran from her wedding. Wang Jinping won't let this slide. And what about our son's future? Yun Dalai shot her an impatient glare. You old crone, why all the noise? Haven't you noticed something's off about all this? Wu Ying leaned over with a bewildered expression. Old man, what do you mean? What doesn't seem right? Yun Dalai spat on the ground, striking a pose as he casually crossed his legs. Didn't you notice at the wedding banquet today? That kid never once lost his composure. An ordinary village doctor with that kind of nerve. Especially that phone call Director Li received. The moment he hung up, he turned cowardly as a grandson. I'm telling you, that kid definitely has powerful backing. Very powerful indeed. Yun Dalai's eyes darted about before he suddenly slapped his thigh. He's probably a second-generation official. At these words, Wu Ying's eyes immediately lit up. She hurriedly pressed, a second-generation official. Then does that mean we can demand a huge bride price from Lu Zheng? Yun Dalai burst into laughter, his grin growing even more smug. See, that's why they say you're a foolish woman. Long hair, but short on wits. What is a bride price? Nothing. Didn't you see it? That Lu Zheng kid isn't just rich, he's got power too. When the time comes, we won't just bleed him dry for money. We'll make him hand over other benefits as well. Wu Ying cackled along wickedly. The couple's scheming minds were clicking away furiously. The scene shifted to the main road of Kung Fu Town. A Rolls-Royce Phantom led the way with Bentley and Maybach close behind, forming a luxurious motorcade. Each car was emblazoned with gilded characters of joy, and large red flowers adorned their hoods. Red silk ribbons wrapped around every street lamp, while red lanterns hung throughout every alley and corner. A bridal procession stretching 10 miles unfurled along the street, its end nowhere in sight. Holy shit! Whose wedding is this? This display is absolutely insane. Who on earth are the bride and groom? Do we even have figures like this in Kung Fu Town? Could it be that mine Boss Wang getting married? No, that's not it. Haven't you heard? Boss Wang got his wedding crashed today. Holy shit, when did that happen? Tell me quick. Passers-by chattered among themselves, either discussing this top-tier wedding or gossiping about Boss Wang's scandal. In the centermost wedding car, Lu Zheng turned his head to look at Yunji beside him. Didn't you say before that you didn't want to get married, eh? What changed your mind so quickly? Yunji was wearing a wedding dress that Lu Zheng had personally prepared for her. The gown was in a red style. A vivid, dripping red, tasteful rather than garish. Her long hair was gathered into a graceful bun pinned with a red jade hairpin. Yunji lowered her head bashfully, her voice soft and tender as she replied. I did think that way at first, but ever since I met you, that feeling gradually faded away. Even. At this point, Yunji's face instantly flushed crimson. But compared to her red wedding gown, her cheeks still appeared delicately pink. Even when I think about the possibility of never seeing you again, my heart just aches. Truth be told, faced with a woman like Yunji, it would be impossible not to be moved. Gazing at Yunji's utterly enchanting, bashful appearance, Lu Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. A surge of burning heat rushed through his heart. At the same moment, he noticed the progress bar above Yunji's head change. Affection 14. Current affection 99. Lu Zheng had not expected that simply giving Yunji a wedding would max out her affection. Although the conquest task was already complete, Lu Zheng still had to finish what needed to be done. There were certain things he owed Yunji an explanation for. Lu Zheng, after going through all this, I've already seen through my dad, my mom, and my brother's true faces. We really don't have to go back to that house anymore. Truly. Lu Zheng reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Don't worry. I'm not doing this to give your parents an explanation. I'm doing it to give you one. This puzzled Yunji even more. What are you planning to do? Lu Zheng smiled mysteriously and tapped the tip of her nose. You'll find out when the time comes. I promise you I won't let you suffer the slightest grievance. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to bully you. Meanwhile, in a patch of wasteland near Fengshou village, Wang Jinping had a cigarette dangling from his lips, his face so dark it was nearly black. Behind him stood several dozen fierce and vicious underlings, each one gripping steel pipes or machetes in their hands. Damn it! That bastard Lu Zheng dared to crash my wedding. I have to kill him. when his motorcade comes by later cut him down without mercy. Truth be told, Wang Jinping knew perfectly well that Lu Zheng's background was no simple matter. Otherwise the province wouldn't have made a direct call to Li Shua, but he simply couldn't swallow this bitter grievance. Moreover, in Kung Fu Town, he was the undisputed local emperor. Since Lu Zheng dared to cause trouble on his turf, he had to teach Lu Zheng a lesson. An underling crept forward and asked timidly, "Boss, it won't be a problem when the brothers beat Lu Zheng to death later. But what about that woman Yunji?" At the mention of Yunji, an entirely different gleam came into Wang Jinping's eyes. He took a fierce drag on his cigarette, slowly exhaling rings of smoke. "Leave that woman for me." Upon hearing this, the underlings burst into raucous laughter. "Don't worry, boss. We guarantee we'll hack that Lu Zheng kid into mincemeat." The group grew increasingly worked up. Now they were simply waiting for Lu Zheng and Yunji to walk right into their trap. But just as they were rubbing their hands in anticipation, from the mountain road beside them a sudden thunderous roar erupted. Vroom. Several military off-road vehicles charged out, stopping dead in front of them. The doors flung open and dozens of soldiers in camouflage uniforms poured out in formation. The smile on Wang Jinping's face froze instantly. The underlings beside him were all scared stiff as quails. One must understand that Wang Jinping had clashed with other gangs plenty over the years. Even brawls involving dozens of people were commonplace. But the current situation was different. These were armed soldiers with live ammunition, for crying out loud. He didn't dare lay a finger on military personnel. But that wasn't all. An even greater thunderous roar soon came from the sky. Several armed helicopters flew past, nearly grazing the tops of their heads. The propellers kicked up fierce winds so violent that Wang Jinping couldn't even keep his eyes open. The helicopters flew directly alongside the wedding motorcade, escorting and clearing the way. Wang Jinping was scared out of his wits on the spot. He could rack his brains and still never imagine that Lu Zheng's wedding could command such a spectacle. At this moment, there was only one thing he wanted to know. Just what on earth was Lu Zheng's background? This earth-shattering scene happened to be witnessed by the villagers of Fengshou village. They all crowded at the village entrance, each one staring in stunned disbelief. Oh heavens, are those helicopters? Armed ones at that. Who on earth is this? Getting married and having those things as an escort. Seems like they're heading toward our village. Holy shit, could it be some family's son-in-law? Yun Dalai and Wu Ying, hearing the commotion, hurried to the village entrance to join the spectacle. But the next second the old couple's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The person sitting in the wedding car was actually Lu Zheng. In truth, Yun Dalai had already guessed that Lu Zheng's identity was no simple matter. But as it turned out now, Lu Zheng's identity seemed even more outrageously powerful than he had imagined. Just then another line of cars came down an alternate village road. More than a dozen people stepped out, each carrying ceremonial cannons. They swiftly lined up in formation before the village committee office, muzzles aimed at the sky. As Lu Zheng's wedding motorcade slowly approached, the leader of the group gave the order. Fire! In an instant, the ceremonial cannons roared in unison. The caravan didn't stop at Yun Dalai's house. Instead, it pulled up to the village committee building. Lu Zheng led Yunji's tender little hand as he slowly emerged from the car. The villagers gathered at the village entrance immediately erupted into commotion. They craned their necks, staring intently in that direction. Isn't that Yunji the daughter of old Yun's family? What's going on here? Just a couple of days ago, I heard Wu Ying say she was going to marry little Ji to a boss named Wang from the city. Could this young man beside her be Boss Wang? He looks way too young. Bullshit. I've seen Boss Wang. He's nearly 40 with a beer belly hanging down to his belt. Amidst the cacophony of gossip, Lu Manxua pushed her way to the front of the crowd. She stared intently at those luxury cars, racked with regret. If only she'd been braver yesterday at the clinic. She would be standing beside Lu Zheng right now. Yet Lu Manxua was equally bewildered. Didn't Lu Zheng already have a girlfriend? She'd seen her yesterday at the clinic. How could he suddenly marry Yunji? Yun Dalai and Wu Ying came sprinting over. The pair shuffled up to Lu Zheng like lapdogs. Good son-in-law, you're finally here. But why aren't we going back to our house? What are you doing here? Lu Zheng didn't even lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard a word. At the same moment, the remaining doors swung open in unison. Dozens of muscular young men clad in black short sleeves surged out of the vehicles. In the blink of an eye, they formed two ranks at the village committee entrance. The imposing aura, the grand display. It left the gathered villagers stunned, their murmurs instantly subsiding by half. The smiles on Yun Dalai and Wu Ying's faces froze. Their expressions visibly darkened. Yet they still forced grins and trotted obediently behind Lu Zheng. Earlier in the car, Lu Zheng had said he wanted to give Yunji some kind of acknowledgement. But Yunji herself had no idea what Lu Zheng intended to do next. Once inside the village hall, Lu Zheng found a chair for Yunji to sit down. He then turned to the crowd. Everyone, please relax. Today Yunji is getting married, and I've brought her back to thank all you villagers. We've been cared for by all of you these past years. Every household will receive rice flour and cooking oil plus pork, beef, and lamb. It's but a humble gift, and I hope you won't disdain it. At these words the entire village hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even louder discussions. What? Rice flour, cooking oil, and beef and lamb. This isn't a humble gift at all. It's nearly charity work. Good heavens, now this is a real boss. This girl Yunji really did marry the right man. Tell me about it. Who would have thought back then that old Yun's daughter would have such great fortune? Lu Zheng kept his word. The moment he finished speaking, a large truck pulled up to the village committee entrance. The villagers lined up to receive their gifts, each one beaming with joy. Only Yun Daliai's family received nothing. This shipment wasn't intended for them at all. Nearby some villagers couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. He leaned close to Yun Daliai, winking and joshing. Old Yun, you must have something better. Our share is nothing compared to yours. Others chimed in. Exactly. Your Yunji has climbed the ladder and become a phoenix. You'll have to look after us in the future. Yun Daliai wore a smile on his face, but felt suffocated inside. Before he could say anything, Wu Ying beside him couldn't hold back anymore. She hurried over to Lu Zheng, rubbing her hands together with greedy eyes. Son-in-law, what about our family? What betrothal gifts are you planning to give us? And how much is the bride price? Yun Daliai quickly signaled from the side, giving Wu Ying a fierce glare. Then smiling ingratiatingly he said, Oh, what's the rush? What kind of person is our son-in-law? Would he ever shortchange us? He's surely preparing everything at the highest standard. Stop asking foolish questions. Hearing this, Lu Zheng casually replied, Oh, there really won't be any betrothal gifts or bride price. Wu Ying was dumbfounded on the spot. She questioned sharply, her voice shrill. What do you mean by that? We gave you our grown daughter, and you're giving her nothing. How can you face us? Lu Zheng sneered contemptuously. Our grown daughter. What does that have to do with you? Yunji grew up with Grandpa since childhood. Gardenia blooms. That name was given to her by Grandpa himself. If she had been raised by you from the start, she'd probably be called Yun Zhaodi or Yun Pundi by now. When Yun Yaozu was born later, you were only too eager to get rid of Yunji as a burden. On the surface you claimed to be busy, but the truth was you simply despised her for being a girl. Lu Zheng's voice wasn't loud, yet every word struck like a dagger. He fixed his gaze on Wu Ying and Yun Daliai, and continued, After Grandpa passed away, you brought her back home. What good life did you ever give her? Every day she ate your leftovers and used things that Yun Yaozu had discarded. She could barely squeeze into the smallest room to sleep. Yunji is kind-hearted. She never complained about any of this. She believed you were her parents, and she should be filial. But Yunji is my woman. I cannot possibly overlook this. These words also touched Yunji's heart. She never expected Lu Zheng to say all this in front of the entire village. But she was also curious. How did Lu Zheng come to know all this? The villagers present couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. That's really how it was. When Yunji was young and living with Grandpa, she seemed much more sensible than Yun Yaozu. I still remember one time when Yunji was wearing thin shoes in the dead of winter, shivering and crying, and her so-called parents didn't care. To put it plainly, this couple favored boys over girls. They treated Yunji as an outsider while doting on their son. Yun Daliai instantly flew into a rage. Pointing at Lu Zheng, his face looked worse than having eaten something foul. What the hell are you talking nonsense about? I'm warning you, stop spreading rumors here. Lu Zheng paid him no heed and continued speaking. Later Yunji got into college. Every penny of her tuition and living expenses she earned all on her own through part-time jobs and hard work. She won scholarships year after year, and in the end she secured a spot in graduate school without even taking the entrance exam. Every bit of it she fought for with her own 2 hands. And what about you? You tricked her into coming home just to sell her off to Wang Jinping for a dowry. Do you even deserve to call yourselves parents? Are you still even human? At that moment the villagers looked upon Yun Daliai and Wu Ying with utter contempt. Would you believe it? The two of them looked so presentable on the outside, yet behind closed doors their hearts were black as pitch. That girl Yunji has always been sensible since she was small. Even watching her from afar tugged at our hearts. How could you treat her like this? I always assumed Yunji had married Boss Wang of her own free will. Turns out she was tricked back here by you. What a wretched thing to do. Wu Ying could not bear the torrent of condemnation any longer. She turned her head toward Yunji, her face contorted like some vicious fiendish Haridan. Oh, you ungrateful little wretch. Now that you've landed yourself a rich man, you've come back to betray your own flesh and blood, have you? No matter how badly your father and I may have wronged you, we still gave you the gift of life. The moment those words left her mouth, Lu Zheng burst into laughter, unable to hold it in. Don't prattle on about any gift of life. You had your moment of pleasure back then. Spare us the sanctimonious act. If anyone truly deserves her gratitude, it's her grandfather, the one who raised her. Yun Daliai was so enraged his whole body trembled. He raised his hand and swung it toward Lu Zheng. But the instant his gaze fell upon those dozens of burly young men flanking the side, his bravado instantly crumbled. Seeing this, Lu Zheng tilted his head with an amused expression and said, How about this then? You confess yourselves, every single thing you've done to wrong Yunji. For every crime you speak aloud, I'll give you a stack of cash. The moment the words left his lips, one of the young men strode forward carrying an impossibly heavy sack, which he dropped onto the ground with a resounding thud. The mouth of the sack gaped open, revealing stacks upon stacks of banknotes, each bundle wrapped in crimson paper. The sheer weight of it was unmistakable. Yun Dalai and Wu Ying's eyes went glassy with greed. They swallowed involuntarily, saliva pooling in their throats. For each of those bundles appeared thick enough to be worth at least 100,000. Yun Dalai ventured hesitantly. You really mean it? Of course I mean it, Lu Zheng replied with a knowing smile. The money's right here. How much you walk away with depends entirely on how much truth you're willing to speak. But there's one condition. You must kneel on the ground and speak to Yunji with genuine remorse. Wu Ying could not be bothered with such trivialities. In her eyes there was only one thing now: money. She dropped to her knees with a heavy thud, blurting out her confession in a frantic rush. Back when I gave birth to Yunji and saw she was a girl, I wanted to strangle her on the spot. But then I figured, this girl will grow up and earn us a bride price. So I let her live. Wu Ying's expression was unhinged, her eyes consumed entirely by hunger for that sack of money. Lu Zheng casually snatched a red packet from the sack and flung it in Wu Ying's direction. Wu Ying grew rabid with excitement, like a hyena scenting carrion. She was just about to crawl over and tear it open. Two of the young men stepped directly into her path, blocking her way. Lu Zheng fixed Wu Ying with an icy stare. Did I give you permission to open it now? Wait until you've both finished speaking before you open anything. And if you can't comprehend plain human words, then you can forget about this money altogether. Wu Ying nodded and bowed frantically, her face plastered with a simpering, obsequious grin. Yes. I understand perfectly. I won't open it. She pressed on without pause. All these years, every piece of clothing this family has worn, Yunji was the one who washed it. In the dead of winter with water so cold it bit through her skin until her hands cracked and bled, we never once let her use hot water. Couldn't bear to waste the money. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng tossed her another red packet. Now Yun Dalai was growing anxious. He feared Wu Ying would pocket all the money for herself. He scrambled to his knees in a rush, scrambling to speak. This scheme to sell Yunji off to Wang Jinping, it was all my idea. I even told Wang Jinping he could do whatever he pleased with Yunji. We wouldn't object in the slightest. So long as Wang Jinping's bride price was generous enough, Yunji could work herself to the bone for all we cared. Lu Zheng silently tightened his grip around her hand. With an utterly impassive expression, he tossed yet another red packet their way. Yun Dalai, having effortlessly pocketed 100,000, was grinning so wide his face looked fit to split. And so it went. The family of three, Yun Dalai, Wu Ying, and their son, trading confessions one after another, each scrambling to be the first to volunteer their own misdeeds. The pile of red packets before them grew ever higher. Every red packet stood as testimony to the wrongs they had inflicted upon Yunji. Have you not a shred of remorse within you? In truth, Lu Zheng understood perfectly well what kind of people they were. These were people who would never recognize their own faults, let alone repent of them. Expecting them to admit their wrongs was far more hopeless than expecting my buddy's drone to stop crashing like a toy. The sole purpose of his question was to make Yunji see her parents' true nature with absolute clarity. Only thus could Yunji finally cast off the shadow that her family of origin had cast over her life. Yun Dalai's gaze was now fixed upon nothing but money. He leered back in reply, what wrong have we done? Yunji's been getting along just fine all these years, hasn't she? We've been good to her. Yunji was utterly disillusioned. The bitterness she had bottled up all those years finally at long last found its release. The villagers watched the Yun Dalai family with a disgust that defied words. Lu Zheng said nothing more. He took Yunji's hand in his and walked straight out of that cursed place. Just as Lu Zheng was about to leave, a venomous gleam suddenly flickered across Lu Manchua's eyes. She schemed to herself. If she revealed that Lu Zheng actually had a girlfriend, one she had seen at the clinic before, surely chaos would ensue. Once the scene erupted, Lu Zheng and Yunji would surely be embarrassed, and perhaps she herself might even have a chance. But the moment she tried to step forward, a massive calloused hand suddenly clamped over her mouth from behind. The grip was so fierce it made her grimace in agony, and not a single sound could escape her lips. Only after Lu Zheng and the others had vanished completely into the distance did the family of three lunge at those red packets with undisguised frenzy. Wu Ying wore a face of smug triumph. That worthless girl really wasn't raised for nothing. In the end, she still made us a fortune. Yun Dalai was beside himself with glee, practically bursting with joy. Besides, nothing we did was against the law. Spilling it won't cost us a thing. We'll stash this cash away and use it to buy our precious Yaozu a house and a wife. Yun Yaozu tore into the red packets with hands and mouth alike, bawling that besides a house, he wanted a luxury car too. But the moment they ripped open those packets and saw what lay within, all three of them were struck utterly dumb. What had been wrapped in that crimson paper was not real currency at all, but stacks upon stacks of joss paper, upon which four great characters were emblazoned in bold relief. The Bank of Heaven and Earth. Night fell over a detached villa in Shiqiang City. Yunji was still puzzled in her heart. Who exactly was Lu Zheng? Why did he know so much about her? The armed helicopter that had escorted them during the day had completely overturned her understanding. What's on your mind, Oi? Lu Zheng asked in a gentle tone. Yunji was startled within as she hadn't expected Lu Zheng to read her thoughts. And no, nothing. Yunji had never been good at lying since childhood. Whenever she lied, her eyes would dart around and her voice would falter. Lu Zheng gently pinched her chubby cheek. Put on your clothes, I'll take you somewhere. Once we get there, I'll explain everything to you. When Yunji followed Lu Zheng outside, she discovered a woman standing at the villa entrance. The woman wore black athletic attire with her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail. Simply standing there, she exuded an air of heroic vigor. Yunji was slightly taken aback as Lu Zheng stepped forward to explain. This is Lieutenant Lu Ruashi. Hearing the rank, Yunji couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder she carried such an extraordinary aura. She was military personnel. The vehicle veered further from the city center toward the suburbs of Shiqiang. About half an hour later, Yunji was instantly struck by what lay before her. Beneath the night sky, over 100 construction vehicles formed a long line, their headlights shining as bright as day. Stretching as far as the eye could see was a sprawling construction site. Countless heavy excavators hummed with power, their vibrations making the very ground tremble. Each foundation pit stretched deep into the darkness. Faintly, she could see many workers bustling about inside. Yunji felt as though she were witnessing a super hive so spectacular that she momentarily forgot to breathe. This is the construction site for Shiqiang City's underground city. Lu Ruashi's voice came from beside her. What will be built here is capable of accommodating a population of 1 million. A recruitment notice Yunji had seen recently flashed through her mind. A citywide high-salary hiring drive. She had assumed it was a real estate project invested in by some wealthy boss. She never imagined it was such a monumental undertaking. Underground city, 1 million people. Seemingly simple phrases, yet they left her utterly stunned, unable to regain her composure. Lu Zheng placed a hard hat on her head and said gently, there are over 100 underground cities like this across the nation. Only by starting construction on all of them simultaneously can we ensure every citizen of Longxia has shelter when the apocalypse arrives. Apocalypse. Yunji had already been clueless about what was happening, and now she was even more bewildered. The meteorite that struck Ingzi a few days ago was one of the omens of the coming apocalypse. Over the next few minutes, Lu Zheng gave Yunji a brief introduction to the events. The sheer volume of information left her standing there speechless for what felt like an eternity. After an unknown duration passed, Yunji slowly looked up at Lu Zheng. Then, won't you be turning in your reward soon and carrying out your next mission? Lu Zheng nodded and Yunji's expression dimmed instantly. She desperately wanted to be with Lu Zheng at all times, clinging to his side constantly. The thought of parting from him made her heart ache. But she quickly composed herself and spoke with a smile. Lu Zheng, I support you. Go ahead and complete your mission with peace of mind. I'll take good care of myself. Seeing Yunji so sensible, Lu Zheng felt relieved, yet also a touch of heartache. At this moment, Lu Ruashi spoke. Yunji, you were previously studying at Linjiang Normal University and had secured postgraduate qualification. But Linjiang is too far, and it would be inconvenient for you to be alone. We have already applied for graduate admission at Kyoto Normal University on your behalf. In Kyoto, the state will cover all your living expenses, food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Whatever you wish to do, the nation will do its utmost to support you. Moreover, there will be other girls there, so you won't feel too lonely. Yunji paused. Kyoto Normal University. That was one of the nation's premier institutions. The school she had once dared not even dream of attending was now offering her admission. Lu Zheng also added, they are all very easy to get along with. You will surely become good friends. I have an urgent meeting to attend tonight. Otherwise, I could stay with you one more night. Yunji threw herself into Lu Zheng's embrace, holding his waist tightly. Go ahead and attend to your affairs. I'll be good and obediently wait for your return. Lu Zheng gently patted Yunji's back. The two parted, with Lu Zheng boarding a dedicated vehicle bound for the military airport. Lu Ruashi stayed behind to accompany Yunji on another tour of the underground city and would later arrange Yunji's transfer to Kyoto. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the Southern Frontier Military Theater. Along both sides of the runway stood soldiers in full uniform. Every one of them stood tall and straight, their formations meticulously aligned. A roaring sound resounded. Escort fighter jets spread out in echelon formation as a military transport aircraft slowly descended. Salute! The command echoed across the heavens. Every soldier simultaneously raised their right hand. Piercing gazes fell upon the cabin door. Comrade Lu Zheng, hello. A man with a 3-star insignia on his shoulder epaulets reached out and shook Lu Zheng's hand warmly. The man had a square, dignified face and an imposing presence about his brow that commanded authority without anger. This man was none other than the commander-in-chief of the Southern Frontier Military Region, Lei Yonggang. Lei Yonggang strode quickly toward Lu Zheng and clasped both of Lu Zheng's hands in his own. Lu Zheng, I've heard so much about you for the longest time. Meeting you in person today for the first time. You truly are an outstanding young talent. Lei Yonggang laughed heartily, his eyes shining with undisguised admiration for Lu Zheng. Standing beside Lei Yonggang was a professor, his temples streaked with white, yet his spirit bright and vigorous. Come, let me introduce you. This is Professor Yao from the Southern Frontier Shipyard. Yao Zhonghan also shook hands with Lu Zheng and began, Xiao Lu, we're merely here to welcome you on this occasion. Over at the main conference hall, Director Zhou from the National Academy of Sciences, Director Sun from the Eastern Frontier Research Institute, and even Commander Wu of the Eastern Frontier Military Region. They're all waiting for you. All these figures were old acquaintances of Lu Zheng's. And precisely because they had all come, Lu Zheng realized that this meeting was no ordinary gathering of modest rank. Southern Frontier Military Region, main conference hall. The vast conference hall was filled to capacity. The two commander-in-chiefs of the Eastern Frontier Military Region and the Southern Frontier Military Region sat side by side in the seats of honor. Flanking them in orderly rows sat the senior generals of Longxia alongside several dozen professors and academicians with silver-streaked hair. An intangible convergence of auras wove together, forging a tremendous, almost suffocating pressure. Lei Yonggang said in a grave voice, Comrades, time is pressing, so let's dispense with pleasantries. The purpose of convening this meeting is twofold. First, to take stock of Longxia's current scientific research achievements. Second, to determine Longxia's strategic development direction for the foreseeable future. Now let me invite Director Zhou of the National Academy of Sciences to present the research results report first. As his words fell, Zhou Yinghua, seated in the front row, rose slowly to his feet. He adjusted the Zhongshan suit he was wearing and said with solemn formality, Honored colleagues, the scientific research projects undertaken under the leadership of the National Academy of Sciences. Through the unremitting efforts of all our researchers, we have now achieved numerous breakthrough results. As Zhou Yinghua spoke, he pressed the remote in his hand. The electronic screen behind him blazed to life, and a series of images appeared before the assembly. Lu Zheng noticed that all the photographs were related to laser weapons. We have completed the development of ultra-miniaturized laser weapons. These laser modules can be directly installed on armored vehicles, carrier-based aircraft, and even small unmanned drones, enabling deployment across multiple platforms. These laser weapons possess tremendous destructive power in their own right, more than sufficient to penetrate the majority of existing armors. If combined with drone swarms to form a saturating laser network, on the battlefield, they will become an utterly unstoppable force. Zhou Yinghua pressed the remote again and played a segment of satellite footage. Beyond that, we have also achieved integrated coordination between laser weapons and orbital satellites. This enables 24-hour all-weather air and space strikes against designated target zones. It can even erect an impregnable laser barrier within a specified perimeter. No hostile target shall cross even half a step beyond that barrier. The conference hall fell utterly silent. Yet every person present instinctively clenched their fists, their hearts swelling with a shared surge of exhilaration. Zhou Yinghua pressed the remote once more, and the images on the large screen shifted. What appeared this time was a series of photographs of mechs. The second piece of good news from the National Academy of Sciences: the Lightman combat mech has achieved mass production and has been formally incorporated into the military as a properly organized mech core. Core technologies derived from the mech, including load elimination devices, superalloy materials, high-energy optical cannons, and intelligent neural control systems, have all been successfully applied to other military domains. At this point, Wu Shan, seated in the seat of honor, suddenly spoke up. Speaking of Lightman combat mechs, during our previous joint exercises with the Western Frontier Military Region, they already made their debut. And for this occasion, we have also dispatched a mech squad to Yingzi to carry out disaster relief operations. The scene shifted. The disaster zone of Yingzi, the once prosperous metropolis, had long since transformed into an earthly purgatory. A colossal super meteorite had slammed into the ground, gouging out a vast, immeasurable crater. Fractured bridges dangled in midair, the ground scarred with horrifying cracks. Even after several days, thin wisps of black smoke still curled from the fissures. The air was thick with an indescribable acrid odor. Rescue teams from various countries labored upon the ruins. But though they called it rescue, in truth, each harbored their own hidden agendas. Just then someone suddenly looked up, gazing into the ashen, overcast night sky. Look quick. What is that thing? The others lifted their heads one after another, murmuring, Looks like some kind of aircraft. Probably drones sent to photograph the disaster zone. No, that's not right. That thing looks like a mech. A ripple of agitation swept through the crowd. Everyone ceased their labors, craning their necks in an attempt to see more clearly. Meanwhile, inside the mech, the display before the pilot instantly projected a holographic scanning map of the entire ruins. Every detail of the ruins, the movements of every person upon them, all were rendered with crystalline clarity before his eyes. On-site scan complete. All readings normal. requesting landing clearance. The comm system promptly responded, landing approved. In the span of a heartbeat, the mech plummeted from the sky and touched down upon the ground. The 8 energy wing plates on the mech's back snapped open with a sharp hiss. Pale azure currents of energy shimmered and flowed. It looked for all the world like an 8-winged angel descended upon the mortal realm. Immediately after, a dozen more mechs touched down in succession, sending clouds of dust billowing skyward. Once the smoke gradually dispersed, the people present finally got a clear look. Upon the chest of each mech was emblazoned the emblem of Long Xia. A general from a certain free nation on the scene recognized them. These appeared to be the mechs Long Xia had showcased during their military exercises not long ago. His countenance instantly darkened, and he demanded with barely concealed displeasure, "What is the meaning of this?" One of the mechs turned its head slightly as though fixing its gaze upon this man. Long Xia Mech Corps. By the International Relief Convention, we have arrived in Ingzi to execute an international security perimeter mission. Uninvolved personnel, please keep your distance. The scene shifted back once more to the main conference hall of the Southern Frontier Military Region. Wu Shanha spoke. By the timeline, the mech squad should have already reached Ingzi. Once the meeting concludes, I'll check on the situation over there. Wu Shanha turned his gaze towards Zhou Yinghua, motioning for him to continue. Zhou Yinghua gave a nod, and the images on the large screen shifted once more. The third research achievement, controlled nuclear fusion technology. We have now fully mastered it. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier developed on the basis of this technology was officially commissioned into service recently. A nuclear propulsion engine of identical design has also been fitted to our 7th-generation fighter aircraft. This aircraft has not yet been made public, but it has already carried out multiple aerial patrol missions, and its performance has proven exceedingly stable. Beyond that, this engine can also serve as the power supply system for underground cities. The specific technical details will be elaborated shortly by the project lead of the Underground City program. Having heard this unceasing cascade of research achievements, Lu Zheng could not help but offer a silent sigh of wonder. All of these technologies were ones he himself had recently handed over. Even the earliest of them had been submitted no more than half a month ago. The nation had managed to fully absorb and master these cutting-edge technologies in such a brief span. This efficiency utterly exceeded Lu Zheng's expectations. He was increasingly coming to realize that surrendering his system to the nation had truly been the most correct decision he had ever made. Professor Sun Guoyu, seated beside Zhou Yinghua, rose slowly to his feet in turn. He adjusted his glasses and began in an impassioned tone. Honored colleagues, in addition to the research achievements from the National Academy of Sciences, the projects under our Eastern Frontier Research Institute have likewise achieved numerous major breakthroughs. At the conference table, Sun Guoyu spoke up. Our Dongjiang Research Institute has achieved complete mastery of the high-energy plasma shield technology and can apply it with proficiency. From individual armor protection for tanks to comprehensive coverage for aircraft carriers, there are no technical obstacles whatsoever. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. The most critical point is, in theory, the plasma shield could encompass all of Longxia, but this requires an enormously massive energy supply. One or a few power stations simply cannot accomplish it. Therefore, we are constructing a network of controlled nuclear fusion power plants across the entirety of Longxia. By adopting phased array charging technology, we will supply energy to plasma shield generators distributed throughout the nation. Once this network is operational, it will generate a plasma shield capable of enveloping all of Longxia. At that point, no conventional weapon will be able to breach this barrier. An animated simulation appeared on the electronic display screen, depicting the entire Longxia region enveloped by a high-energy plasma shield. Sun Guoyu raised his water glass and took a sip, striving to suppress his inner excitement. Additionally, the space elevator project has now been officially approved. All comprehensive simulation experiments have passed, and field construction work will commence shortly. Once the space elevator is completed, construction of the lunar base will begin simultaneously. At that time, mech regiments will be able to deploy directly to the moon via the space elevator. Laser air defense radar networks and near-moon interstellar missiles will also be deployed in succession. Together, they will form the strategic defense system for the lunar base. Longxia's defensive perimeter will extend into space. Sun Guoyu's hands were trembling with agitation. He had never imagined that in his lifetime he would witness Longxia establishing a base on the moon. Following this, the director of the Longxia Biological Research Institute also rose to his feet. Our institute's research on the apocalyptic virus vaccine has also made significant progress. The protein structures and gene sequences associated with the vaccine have all been fully analyzed. The production line has also been calibrated and is ready for mass production at any moment to be distributed to all citizens nationwide. Hearing this, the heavy burden that had been weighing on Lu Zheng's heart finally lifted. Recalling his past life when the apocalyptic virus raged and claimed over 100 million lives worldwide, Now that the apocalyptic virus vaccine can be mass-produced, Longxia possesses a genuine guarantee of survival. The next speaker was the head of the Underground City Project. Report. The National Underground City Construction Project is being accelerated and all is proceeding normally. The energy supply system developed based on controlled nuclear fusion technology has completed on-site testing. It can provide sustainable energy for the underground city, completely eliminating dependence on external sources. At the same time, a 3D holographic projection of the underground city appeared on the large screen. The director pointed to a green area on the projection and said, "We have collaborated with the Agricultural Academy of Sciences and the Biological Research Institute to reserve super pastures and super farms within the underground city. These facilities are dedicated to cultivating high-yield crops like super grains and breeding premium livestock such as superior pigs. This ensures the underground city can achieve complete food self-sufficiency, even in isolation, guaranteeing all residents have adequate nutrition." The director pressed the remote control. On the 3D projection of the underground city, numerous blue pipelines appeared. These blue pipes resembled veins densely distributed throughout the massive underground structure. The schematic diagrams for the super freshwater purification systems have been dispatched to all underground city construction sites nationwide. These units will establish a completely independent water supply system, just like the energy infrastructure. Whether it is drinking water purification or domestic wastewater treatment and discharge, everything can be handled in one integrated system. This thoroughly safeguards the underground city's water supply and drainage functions, ensuring absolute reliability. Witnessing such a comprehensive and meticulous underground city construction plan, Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel emotional. In his previous life, Longxia only began building underground cities after the apocalypse struck far too late. There simply weren't enough workers available at the time. Coupled with the rampant mutation beasts, the construction timeline kept getting delayed. Even when completion was finally achieved through immense effort, there were numerous shortcomings. Fortunately, Lu Zheng had been given another chance at life. This time he would absolutely not allow tragedy to repeat itself. The above represents the major scientific achievements currently accomplished by all national research institutions. However, we must remain vigilant as many projects are progressing relatively slowly. Zhou Yinghua's expression turned grave as she exhaled deeply. We haven't yet fully comprehended the underlying principles of the core components in our disassembly research of large manned combat mechas. Additionally, replicating the performance specifications of space unmanned combat aircraft has repeatedly fallen short of expectations across multiple trials. The propulsion systems, launch and landing mechanisms, and material synthesis methods for aerospace aircraft carriers remain at preliminary research stages. Furthermore, regarding the rare mineral portals, we can currently only transport minerals through them, with virtually no progress in understanding the underlying principles of the portals themselves. Lei Yongying nodded. Good. Now let's finalize the subsequent strategic development plan. First, regarding scientific research, we need to break down these unresolved projects and distribute them to research institutes across the country. By concentrating all our resources and collaborating on research, we aim to thoroughly comprehend these technological principles as quickly as possible. Zhou Yinghua immediately responded, "No problem, we will spare no effort." Lei Yonggang continued, "Due to the meteorite strike on Yingzi, numerous international vessels have been frequently operating in the Yingzi waters recently. We must strengthen maritime patrols and absolutely prevent any nation from exploiting this situation to harbor designs against Longxia." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Professor Yao Zhonghan from the Nanjiang shipyard rose to his feet. "Both our Nanjiang shipyard and the Beiyou shipyard are working around the clock to expedite production. The brand new nuclear-powered aircraft carrier has entered the hull assembly phase, with all subsystems being developed in parallel. Besides the carrier, we have various models of nuclear-powered warships, destroyers, and frigates all ready for deployment. Once all testing is completed, these warships will be delivered to the Dongjiang and Nanjiang military zones in rapid succession." Lu Zheng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. When the nation's machinery truly begins to operate, this power proves truly unstoppable. Wu Shanhe then added, "The meteorite that struck Yingzi was originally supposed to arrive next month. But given the current circumstances, the apocalypse may well arrive ahead of schedule. According to the intelligence Lu Zheng previously provided, disasters such as the super typhoon hitting Freedom Nation and global magnetic field disruptions could all occur earlier than expected. We must immediately coordinate with all relevant departments and prepare defensive measures." As he spoke, Wu Shanhe's gaze fell upon Lu Zheng. "Lu Zheng, you should focus entirely on completing your mission, and the nation will provide unconditional and full support. However, there's one thing. You also need to pay attention to your romantic companionship with those girls. Leadership has specifically emphasized that those girls have made tremendous contributions to Longxia. We cannot reduce them to emotionless breeding tools merely because of this mission." Lu Zheng nodded solemnly. "Please rest assured, Commanders Wu and Lei, I understand. This time I came to the Nanjiang Theater Command, and and I've also brought new system rewards. They happen to be perfect for strengthening Longxia's maritime defenses and space domain strategic capabilities. Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell silent. Wu Shanhe was momentarily stunned, then a broad smile spread across his face. I was so caught up in tonight's busy schedule that I nearly forgot about this. Tell me quickly, what excellent rewards did you acquire this time? It was not only Wu Shanhe. All the researchers present were instantly intrigued, because this meant brand new black technology for them to study. Lu Zheng did not keep them in suspense. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a USB drive materialized in his palm. Lei Yonggang was witnessing for the first time Lu Zheng retrieving something from the system backpack. He felt it was akin to a magic trick, utterly wondrous. This is the blueprint for a heavy-lift spacecraft. This vessel can depart from Blue Star and transport massive quantities of supplies and large cargo to space stations, lunar bases, and even more distant celestial bodies. As he spoke, Lu Zheng sketched a simple 3-view drawing of the spacecraft on the writing pad beside him. Length 420 meters. Beam 200 meters. Height 75 meters. It is even larger than the Longxia National Stadium by quite a margin. Lu Zheng continued, the propulsion system employs an antimatter engine coupled with a controlled nuclear fusion reactor, a dual power source. Its top speed can reach Mach 6 with a maximum payload capacity of 1 million tons. After Lu Zheng finished, the conference room remained utterly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the 3-view drawing on the pad. This spacecraft is actually this massive. Honestly, it does surpass imagination. It would be like uprooting the entire Longxia National Stadium, foundations and all, and launching it into space, remarked a senior professor from the Longxia Aerospace Ministry. Another venerable academician pushed his spectacles in astonishment and asked hesitantly, Comrade Lu Zheng, are you certain you have not misread the parameters? The maximum payload is 1 million tons, not 100 tons. Lu Zheng responded respectfully, Senior, I have not erred. It is indeed 1 million tons. The old academician could not help but draw a sharp breath. Modern launch rockets have a maximum payload of merely 60 to 70 tons. Even the Liberty Nation's most advanced reusable cargo spacecraft has a limit of no more than 100 tons. Yet this heavy-lift spacecraft can carry 1 million tons of cargo. Factoring in its own weight, I genuinely cannot fathom the magnitude of thrust required to lift it off the ground. Nor can I imagine the structural integrity needed to withstand such tremendous load. At this moment, Zhou Yinghua interjected, Last time I visited the Western Frontier Theater, I personally witnessed the aerospace strategic carrier Comrade, Xiao Lu submitted. That carrier is even larger than this cargo vessel and travels at greater speeds. With humanity's current technology, we indeed cannot construct such a leviathan. But if it is a reward obtained by Lu Zheng from the system, then there is nothing to doubt. The old academician nodded solemnly. If we can truly produce this heavy-lift spacecraft, then Longxia's journey toward the Sea of Stars has taken yet another monumental step forward. Sun Guoyu added with eyes full of longing, in the realm of space cargo transport, while we do have the space elevator concept, the weight and dimensions of cargo transported via the space elevator remain constrained. Slightly larger heavy equipment is difficult to deliver through that conduit. Now with this spacecraft we have perfectly filled that gap. And yet this was merely a heavy-lift cargo vessel. The generals and senior professors in the conference room were already beside themselves with excitement. Lu Zheng smiled faintly and said to Wu Shanhe, Commander Wu, I have another reward to submit. However, I will need to trouble everyone to relocate for an inspection. Moreover, I require a large transport ship with its cargo hold completely empty. Lei Yonggang responded immediately. The Southern Frontier Theater has numerous colossal dry docks. The facilities and equipment are all comprehensive. You may use them at any time. Lu Zheng, however, shook his head. Commander Lei, a traditional dry dock will not suffice. Because the reward I intend to reveal this time is a submarine. Launching it from a conventional dry dock would be rather cumbersome. It would be far more practical to transport it via a mothership to open waters and then submerge it. Upon hearing that this reward was a submarine, Professor Yao Zhonghan of the Southern Frontier Shipyard was visibly thrilled, because he knew that any reward bestowed by Lu Zheng's system would be anything but ordinary. Even a cargo-carrying spacecraft had proven so exhilarating. He dared not imagine what marvels the submarine might unveil. Comrade Lu Zheng, I shall contact a giant transport vessel right now. I guarantee it will be in position within half an hour. Yao Zhonghan declared excitedly. The scene shifted. The group now stood within the cavernous cargo hold of a colossal transport vessel. Raising their gazes, they could see only dense networks of load-bearing steel beams and overhead hoisting equipment. The metallic bulkheads surrounding them were smooth and immaculate, while tracks on the floor stretched deep into the hold. This space could accommodate not merely submarines. Even 3 destroyers could easily berth here with room to spare. Many of Longxia's research submarines and military submarines had previously been transported from this very location to designated waters for deployment. Lu Zheng did not beat around the bush. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. In the next instant, a submarine, sheathed in jet black, suddenly materialized within the hold. The vessel measured an estimated 100 meters in length, its surface extraordinarily smooth, so polished that not a single seam between steel plates was visible. If one had to describe it, it resembled an ellipsoidal lodestone magnified countless times. Yao Zhonghan was utterly spellbound. This was the first time he had ever encountered a submarine of such design. What astounded him most was that this vessel possessed no turtleback. Its surface exhibited not the slightest protrusion. This completely defied every prevailing theory of submarine construction. I believe everyone is wondering why this submarine has such an appearance. That is because this is no longer a nuclear-powered submarine, but an antimatter-powered one. Its propulsion system mirrors the heavy-lift spacecraft just mentioned. Both utilize antimatter engines, achieving a maximum speed of 200 knots. Its maximum diving depth is 10,000 meters, and it generates virtually no noise during operation. Lu Zheng stepped beside this colossal machine and continued, it is equipped with a comprehensive weapons suite. Its most iconic armaments are 12 ultra-heavy torpedo tubes. Right now those tubes contain 12 antimatter torpedoes. A single strike is sufficient to sink a 100,000-ton class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Silence. Still silence. Even the two theater commanders of the Eastern and Southern Frontier Commands now wore solemn expressions, saying not a word. Yao Zhonghan approached with trembling steps and reached out to touch the submarine's metallic hull. After a long pause, he finally spoke with emotion, magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. I have lived the better part of a century. Never did I imagine a submarine could be designed in such a fashion. This is no mere submarine. It is the Grim Reaper of the deep sea. The others gradually recovered their composure, each voicing their profound astonishment. This vessel has abandoned the turtleback design, indicating its pressure hull must possess extraordinary strength. If we could analyze its material composition, Longxia's materials science would experience a monumental leap forward. And the antimatter engine it carries is utterly critical. Currently, the aerospace strategic carrier and the heavy-lift spacecraft both employ this technology. We must thoroughly dissect its underlying principles. Moreover, such a colossal vessel traveling at such speed generates no noise whatsoever. It seems a phantom of death is truly destined to be born in the oceans of Blue Star. Lu Zheng, however, spoke with some embarrassment. Esteemed seniors, I must confess with some shame. Among my existing rewards, all those related to antimatter engines are physical objects. Were blueprints available, your research might prove considerably easier. Zhou Yinghua patted Lu Zheng on the shoulder and responded with profound meaning. Xiao Lu, you have already done remarkably well. As I mentioned previously, physical objects have their own merits. You need not reproach yourself. Zhou Yinghua glanced at the research colleagues beside him, and do not underestimate us old fellows. Reverse engineering with an answer in hand is our forte. It is merely a matter of time. Sun Guoyu added, indeed, each generation bears its own mission. These old bones of ours will give their all to spare the next generation needless hardship in scientific research. The other senior professors and academicians voiced their agreement in succession. This scene stirred something deep within Lu Zheng, because in his previous life at the mortal crossroads when Doomsday arrived, it was precisely these old scientists who stepped forward, dedicating their entire beings to Longxia. In the shortest time possible, they developed weapons to combat apocalyptic calamities and mutant beasts. Yet the moment this thought surfaced, Lu Zheng silently shook his head within his heart. He felt that, strictly speaking, it was not only in the apocalypse of his previous life, but at every critical juncture of Longxia's survival, these veteran scientists had always been Longxia's most precious treasure. By the time the meeting concluded, it was nearly 4 a.m. The Southern Border Theater arranged temporary lodging for Lu Zheng, instructing him to rest well. However, early the next morning, Lu Zheng boarded a dedicated aircraft preparing to rendezvous with Lu Ruoxi. Shortly after takeoff, Lu Zheng's phone buzzed. He noticed a message from Su Jinyao in the family group chat. Su Jinyao, Lu Zheng, have you been tired lately? Attached to the message were several adorable line dog stickers. Lu Zheng smiled warmly and simply initiated a video call. The call connected quickly, and Su Jinyao's figure appeared on screen. Su Jinyao sat in the living room dressed in a set of pink pajamas. Su Jinyao clearly hadn't expected Lu Zheng to suddenly video call. Upon seeing Lu Zheng on the screen, she instantly became like a startled kitten. She hastily covered the camera with her hands, revealing only a pair of glistening dewy eyes. She would peek at the screen every now and then, looking even more like a cat than ever. What, won't you even let me see you? Lu Zheng said affectionately. I haven't washed up yet, so it's just a little embarrassing. Su Jinyao replied, slightly bashful. Huh? Lu Zheng, where are you? Deng Ziyuan asked curiously. Lu Zheng tilted the camera slightly to the side, on a plane, heading to carry out the next mission. Lu Zheng replied gently, once I finish this mission, I'll come see you all. Where is Lin Sheng? I don't see her. Only then did Su Jinyao lower her hand from the camera. She revealed her entire charming little face. The Agricultural Science Academy is working on a new research project lately. Sister Qingzi has been staying at the academy recently and hasn't had time to come back. Hearing this, Lu Zheng couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. In his heart, he couldn't help but worry about Lin Cheng's health. Deng Ziyuan perceived his thoughts and explained, "We've tried to persuade her to telling her to rest more. But Lin Cheng said she had a physical examination recently and that everything was perfectly fine and told us not to worry. She also said she wanted to take advantage of the time before her belly gets too big to affect her experiments so she could help the academy more." Lu Zheng silently sighed. He understood perfectly well that Lin Cheng was an exceptionally outstanding researcher herself. Encountering this situation, she would naturally want to lead from the front, charging into the front lines. Moreover, Lin Cheng was certainly still thinking about that previous incident. To make up for her mistake, she would undoubtedly work even harder. Just then a new video window popped up in the group chat. It was the sisters Gu Shiqing and Gu Tingwan. "Sister, look. It's Lu Zheng," Gu Tingwan shouted excitedly, hurriedly pressing the camera right up against her sister's face. The two were currently in the cafeteria of the Shanghai Drama Academy buying breakfast. Hearing her sisters shout, Gu Shiqing glanced back at her phone. The moment she caught sight of Lu Zheng's face, Gu Shiqing's cheeks instantly flushed red and her heartbeat began to quicken. "Lu Zheng, you're up so early. Have you had breakfast yet?" Gu Shiqing asked in a gentle tone. "I have. The Southern Border Theater specially prepared breakfast, and it was quite nice." Gu Tingwan's voice suddenly chimed in from the side. "Lu Zheng, you have no idea. Sister's appetite has gotten really big lately. She eats several big steamed buns every time." Gu Shiqing wasn't one to get angry easily, as she pretended to glare at her younger sister. "I did not. Lu Zheng, don't listen to Xiaowan's nonsense. She eats even more than I do every time." Watching the two sisters bicker, the smile on Lu Zheng's face grew even more affectionate. "It's perfectly fine for you both to eat a little more. Besides, even if you became all plump and squishy, you'd still be adorable." Gu Shiqing was already a bit shy to begin with. Upon hearing Lu Zheng say this, she was instantly embarrassed to the point that even the roots of her ears turned crimson. After chatting for a while, Lu Zheng suddenly recalled something. He couldn't help but ask Su Jinyao, "Oh right, Yao Yao, where's Xia Tianyu? I recall she moved to the capital and started living with you all, didn't she?" Su Jinyao munched on the milk bread Deng Ziyuan had toasted, her cheeks puffed round as a little hamster. Pomelo is definitely still snuggled up in bed, refusing to wake up. She has been loving her lazy mornings lately. Her serialized comic hasn't even updated in days. Su Jinyao swallowed the bread in 3 quick bites as though struck by a mischievous idea. "Lu Zheng, don't hang up yet. I'm going up to ambush her right now." With those words, Su Jinyao scurried up the staircase like a little monkey, her footsteps clattering briskly against the steps. Lu Zheng shook his head with a helpless smile, his face brimming with tender affection. Just then Shen Qing joined the video call. "Lu Zheng, you don't say?" Shen Qing spoke with a teasing expression. "There was a wedding in Harvest Village a couple of days ago. The ceremony was grand beyond measure. I heard the wedding procession was escorted by armed helicopters clearing the way up front. I had a hunch that person was you." Shen Qing wore an expression that practically screamed, "I know your little secret." Lu Zheng figured Harvest Village wasn't far from Fortune Village, so news traveling fast made perfect sense. He didn't deny it, merely smiling faintly. "You certainly have a way with intelligence." Shen Qing couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. "Honestly, I really missed the days when the 4 of us went camping together. These past few nights, I've even dreamed of that day's scene." Lu Zheng sensed the wistfulness in Shen Qing's words and responded gently, "Once I'm done with this busy stretch, I'll find a chance to take you all out again." The moment those words fell, a disheveled little head suddenly popped into the video frame. Su Jinyao held up her phone, shoving the camera right into Xia Tianyu's face. Xia Tianyu had clearly just woken up. Her eyelids were still drooping heavily. Her little cheeks flushed with the rosy hue of recent waking, her entire bearing radiating that fresh-from-sleep look. "Sleeping this much? Don't tell me you were up late gaming again last night." Xia Tianyu bristled at the words like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her eyes flew wide open and she instinctively grabbed the blanket and scrambled backward, so hastily that she nearly tumbled right off the bed. Lu Zheng. Xia Tianyu hadn't expected to see Lu Zheng the moment she opened her eyes. She hurriedly patted down her hair, terrified of making a bad impression. "I didn't play games. I've just been needing extra sleep lately and can't resist staying in bed." Gu Shiqing chimed in with an explanation. "Some people are simply more prone to drowsiness. It's perfectly fine. Think of it as beauty sleep." Deng Ziyuan arrived at the room just then. "I just glanced at the news. There are new trending topics." Deng Ziyuan spoke up. Su Jinyao scrolled down the news page and blurted out without thinking, "Oh my goodness. Long Xiao's mecha battalion has deployed to Sakura." Lu Zheng tapped open the trending topics as well, discovering that hashtags related to Long Xiao's mecha were firmly dominating the top spots. Long Xia mecha descend upon Sakura disaster zone, divine might displayed above the ruins. Quick look. Long Xia's black technology stuns the globe. Mecha details leaked and spark heated debate. Attention! This is no movie footage. These are real Long Xia mecha. Beneath one of these trending topics, videos transmitted live from the scene had also surfaced. The footage showed the Sakura disaster zone in utter devastation. Collapsed houses and fractured steel and concrete scattered everywhere. The scene resembled nothing less than a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Beneath the ashen, overcast sky, several mecha gleaming in pristine silver patrolled the ruins from above. Upon the chests of these mecha, a vivid crimson emblem stood emblazoned, the totem of Long Xia. Several other mecha were assisting in cutting and relocating massive concrete slabs, searching the ground for survivors. Rescue teams from other nations gazed upon these mecha with expressions of extraordinary complexity, part longing, part envy. More than a few Sakura disaster victims fell to their knees on the spot, kowtowing in profound gratitude. Lu Zheng gently stroked his chin, his heart undisturbed by the spectacle. He scrolled to the comments section where domestic netizens had already flooded hundreds of thousands of replies. Holy, no way, mom just drove mecha straight into Sakura. These mecha are way too cool. If I could pilot one for a single day, I'd happily trade it for winning 5 million. Who else just woke up to such blood-pumping news? I'm ready to plow 2 acres of land right now. Mom really does things quietly, but spectacularly. Even those foreigners are dumbfounded, and so is this old-timer at home. What do you all think of what mom did? 1 flower awesome, 2 flowers super awesome, 3 flowers awesome beyond words. Domestic discussion of the matter remained at fever pitch, while overseas the fervor reached unprecedented heights. In fact, the moment the related videos appeared on foreign platforms, foreign netizens nearly crashed the websites. Thank goodness such power rests in civilized hands. Certain other nations would have weaponized it long ago. IP Baba Sheep. It's hard to fathom that a nation destitute mere decades ago could have risen to such heights. Long Xia is truly awe-inspiring. IP Bear. Those folks over in the Freedom Nation must be green with envy at the sight of these mecha, unable to sleep at night. Too bad, they'll never figure it out in their lifetime. IP Wheat. Long Xia's mecha are already saving people in disaster zones, yet our nation's robots are still stuck at the Parkinson stage, aren't they? IP Iron Tower. In mere minutes, the foreign comment sections had refreshed with over 1 million new entries accompanied by ever more footage transmitted live from the scene. Long Xia is clearly using this disaster relief as a chance to flex its muscles. Such behavior must be boycotted by the international community. IP Three Brothers. I think Sakura would do well to submit quietly right now. Who knows, they might even snag a province out of Long Xia's hands. IP Failed Art Student. Long Xia is probably using relief as a pretext to settle old blood debts with Sakura while they're at it. IP Kimchi. We strongly demand Long Xia disclose its mecha technology for the benefit of all humanity. IP Freedom Nation. Lu Zheng had just ended the family group video call when his private jet touched down at Wudu International Airport. Though it was autumn, the weather in Wudu remained rather sweltering. Lu Ruashi had been waiting beside the terminal long before his arrival. Standing beside her was a middle-aged man of some 40-odd years. The man wore a black suit tailored to perfection, his spine straight as an arrow. Every gesture carried the composed grandeur of one accustomed to power. Lu Ruashi stepped before Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng, allow me to introduce someone. This is Mr. Chen Fuming. He is also the father of one of this mission's key targets. Hearing Lu Ruashi's words, Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. He had never imagined that Lu Ruashi had already won over the heroine's father. The moment his plane touched down, he didn't get to see the female protagonist first. Instead, he met his future father-in-law first. Lu Zheng, hello. Chen Fuming extended his hand proactively. Major Lu has already briefed me on the basic situation. I will do everything in my power to cooperate with your operation. The group got into the car. Without saying much, Lu Ruashi directly handed over a tablet. The woman in the photograph was dressed in a black suit. Her waist was slender, yet not the kind of scrawny thinness. Her features were undeniably stunning. But combined together, they gave rise to an aura of chilling aloofness that bordered on the extreme. The next moment, the system presented the woman's dossier right before Lu Zheng's eyes. Name Chen Jinha. Age 24. Height weight 170 to 49. Personality sharp-tongued, but soft-hearted, highly guarded. Appearance score 98. Personality score 94. Relationship history 0. Comprehensive rating 97. Remarks: the youngest daughter of Chen Fuming, chairman of Chen's technology group, currently serving as the group's executive president. Deeply loved by her parents and elder sister, she is decisive and commanding in her work, has no bad habits, and her family has no history of hereditary diseases. Upon seeing the words, Chen's technology group, Lu Zheng suddenly froze. He recalled the apocalypse of his previous life when Long Xia had already been ravaged beyond recognition by viruses and monstrous beasts. It was Chen's technology group that had nearly emptied its coffers, bearing immense pressure, repairing and rebuilding communication base stations at any cost. Moreover, the emergency communication equipment produced by their group was distributed to disaster victims completely free of charge, becoming a lifeline for countless survivors. Lu Zheng felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Chen's technology group had never been merely a commercial conglomerate that knew only how to make money. Rather, it was a backbone capable of bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds at the moment when the very survival of the nation hung in the balance. Truth be told, Lu Zheng had never imagined, no matter how he tried to envision it, that the target of this courtship mission would turn out to be the heiress of Chen's technology group. Mr. Chen, Lu Ruashi suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the car. Thank you for agreeing to lend your support on this mission. With your assistance, the operation is certain to proceed far more smoothly. Chen, fuming, hurriedly waved his hand. Major Lu, you're too kind. I don't deserve such gratitude. If anyone should be offering thanks, it's me who should be thanking the nation. My Jinha is blessed with fortune to have been chosen by the country and matched with such a fine partner. I obey the nation's commands without any conditions. Whatever you need from me going forward, just say the word, and the entire Chen family will give their full cooperation. Chen, fuming, spoke with neither servility nor arrogance, his eyes brimming with absolute trust in the nation. Yet certain doubts did linger in his heart. He was curious. What was the true background of this young man named Lu Zheng? Lu Zheng's looks and bearing were indeed admirable. But how could he have earned such solemn attention from the military? So much so that they were even willing to mobilize the power of the state to tailor a courtship plan specifically for him. This was certainly no treatment reserved for an ordinary young man. And besides, of all people, why did the country's choice fall upon his very hardest to deal with youngest daughter? After all, that daughter of his had a temperament as cold as ice. She avoided men as though they were the plague. Yet doubts aside, Chen, fuming, quickly suppressed these thoughts. He had been raised beneath the red flag. What flowed in his very bones was the crimson blood of loyalty to the nation. Since the country had made its arrangements, his only duty was to follow them through. What ought not to be asked, he would never presume to inquire. Speaking of which, Chen, fuming, shifted the topic, his tone carrying a note of helpless resignation. It's not that I'm bragging, but my youngest daughter is truly exceptional in every regard. She holds dual master's degrees in finance and computer science. She took over Chen Group last year, and within less than a year, she had already doubled the company's market value. As for her looks, they speak for themselves. Her suitors could line up from the company gates all the way to the city center. At this point, Chen, fuming, heaved a sigh. A shade of worry crept across his expression. But when it comes to matters of the heart, sigh. Those who pursue her, she doesn't even deign to glance at them. Just tells them to get lost. Over the past 2 years, I've also asked people to introduce quite a few young masters from wealthy families and promising young men to her. But she rejected every single one of them, not even willing to exchange more than a few words. Chen, fuming, turned to Lu Ruashi with some difficulty. With that temperament of hers, impervious to both kindness and force, unmoved by any persuasion. I'm afraid she'll cause quite a bit of trouble for your courtship mission. In saying all this, Chen, fuming, bore no resemblance whatsoever to the helmsman of a major corporation. He was entirely the picture of a father worrying over his daughter's marriage. Lu Ruashi replied, rest assured, Mr. Chen. The military has already devised the optimal courtship strategy tailored to Chen Jina's personality, guaranteed to be foolproof. Lu Zheng couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruashi. He felt that this woman was becoming more and more professional by the minute. No matter what kind of courtship mission it was, she seemed to have it completely in hand. So should I disguise myself as a newly hired employee next? Or pose as a business partner and arrange a meeting with Chen Jinha to discuss a deal? These two approaches were what Lu Zheng had just been mulling over. Because these two identities seemed the most logically sound, he felt they were quite reliable. Hearing this, the corner of Lu Ruashi's mouth curved into a smile laden with meaning. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and she slowly uttered 2 words. Kidnap. At these words, Lu Zheng's pupils contracted sharply. He even suspected he must have misheard. Huh. Kidnap. Lu Ruashi seemed to have long anticipated Lu Zheng's reaction. She continued with deliberate significance. That's right. The literal meaning. We will arrange for someone to stage a kidnapping of Chen Jinha. Of course, the entire operation will be under our control, and she won't truly come to any harm. You need to appear at the moment when she is most utterly helpless and alone, and rescue her. After hearing all this, Lu Zheng felt his heartbeat quicken ever so slightly. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Ruashi's methods were growing wilder and wilder. Chen Jinha is highly vigilant, and her guard against men is even stronger. But precisely because of this, we only need to make a strong start. After that, winning her over will be considerably easier. Moreover, in all our current simulations, this is the optimal strategy for establishing initial trust between you and her. After hearing Lu Ruashi's explanation, Lu Zheng nodded thoughtfully. He felt there was truly a reason the state had assigned Lu Ruashi to help him court women. Because Lu Ruashi was genuinely a professional. The scene shifted. In the outskirts of Wudu, an unfinished building, Chen Jinha's consciousness slowly resurfaced. She tried to move only to discover that her wrists and ankles were tightly bound. Her mouth was gagged as well, and a black had covered her head. Before her eyes was nothing but pitch darkness. She couldn't see a thing. Chen Jinhe vaguely recalled that she had just stepped out of the elevator in the underground parking lot, when a hand had suddenly clamped over her from behind, and after that she had lost consciousness. In an instant, a single thought surfaced in Chen Jinhe's mind. Kidnapped. Chen Jinhe panicked in an instant. A chill surged from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. Yet within merely a few seconds, she forced herself to calm down. She knew that in a situation like this, panic would serve no purpose. Struggling would only drain her strength. And if she angered the kidnappers, her life would be in danger as well. Chen Jinhe pondered why she had been abducted. Since assuming the role of CEO, she had made no small number of enemies over the past year. It was likely a rival company resorting to underhanded means intending to deal her a warning blow through this act. It was also possible that someone had kidnapped her for ransom, believing her family to be wealthy. In truth, Chen Jinhe was trembling slightly with fear. But she did everything in her power to keep herself composed. Unable to see at present, she could only strain to listen to the movements around her. In the distance, a man tapped his earpiece gently. Report, the target is awake. Lu Ruashi's voice immediately came through the earpiece. Proceed according to plan. Say the lines. The man nodded and pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Another man stood beside him, likewise producing an identical piece of paper. The first man cleared his throat and deliberately took 2 steps toward Chen Jinhe. Listen, he began. She's the CEO of Chen's technology group. This job is going to make us a fortune. His voice was flat and dry, devoid of any inflection whatsoever. He sounded exactly like an elementary school student reading aloud in class. The other man joined in. We'll squeeze a hefty sum out of her, old man. Enough for us brothers to live carefree for the rest of our lives. This man delivered his lines with the same monotone flatness, utterly devoid of emotion. On the other end of the earpiece, Lu Ruashi covered her face in helpless exasperation. You two are reading like robots. Can you show some feeling? Be fiercer. More arrogant. Show some kidnapper spirit. What one must understand is that both men were special forces operatives of the Longshan military. Their daily duties involved grim, decisive work with no room for levity. Being made to recite scripted lines today was rather trying for them. The 2 men exchanged a glance. They promptly adjusted their tone and began reciting the next lines. What if her old man refuses to pay? Crash. The other man cooperatively hurled a stick onto the ground. The tremendous sound reverberated through the abandoned building for a long while. Refuse. Then we tear up the ticket. The man contorted his face into as fierce and vicious an expression as he could muster as he spoke. Of course, even if that old bastard pays, we can't let this woman return alive. What if she exposes us? Chen Jinhe's heart jolted with alarm. She realized these men were all desperados. Whether the ransom was paid or not, they intended to kill. Now Chen Jinhe had to find a way to save herself. She stealthily twisted her wrist. But she discovered the hemp rope was bound so tightly that there was no way she could loosen it. She tried shifting her body again. However, her feet were bound as well, making even a single step an impossibility. Just as despair welled ever deeper within Chen Jinhe's heart, the 2 men continued speaking. All right, what about that other young man? Upon hearing this, Chen Jinhe could not help but feel a flicker of surprise. She muttered to herself, could there be another person kidnapped besides herself? At that very moment, Lu Zheng walked over slowly from the side. The 2 men grinned at him and continued reciting the lines on their paper. That kid was asking for it. What kind of hero was he trying to be, blocking us from kidnapping this woman? We'll take care of him later and dump him somewhere far away, so he won't stick his nose in and ruin our brother's plans. Having finished speaking, the 2 men began to shout loudly according to the original plan. Oh, ouch, stop hitting me. Help. Hearing the commotion, Chen Jinhe curled up in the corner the entire time, not daring to move even an inch. The 2 men were screaming as though their hearts were being torn apart. Their arms and legs kicked wildly at the ground, putting on quite a convincing performance. Lu Zheng silently gave them a thumbs up. Then he walked over to Chen Jinhe's side. Hearing footsteps approaching from a distance, Chen Jinhe instantly tensed up. Immediately afterward, she felt her wrists go slack. The ropes binding her had been untied by someone. The black hood covering her head was also removed, and she instinctively squinted against the light. Once her vision cleared, Chen Jinhe's gaze met Lu Zheng's for the first time. There's no time now. Come with me immediately. Chen Jinhe's legs were still weak, yet Lu Zheng pulled her along as they ran down the stairs. Outside it was pitch black, not even a street lamp in sight. In the open ground outside the abandoned building, a battered old minivan was parked. It was the very vehicle the kidnappers had driven. Without a word of hesitation, Lu Zheng pulled open the door and shoved Chen Jinhe inside. He then circled to the driver's seat and produced a piece of wire. In a matter of seconds, he picked the lock and successfully started the engine. You actually know how to do this? Chen Jinhe exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Hold on tight. They could catch up at any moment. Lu Zheng had no time to explain and floored the accelerator. Vroom! The engine roared, and the minivan shot forward in a flash. The vehicle bounced along the bumpy dirt road. Once Qin Jinhe had steadied herself, her first instinct was to reach for her phone and call the police. But no matter how many times she pressed the buttons, there was no response. It was out of battery. Qin Jinhe's heart sank. She could only pray that Lu Zheng would drive fast enough for them to reach the city safely. But the very next second, a black sedan suddenly barreled out from the intersection ahead. It cut diagonally across the road, blocking their path completely. The blinding headlights swept toward them, making it impossible for Qin Jinhe to keep her eyes open. Without hesitation, Lu Zheng wrenched the steering wheel sharply and barreled toward a side road. Tires screamed against the ground with a piercing screech. It was an even narrower country lane. At the end of the road stood nothing but cornstalks over a person's height. The cornstalks scraped against the body of the van, rustling loudly the entire way. In all her life, Qin Jinhe had gone skydiving and bungee jumping. But something this heart-stopping she was experiencing for the very first time. The minivan plowed into the field ridge, bouncing so violently it nearly fell to pieces. Seeing that there was no road ahead, Lu Zheng grabbed Qin Jinhe, and the two of them stumbled and staggered into the cornfield. At the same time, several men wielding clubs came charging up from behind. Damn it, they went in. Spread out and search. It was autumn now, and the cornstalks grew taller than a person. Lu Zheng and Qin Jinhe staggered with each step, troubled footing, and nearly tripped on several occasions. After running for what seemed like an eternity, Lu Zheng suddenly stopped. He pulled Qin Jinhe behind a dense cluster of cornstalks to hide. Lu Zheng made a hushing gesture, his gaze watchful and alert as he scanned the surroundings. Qin Jinhe nodded and covered her own mouth, not daring to make even the slightest sound. She felt as though her heart was about to leap out of her throat. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxi's voice came through the earpieces of those men. Just pretend to circle around the cornfield and look for them. Don't take too long, then withdraw. These men were all highly trained special forces operatives. They promptly responded in low voices. Copy that. Darkness enveloped everything on all sides. A blackness so absolute that one could not see their own hand before their eyes. Only the faintest slivers of moonlight managed to pierce through the gaps between the corn leaves. A group of men stood, their clubs clutched firmly in their hands. They prowled the vicinity in restless pursuit, their passage sending the cornstalks rustling with a relentless whisper. As those sounds drew ever nearer, Qin Jinhe had believed herself composed enough. After all, she was a woman who had witnessed more than her share of momentous occasions. Yet now, trapped within this shadowed place, terror crept over her, like rising tides slowly drowning her whole. But precisely at this ill-fated moment, a fuzzy caterpillar dropped onto the leaf directly before Qin Jinhe. She froze for a startled instant. Then, no matter how aloof and proud Qin Jinhe had always been, at her very core she remained, after all, a young woman. Before the scream could escape Qin Jinhe's lips, Lu Zheng swiftly clamped his hand over her mouth. With a flick, he sent the caterpillar flying. Damn it, nothing over here. Move on, let's check over there. At that very instant, a burly man stood directly before Lu Zheng and Qin Jinhe. One step further forward, and he would have easily spotted the two figures crouched behind the cornstalks. Qin Jinhe squeezed her eyes shut in terror, her fingers gripping Lu Zheng's arm with desperate force. But nothing happened. The man turned and walked away toward another direction. Only when all sounds beyond had faded into absolute silence did Lu Zheng finally release his hand from Qin Jinhe's mouth. Only then did Qin Jinhe realize what she had done. Her grip had nearly left marks on Lu Zheng's arm. I'm sorry, I was far too tense. She hastily loosened her hold, her face etched with apologetic distress. I'm going to scout the area and see if they've gone far. Stay here and wait for me. With those words spoken, Lu Zheng turned and departed. The entire cornfield now held only Qin Jinhe alone. She remained curled behind the cornstalks, so frightened that she hardly dared to draw even a single breath. The night hung dark as spilled ink, and terror drew in from every direction. Qin Jinhe had no idea how much time had passed. Yet each second, each fleeting minute felt like endless torment. Why hasn't he returned yet? What if those men discovered him and struck him down? Such dark imaginings spun relentlessly through Qin Jinhe's mind. An occasional gust of wind swept through, setting the cornfield rustling with an ominous whisper. She pinched herself sharply, striving with all her might to steady her frayed nerves. Yet still, bit by bit, fear swallowed her whole. Just as Qin Jinhe was on the very brink of collapse, a hand suddenly settled upon her shoulder. In that instant, every drop of blood in Qin Jinhe's body froze solid. Her entire form went rigid, so stiff she lacked even the strength to turn her head. Don't be afraid. It's me. Upon hearing Lu Zheng's voice, Qin Jinhe felt like a drowning soul finally permitted to breathe. It was the feeling of being rescued, of salvation itself. Those men have gone far away. We need to move quickly now. Lu Zheng carefully helped Qin Jinhe to her feet. A peculiar sensation suddenly welled up within Qin Jinhe. She felt profoundly steady. From some unknown moment onward, Lu Zheng had somehow become her anchor, her pillar of strength. So long as Lu Zheng remained at her side, there was nothing she need fear. Yet perhaps it was from crouching for too long. The moment Chen Jinhe rose to her feet, her ankle gave way beneath her. Her whole body tilted and tumbled toward the side. It was only then that Lu Zheng noticed. Chen Jinhe's exquisite stiletto heels had long since snapped clean in two, and her custom-tailored suit had long been soiled beyond all recognition. "Your shoes are broken. Let me carry you on my back." The moment Lu Zheng spoke, Chen Jinhe hurriedly replied, "It's fine. I'm not that fragile." With that said, Chen Jinhe slipped off her high heels and carelessly tossed them aside. Without further comment, Lu Zheng walked ahead to clear the path. The way ahead was littered with sharp stones and chunks of cracked parched earth. Every step sent sharp pain shooting through Chen Jinhe's toes, each footfall drawing a wince from her brow. Before long, the soles of her stockings were caked thick with mud. She was forced to slow her pace considerably. As she pressed onward, an even larger heap of rubble loomed before her. Chen Jinhe was pondering how she might tiptoe her way across, when suddenly she felt her body grow light. She lifted off the ground, soaring as if taking flight. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Lu Zheng had somehow doubled back without her noticing, and swept her up into his arms in a princess carry. For over 20 years, this marked the first time Chen Jinhe had ever been held thus. If one were to trace back to the previous instance, it was surely when she was a small child cradled in her mother's embrace. Even Chen Jinhe, the calculating, ever-composed female CEO of the Chen Corporation, found her mind a complete blank at this moment. She resembled nothing so much as a small hamster caught in someone's grasp, utterly frozen, not daring to move a muscle. "Why you put me down? I can walk on my own." Chen Jinhe exerted every effort to make her voice sound as normal as possible. Lu Zheng replied in an unhurried tone, "If I let you walk on your own at the speed you're going, we'd still be stuck in this cornfield by dawn tomorrow." Chen Jinhe opened her mouth as if to protest, yet found that no words of refutation would come. She could only allow Lu Zheng to carry her forward as he walked. Gradually, Chen Jinhe became aware that she could hear the rhythm of Lu Zheng's heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Steady and powerful beat after beat. Strangely, it filled her with an overwhelming sense of peace. Yet Chen Jinhe was, after all, the president of a major corporation. Would it not be somewhat improper to be carried by Lu Zheng like this? She worried whether Lu Zheng might think her too heavy, yet felt too embarrassed to mention it. Though she had been keeping her weight in check lately, so it shouldn't be too much of a burden. In the span of mere seconds, Chen Jinhe had already muttered several such thoughts to herself. Meanwhile, several burly men crouched by a wall, their gazes fixed upon Lu Zheng's departing silhouette. "Report. The target has departed." Lu Ruashi's response came instantly through the earpiece. "Your mission is complete. Handle the cleanup. Pick up all the fallen corn from the ground. First thing tomorrow morning, go negotiate with the farmer who owns this cornfield. Purchase all the corn at double the market price. Waste not a single grain." The man responded without hesitation, "Understood. We guarantee not a single blade of grass will be harmed, not a single grain wasted." As night deepened, an unusual stillness settled over the surroundings. Only the occasional bark of a dog echoed from somewhere far away. Lu Zheng no longer held Chen Jinhe in his arms. Instead, he carried her on his back as he pressed forward. Chen Jinhe felt the breadth of Lu Zheng's back. Tilting her head slightly, she could still glimpse his profile. For reasons she could not name, Chen Jinhe sensed that Lu Zheng was unlike any man she had ever known. Those she had encountered were either insufferably wealthy scions of privilege or paunchy, oily middle-aged men. At best, a frail and bookish youth with poet's dreams, but no strength. But Lu Zheng was different. Chen Jinhe could not articulate what set him apart. She simply knew he was unlike the rest. After a long silence, Chen Jinhe could contain herself no longer and finally spoke. "Thank you." She tried to keep her voice calm and composed. Yet to any passerby, a faint shyness still lingered beneath her words. Lu Zheng's footsteps did not pause as he replied, evenly, "It was nothing, merely a small effort." Chen Jinhe reflected that she was usually decisive and commanding at the company. So why did she suddenly grow so bashful now? She asked Lu Zheng directly, "Might I ask who you are? Why did they abduct you as well?" Lu Zheng answered in the same placid tone, "In the underground parking lot, I witnessed them seize you. I had only just pulled out my phone to call the police when they spotted me. The next thing I knew, I woke up here." Chen Jinhe had not expected that Lu Zheng had fallen into this plight solely because of his attempt to save her. A wave of guilt washed over her, and she resolved in her heart that she must find some way to repay him. After walking for what seemed an eternity, a faint light finally glimmered ahead. It was a small roadside inn. A pink neon sign flickered intermittently above its doorway. "That inn is safe. Go there to borrow a phone, let Chen Jinhe call her family, and report herself safe, then contact the police." Lu Ruashi's instruction filtered through his earpiece. Having received the instruction, Lu Zheng gently set Chen Jinhe down. The sudden shock of cold earth beneath her bare feet took some getting used to, and Chen Jinhe found the sensation faintly strange. It was barely 10 o'clock at night. The proprietress sat behind the counter cracking sunflower seeds as she binge-watched a drama. The moment she caught sight of the pair, her eyes lit up, and she hurried forward to greet them. Handsome young man, pretty lady, here to get a room. She appraised them both with a glance, then added with a touch of regret. Oh, what a pity, it so happens there's only one room left. The proprietress spoke thus because she had witnessed such scenes countless times. Those lovebirds were clearly a fresh new couple, eager to venture beyond propriety, yet far too bashful to take the initiative. Hence she claimed only one room remained, hoping to play matchmaker where she could. Lu Zheng, however, shook his head. We don't need a room. Could we possibly borrow a phone? The proprietress blinked in surprise. She then cast a quick glance over Chen Jinha. The young lady was undeniably pretty, yet her clothes were filthy and streaked with mud. And she was barefoot, her shoes vanished to who knew where. The proprietress grasped the situation instantly. Without further ado, she slid her phone across the counter toward Lu Zheng. At 11 o'clock that night, the police had just finished taking Chen Jinha's statement. Chen Fuqiang accompanied his daughter to the entrance of the station. A flamboyant red Ferrari screeched to a halt directly beneath the steps. The driver's door swung open, and a woman in a skin-tight dress stepped out from behind the wheel. The dress was a deep wine red. Her long, slender legs were sheathed in stilettos with 10-centimeter heels. Xiaohe. The woman clicked rapidly toward them on her high heels. She threw her arms around Chen Jinha, tears already welling at the rim of her eyes. Lu Zheng happened to step out of the station at that very moment and witnessed the scene. The system instantly presented the woman's profile before his eyes. Name Chen Manru. Age 25. Height weight 168 to 55. Personality pure and candid, sensitive and fragile. Appearance score 96. Personality score 96. Relationship count 2. Marital status married. Overall rating 80. Notes: Chen Jinha's second elder sister dotes on her sister, most deeply prone to tears. A graduate of the dance department of Huhai University, her husband serves at the National Literary and Art Troupe. Lu Zheng had not expected Chen Jinha's second sister to possess such remarkable scores across the board. Alas, Chen Manru was already married, and that single fact dragged her overall rating down at once. You scared your sister half to death. When I received the call, my legs nearly gave way beneath me. Tears fell from Chen Manru's eyes in a steady patter. Before long, they had soaked through the shoulder of Chen Jinha's clothes. Those damnable kidnappers, how dare they lay a hand on my sister? If anything had happened to you, what would I have done? Woo! Chen Manru sobbed until she could barely catch her breath. Her carefully applied makeup had smeared beyond recognition, yet she looked none the worse for it. If anything, a certain winsome charm had been added to her mien. By contrast, Chen Jinha remained remarkably composed. To any uninformed passerby, one might think it was Chen Manru who had been kidnapped. Second sister, I'm fine, please don't worry. Chen Jinha gently patted her back in reassurance. Chen Manru cradled her sister's face, examining her from every angle. Are you hurt anywhere? Does any part of your body ache? And those people who kidnapped you, who were they? Have they been caught? Chen fuming let out a sigh beside them. The police are still investigating. If there are any developments, we will be notified at once. Upon hearing this, Chen Manru's composure shattered anew. They still haven't caught them. That's unacceptable. No way. Xiaohe, you absolutely must hire a personal bodyguard. The kind who protects you round the clock, never leaving your side. No sooner had the words left her lips than the passenger door of the Ferrari swung open slowly. Another woman stepped out from within. Unlike Chen Manru's bold and flamboyant presence, this woman was clad in a cream-white professional ensemble. Her long hair was loosely draped over one shoulder, and a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles framed her face. The aura of a commanding career woman she radiated surpassed even Chen Jinha's, and the feminine allure she exuded was a cut above the rest. The instant Lu Zheng's gaze fell upon her, the system had already pulled up her profile. Name: Chen Shuli. Age 30. Height weight 172 to 56. Personality calm and rational, gentle and graceful. Appearance score 97. Personality score 96. Marital status divorced. Overall score 70. Remarks: Chen Jinha's eldest sister, chairperson of Chen's Beauty, a subsidiary under the Chen family empire. Divorced 2 years ago, currently childless, wholly devoted to her career. Chen Shuli approached, the sharp click of her stiletto heels striking the ground in a brisk da-da-da rhythm. She reached out and smoothed Chen Jinha's disheveled hair back into place, then gently dabbed the tears from Chen Manru's cheeks. There now? As long as Xiaohe is safe, that's all that matters. The moment Chen Shuli spoke, she truly embodied the warmth of a gentle elder sister. Speaking of which, we owe this young man a debt of gratitude for rescuing Xiaohe. Had it not been for him, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Chen fuming remarked, his gaze settling upon Lu Zheng. Chen Shuli and Chen Manru turned their attention to Lu Zheng as well. Chen Manru's tears had scarcely dried when she darted toward Lu Zheng and seized his hands in hers. Wah, handsome stranger, I really can't thank you enough. You're Xiaohe's savior, aren't you? What's your name? Where do you live? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like Big Sis to set you up with someone? Her questions came rapid fire, her words tumbling out at a speed that left Lu Zheng utterly dumbfounded. Chen Shuli stepped forward with an exasperated sigh. Sharo, that's enough. You'll frighten the poor man. She turned toward Lu Zheng with a slight nod. Hello, I am Chun Shuli, Xiao He's eldest sister. The three of us sisters have doted on Xiao He since we were children. For what you've done this evening, we are truly in your debt. Rest assured, our Chen family shall never treat you with anything less than the utmost gratitude. With that, Chun Shuli drew a sleek black bank card from her handbag. This card holds 10 million, a modest token of our appreciation. Please, you must accept it. Additionally, might you share with us where you reside or where you work? Tonight has all been rather sudden. Now tomorrow, we would like to call upon you in person to express our thanks. Lu Zheng regarded the black card, his countenance betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. He shook his head. It was a trivial matter, nothing worth mentioning. It's getting late. I should be going. The family watched as Lu Zheng's silhouette receded into the distance. Chun Shuli could not help but sigh in admiration. Father, this young man is truly no ordinary soul. 10 million laid before him, and he didn't so much as bat an eye. Even the most world-renouncing hermit couldn't remain that composed, could he? Chun fuming responded with the weight of a man who had lived many seasons. That sentiment applies to me as well. This young man strikes me as far from ordinary. Setting everything else aside, the fact that he could escort Xiao He safely home. That kind of capability is beyond what any common person possesses. And to remain so unfazed after enduring such an ordeal. He strikes me as a man one can depend upon. As he spoke, Chen fuming surreptitiously observed the subtle shifts in Chun Jina's expression. In truth, every word he uttered had been carefully calibrated for his daughter's ears, an artful attempt to coax from her some faint stirring of romantic awakening. Beside them, Chun Manru stamped her foot, her face alight, with unmistakable reluctance. Arg, he never even told me whether he has a girlfriend. Chun Shuli arched an elegant brow. My. Could it be that you've taken a liking to this young man? Surely you're not thinking of getting your elder sister a new brother-in-law. The moment those words left Chun Shuli's lips, Chun Manru's complexion flushed a shade even deeper than her skin-tight dress. Sister, what are you saying? I just think he and our little Xiao He make a perfect match. A hero saving a damsel in distress, a fate ordained by heaven. Isn't this the very plot of a television drama? While Chun Manru chattered away in this fashion, Chen Jinha stood rooted in place, her gaze following the receding figure of Lu Zheng lingering long after he had gone. The moments she had shared with Lu Zheng replayed themselves unbidden through the theater of her mind, over and over in an endless loop. Most vividly of all was the sensation of being held in his arms, the steady percussion of his heartbeat ringing against her ear. Thump, thump, thump. Chun Jinha's thoughts were now consumed entirely by the rhythm of Lu Zheng's heart. One beat after another, like a fawn bounding wild and untamed within the confines of her chest. It wasn't until Chun Shuli waved her hand before her sister's eyes that Chun Jinha finally stirred. Xiao He, what are you looking at? Your soul has flown clean away. Chun Jinha hastily averted her gaze, summoning what composure she could muster in no. Nothing. Catching her sister's flustered state, Chun Manru seemed to divine the truth of the matter. She promptly looped her arm through their eldest sisters and leaned close to Chun Shuli's ear, whispering in conspiratorial hush. That little girl appears to have fallen in love. Elsewhere, by now a considerable distance from the police station, Lu Zheng stepped into an unassuming black business sedan waiting at the curb. Lu Ruashi reclined in the back seat, dressed in a plain white t-shirt paired with simple blue jeans. With her hair gathered into a high ponytail, she cut a figure of striking cleanliness and poise. How is the progress on tonight's strategy? Lu Ruashi asked with a knowing smile. I checked before we departed. Favorability has only reached 10%. Lu Zheng reported. At this, Lu Ruashi's lips pursed in undisguised disappointment. Only 10%. Had it been Xia Tianyu or Su Jinyao, those little minxes, they would have maxed it out in a single evening. Lu Ruashi paused, then shifted her tone. But it doesn't matter. Chun Jinha has scarcely ever interacted with men since she was young. To have achieved even this much favorability is no small feat. Once we've made this initial breach, the rest of the strategy will proceed far more smoothly. The car began to roll forward at an unhurried pace. Lu Zheng could not help but ask, however, I left behind no contact information whatsoever. Shall I next arrange for a chance encounter with Chun Jinha through Mr. Chun? Lu Ruashi smiled, a knowing glint dancing behind her eyes. I have already made all the necessary arrangements. Rest well tonight. The remainder can wait until morning. With Lu Ruashi's assurance, Lu Zheng at last allowed himself to set aside his lingering concerns. Lu Zheng arrived at a standalone villa situated in the heart of Wudu. Such accommodations had long since become routine for him. With every mission came a villa stay, and Lu Ruashi always insisted it was merely a humble arrangement for the night. Just as Lu Zheng prepared to wash up and retire for the evening, half a world away across the vast ocean in the Free Nation. At the Blue Star Alliance headquarters within the Great Conference Chamber, delegates of every nation sat in solemn assembly, their expressions grave and unyielding. At last the session was called to order. The representative of the Free Nation rose to speak first. An incident has recently occurred on the international stage. Absolutely shocking. The Free Nation representative slammed his fist on the table, his expression grave. The representatives from developing nations in the conference room shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Dragon Xia has openly deployed its mecha core within Sakurako's territory. What is this? The Free Nation representative's gaze turned vicious. This is aggression. Sakurako is at its weakest moment right now. Dragon Xia's move is clearly taking advantage of their vulnerability, attempting to annex Sakurako. I propose a full alliance vote. Demand that Dragon Xia immediately withdraw all its mecha core or face sanctions. As the Free Nation representative finished speaking, he raised his right hand first. His eyes swept across the room, his brows heavy with thinly veiled threats. His followers quickly followed suit, each voting in turn. They feared that even a second's delay would anger their boss. The remaining delegates felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Heads bowed, eyes darting nervously, none dared meet the Free Nation representative's gaze. Raise their hands. That would be openly offending Dragon Xia, who knew when Dragon Xia's mecha might roll up to their own doorstep. Not raise their hands. That would mean going against the Free Nation directly. The consequences would be far more catastrophic. After a brief silence, something bizarre unfolded. Numerous delegates' hands hovered midair, half raised, but not fully extended. Neither advancing nor retreating, neither left nor right. Neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Between yes and no, they chose the ambiguous, or. Everyone was playing dumb. After all, none wished to offend either side. No one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. At that moment, a calm and powerful voice rang out. Like a sword shattering ice. It instantly broke the deathly silence in the conference hall. All eyes turned toward the source, the Dragon Xia representative. The Dragon Xia representative made no extra movements. He simply sat there, naturally exuding the commanding presence of a great power. The Free Nation representative's words are absurd to say the least. The Dragon Xia representative spoke, his voice low, yet each word ringing with authority. Videos are everywhere online. Dragon Xia's mecha core and Sakurako are carrying out security patrols and search and rescue missions. Sakurako has suffered a disaster, countless citizens are trapped. Dragon Xia's mecha are there to save lives. Where is the aggression you speak of? The Free Nation representative's face stiffened. Who knows if you're just putting on an act with ulterior motives? The Dragon Xia representative smiled contemptuously. Ulterior motives? If we're talking about that across the entire Blue Star, who could compare to your Free Nation? Accusing others of washing clothes in their homes, then coming over to burn, kill, and plunder. Fabricating trivial evidence, and dragging someone's leader out of bed. The Dragon Xia representative's expression suddenly turned cold, his eyes radiating lethal intent. Behaviors like yours. That is what aggression looks like. That is what the entire Blue Star should unite to resist. No one present had expected it. The Dragon Xia representative had actually chosen to go head-on. The entire venue fell silent in an instant, though everyone could even hear their own heartbeats. The Free Nation representative's face cycled through shades of green and white. His expression was worse than having eaten something foul. He glared fiercely at the third brother representative seated diagonally across from him. The third brother representative instantly caught on clearing his throat before speaking. Perhaps we have misunderstood. Dragon Xia is indeed helping in good faith with no hidden agenda. We all know Dragon Xia has always demonstrated the demeanor of a major power. Since you now possess such advanced mecha technology, why not share it with everyone? The third brother representative wore a sycophantic smile. This way we can also produce mecha for disaster relief and rescue, thus benefiting all of humanity. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? No sooner had he finished when the pickled cabbage representative immediately chimed in, yes, yes. Sakurako's situation is an international matter, so everyone should help out together. If Dragon Xia shares its mecha technology, we can pool our efforts. How wonderful would that be? As these words left his mouth, a glimmer of desire flashed in the eyes of many delegates. They had all seen videos of Dragon Xia's military drills. Who wouldn't be envious of Dragon Xia's mecha capabilities? If they could truly obtain such technology, they would wake from their dreams grinning. The Dragon Xia representative didn't even look at the two of them. His tone remained as steady as a bell. You want to share technology? Very well. Let the Free Nation open source first. Share 5th-generation fighter technology freely with all nations. And those aircraft carrier fleets spread across the globe. Share those too for other nations to study and learn from. Hasn't the Free Nation always wanted to be the big brother of the Blue Star? For something that benefits all of humanity, naturally the big brother should lead the way. These words checkmated the Free Nation representative instantly. He was so furious he nearly choked and fainted on the spot. Share 5th-generation fighter and aircraft carrier technology. That would cut out the Free Nation's very lifeblood. Pure fantasy. The Free Nation representative's face turned iron gray, glaring at the Dragon Xia representative speechlessly for a long time. In the end, he could only sharply flick his sleeve, pretending nothing had happened. The other delegates also lowered their flags, daring not to bring up technology sharing again. After all, if the Free Nation wasn't setting the pace, how dare they jump forward themselves? This Blue Star Alliance meeting ultimately ended in hasty, awkward silence. After the meeting concluded back at the Free Nation Palace, the Supreme Leader angrily threw the documents in his hands onto the floor. Pacing back and forth in his office, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. The combat power demonstrated by Dragon Xia's Mecha Core far exceeded the Free Nation's estimates. And this was only the Mecha Core, not counting those laser weapons Dragon Xia showcased during their military exercises. If things continued like this, the Free Nation's position would surely be imperiled. The Supreme Leader suddenly thought of another matter. Recently, a joint naval fleet from multiple nations had encroached upon Dragon Xia's waters, and they had spotted a mysterious fighter jet. Rumors spread online that it was highly likely Dragon Xia's 7th-generation fighter. Just thinking about this made the Supreme Leader feel as though his head was splitting. He knew Dragon Xia's strength had surged in recent years, but he never imagined Dragon Xia would suddenly produce so many new developments all at once. The Supreme Leader's eyes narrowed and a sinister scheme instantly formed in his mind. Inside the press briefing hall, countless media journalists held their cameras, eagerly waiting. The Free Nation Supreme Leader, dressed in a suit, walked steadily toward the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received news. The disaster in Sakurako is far more severe than we imagined. He sighed into the camera. He looked as though he were truly worried about Sakurako's citizens. Tens of millions of refugees are displaced and homeless. This is a tragedy for all humanity. I am deeply pained. As the closest major power to Sakurako, Dragon Xia has always demonstrated great power responsibility, actively participating in rescue efforts. Given all this, the Supreme Leader's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a sinister smile. I believe Dragon Xia should go a step further. Accept some of Sakurako's refugees and provide them with a place to settle. The media reporters on the scene immediately fell into a frenzy. They scrambled to take photographs and record footage, terrified of missing a single crucial detail. The leader continued with feigned solemnity. Long Xia is a vast and fertile land, its territories stretching far and wide. Taking in these refugees would be nothing more than a trivial matter. We should all express our gratitude to Long Xia here for making such a significant contribution to Blue Star. Every word the leader uttered was grand and noble on the surface, yet each syllable dripped with treacherous cunning. His intention was to force Long Xia into a corner. Either accept this scorching hot potato or be branded with the stigma of heartlessness and injustice. The content of the press conference spread across the entire international network at breakneck speed. Countless individuals began to fan the flames. Sarcastic and snide remarks came pouring in one after another. If you ask me, Long Xia has such a vast territory, taking in a batch of refugees is nothing. Why make such a big deal out of it? Happy monkey. Long Xia was so enthusiastic about deploying mech for disaster relief before, but now that it's about accepting refugees, they've gone silent. Don't tell me it was all just a show. IP Kimchi. Exactly where's that great nation's bearing? They don't even have this much responsibility, and they still talk about leading the world. IP Three Brothers. I think Long Xia is just scared, afraid the refugees will split up their resources. Truly petty. IP Iron Tower. The leader is right. Long Xia should take in the refugees. That's what a responsible great nation should do. IP Freedom Nation. These comments quickly took over the front rows of every major comment section. At this rate, they were going to roast Long Xia over a fire. However, voices supporting Long Xia were also rallying with equal force. I recall an ancient saying from Long Xia: the emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. The top leader of Sakura isn't worried, so why is the Freedom Nation leader so anxious? IP Baba Sheep. Compared to Long Xia, it seems like Freedom Nation has more strength, doesn't it? You can project military forces across the globe, so taking in refugees should be a piece of cake, right? IP Little Commission. I think Freedom Nation is just brewing a belly full of bad water, trying to trick Long Xia. Long Xia must not fall for it. IP Failed Art Student. Long Xia's rescue efforts have already been more than enough. Why should they clean up Sakura's mess? Freedom Nation should govern itself well. IP Meng Meng. Why couldn't this meteor have hit Freedom Nation instead? They are the biggest cancer on Blue Star. IP Bear. The foreign internet was in an uproar. In just a few minutes, related videos had already amassed tens of millions of views. Although it was already deep into the night in Long Xia, once the news reached the domestic internet, it still exploded like a bomb. Holy crap. I've seen shameless people, but never anyone this shameless. Freedom Nation doesn't do right themselves, and they still want to morally kidnap us. I'm so angry I'm about to get my period. They wish. Tens of millions of refugees, what would they eat, what would they drink, what right do we have to support them? Didn't we just launch a new aircraft carrier into the sea recently? Can we just sail it over to Freedom Nation's doorstep, save them from stepping on our faces every day? Damn it, if you're not convinced, then let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? My grandfather beat you back then, and I can beat you just the same now. Surely we won't actually have to take in refugees, right? If that really happens, it would be utterly absurd. The netizens were filled with righteous fury, the comment sections flooded with curses. Every major media platform witnessed an unprecedented wave of boycotts against Freedom Nation. Meanwhile, at the Chen family villa, Chen Jinhe was holding her phone and happened to see these news stories. Her brows furrowed tightly, on one hand worried that Long Xia might suffer losses in this game of chess. On the other hand, she also worried that the Chun family's overseas business might be affected. However, for this young girl there was clearly a much greater matter weighing on her mind at this moment. Chen Jinhe had just turned off her phone when Lu Zheng's face surfaced in her mind. His heartbeat, his embrace, his voice. She had clearly tried so hard to forget. She had just been browsing the news on her phone as a way to distract herself. But somehow she kept inexplicably thinking of Lu Zheng. From childhood to now, Chen Jinhe had never experienced anything like this. She even began to wonder, could Lu Zheng have cast some kind of spell on her? "Sweetheart, what are you thinking about?" A very gentle voice came over. It was Chen Jinhe's mother. She looked at her daughter standing there in a daze, still clutching her change of clothes for the bath. "You took your bath things and have been standing there motionless since just now. Let me guess, are you thinking about some young man?" Chen Jinhe finally snapped back to reality. Mom, don't talk nonsense, I'm not. I just saw the news earlier and got a bit worried." The woman spoke gently once more. "I heard from your father about what happened today. That young man who saved you, he's truly a remarkable person. If it weren't for him, you would have been in grave danger today. It's a pity that young man didn't even leave any contact information. Our benefactor, I'm afraid, will never see him again." Upon hearing the words, "never see again," something in Chen Jinhe's heart clenched an inexplicable pang of sourness. The feeling was strange, something Chen Jinhe couldn't quite put into words. If she had to describe it, it was like when her parents had promised to take her to the amusement park as a child, but then suddenly they couldn't go. A mother knows her daughter best. The woman saw right through Chen Jinhe's thoughts at a glance. The smile in her eyes deepened as she patted her daughter's shoulder. "But you know, fate is something no one can predict. If it's meant to be, you will definitely meet again." Chen Jinhe soaked alone in the bathtub, lost in thought for a long time. Her long black hair floated across the surface of the water. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Will we really meet again?" Early the next morning, having dressed and come downstairs, Lu Zheng immediately glanced toward the kitchen. 3 figures were bustling about in a whirlwind of activity. Deng Xuan had her long hair pinned up in a bun and apron tied around her waist as she stood at the stove stir-frying with practiced ease. Lin Sheng was occupied at another burner, appearing to be preparing a pot of congee. Xin Qing meanwhile wore thick oven mitts and watched with rapt attention as small cakes baked inside the oven. Just last night, Lu Zheng had felt the villa was far too spacious, lacking a certain warmth of life. Yet this morning it was bustling nearly as fervently as a New Year's celebration. Honestly, the military could have simply arranged breakfast. Or I could have prepared it myself. Deng Xuan offered a gentle smile. "It's quite all right. I've actually been learning some new recipes lately. You'll have to taste them in a moment and tell me what you think." Lin Sheng carried the congee over and set it upon the table. The moment the lid was lifted, billows of fragrant steam rushed forth to greet them. This rice was cultivated by the Agricultural Academy, a superior strain of grain. The flavor is quite remarkable. Then there was Xin Qing, who lifted her chin with endearing pride, a hint of smugness in her voice, as she declared, "Lu Zheng, you are a fortunate man indeed. Today I shall let you sample this young lady's culinary skills as well." The family gathered around the table, and the scene could not have been more lively. Halfway through the meal, Reiser voiced her concern. "I saw in the news that the Liberty Nation wants Longxia to take in their refugees. The uproar online has grown rather significant. Countless people are discussing it." Upon hearing this, Yunji's expression immediately grew uneasy. If this is truly the case, surely our underground cities and Longxia won't be expected to share a portion with the Sakura refugees. Lu Zheng took a sip of congee, then spoke unhurriedly. "There's no need to worry. It's exactly the same as what happened in my past life." The young women's eyes lit up at once, and they pressed him eagerly. "Then how did Longxia handle it in your past life?" Scenes from his previous life surfaced unbidden in Lu Zheng's mind. The Liberty Nation is utterly shameless. They urged Sakura to load a ship full of refugees and set course for Longxia's territorial waters. They relied upon the fact that Longxia would not dare strike against refugees, hoping to exploit the opening to tear through our defenses. However, the think tanks of Longxia were hardly pushovers themselves. The young women stared with widened eyes. Like a cluster of attentive kittens, they hung upon Lu Zheng's every word. Lu Zheng continued. The Longxia think tanks understood that entangling themselves with Sakura would serve no purpose. Thus, they devised a strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, dispatching an aircraft carrier fleet across the open seas toward the Liberty Nation. At the time, on the high seas, the forces of Longxia and the Liberty Nation stood in confrontation. The tension was so severe that matters nearly escalated on several occasions. Many even believed that Season 3 was about to commence over this very incident. Fortunately, after a prolonged standoff, the Liberty Nation found a graceful way to step down for itself, and only then did both parties disengage. Merely listening to Lu Zheng's account, the young women felt as though they had been transported to the front lines themselves. Seeing that they still wore troubled expressions, Lu Zheng offered a smile. You need not be concerned. In this life, Longxia's overall strength far surpasses what it was in the previous life, by no small measure. This time we shall hold an even greater card to resolve this matter. The scene shifted to a port in Sakura. Soldiers of the Liberty Nation, weapons at the ready, were herding refugees toward a freighter. The leader of Sakura stood nearby, his expression more wretched than if he had just swallowed something foul. He furrowed his brow and ventured with care, General Longxia has yet to give its consent. Is it truly wise to simply send these people over like this? The Liberty Nation general let out a contemptuous snicker. His gaze was steeped in disdain as he replied, Your nation is already in such a state. We are helping you, do you understand? Besides, this is all by the Supreme Leader's command. Surely you are not suggesting you would dare question the Supreme Leader. The face of the Sakura leader instantly turned ashen. He hastily lowered his head and bowed deeply. I wouldn't dare. I absolutely did not mean it that way. How could he dare utter another word of protest? He could only watch helplessly as the freighter slowly pulled away from the port. But truth be told, a flicker of anticipation still stirred within his heart. If this batch of refugees truly managed to set foot upon Longxia's shores, then their nation of Sakura would never again have to worry about food or livelihood. Meanwhile, in the command center of Longxia's Eastern Theater, upon the great electronic screen, satellites monitored the freighter's movements in real time. A soldier stepped forward to report at once. Commander Wu, Sakura has already begun their operation. Wu Shanha stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed upon the great screen as a cold laugh escaped him. That boy Lu Zheng was right after all. Everything is unfolding exactly as he predicted. The commander of the Southern Theater, Lei Yonggong, stood at his side. He patted Wu Shanha upon the shoulder. In our past life, we never brought disgrace upon Longxia. In this life, with such excellent cards now in our hands, we must make Longxia's might ring out even more resoundingly. Wu Shanha nodded, his features suffused with an air of murderous resolve. Precisely. It is time to deliver the Liberty Nation a touch of profound shock. 6 o'clock in the evening, off the coast of the Free Nation. Beneath the waters of the Free Nation's territorial seas, a dark energy-powered submarine bearing Longxia's code name, Dragon King, lay silently in wait. Depth 4,950 meters, speed 0, maintaining silent running. A soldier reported, eyes fixed on the sonar display. Beside him, a real-time holographic scanning projection of the Free Nation's coastline flickered with activity. It had been only a few days since Lu Zheng had handed over this submarine. The National Academy of Sciences had yet to fully decipher its underlying principles. Nevertheless, research was research and operation was operation. So long as there was an instruction manual, Longxia could command this vessel. When the submarine first entered the Free Nation's waters, every soldier aboard had been strung taut as a bowstring. Yet the Free Nation's radars had remained utterly blind. They had detected nothing at all. The submarine's commanding officer spoke at once. Target waters reached. All hands, condition 1 readiness. Charge and warm up the electromagnetic interference module. A nearby soldier swiftly responded, report. Electromagnetic interference module fully charged. Ready to deploy full spectrum electromagnetic interference at any moment. The commander's eyes narrowed with steely resolve. Deploy immediately. Hum. An invisible, inaudible ripple of electromagnetic waves detonated outward from the Dragon King in every direction. Meanwhile, at a Free Nation military port, a radar operator was humming a tune, musing over what new diversions he might enjoy with his girlfriend that evening. In an instant, the radar screen beside him turned stark white, a blizzard of snow filling every inch. What? The operator assumed a malfunction and prepared to switch to the backup system. But no matter how he toggled the controls, the screen remained an unbroken expanse of white. Worse still, he discovered that all communication bands had been jammed. Shortwave, longwave satellite signals. Everything had vanished. The radar room erupted into chaos. The soldiers had never encountered such a phenomenon, and panic seized them one by one. A Free Nation general stormed in. What's all this panic? Troubleshoot the fault. Now. He snatched up a communication device. All ships report status. I repeat, all ships report status. From the communications device came only the sputtering crackle of static. Nothing else could be heard. The Free Nation general's heart sank. A nameless chill crept up along his spine. Before he could process further, a piercing alarm tore through the entire military port. Warning! 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 At that moment, the faces of every soldier drained of color. For they knew all too well what this meant. Enemy radar had achieved continuous lock-on upon their vessels. Where is the lock-on source? Bearing. Distance. Find it for me now. The Free Nation general bellowed, veins bulging at his temples. After all, this was a military port on their own sovereign soil. What manner of enemy could be lurking here, locking onto their fleet without pause? The radar operator, face ashen and fingers trembling, pointed desperately at the screen. I don't know. Every detection device has failed. The alarms continued unabated, yet they could not even glimpse where the enemy lay. The general shoved the radar operator aside and spun toward the satellite communication terminal. Get me the Supreme Leader. The communications soldier grappled desperately to re-establish the signal, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Report. Our signal has been completely blocked. Every communication band is occupied. Nothing is getting out. At these words, the general's face modeled a furious shade of purple. Crash. He lashed out with a vicious kick against the control console. Useless. A complete waste of flesh. In his towering fury, the Free Nation general struck himself several times across the face, forcing himself back to composure. Transmit my orders. All shore-based anti-air missiles and close-in weapon systems are to switch to manual targeting mode. The moment a suspicious target appears, commence indiscriminate barrage coverage. With every communication device now inoperable, the signal soldiers had no choice but to sprint out in person to deliver the orders. The general continued, immediately organize a team of frogmen equipped with sonar buoys and magnetic anomaly detectors into the water. Focus the search on underwater targets within 5 to 10 nautical miles of the harbor. The general deduced that the current situation was the result of an immensely powerful electromagnetic discharge by the enemy. To unleash interference of such magnitude, the enemy must be very near. Since there were no targets in the air, the enemy had to be beneath the waves. The Free Nation general prided himself on his sharp thinking. How swiftly he had devised a countermeasure. Yet the sputtering crackle of static abruptly ceased. In its place, an oddly hypnotic earworm BGM erupted across every communication channel. The general's countenance turned even more grim. He realized this was the enemy's provocation, a deliberate taunt. Just as he trembled with rage, the maddening BGM suddenly vanished. All signals instantly returned to normal. Quickly, get me the Supreme Leader. Meanwhile, the Supreme Leader was preparing to sit down to a sumptuous dinner. An urgent incoming call shattered his mood. What is it? Supreme Leader, our fleet has been attacked. On the other end of the line, the general shouted feverishly, moments ago, all our radars went dark, and we were held under continuous lock-on by an unknown target. This must be the work of Lu Zheng, because the timing of the interference is an exact match for the departure of that Sakurako refugee cargo ship. The Supreme Leader exploded in fury. Are you all nothing but a bunch of useless fools? Find me that enemy at once. The general stamped in desperation. If only we could find them. The problem is we can't. But the enemy did not launch an attack right away. It seems they are giving us a chance. Supreme Leader, what if we order that cargo ship to turn back? The Supreme Leader's response was an even more vicious tirade. FUCK. Have you started giving me orders now? It could just as well be a system malfunction. How could Lu Zheng possibly? The Supreme Leader's words were cut short as the communications signal severed once more. That maddening BGM came roaring back. The general froze where he stood. He felt the blood in his veins turn to ice. The enemy was toying with them like a predator toying with its prey. When the enemy wished them to speak, they could speak. When the enemy wished them silenced, they had no choice but to obey. Truth be told, the general was baffled. Had Lu Zheng lost all sense of caution? Moreover, given Lu Zheng's present technological capabilities, how could they have slipped in here without a sound, causing such tremendous disturbance and yet evading all detection? Report. Target located. The radar operator suddenly exclaimed, "We've detected a submarine in the waters beneath the harbor." The general snapped back. Then what are you waiting for? Lock on immediately. Launch anti-submarine missiles. Yet the radar operator's face was bone white, his voice quavering. We can't get a lock. The general's face contorted with rage. What do you mean you can't lock on? Are you spouting utter nonsense? The radar equipment itself had not been jammed this time. The operator pointed at the display screen where a small red streaked across the display at tremendous velocity. General, the radar. The radar shows its speed has reached 120 knots. The words left his lips as the radar operator nearly broke into tears. He felt as though terror itself had taken hold of his very soul. This is simply not a speed any submarine could achieve. The commander of the Free Nation's mind instantly buzzed with a deafening hum. He felt his brain had gone utterly blank. 120 knots. One had to understand that the fastest active military submarine had an extreme speed of merely 40 knots. What in the hell was this monstrosity? But this was not the end. Another radar operator, his face ashen with terror, stammered with trembling lips. General, this thing. He could not even force out a single complete sentence. The commander lost his patience. He seized the operator by his collar and flung him aside, striding over to examine the data himself. The moment his eyes fell upon the readings, the commander was utterly dumbfounded. The radar indicated that the target's depth was below 5,000 meters. Buzz. This piece of news struck like a muffled thunderclap. It detonated directly within the commander's mind. He instinctively staggered backward several steps. His body crashed into a chair, knocking it over, and he tumbled to the ground himself. The deepest diving record for a human submarine was a little over 10,000 meters. But those were all for scientific research. For military use, 1,000 meters was already the absolute limit. Most could only navigate at depths of 500 or 600 meters. The commander found it nearly impossible to imagine a military submarine capable of evading every radar detector, emitting such overwhelming electromagnetic interference, and continuously locking onto multiple warships simultaneously, could actually descend to a depth of 5,000 meters and even tear through the waters at a staggering speed of 120 knots. At this moment, the commander wished to voice only one complaint. Is this still human technology? The radar seemed to have been waiting for the Free Nation commander to discover these preposterous readings. Once he had finished examining the data, the electromagnetic interference struck again. The radar display once more dissolved into a blizzard of static. The commander was completely numb. He had believed the enemy he was about to face would be a cunning, albeit ordinary adversary. But now, what had come was an extraterrestrial force. Apart from describing everything as alien technology, the commander could find no rational explanation whatsoever. Just at that moment, a flat and motionless AI-generated electronic voice in English blared across every communication channel. First warning. The commander shuddered violently, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He had lived for over 50 years. Yet this was the first time he had ever witnessed such an eerie scene. Fire. Fire immediately. Launch all anti-submarine missiles, depth charges, and high-speed torpedoes. Turn this entire sea upside down. The commander had lost his mind. He glared wildly and continued to bellow. The carrier strike group set sail. All warplanes scramble into the sky. Go. Go now. The soldiers scrambled frantically to execute the orders. They hurled every missile and bomb into the water. Yet 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. There was not the slightest disturbance in the sea. The major warships set sail one after another, while carrier-based aircraft were catapulted into the sky. But the moment the ascending warplanes left the deck, they realized they had become utterly blind. Radar had failed. Communications were severed. Even the navigation systems had gone haywire. The pilots could only rely on their naked eyes, circling aimlessly above the sea. The technicians, driven half-mad, desperately tinkered with their equipment, attempting to locate a single usable communication band. But no matter how they adjusted, only the hiss of static filled their earpieces. The shadow of despair descended upon the Free Nation's harbor. The AI-generated electronic voice in English spoke once more. Second warning. If 3 warnings prove ineffective, final measures will be taken. The moment the words fell, all electromagnetic interference vanished without a trace, as though deliberately granting the Free Nation's people this final chance to contact the outside world. The commander sat collapsed on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. He believed Longxia could not possibly possess such god-defying technology. But he dared not gamble. If it truly were aliens, they would have already destroyed you. Why would they bother warning you? Only Longxia would maintain such measured composure. He scrambled to his feet in a panic and dialed the Supreme Leader's number once more. It's you again. If you dare bother me with such nonsense. The Supreme Leader had not even finished speaking when the commander let out a hoarse, cracking scream. Longxia's submarine is right beneath our military port. Their technology has surpassed anything we can imagine. If you don't order the Sakura Nation's refugee cargo ships to turn back immediately, our entire fleet will be annihilated. The Supreme Leader fell instantly silent. After a full several seconds, he asked hesitantly, "What did you say?" Almost simultaneously, calls began flooding in to the Supreme Leader, one after another. They were all captains of major fleets or senior commanders of maritime war zones. The color drained from the Supreme Leader's face until he was as pale as paper. He had anticipated that Longxia would strike back, but he had never imagined that he would possess not even the slightest capacity to retaliate. There was no time left for deliberation now. He raked his fingers roughly through his hair and hurriedly placed a call to the Free Nation commander in charge of escorting the cargo ships. "Supreme Leader, what are your orders?" "Turn the cargo ships around and head back along their original route. Immediately. Right now." The commander on the other end froze for a moment, then asked hesitantly, "Supreme Leader, surely you haven't misspoken. Wasn't it you who ordered the refugees to be sent to Longxia in the first place?" The commander glanced up at the radar screen, then looked out the window and said calmly, "Supreme Leader, it's calm waters here. There's not even the shadow of a Longxia warship in sight. They have absolutely no idea about this. Once we deliver the refugees over there, things are going to get quite interesting." The Supreme Leader cursed furiously on the spot. "If your mother. I am ordering you to turn back immediately. Do you understand plain English?" The commander, thoroughly berated, felt his smile freeze solid on his face. He could not fathom what had gotten into the Supreme Leader. The one who had ordered the refugees aboard was the Supreme Leader, and now the one ordering them back along the original route was also the Supreme Leader. Was this some kind of game? Yes, I'll issue the return order right now." He hastily assented, his tone utterly helpless. Meanwhile, at the General Combat Operations Room of Longxia's Eastern Theater, on the satellite monitoring screen, the light that representing the cargo ship slowly drifted away from Longxia's waters. The people gathered in the General Combat Operations Room collectively heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Shanna spoke with heartfelt sincerity. This kid Lu Zheng has truly rendered another great service to Longxia. Lei Yonggang nodded, his eyes likewise brimming with admiration for Lu Zheng. Indeed, thanks entirely to Lu Zheng. If we had been forced to deploy a carrier strike group for an oceanic operation as in the previous life, our Longxia would have been put in a most passive position. Just then the voice of the submarine commander crackled through the communication equipment. Report. The Dragon King has successfully completed its mission. It has now departed the Free Nation's waters, awaiting instructions for the next operation. Wu Shanha exchanged a delighted glance with Lei Yonggang. He responded with hearty boldness. Return to base. Come home. After the Sakura Nation's cargo ships had turned back, no electromagnetic interference ever appeared at the Free Nation's military port again. Those commanders, as though gone mad, swept the seas with every conceivable device searching back and forth. Yet the radar showed absolutely nothing. Just moments ago they had still been able to lock onto the submarine's approximate position. Now that they went looking again, not the faintest signal could be found. Such a colossal behemoth had simply vanished without a trace. The Free Nation commander from earlier now sat collapsed in his chair, his heart still trembling with lingering dread. Every clue now pointed to that submarine belonging to Longxia. Yet he simply could not comprehend how. How could Longxia possibly possess such god-defying technology? Coupled with everything Longxia had unveiled recently, the Mecha Core laser weapons 7th-generation fighter jets. He dared not even imagine it. If the day ever came when they truly crossed swords with her, what chance of victory would they possibly have? After lunch, Lu Zheng departed the villa with Lu Ruashi. In the car, Lu Ruashi cast Lu Zheng a meaningful glance. Only granting you half a day to spend with them. Does it feel rather insufficient? Lu Zheng responded without hesitation. Everything is for the nation. It's fine. Yet a flicker of curiosity inevitably stirred within him. Major Lu, I haven't made any progress on Chun Jinhe this entire morning. Is the mission not urgent? Lu Ruashi explained. To win over a girl like Chun Jinhe, deliberately pursuing her would only produce the opposite effect. That night you rescued her, and there was all that physical contact between you. The atmosphere of ambiguity has already been stretched to its limit. If you suddenly take all of that away at this moment, she's certain to grow restless. Lu Zheng nodded pensively. Major Lu, I'm reminded of when I first pursued Su Jinyao. When Su Jinyao sent me messages, you had her deliberately wait a while before replying. Isn't this the same principle, eh? Lu Ruashi made a bingo gesture. Exactly. Seems like you're finally catching on. However, this tactic must be used with caution. Some girls are inherently devoid of a sense of security. If you keep her waiting like this deliberately, it could all fall apart. Lu Zheng felt that spending the entire day with Lu Ruashi, even a straightforward man like him, was beginning to develop some sense. Lu Ruashi twirled her stylus in her hand and continued, from last night until now you've been absent from Chun Jinhe's world. She doesn't know your address, doesn't have your contact information, doesn't even know your name. This is certain to make her yearn for you unto sickness. As she spoke these words, Lu Ruashi's expression radiated supreme self-assurance. She resembled an ancient strategist who orchestrated victories from behind the scenes. With but a modest stratagem, she could help her lord claim an entire city. In truth, Lu Ruashi's words proved remarkably accurate. Last night after finishing her shower, Chun Jinhe had scarcely slept a wink. It was not out of fear following the kidnapping. Rather, the moment she closed her eyes, her mind became filled entirely with Lu Zheng. She felt she must have lost her mind. Never in all her life had she thought about a man this way. Fortunately, Chun Jinhe had frequently lost sleep over exams or business matters in the past. She was experienced, so she simply resolved not to sleep. She put on her headphones, listened to music, and pulled an all-nighter. The following day, she went to the office with her characteristic decisive vigor. But once she arrived at the company, Chun Jinhe behaved as though possessed. She actually charged straight into the security department, hoping to see whether Lu Zheng worked there. Because according to the tropes of urban novels, Lu Zheng was bound to be a security guard at the female CEO's company. Unfortunately, no such person could be found. After committing this foolish act, Chun Jinhe couldn't resist mocking herself. It must be her second sister's fault for constantly reading those outdated novels. They had completely influenced her. Throughout the morning, Chun Jinhe attended meetings, discussed partnerships, and signed contracts as usual. Yet she was merely performing these tasks on instinct. Her true attention lay elsewhere entirely. Chun Jinhe had no choice. At lunch, she invited her second sister and eldest sister to dine together at a private dining room in the restaurant. Chun Jinhe began with great caution. Second sister, eldest sister, I wish to ask you something. Seeing her younger sister in such a state, Chun Shuli could not help but feel a twinge of concern. What is it? After hesitating for a moment, Chun Jinhe lowered her voice and said, I have a friend who seems to have fallen under some dark spell recently. Upon hearing this, Chun Shuli and Chun Manru exchanged a knowing glance, instantly reading each other's minds. However, they did not expose her on the spot, choosing instead to continue listening. My friend keeps thinking about a certain person for no apparent reason lately. Do either of you know any reliable exorcists or temples that could drive away this evil? Chen Manru was momentarily stunned. She then leaned forward slightly. A knowing smile curled upon her lips. Let me take a guess. Your friend, does she eat poorly, sleep poorly, and find no enthusiasm in anything she does? And sometimes feels an aching emptiness within her heart, as though something vital were missing from within her, impossible to fill no matter how hard she tries. Chen Jina's eyes instantly lit up. As though she had found her savior, she nodded rapidly. Yes, yes. How did you know, second sister? Is my friend seriously afflicted? Or is it like the folklore says, has her soul been frightened away? Chen Manru began to speak. Your friend, it seems, is gravely ill. Yet her ailment is rather common, I must say, Chen Manru declared with an air of great solemnity. Chen Jinha was seized with anxiety. She felt she had never been this nervous, even when awaiting her exam results as a child. Second sister, I truly am worried about my friend. What illness is this? Please tell me at once. Watching her sister's nervous demeanor, Chen Manru couldn't help but burst into laughter. Your friend has fallen head over heels in love. Buzz. Those 3 words struck like a muffled thunderclap, instantly exploding in Chen Jina's mind. She froze on the spot. That face, usually as cold and unyielding as an iceberg, now revealed a trace of shock. She had never imagined that she could possibly fall for a man she had only met once. But the moment she thought of Lu Zheng's face, the moment she recalled how he had saved her last night, Chen Jina's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Seated nearby, Chen Shuli had taken in the entire scene. She had long since seen through her sister's little secret. Yet they didn't even have a way to contact Lu Zheng. Even if she wished to help Chen Jinha, there was nothing she could do. The dishes were soon served, but Chen Jinha had little appetite. She held her chopsticks and pushed the rice around for the longest time, not a single bite making it to her mouth. Chen Shuli watched, her heart aching. She gently nudged Chen Manru's arm and cast a glance toward the restroom. Chen Manru understood instantly. Sis, I need to use the bathroom. Come with me. The two of them walked out of the private room one after the other. Reaching the corridor's corner, Chen Manru spoke first. Xiaohe, that girl. After all these years, this is the first time she's ever been like this. Look at how distracted she was just now. I feel like she's lost a good bit of weight. Chen Shuli considered carefully, but it's only been one night. How could she have lost weight that quickly? At this, Chen Manru pouted in mild displeasure. Oh sis, I was just exaggerating a little to express my feelings. Chen Shuli had no time for her second sister's complaints. Her brows furrowed slightly, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Speaking of which, I have no idea what's gotten into Dad these days. That man is clearly Xiaohe's lifesaver. Yet he didn't even leave behind a way to contact him. That's completely out of character for him. Chen Manru nodded in agreement. I think it's strange too. Dad always places the utmost importance on these matters of courtesy and connection. Now look at us. We want to help Xiaohe, but we have no way to even begin. We can't just let her pine away like this forever, can we? The two sisters were murmuring among themselves when Chen Shuli's gaze drifted absently toward the restaurant's main hall. The next moment her expression froze. Because in the corner of the main hall, she actually saw Lu Zheng. Chen Shuli suspected she might be mistaken and even rubbed her eyes. Finally, she was absolutely certain. That was Lu Zheng. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng sat at a corner table in the main hall. Through the earpiece, Lu Ruashi's voice came through. We've investigated. The three Chen sisters are currently dining at this restaurant. In a moment, I'll have Mr. Chen make up an excuse to send Chen Shuli and Chen Manru away, to create an opportunity for a chance encounter between you and Chen Jinha. So you're that handsome young man from last night. You left last night without taking any money, and you didn't even leave a way to contact you. At these words, the patrons at several nearby tables turned their gazes over, eyes gleaming with curiosity. They glanced at Lu Zheng and found that this young man did indeed possess striking looks and a fine physique. No wonder the girl has been unable to forget him even after a whole night. Chen Shuli hurried over and whispered a gentle reminder. He's Xiaohe's lifesaver. Mind your words a little. Reprimanded by her older sister, Chen Manru stuck out her tongue and nodded obediently. Lowering her voice like a little thief, she asked, Handsome, what's your name? Lu Zheng. Chen Shuli, standing nearby, noticed that Lu Zheng hadn't ordered anything yet. In a gentle, gracious tone, she asked, Mr. Lu, may I ask, are you waiting for your girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend. I came alone. Truth be told, Lu Zheng truly didn't have a girlfriend. He only had a wife. Hearing this, Chen Shuli's suspended heart finally settled. She had been worried that if Lu Zheng already had a girlfriend, Xiaohe would be utterly heartbroken beyond repair. Now that she knew Lu Zheng was single, everything would be much easier. Chen Shuli sat down before Lu Zheng with refined poise, her eyes and brows brimming with tender warmth. Mr. Lu, I won't beat around the bush then. Actually, we'd like to ask you for a favor. Lu Zheng was rather curious. What kind of favor could these two Chen sisters possibly need his help with? Lu Ruashi's voice came through the earpiece. Stay calm and observe. Let's see what they're trying to do. Lu Zheng nodded and looked at Chen Shuli. What favor do you need from me? At this, Chen Shuli found herself at a loss for how to explain. She couldn't just come right out and say her sister had a crush on him, could she? Something like this naturally required a gentle lead-in before being spoken aloud. But just as she hesitated, the impatient Chen Manru beside her spoke up first. Xiaohe likes you. Chen Manru continued in a rapid-fire explanation. The girl you saved last night is my younger sister Chen Jinha. Since she came back last night, Xiaohe hasn't been able to eat or drink a thing, lost in thought. Anyone with eyes can see at a glance. She's fallen in love. And it's a secret crush at that. Chen Manru looked at Lu Zheng with eager anticipation. So Mr. Lu, would you be willing to be with my sister? Chen Shuli, standing nearby, hurriedly cleared his throat twice. Xiao, can you not be so blunt? You're scaring Mr. Lu. Chen Shuli turned to look at Lu Zheng. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. I know this might seem a bit abrupt to you, but would you consider it? With the goal of convincing Lu Zheng to agree, Chen Manru quickly pulled out her phone and flipped through to show Lu Zheng a photo of her younger sister. Look, this is my sister Chen Jinha. She graduated from a prestigious university and has been a top student since childhood. She excels in music, art, calligraphy, and painting, and her figure is simply impeccable. If you're with her, you'll never lack spiritually or materially. Chen Shuli nodded along from the side and added earnestly, Mr. Lu, to be honest, we don't know much about your background yet. But after what happened last night, we believe you are a trustworthy person. No matter your family background or profession, we don't care. Our Chen family only has this one precious younger sister, and we don't want to see her aimless and restless all day long. Hearing the two sisters say so much, Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He had originally worried that with Chen Jinha's two older sisters present, Lu Ruoxi's plan might be difficult to carry out. But now what do you know? These two hadn't stopped it at all. They actively came to matchmake. Seeing Lu Zheng hesitate, Chen Shuli spoke up again. Sorry, Mr. Lu, I'm afraid we may have been too impolite. If you don't want to be with my younger sister, we won't force it. We just hope you'll meet her once. Chen Shuli paused and continued sincerely. When it's time to cut the knot, better to end it quickly. Long pain is worse than short pain. If you can reject Xiaohe directly, she might not become so lovesick and stubborn. Just then Lu Ruoxi's voice came through the earpiece. Agree to them. This way everything will fall into place naturally. Lu Zheng pretended to ponder for a moment. Alright, I agree. I can meet Chen Jinha. Chen Manru jumped up in excitement. Yay? That's wonderful. As they walked toward the private room, Chen Manru and Chen Shuli flanked Lu Zheng on both sides. It was as if they were afraid he might bolt halfway through. My younger sister is great in every way except romance. She's a total clueless woman when it comes to love. But don't worry, precisely because of this, she's never dated anyone all these years. So her heart is pure like a blank sheet of paper. As soon as Chen Manru finished, Chen Shuli hurriedly added, just go in and chat casually with my sister. Don't feel any pressure. Whether you two end up together or not, as long as it makes her feel a little better, that's all that matters. Before pushing the door open, Lu Zheng glanced back at the two sisters. Chen Shuli and Chen Manru both wore hopeful expressions. They even clenched their fists to cheer Lu Zheng on. Creak. Lu Zheng pushed the door open and saw Chen Jinha sitting there. Chen Jinha was wearing a black shirt, her long hair loosely draped over her shoulders. Below the shirt were tailored slacks. It was clearly a sharp professional outfit. Chen Jinha's face was flushed red. She didn't react to Lu Zheng at all, instead frowning and asking reproachfully, why are you here again? Lu Zheng was taken aback by the question, but upon careful thought he had indeed just seen Chen Jinha the previous evening. Showing up here again today and saying he came again wasn't entirely inaccurate. Earlier Lu Ruoxi had told Lu Zheng to wing it. Lu Zheng weighed his words for a long time before finally blurted out, I was looking for a friend, accidentally walked into the wrong private room, and didn't expect you to be here too. At those words, Lu Ruoxi on the other end of the earpiece simply covered her face in exasperation. She couldn't help but complain inwardly. Lu Zheng was simply a natural-born genius at hitting on girls. Chen Jinha stood up. Her high heels clicked against the floor. Tap, tap, tap. Went into the wrong room. Chen Jinha took 2 steps forward. A cold smile slowly curled at the corners of her mouth. This morning at my office, this morning in my car, and last night at my house. Were all of those accidents too? Lu Zheng was even more confused. He hadn't seen Chen Jinha from last night until now. So what was she talking about? What are you saying? Lu Zheng asked in disbelief. Chen Jinha staggered a few more steps toward him. Last night you stood right beside me the whole time smiling at me. You asked if I was tired and whether you should carry me. When I couldn't sleep, you lay beside me. You asked if my feet hurt and whether you should massage them. And this morning at the office you were there when I was in meetings, and you were there when I signed contracts. Chen Jinha's face red, she stared straight at Lu Zheng. Tell me, were all of those accidents too? Chen Jinha grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. Only then did Lu Zheng notice the smell of alcohol on Chen Jinha. He glanced to the side. He found several empty beer bottles on the floor. Actually, the moment Chen Shuli and Chen Manru left, Chen Jinha had asked the waiter to bring a case of beer. She had sworn she wouldn't touch a drop. But this matter had left her feeling suffocated inside. She took out her phone to search online. The internet said drinking to drown sorrows was effective, so she believed it. She had originally planned to wait for her older sister to return and have a few drinks together to relieve the tension. But left she waited, and right she waited, yet Chen Shuli and Chen Manru never came back. Chen Jinha had no choice but to start drinking on her own. And before she knew it, she had gotten this drunk. You should drink less next time. It's bad for your health, Lu Zheng said. Perhaps the alcohol had emboldened her, for Chen Jinha's courage seemed to grow considerably. She fixed Lu Zheng with dazed, intoxication-clouded eyes. You're the one who makes me miss you so much. And you won't even let me drink. Outside the private room, Chen Shuli and Chen Manru were lurking furtively by the door, eavesdropping. She covered her mouth with one hand. With the other she gripped Chen Shuli's arm. We can't hear anything clearly from here. Sis, did you manage to hear what they were saying inside? Chen Shuli wore a sharp professional outfit. Yet at this moment not a trace of the strong-willed businesswoman remained. The soundproofing in this room is too good. Inside the private room, Lu Zheng gazed at the bleary-eyed Chen Jinha and let out a helpless sigh. You've had too much to drink. I'll call a server to bring some sobering soup. The moment he turned to leave, Chen Jinha seized his wrist. Her face was flushed crimson. Even the rims of her eyes had turned red. You're leaving again. Chen Jinha's voice carried a hint of grievance mingled with quiet reproach. I only just managed to hold on to you this time. You have to compensate me for everything I've lost. It was the first time Lu Zheng had ever encountered a woman drunk. He had been about to say something more. At that very moment, Lu Zheng noticed the favorability meter hovering above Chen Jinha's head. It was skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. 20, 30, 40, 50. The progress bar climbed steadily upward, finally coming to rest at 99. Just as Lu Zheng remained stunned, Chen Jinha suddenly released him. Why are you still here? Her gaze had cleared considerably, the hazy look from moments before completely gone. Lu Zheng replied coolly, you told me not to leave, so of course I'm still here. Chen Jinha was still somewhat dazed. She stared blankly at him. Shouldn't you have vanished again like before, just appearing and disappearing without a word? Lu Zheng could only offer a helpless explanation. Are you drunk? After I left last night, the two of us haven't seen each other at all. Those words made Chen Jinha's head spin. She sobered up almost instantly. Recalling every moment that had just transpired, Chen Jinha wished she could crawl into a crack in the floor and disappear. So it hadn't been a hallucination. It had all been real. Chen Jinha's face flushed scarlet in an instant. The color spread from her cheeks all the way to the tips of her ears. Now she finally understood why she had never been fond of drinking. Drinking truly brings nothing but trouble. She didn't even have time to puzzle over why Lu Zheng had appeared here in the first place. All she wanted was to flee this cursed place. Chen Jinha pushed Lu Zheng away and forced her usual cold expression back onto her face. She tried to steady her voice to make it sound perfectly calm. I'm sorry about what just happened. I lost control of myself. I'll make it up to you for this, but I have something to attend to, so I'll be going now. This time it was her wrist that Lu Zheng seized. With a single gentle pull from Lu Zheng, Chen Jinha was drawn into his embrace. What are you doing? Chen Jinha's heart was pounding wildly. That face, always so cool and aloof, now bore a flicker of panic. Lu Zheng gazed down at her from above and spoke without preamble. Why did you drink? I wanted to, but you can't hold your liquor at all. Drink enough and I will. Why do you keep thinking about me? I was talking nonsense. Why did you suddenly kiss me just now? I was drunk. So when you're drunk you go around kissing people at? Yes. Say that you don't like me. Chen Jinha had already resigned herself to throwing caution to the wind. But when Lu Zheng asked that final question, she suddenly froze. The words were right on the tip of her tongue. Yet no matter how she tried, she couldn't bring herself to say them. Her heart felt hopelessly tangled. From childhood onward, whether facing the toughest exams or the most difficult business deals, she had never once felt so utterly at a loss. Lu Zheng didn't press further. This time I won't leave again. Outside the private room, Chen Manru hurriedly tugged at Chen Shuli's arm. Excited yet keeping her voice low, she whispered, quick, go tell Dad and Mom. They're about to have a new son-in-law. Wait, no? Maybe they'll be welcoming a grandchild before we know it. The two exchanged a knowing smile. They tiptoed quietly away from the door of the private room. They had to leave Lu Zheng and Chen Jinha plenty of space alone. The scene shifted to an underground parking garage. Chen Jinha's car had been driven off by her sisters, so she could only ride with Lu Zheng. She sat in the passenger seat, forcing a composed expression, and said, thank you. Lu Zheng turned his head to look at her and smiled faintly. Given what we are to each other, is there any need for such formality between us? Chen Jinha immediately felt her cheeks burning. She pressed her lips together, still doing her best to appear perfectly calm. What exactly are we to each other now? Lu Zheng answered softly, what do you think? Chen Jinha's face had flushed to its absolute deepest shade of red. She looked like a sweet potato fresh out of the oven. She could no longer maintain her composure and hurriedly tried to explain herself. That was an accident. Lu Zheng settled back into his seat and let out a deliberately disappointed sigh. So, I was being presumptuous. We're nothing to each other, and I hold no place in your life at all. Chen Jinha panicked instantly. From childhood to adulthood, she had never once had to coax anyone, let alone a man. That's not what I meant. Chen Jinha's tone was somewhat stiff, but she did her best to placate him. Then what would make you happy? What do I need to do? Lu Zheng couldn't help but reflect to himself. He realized Chen Manru had been right. Chen Jinha really was utterly clueless when it came to romance. It's fine you being like this. Meanwhile, news of the attack on the Free Nation's military port rocketed to the top of international trending lists. Comments from netizens around the world flooded the feeds in an endless stream. Holy crap, no way. Something actually infiltrated Free Nation waters. Who has the guts to pull this off? IP Monkey. The real kicker is that Free Nation couldn't retaliate. That's honestly absurd. What kind of country on this blue planet is this powerful? IP Iron Tower. You actually believe this? It's obviously Free Nation staging the whole thing themselves. Classic playbook of theirs. IP Dai. It has to be Longxia. Free Nation has been targeting Longxia lately, so Longxia struck back. IP Pickle. I know Longxia is strong, but there's no way they'd render Free Nation completely incapable of retaliating. If anything, I'd say this is Godzilla's doing rather than Longxia. IP Failed Art Student. Everyone had their own theory, and conspiracy theories sprouted up one after another. Alongside the trending topic, a high-definition satellite video also went viral. The footage showed a cargo ship packed with Sakura refugees. The vessel had originally been sailing toward Longxia's waters. Then, for reasons unknown, the cargo ship suddenly reversed course and scurried back in a panic. I'm giving Sakura full marks for this move. Knowing the refugees were in low spirits, they generously offered a free ocean cruise to cheer them up. IP Furry Bear. This is downright bizarre. Don't you think there's some connection between the military port attack and that refugee cargo ship? IP 3 Brother. Pure coincidence. Like on my birthday when a meteorite just happened to crash into Sakura? Surely Sakura set off that fireworks display just for me. IP Baba Sheep. But speaking of which, how could such a massive meteorite strike even hit Sakura? Could disasters like this happen again in the future? IP Wheat. With international news erupting non-stop these days, netizens were devouring every juicy morsel with glee. Over at the Free Nation's side, the Supreme Leader, faced dark with fury, was striding briskly toward the palace. He had barely reached his motorcade when a swarm of media reporters surrounded him completely. Supreme Leader, is it true that the military port was attacked? Were there any casualties? The Sakura refugee cargo ship turned back mid-journey. Does that have anything to do with the military port attack? Reports claim the assailants infiltrated from underwater. Is Free Nation's naval defense truly just an empty shell? Who do you think is behind this? Is this a provocation aimed at the Free Nation? The reporters fired questions relentlessly, like a barrage of bullets, their voices crackling non-stop. The camera flashes were so blinding that the Supreme Leader could barely keep his eyes open. He was already seething with bottled-up rage. Now being cornered like this only amplified his irritation to unbearable levels. Get lost. All of you get lost. It's all rumors. Nothing but baseless nonsense. His tie was yanked askew, his hair thoroughly disheveled. In the end, it took his bodyguards fighting desperately to carve a path before they could barely escort him into the palace. The video of the Supreme Leader being besieged by reporters quickly made its way back to Longxia. Along with other news coverage, it instantly set every major media platform ablaze. Shocking. Free Nation's military port struck by mysterious assault. Ear-splitting thunderous roar erupts from the seabed. Unbelievable. Sakura actually did this to its refugees. Free Nation Supreme Leader loses composure, hurls expletives on the spot. These stories were a sensation overseas. In Longxia, they were equally festive, like a grand holiday celebration. Brothers, could it really be that our mother went for a stroll around the Free Nation? You know what, Longxia has been rolling out man-mechs and laser weapons lately. Maybe we really do have that kind of capability. Slander. I'm suing you for slander. I've always said the mechs are made of cardboard boxes and the laser weapons are AI generated. But Sakura loaded up so many refugees. Were they planning to dump them on our doorstep? Damn it, if they dare come, we'll blow them to bits, ship and all. Who gave them such nerve? Did you guys see the video? That expression on the Supreme Leader's face. I could laugh for a year. Someone should turn it into a meme and loop it across the entire internet. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the Free Nation's Supreme Leader stormed back into his office in a towering fury. The moment he stepped through the door, he transformed into a desktop cleanup master. He swept everything off the table onto the floor. Fuck. The Supreme Leader cursed viciously within his office. Before long, several high-ranking generals from the Maritime Combat Zone were summoned over. Before they could even open their mouths to offer greetings, the Supreme Leader pointed at their noses and unleashed a torrent of furious abuse. Oh damn it all, did God install your brains backwards? That thing burrowed right into our seabed and made such an enormous commotion. And yet not a single hair was found. What good are you to me? Those generals hung their heads, not daring to draw so much as a single breath. The Supreme Leader's fury showed no signs of abating, his spittle spraying across their faces. And those leaks, I ordered everything sealed off long ago. How the hell did it end up all over the internet? Now the whole world is laughing at us. One of the generals frowned deeply, his face a portrait of aggrieved innocence. Supreme Leader, we truly have no idea how the information was leaked. Everyone involved in this operation signed the highest level confidentiality agreements. We pledge our lives as guarantee. This absolutely cannot have leaked from our side. The other generals nodded in vigorous agreement, terrified of being the next target of his wrath, even a second later. The Supreme Leader pinched the bridge of his brow, feeling as though his head might explode. After a long silence, he muttered, Longxia. It has to be Longxia. Tell me, that submarine you mentioned before, is it really that insane? Another general immediately responded, absolutely true. Supreme Leader, we detected only a single attack source. The signal came from that submarine. That submarine's speed reaches an astonishing 120 knots. Its diving depth plunged to a staggering 5,000 meters. This is technology humanity simply shouldn't possess. At this point, the general's voice suddenly dropped lower. Supreme Leader, do you remember Longxia's moon landing some time ago? Perhaps they actually discovered some extraterrestrial technology up there. The Supreme Leader closed his eyes in utter exasperation. Had his throat not been scorched raw from cursing moments before, he would surely have launched into another string of profanity. These people were actually sitting here discussing aliens with complete seriousness. What absolute nonsense. No, we absolutely cannot swallow this loss in silence. When has the free nation ever endured such humiliation? Longxia must pay the price, the Supreme Leader declared in towering fury. At that moment, a general's eyes darted, and a clever scheme instantly sprang to mind. Supreme Leader, the third brother has been harboring more than the usual grudge against Longxia lately. They've been itching for a chance to suppress Longxia. Why don't we goad them into taking the lead? Let them step forward to deal with Longxia, while we sit back and reap the rewards. At these words, the Supreme Leader immediately brightened. He let out a cunning laugh. Excellent. Make the arrangements at once. That very evening at the Chen family villa, Lu Zheng and the Chen family members sat together on the sofa. Lu Ruashi and several military representatives sat alongside them. Chen, fuming, lifted his teacup with trembling hands, taking a sip to steady his nerves. He looked up at Lu Zheng, his eyes brimming with utter astonishment. So, all those news reports were actually true. The world-defying technology they mentioned, was all of that provided by you? Facing his father-in-law's inquiry, Lu Zheng replied with a faint smile, that's correct. Including the fact that this time Xiao He has once again secured a brand new technological reward for Longxia. Just moments ago, Lu Ruashi and Lu Zheng had briefly explained the entire course of events to the Chen family. Even Chen, fuming, a business magnate, who had witnessed countless grand occasions, was left utterly speechless with astonishment. Chen Manru could not help but express her regret. If only I had known this would happen, I would have married 2 years later. Perhaps I could have contributed to our nation, just like Xiao He. Chen Shuli spoke in a gentle, reassuring tone. It doesn't matter. Even if we cannot complete missions like Xiao He, we can still shine and contribute our strength to the nation in other fields. At this moment, Chen Jinha's mother spoke up, her worry evident then. Does this mean Xiao He will have to live in the capital from now on? Lu Ruashi smiled and explained, please don't worry, Auntie. There's no need. As long as her safety is ensured, Chen Jinha may live wherever she wishes and pursue whatever she desires. We all respect her choices. Moreover, with the Chen family's partnership with the military, Chen Jinha can rest more comfortably here in Wudu. Hearing Lu Ruashi's words, Chen Jinha's mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had always cherished her 3 precious daughters since they were young. No matter which one married far away, she was certain to miss them dearly. Learning that Chen Jinha could remain in Wudu, the heavy stone suspended in her heart could finally be set down. Chen, fuming, rose solemnly to his feet, his expression suddenly turning grave. Rest assured, our nation, the Chen family, will guard this secret with utmost vigilance. Should our nation require anything of us, the entire Chen family will spare no sacrifice, no matter the cost. Night had fallen deep, and Lu Zheng and Chen Jinha arrived at an exquisite little villa. This was the marital home Chen, fuming, had long prepared for his daughter. Chen Jinha could not help but ask, don't you need to go to the military headquarters to submit the system's reward? Lu Zheng teased, we've only just gotten together and you're already in such a hurry to push me away. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinha hastily tried to explain. Of course not. I certainly don't want you to leave. And so an entire evening passed. The very next morning, Chen Jinha stood at the doorway, seeing Lu Zheng off. Only after the dedicated vehicle disappeared at the end of the road did she reluctantly return to the villa. Meanwhile, in the Longxiao Western Theater Command, deep within the vast underground fortress, Commander-in-Chief Yang Zhengyin could not help but exclaim with emotion. I never expected your Academy of Sciences to conduct research at such remarkable speed. And in such a short span of time, you've already organized the production line and prepared to mass-produce this thing. The person speaking with Yang Jingyan was Zhou Yinghua, the director of the National Academy of Sciences. Zhou Yinghua responded with a solemn expression, "Commander Yang, the current international situation can only be described as wolves prowling on all sides. Our Academy of Sciences cannot afford to hold Longxiao back. Besides, Xiao Lu has already placed the finished product right before our eyes. At our current pace of research, I still feel it's too slow." At this point, both men's gazes simultaneously turned toward the side. In the deepest depths of the fortress stood a colossal behemoth. This massive entity was shrouded in heavy shadows. Only its outline could be faintly discerned, yet it emanated an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Just then a soldier hurried over and rendered a standard military salute. "Report. There's movement from Old Three's side." Yang Zhengyan smiled with contempt. "Just yesterday Old Wu and Old Lei told me the Freedom Nation had suffered a major setback. They'll definitely be instigating other countries to step forward and cause trouble recently. I didn't expect Old Three to lose patience so quickly." Beside them stood several high-ranking generals of the Western Theater Command, all eagerly rubbing their fists in anticipation. They vied with one another to lead the mission, determined to subdue Old Three completely. Yang Jingyan waved his hand and said with profound meaning, "No rush. Let the brothers rest for now. Since Old Three is coming, let's give them a little shock of our own." Yang Jingyan's gaze once again turned toward the colossal behemoth lurking in the shadows. He added with a playful expression, "Longxia still has quite a few good things queued up waiting to be officially revealed. The world needs time to adjust to all this first. We can't scare them silly all at once." The scene shifts to Old Three's position. A commander was shouting at the top of his lungs, saliva flying in all directions. "In all our previous engagements with Longxiao, we were deliberately holding back. This time we've decided to hold back no longer. We must give Longxiao a show of force. Let them witness who the true ruler of this region truly is." Old Three soldiers clad in heavy military cotton coats raised their arms in unison and cheered. "We are invincible. We are invincible. We are invincible." They carried all manner of clubs and sticks in their hands, fanatical zeal etched across every face. Having psyched themselves up, this rabble charged toward the mountain facing Longxiao with ferocious momentum. They had barely reached the halfway point up the mountain when a scout suddenly halted in his tracks. Raising his binoculars, he shouted in astonishment, "Look over there. What is that?" Everyone turned to look in the direction he was pointing. On a Longxiao mountain peak, an unprecedented structure had appeared. This structure was enormous in scale, appearing to be some kind of defensive fortification. "That's strange. Just a few days ago when I scouted this area, that side was still empty ground. Longxiao must be afraid of us, that's why they built such a fortress. But this is far too fast. In a place like this, how could they possibly construct such a massive fortress in just a few days? Who cares what it is, we charge straight in." The commander once again led the chant, "We are invincible." The soldiers blindly joined in the frenzied shouting. "Invincible! Invincible! Invincible!" Yet in the very next moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble violently. "What's happening? An earthquake? How could there be an earthquake in a place like this? No, that's not it. Look over there quick. That fortress. That fortress looks like it's moving." A soldier screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice cracking with terror. All eyes fell once more upon the fortress. What unfolded before them was a sight none of them would ever forget for the rest of their lives. The so-called fortress had truly risen to its feet. Yes, literally risen to its feet. The moment it stood fully upright, every single person was petrified with shock. Because it was never a fortress at all. It was an incomprehensibly colossal mecha. It had merely been half kneeling on the ground before, which had led them to mistake it for a building. This mecha stood a towering 60 to 70 meters tall, its entire body clad in thick, specialized alloy armor. It loomed like a mountain range rising with sudden majesty. Upon this plateau, the sense of overwhelming scale reached its absolute peak. The soldiers of the third brother were still several hundred meters from the mecha. Yet before such a colossal behemoth, that distance felt as though it were right before their eyes. Once the mecha had settled into position, a voice of tremendous resonant authority thundered across the heavens and earth. The voice emanated from within the mecha, yet it carried the weight of a deity descending upon the mortal realm, majestic and awe-inspiring. "Longxia territory. Not a single inch shall be conceded." Those 8 words struck like thunderbolts. In an instant they exploded within the minds of those soldiers. A deafening hum. The frenzied fervor they had displayed moments before vanished completely. What replaced it was nothing but fear. Fear born from the very depths of their souls. In the face of such overwhelming terror, they forgot how to scream, forgot how to flee. They could only stand frozen in place. "Run! Run!" No one knew who finally cried out those words. The soldiers snapped back to their senses. Scrambling and stumbling, they fled headlong back the way they had come, wishing their parents had blessed them with 2 extra legs. Some ran with such reckless haste that they lost their footing entirely, tumbling head over heels down the mountainside. Elsewhere at the military airfield of the Western Theater Command, Lu Zheng had barely stepped off the aircraft when a resounding voice reached his ears. Lu Zheng. We meet again. Yang Jingyan strode forward with long, purposeful steps, reaching out to deliver a hearty pat upon Lu Zheng's shoulder. Good lad, I've heard all about it. You handed over a submarine to the Southern Theater Command, and they sailed it all the way to the Free Nation's waters to blow up fish. You've truly brought honor to Longxia. Zhou Yinghua also stepped forward to shake Lu Zheng's hand. Xiao Lu, it's been far too long. I have some wonderful news for you. Our National Academy of Sciences has achieved mass production of heavy manned combat mechas. In fact, just this morning we used one to intimidate the third brother. The effect was remarkably successful. Lu Zheng could not help but express his astonishment. Director Zhou, your team has deciphered that mecha's technology already. After all, it had not been long since Lu Zheng had handed over that mecha. To have unraveled even the most superficial aspects of it would already have been remarkable progress. As for the words, mass production, Lu Zheng had never even dared to imagine them. Zhou Yinghua adjusted his glasses and continued. Our researchers toiled day and night, without rest, burning through shifts for what felt like an eternity. They cracked the structural material formula for the super alloy armor, optimized the human-machine interface algorithms. But the most crucial factor of all is that the heavy manned combat mecha you handed over is powered by 2 miniature nuclear reactors. We have now fully mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. Mass-producing this mecha poses absolutely no problem. A surge of profound respect welled up within Lu Zheng. He clasped Zhou Yinghua's hand firmly. Professor Zhou, you and your team have endured so much. Yet Zhou Yinghua let out a soft sigh, and the light in his eyes dimmed somewhat. Alas, I must confess it is somewhat shameful. Although this mecha can be mass-produced, many of the weapon systems integrated within it remain unconquered. Take for instance the 2 standard dark matter particle cannons and 12 dark energy missiles. Despite all our research, we have yet to make any meaningful headway. For now, we can only substitute them with conventional missiles, laser weapons, and high-energy plasma cannons. Lu Zheng could not help but marvel inwardly. Even conventional missiles would rank as Longxia's finest special deliveries. Other nations could exhaust themselves for a lifetime and still fail to develop them. Not to mention laser weapons and high-energy plasma cannons. Technology so advanced it bordered on the miraculous. Yet when these weapon systems were mounted upon the mecha, Director Zhou had described them with the word only. That was truly the Versailles of a great power. As they conversed, the 3 men made their way to the conference room. The conference room was filled with senior generals from every major theater command of Longxia alongside core researchers from the various national academies of sciences. Every gaze in the room immediately turned toward them. Everyone was intensely curious about what system reward Lu Zheng would present this time. Lu Zheng cut straight to the matter, placing a USB drive directly upon the conference table. This contains the formulation principles and clinical treatment protocols for a cure for Alzheimer's disease. The assembled crowd, upon hearing this reward, was certainly pleased. Perhaps it was because the rewards Lu Zheng had presented in the past had been so earth-shatteringly impressive that everyone failed to exhibit the same level of exhilaration as before. An elderly professor with silver hair rose to his feet and declared solemnly, Alzheimer's disease. I have many friends in the medical field who have devoted half their lifetimes to researching this illness. International research on this disease has been stagnant for so long. Treatments can only slow its progression, never cure it. If we can fully comprehend the underlying principles, the value would extend far beyond simply curing this single disease. The old professor's hands trembled slightly. Brain neuroscience, nerve cell regeneration technology. Breakthroughs across all these related fields will follow. Zhou Yinghua nodded in agreement. With the cancer-curing agent formulation principles that Xiao Lu previously provided, Longxia's medical academies have already made significant research progress. Combined with this latest reward, Longxia will undoubtedly surge forward by leaps and bounds in the field of medicine, just as it has in military affairs. Lu Zheng continued. Of course, I'm sure everyone understands. The first reward I bring out is always merely an appetizer. Yang Jingyan burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. I love hearing Lu Zheng talk like that. Lu Zheng, if you have any more good stuff, bring it out already. Don't keep us dangling in suspense. Lu Zheng unhurriedly gestured toward the open space beside the conference room. Everyone, please look to the side. Upon the floor of the conference room, a mechanical dog had appeared out of nowhere. At first glance, its silhouette bore a striking resemblance to a wolf dog. Its entire body was clad in thick alloy armor. It sat motionless on the ground, devoid of eyeballs. Instead, what rested upon its head was a structure resembling a digital combat helmet. Though it was merely a mechanical canine, an overwhelming sense of pressure radiated from it. We in Longxia currently also have mechanical dogs capable of executing various military missions. But compared to this mechanical dog, our current research amounts to little more than children's toys. Lu Zheng slowly stepped aside and began his introduction. This mechanical dog is equipped with a full terrain adaptive system. Mountains, swamps, ice plains, cliff faces. Any terrain can be traversed as easily as flat ground. Powered by micronuclear batteries, it boasts a 120-hour endurance and a top speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Lu Zheng approached the mechanical dog and gently raised his hand. The mechanical dog immediately shifted from its sitting position to standing. The transformation was nearly silent. This single detail alone left everyone present with widened eyes. Because no matter how existing mechanical dogs were iterated upon, they could never completely eliminate the sounds of motor operation or joint friction. They were genuinely curious about what kind of materials and structures could achieve such perfection. The mechanical dog now stood at the front of the conference room. An aura of stern menace instantly enveloped the room. Lu Zheng continued, the circular detector array on the mechanical dog's head features 7 detection modes, including thermal imaging, electromagnetic, and ultrasonic capabilities, enabling comprehensive battlefield monitoring from all angles. The torso can be equipped with electromagnetic jammers, flamethrowers, reconnaissance drones, rapid-fire machine guns, and micro-laser weapons. Most crucially, its hull can withstand direct hits from armor-piercing rounds. Conventional artillery fire simply cannot penetrate it. After Lu Zheng finished his introduction, a burly general suddenly rose to his feet. His voice trembled with excitement as he declared, with this technology, our Longxia's advantage in urban and jungle warfare will only grow stronger. Another general nodded in agreement. By integrating this into our existing tactics, deploying these mechanical dogs as vanguard units for reconnaissance and neutralizing enemy fortifications, when combined with infantry advances and drone support on the ground, casualty rates should drop by at least half. Lu Zheng raised his hand again, and the mechanical dog folded all 4 legs beneath it onto the floor. The embedded weapon compartments unfolded instantaneously. Combined with the armaments mounted on its torso, it transformed into an automated firing position capable of independent target acquisition. In urban or jungle combat scenarios, our current light man mechs remain too cumbersome and unwieldy. Even with soldiers advancing on foot and thorough preparation, casualty rates can never reach 0. But Lu Zheng paused, casting a meaningful gaze around the room. What if we deployed mechanized soldiers instead, oi? Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyan's expression darkened as he replied, Longxia has maintained continuous research in robotics over recent years. However, whether in terms of endurance, intelligence, or agility, mechanized units still cannot replace human soldiers. This is especially true in complex environments like urban and jungle warfare, where mechanized soldiers would perform even worse. Therefore, the plan you just proposed remains unachievable for us at present. Lu Zheng smiled slightly. Commander Yang, that changes starting now. Snap. As he spoke those words, Lu Zheng cracked his fingers. In the next instant, beside the mechanical dog, a towering robot nearly 2 meters in height materialized. The machine lacked synthetic skin. Dark alloy plated its entire frame. Through the alloy armor, intricate internal mechanisms were faintly visible. It simply stood there, like a deity of destruction who had stepped straight from a science fiction film. Zhou Yinghua pushed himself up from the table, his voice quivering. Lu Zheng, is this the mechanized soldier you mentioned? He staggered toward the robot and couldn't help asking, does it also run on nuclear batteries? Lu Zheng shook his head. Director Zhou, this robot's power source is considerably more complex. According to the manual provided by the system, it utilizes a high-density thermoelectric conversion device. As he explained, Lu Zheng brought his hands together as though grasping an invisible apple. Enclosed within this device is an isotopic material. This isotope possesses an exceptionally long decay cycle, continuously releasing thermal energy as it decays. Through a newly developed thermoelectric material, that heat is then efficiently converted into electrical power. Lu Zheng elaborated with meticulous detail. The conference room fell so silent that even breathing could be heard clearly. When this power system works in tandem with the supercapacitors housed within the mechanized soldier's body, it can sustain 1 month of operation under extreme high-intensity combat conditions. Under non-extreme circumstances, endurance extends to 3 months or even half a year. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively drew sharp breaths, especially the senior professors and distinguished academicians present. In that moment, they felt as though they were still green recruits in the field of scientific research. Previously, Lu Zheng had unveiled design blueprints for a controlled nuclear fusion engine. They had believed that to be the pinnacle of propulsion technology. Yet Lu Zheng produced another breakthrough, a machine powered by an antimatter engine. They had not yet fully deciphered the principles behind the antimatter engine, and now this high-density thermoelectric conversion device had appeared. Lu Zheng continued to shatter their understanding of technology again and again. The mechanized soldiers' weapon systems are remarkably comprehensive. Laser weaponry, pulse bombs, micro-electromagnetic cannons, high-energy plasma wrist blades, everything one could need. Most crucially, its intelligence system possesses battlefield situational awareness, target identification, and tactical coordination capabilities. When fed a final strategic objective, it can independently formulate plans and execute operations. The military and scientific luminaries seated in the room all wore expressions of utter astonishment. Yang Jingyan slowly approached the mechanized soldier. Standing at a towering 185 meters, he still appeared half a head shorter than the machine before him. After a long silence, he murmured with deep emotion, "If this can achieve mass production, the very landscape of future warfare will be fundamentally rewritten. Traditional force deployments and tactical frameworks would all need to be completely dismantled and rebuilt." Lu Zheng added, "Beyond combat applications, this robot will serve purposes far beyond the battlefield once mass-produced. After reprogramming, it can handle mining operations, construction projects, and disaster relief missions. This liberates human labor while dramatically improving efficiency, particularly valuable for large-scale engineering endeavors." Yang Jingyan understood the implication behind Lu Zheng's words. If this robot were applied to the underground city project, operational efficiency would surely see a tremendous boost. He immediately responded, "No problem. I will immediately coordinate all major academies of sciences for a joint campaign. Materials manufacturing processes and programming optimization will advance simultaneously, striving for mass production as quickly as possible." After listening to Lu Zheng's complete introduction of the system rewards, Yang Jingyan's expression suddenly turned serious. "There is another important matter I called everyone here for today." As he spoke, Yang Jingyan tossed a document onto the electronic display screen in the operations room. "This is the report just submitted by the Geological Research Institute. The situation is not promising.